This handsome senior brother is none other than the sect leader of Tiegu Zhengjang sect, named Jun Changxiao. He's walking down the street when he bumps into an exceptionally talented young man, a rare martial arts prodigy. So he's being all friendly, using sweet words to recruit him into the sect. But this recruitment style seems a bit weird, bordering on violent. The young man says he's already joined another sect called Lingquan sect, so he can't accept. Dude's got a face that screams, "Come join my sect!" Even pigs would run for the hills, let alone this guy. Well, if there's no fate, then there's no destiny. And this guy's destiny? More screwed than a $2 hook. Jun Changxiao turns to the girl sitting in the tree, his first disciple Lu Qianqian, from Tiegu Zhengjang. He asks if this guy was bullying her earlier. Qianqian replies indifferently. He didn't bully me, he just wanted to touch my hand. That's all it takes for Changxiao to give this guy a beatdown. Then, he adds a few fancy moves along his spine. With that settled, the master and disciple immediately turn and leave. The other guy, after getting a free dance lesson, is lying on the ground groaning. Back at Tiegu Zhengjang sect, this sect was established to create iron-skinned badasses who specialize in handling important matters. Sect leader Wang founded this sect. From childhood, his bones were as hard as iron. He even jumped off a cliff and survived. Sect leader Wang was very dedicated. Under his leadership, Tiegu Zhengjang went from an unknown sect to a ninth-rate sect in just 10 years. But then, sect leader Wang was captured in Fengyu. He failed to escape and was beheaded, ending his life there. Jun Changxiao is a disciple of that tragic hero. Or rather, he used to be. 3 days after sect leader Wang's death, the actual Jun Changxiao of this world was walking to the bathroom when he was crushed to death by a sign. You can't get any lamer than that reason to die. Even someone who just transmigrated into this body refuses to understand such a ridiculous death. Anyway, Changxiao now feels like this is an interesting start. He's determined. Now that I'm in a new world, I gotta be the most OP bona fide badass, defeat all the geniuses, become a god emperor, demon saint immortal, supreme intellect, ultimate techniques, divine secret manuals. But as the old saying goes, no pain, no gain. Ain't no such thing as free lunch for this dude. Right then, the system starts activating. Changxiao didn't expect the startup screen to be so epic. A system panel appears with all the info. Sect name is Tiegu Zhengjang. Sect leader is Jun Changxiao. Current sect rank is 9th rate. Sect construction level is 1. Sect members 1/100th. Sect contribution 0/100th. The sect's main mission is to turn Tiegu Zhengjang into the strongest sect in the Starfall continent, with 10,000 disciples within 100 years. If the mission isn't completed, the host gets Thanos snapped. Simple as that. Just skimming the mission, Changxiao feels like it's not that bad. But looking at the sect info, it's totally hopeless. The sect leader is also the weakest? How's he even going to survive? Changxiao thought he was still dreaming, still sleepwalking, desperately wanting to smash his head against the sign again so things would go back to normal. Just then, a notification pops up. Congratulations, host. Successful activation. Please check your gift. And Changxiao's heart is happy again, so hyped he knocks the wooden sign away with his head. But when the gift appears, Changxiao instantly facepalms, speechless. The gift from the system is a super-sized space ring. Changxiao declares, I am Jun Changxiao. Because my parents wanted me to live happily and smiling all my life. Since receiving the system's mission, he holds the sign, trying to put it back in place while thinking. Turning Tiegu Zhengjang sect into the strongest sect, recruiting 10,000 disciples, that's harder than flying to the moon. Especially with a 100-year deadline, there's absolutely no way I'm going to be smiling. Changxiao held the ring, examining it. Other systems either go full scam artist or give you XP and a +999 sword. Why is my system such a trash-tier existence? He saw words and a code inside. You gonna give me some god-tier artifact or what? What's a QR code gonna do for me right now? So Changxiao touched the ring to his forehead, trying to connect with it. The ring emitted a light that enveloped him. Changxiao released the ring, and it floated in the air. He was excited. This effect means there's gotta be equipment in this dimension. Immediately, another dimension appeared. Changxiao stepped into a starry space, with endless clouds beneath his feet and something ahead. Changxiao picked it up and almost cried. Holding a brick, he shouted helplessly, Where's the gear? Where's the divine skill? If not, just give me a divine beast egg. I'll hatch it myself. Suddenly, a sound came from inside the brick. Changxiao's eyes twitched, thinking it was a heartbeat. He burst out laughing. Could there be something hidden inside this brick? After awakening, it'll impart supreme divine power to me. Changxiao puckered up and kissed the brick squarely. I knew it. A son of destiny like me will dig up an ancient, long-lost divine artifact, even if I dig up a brick. Suddenly, he froze. Why are words appearing? The words on the brick spontaneously combusted. Time remaining, 99 years, 355 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 46 seconds. Below was a note. If the task can be completed within 100 years, this self-destruct mode will be removed. Changxiao threw the brick away and screamed, What the hell? This isn't a divine artifact. It's a bomb. As soon as the brick hit the ground, it jumped an hour on the countdown. He pointed at the brick, puzzled. This bomb's countdown isn't even accurate. Why does it jump an hour at a time? The system appeared and answered. Host. This is called a soul detonation device. It has independent thoughts and emotions. If you make it unhappy, it'll count down very quickly. Changxiao covered his face in panic. Why didn't you say so earlier? He immediately took a bowl of rice, stuck 3 incense sticks in it, and started worship. Changxiao turned and yelled, "System, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home." Then he turned back and sent a heart to the brick being worshipped. "I wasn't being fierce with you, okay?" Sending hearts. The system announced. The system has started. The host must complete the task if you're negative during the process, and just slack off. The soul detonation device will explode before the scheduled time. Changxiao was in great pain. Where's the knife? Where's the knife? I have to commit suicide. Suddenly, a sound rang out. A jade-colored knife appeared, fulfilling the host's wish. Please accept this knife. The knife stabbed straight down at his crotch. The system reported. Hope the host can make the best use of it. Changxiao looked at the knife, feeling like he'd died and come back to life again. What the heck is this? He sat in front of the system screen, hesitant. It's still more reliable to study this unreliable system. Changxiao squinted and read. Sect name, sect leader. These are easy to understand. Construction level 1, contribution value not above 100. What's all this about? The system replied. Sect construction includes many things. The higher the level, the more sect functions will be unlocked. The host can use his mind to access the sect construction and open the detailed data panel. He carefully read every bit. The system screen displayed information. Sect construction level 1, no functions available for now. Sect construction level 2, alchemy pavilion activated. Sect construction level 3, talisman pavilion activated. Sect construction level 4, talisman pavilion activated. Level 5, spirit beast pavilion activated. Increasing the sect construction level to level 5 will unlock even more promising functions. He sat in front of the system screen and asked, how do I increase the sect construction level? The system replied. To increase the construction level, the host must recruit more members. Changxiao asked, what does contribution value mean? The system replied. Contribution value can be used to exchange for treasures in the sect store. Hearing this, he suddenly realized. Sect store, these are the equipment for the main character to attack. Why can't I see it in the system? The system said, in a mechanical voice. The host needs at least 1 contribution point to activate the hidden sect store interface. Changxiao stood up and asked, so how do I get contribution points? To activate the sect store, the host must recruit more members? He said brightly, I get it. To become the strongest sect, whether it's construction level or contribution points, it all depends on recruiting members. Changxiao said confidently. Okay, I'll start recruiting members from tomorrow. The pen drew each stroke on the wooden board. Changxiao was satisfied with the recruitment sign he wrote. With my handsome and elegant appearance, extraordinary bearing, I'll definitely recruit 100 members within 3 days to level up the system. Half a month later, he sat in front of his sect's gate, covered in spiderwebs, without a single person in sight. Changxiao ate noodles and sighed. It's so heartbreaking, even eating makes me sad. Why is this chicken so spicy? Suddenly, a girl called out to him. This is Tian. She stood with her hands on her hips and said, I want to join the undying sect. Causing Changxiao to choke on his noodles, he saw gold. His eyes widened, sparkling as he looked at her. Beauty, as the soon-to-be sect leader, I welcome you to join. Tian held her sword up to Changxiao's face and said, Hubby, you're the sect leader. Then I'm not joining, Changxiao pleaded with a wretched face. Yes, our sect is absolutely full of potential. At the unyielding Ironbones sect, he spoke eloquently. Although I am just a young sect leader, I have a new direction for the development of the sect. Sleeping on the floor today, being a boss tomorrow, that's who I am. One step at a time. Striving one step at a time, one day I will be below only one person and above everyone else in the world. Changxiao slyly shielded his face. His past life's MLM skills weren't bad. He finally convinced her to join. System notification. Dope. The system displays. Sect members 2/100ths. Sect contribution points 1/100th. Another system notification pops up. Contribution points sufficient. Function unlocked. Sect Master Changxiao is hyped. Quick, what's the hotness? 9 revolutions, marrow cleansing pill. Dragon elephant, prajna palm. Swift flying dragon steps. Just by the names, they're god tier. System, list what I can buy. System switches to checking mode. Soon after, it reports. No items cost 1 contribution point. He waves his hand a few times to make sure it's real. Changxiao turns away, tears streaming down his face. I forgot, I'm just a level 1 noob, dirt poor. Farewell god skills, farewell god techniques, vledge. System displays another notification. Do you want to exchange for a newbie megapack? Newbie megapack times 1? He immediately turns back, serious. System. Host has consumed 1 contribution point, receive newbie pack. Runaway charm x1, take a beating charm x1, run fast charm x1, seal breaking charm x1, experience charm x1, transfer to space ring. Changxiao internally monologues. Run away, take a beating, run fast. WTF. These are for saving my ass, not for flexing. He waves his hand. Gotta check these out. Immediately the charms appear. Run away, take a beating, run fast, seal breaking, experience. Changxiao strokes his chin and asks, experience charm, what the hell is this? System. Host can use the experience charm to rapidly increase their cultivation. He doesn't hesitate, reaches out, and activates the experience charm. A vortex of power engulfs Changxiao. System. Congratulations, host has broken through to opening meridian stage 3. Congratulations, host has broken through to opening meridian stage 4. Congratulations, host has broken through to opening meridian stage 5. His eyes gleam. I feel infinite power surging through me. System chimes in. Host, don't get ahead of yourself. System continues. In the Starfall continent, opening meridian stage 12 is just the beginner level. Realms from highest to lowest are martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, martial king, martial sect, martial master, martial disciple, and you're the weakest of the weak. Changxiao dejectedly picks up the seal-breaking charm and asks, so what does this seal-breaking charm do? System. Seal-breaking charm is used to unseal that sword. He yells, freaking out. WTF, they give a free sword but need a charm to unseal it? What kind of dumbass setup is this? Back to reality. Changxiao walks beside Tian, thinking, luckily, this system bot told me Qingyang City is hosting the 100 Sects recruitment festival. Perfect time to scout some disciples. Suddenly, 5 tornadoes appear in front of them, and 5 men jump out. Changxiao and Tian are dumbfounded. Turns out, they're the buddies of the guy he beat up earlier. He points, crying, Shixiang, he beat me! The two just stare, speechless. She turns and asks, Sect Master, who is this? Changxiao whispers, that guy the first beat up in chapter 1, or 2, or 3, I forgot. The confident Shixiang speaks up, you have some nerve, daring to hit someone from the Lingquan sect. State your name. Changxiao replies, Sect Master of the Undying Sect, Jun Changxiao. Shixiang asks his shidi, is that the sect whose sect master was caught soliciting prostitutes, then failed to escape and got beheaded? Another shidi whispers, I heard all the disciples disbanded, how does it still exist? Tian hears this and asks, soliciting prostitutes? Changxiao yells, how dare you slander my undying sect? Shixiang retorts, a trash sect, a sect master who hasn't even hit puberty yet, dares to provoke Lingquan sect disciples. He pushes her back. Tian, step back. This sect master wants to teach these morons a lesson. She turns and says, go die then. Tian looks at him and continues, but remember to write a will, pass the sect master position to me. Changxiao and the 5 guys are stunned. He thinks, what the hell, you're the only disciple, and you already want to usurp me. Changxiao commands, open! Immediately, a surge of power engulfs him, slowly spreading to his wrist. The group wonders. 3 rings of light appear on his wrist. The shidi and Shixiang are smug. LOL, so it's just opening meridian stage 3. One of them mocks, a sect master of a reputable sect, even if it's 9th rate, should at least be a martial disciple. Opening meridian stage 3 as a sect master, the world will laugh. The Shixiang sneers. Now, if you kneel and apologize. He and his buddies unleash their power and advance toward Changxiao. Lingquan sect might consider giving your failing sect some face, and pretend this never happened. Tian observes the scene, thinking, so they're all opening meridian stage 4. Suddenly, a hand slaps the Shixiang's face. Turns out, Changxiao approached and attacked before they could react. He yells, kneel! Changxiao sends the Shixiang sliding across the ground at breakneck speed. He grabs the guy's head and whispers, are you stupid? The rest of them watch in horror, sweating profusely. System notification pops up. Ding! Triggering a side quest. That senior brother, his hand pinned to the ground by yours, eyes wide with shock. How could someone at Qi refining stage 3 possess such strength? Changxiao nonchalantly replies, like it's NBD, because I'm the sect leader. Immediately the system reports. Eliminated a Spirit Spring sect disciple trying to provoke us 1/5. He gets up and says, damn, 1 down already? Turns out, there were 2 more charging up from behind. Changxiao turns around, smirking. Too easy! At the same time, the strength in his arms skyrockets. Those guys look absolutely horrified. Qi refining stage 5. This guy's been hiding his true level. Immediately, he serves them some knuckle sandwiches in mere seconds. System keeps spamming notifications. Eliminated a Spirit Spring sect disciple trying to provoke us 2/5. Eliminated a Spirit Spring sect disciple trying to provoke us 3/5. Eliminated a Spirit Spring sect disciple trying to provoke us 4/5. Eliminated a Spirit Spring sect disciple trying to provoke us 5/5. Congrats to host for completing the side quest, earning 5 sect contribution points. After swiftly dealing with the 5 chumps, that senior brother lying on the ground trembles and says, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I'll make sure your sect can't do business. Changxiao turns to leave. Keep dreaming, we're out of here. Tian, the sky is blue, and golden sunlight filters through the trees. Tian speaks up. You should have just taken their lives, nipped the problem in the bud. Changxiao is taken aback. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? She replies. On the Starfall continent, where the strong prey on the weak, Being merciful to your enemies is the cruelest thing you can do. Tian coldly continues. If you don't even know that, you're not fit to be a sect leader. He thinks. She's right. I'm not on Earth anymore. I'm on the Starfall continent, where strength reigns supreme. Being kind to enemies is just being cruel to yourself. Suddenly, Changxiao hears the system's notification. Ding! Triggering a side quest. The system screen pops up before his eyes. Side quest. Use your newfound wisdom to convince Lu Tiantian, and also uphold the dignity of the sect leader. Changxiao looks awkward. WTF, what kind of quest is this? Then he looks at Tian, thinking, they want me to act tough in front of Tian? He ponders. Even though the Undying Sect is just a 9th-rate sect, with only 2 members, I'm still the sect leader. I have to establish some authority. Gotta make this chick understand I'm the boss, the leader. Meanwhile, she's looking at him, clueless about what Changxiao is plotting, so he replies seriously. Tian, what you said wasn't wrong. We shouldn't be merciful to our enemies. Changxiao stops, clasps his hands behind his back, and looks at the tall tree in front of him with the wind blowing past, and then lectures. But you must also remember one thing. We cultivators cultivate the Tao, the heart, and we must avoid using our power to bully others, especially the weak. Those trash disciples are no threat to this sect leader. Killing them would only tarnish the reputation of our Undying Sect, system reports. Congratulations to host for completing the side quest, earning 1 sect contribution point. Changxiao says with a smug look. Damn, that breeze came at just the right time. Combined with my aloof silhouette, it must have looked badass AF. Tian, standing behind him, replies, I understand. She immediately draws her sword. Killing those trash would tarnish the sect leader's reputation, so it's more appropriate for this disciple to take their place and get beat up instead. He freaks out and stops her. Hold up, you've got the wrong idea, Changxiao gently explains. Lu Tiantian, you're a woman. A woman should have some semblance of femininity, not just slash and kill all the time. She grips her sword tightly, pointing it straight at him, and replies, Says who? Who decided women can't slash and kill? Tian angrily glares at Changxiao. You're the sect leader, I'll listen to you, but you absolutely cannot look down on women, got it? Changxiao uses 2 fingers to stop her blade from touching his neck. This killing intent. He attentively listens to her words while thinking in his head. This girl definitely has a turbulent past. Changxiao touches the screen in front of him. The system shows the store. Contribution points. 10 fireball talismans, 10 ice talismans, 10 low-grade windsword talismans, 10 9-fold ice fist talismans. Tian walks ahead, thinking, what is this sect leader doing? He's been waving his hands around like a moron the whole way. Meanwhile, he's cursing under his breath while looking at the system. Damn, having a store is as good as not having one. Is there anything that costs just 1 contribution point? Suddenly, he sees something. There's a system interface, first aid pill, 1 point. After seeing the item, Changxiao ponders. The first item I can exchange is a healing pill. Is this a sign I'm about to get my ass kicked? No way am I exchanging this. No. I'll wait until I'm about to die. Suddenly, Tian senses something. She abruptly stops. Tian grips her sword hilt and says, There's someone behind the bushes, I hear movement. Changxiao imagines things and breaks out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me it's a ferocious beast. I remember the last time we met one, even though it was just a small fry. Its strength was on par with a martial artist. He says with an awkward smile, I smell a bunch of piss up ahead. Probably some ill-mannered beasts marking their territory. Let's take another route. Tian frowns. Her hand on her sword tightens slightly. It's not a ferocious beast. She points her sword at the base of a tree. There's an injured man sitting there. She says, It's a person. Changxiao goes to check the situation. This guy is pretty badly injured. He pointed at the man's nose. Looks like he's not long for this world. Just clinging to life. Changxiao, observing the bleeding wounds, judged. These injuries must be from a ferocious beast. Tian, impatient, said. Seen enough? Let's move, it's almost dark. If we encounter a beast in the dark, we'll end up like him. He turned to Zhu Mo and asked, Aren't we saving him? She narrowed her eyes. You gonna save him? This guy's badly injured, could kick the bucket any second. You don't know healing arts, so how? Changxiao confidently replied, although this sect leader doesn't know medicine. A pill appeared in his hand. He held it up, saying, But I have healing pills. The system immediately announced. Contribution points, deducted by 1. Changxiao took a whiff and praised. Smells amazing AF. He shoved the pill into the man's mouth. Tian sighed. He has internal injuries, as well as external ones. A normal pill won't work. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened. The man sat up. Changxiao, still clueless, turned to her. What are you muttering about, Tian? She exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? He was practically dead, yet the pill brought him back to life? Tian thought to herself, looking at Changxiao. This sect leader is even more mysterious than I thought. His eyes practically turned gold. Jackpot, baby! Changxiao excitedly thought. The system opened the shop. A low-grade healing pill is already this OP, worth more than its weight in gold. And it only costs 1 contribution point. And just like that, he went from 0 to hero. In this martial world, injuries are an everyday thing. I'll exchange all my contribution points for healing pills, then find a way to sell them at exorbitant prices. With that money, I'll buy a fancy restaurant and use it as the sect headquarters. With a baller place like that, I'm sure we'll get disciples. Changxiao raised a finger. Then his pupils contracted slightly. The system screen displayed. Low-grade healing pill purchased, limited to 1 purchase per month. The image of a rich second generation shattered. Changxiao was dumbfounded. WTF? There's a limit, man? He turned to the man and said, fine, whatever. Saving a life is better than building 7 pagodas, right? But the man was gone. WTF? Where'd he go? Tian, standing behind him, said, long gone. Got up, didn't say a word, and just ran. Changxiao was pissed. Not even a thank you? Whose trash son is that? He cried internally. My 1 contribution point just got eaten by a dog. Tian sighed. Sect leader, I advise you to be a bad person. In the Xingyun continent, good people don't usually have a good ending. Changxiao retorted unhappily. No, I don't believe conscience doesn't exist in this world. She raised an eyebrow, questioning. Conscience? Tian scoffed. Some people have a conscience, but it was eaten by dogs long ago. Changxiao thought. I originally planned to take advantage of saving someone by dragging him to join the sect. Reality just hit me like a truck. He felt like he was standing on a rocky mountain peak, facing a world without light. In this world, you either bully me, look down on me, and stare at me, or you get saved by me, and then run away. Earth has laws and regulations, and this place doesn't. Earth has moral constraints, and this place doesn't have them either. Changxiao continued walking, pondering. Fine. Since I'm a Xingyun continent dude now, from today onwards, I'll play by this world's rules. He frowned. The strong are respected. To not be humiliated, I need to control wealth and power, have countless beauties, and be worshipped by all beings. To do that, Changxiao's eyes gradually became serious. I must become a powerhouse, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering powerhouse. Suddenly, the system screen displayed a notification. Bing! Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden mission, comprehending the basic laws of the Xingyun continent. Reward, 10 contribution points. Total sect contribution points, 14 100ths. He looked at the notification, puzzled. Huh? There are hidden missions too? The system screen displayed. The missions of the Supreme Sect system are divided into main missions, side missions, and hidden missions. Hidden missions have no notifications, and the host can only complete them randomly. The screen showed. Hidden mission. Comprehend the basic laws of the Xingyun continent, completed. In addition, there is another type of mission. Monster slaying mission. An image of Changxiao facing a giant 2-headed snake appeared. He looked at the mission board, sweating but also feeling excited. Monster slaying missions. Just hearing it makes me think the rewards are very generous. The system continued to report. After the host's cultivation level reaches a certain level, the monster slaying mission will be activated. The monster slaying mission has not been activated. The rewards for the monster slaying mission will be determined based on the degree of completion of the mission and the host's cultivation level. Changxiao asked. So when can I activate the monster slaying mission? The system replied. To avoid imbalance, the system will not explain or provide suggestions related to the monster slaying mission. The host needs to find and understand it on their own. Changxiao cursed in annoyance. WTF, your system is just teasing people. He thought in his head, but his eyes followed the sword held out in front of him. Alright, suddenly 10 points fell on my head. I have to go shopping in the shop. Suddenly, Tian slapped Changxiao in the face with the sword. She glanced at him. We've reached Qingyang City. He clutched his reddening face and said, Tian, next time, can you use words instead of actions? Changxiao looked up. The sign read, Qingyang City. He exclaimed in surprise. That's freaking high, Changxiao shouted, causing people around him to look back. One day, I will build the immortal sect to be even more magnificent than this Qingyang City. A passerby looked at him and asked, Is this newbie a disciple of the immortal sect? Changxiao glanced at him and replied, I'm not a disciple, and I'm not a newbie. He stood in the crowd and declared, I'm the second-gen sect leader of the Bu sect. One sentence, and everyone froze, then burst out laughing. One guy, still shaking with laughter, asked, Wait, hold up, you're the sect leader? The fatty snickered. That sect still exists? Seriously, the girl next to him added. And you dare show your face at the 100 sects recruitment? Another dude was crying from laughter. This young man claims to be the second-gen sect leader of the Bu sect. I just checked his cultivation, he's only at like Qi refining stage 2 or 3. If Qi refining stage 2 can be a sect leader, then we stage 3 guys can go start our own sects, right? The words were like 1,000 arrows piercing Changxiao's back, arrows with flags that read, Stage 2, trash, good for nothing, trash, noob, stabbing him until he spat blood and went numb. He clutched his face, frustrated. Other transmigrators get golden fingers, then proceed to slap geniuses left and right, stomping gods and demons underfoot. But me? I got a system alright, but it comes with a frickin' time bomb. The peanut gallery still wouldn't stop roasting him, even if he's a dimwit. Weren't we going too far? He's about to cry. Tian Tian patted his shoulder and called out, "Sect leader." Changxiao looked up pathetically. "Tian Tian, thanks. I'm okay," she replied like a punch to the face. "Does sect leader want to find a hole to crawl into right now?" Changxiao trembled with anger. "You ungrateful disciple! What the hell?" He stood up and started spouting wisdom. "Relax, there's no storm that this sect leader hasn't weathered. These insults can't hurt my soul," he continued. "Let's go to the west gate for the 100 sects recruitment." The two walked together. Tian Tian was curious. "You can endure being mocked like that, sect leader?" He looked at her and thought, as a transmigrator and maybe a former MLM hustler in my past life, how could you possibly fathom the thickness of my skin, you little brat? He replied, "Tian Tian, even if I can't stand it, I have to." Changxiao stopped and continued. "Only by using true strength, standing before the bustling city." He said, "Can we shut their mouths?" He looked at the vendors and thought, back then, it was because of the main quest that I had to work. Then he glanced at the martial arts performances. "Now, get ready, Stellar Cloud Continent, for the invasion of Changxiao's army." Changxiao's eyes gleamed. Flags and banners with slogans were everywhere. The disciple said to the baldy, "Elder, this year our Roaring Tiger sect will definitely attract many high-quality disciples." The guy next to him spoke up. "We're all 8th-rate sects. Wanting to snatch food from my mouth won't be that easy." He glanced over and continued. "My broadsword sect will definitely be the top 8th-rate sect this year." The baldy angrily rolled up his sleeves and yelled, "Scarface! Let's settle this with strength!" At this moment, Changxiao stepped between them. He ignored their squabble and casually set up his tent. Changxiao sat cross-legged on the chair and said, "Tian Tian, we don't need to be extravagant. Renting this tent is enough." Scarface questioned harshly, "What sect are you from? How dare you set up a shabby tent and take the prime spot of the broadsword sect?" The disciple next to him replied, "Elder, he's from the Bu Hu sect, the disgrace of the 100 Sects Alliance." Scarface warned, "Kid, this is broadsword sect territory. You better scram to the side." Changxiao looked at him and replied, "The 100 Sects recruitment is about to start. We're all part of the 100 Sects Alliance. We should be harmonious. Why so angry?" The baldy wasn't having it either. If sect leader Wang was still here, Li would consider the Bu Hu sect a member. But now he glared. "If the Roaring Tiger sect allows a sect like yours to recruit next to us, wouldn't we be humiliating ourselves?" Changxiao still calmly replied, "Today, this sect leader has decided to recruit here." He continued, "No matter who you call, you can't stop our Bu Hu sect from shining brightly." Scarface and the baldy were both burning with rage. "Shine?" The baldy gritted his teeth and shouted, "You stinky brat, so what if I'm bald?" Scarface cursed. "Think having a lot of hair makes you hot stuff? Let me tell you, being bald isn't a crime. Disciples, get over here and tear down this ragged tent." Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Good, I just wanted to use you guys for some publicity." At this moment, a loud voice shouted from afar, "The Li family's Li Qingyang has arrived." The baldy turned away, ignoring him. "Li Qingyang isn't going to hang out with this idiot. Hurry up and greet him." Changxiao thought, "Li Qingyang, that sounds familiar." He perked up his ears to listen to the people's chatter. The most noteworthy figure, and the one the sects are fighting over this year, is Li Qingyang, of the Li family. 15 years old, top-grade spiritual roots, the #1 genius of Qingyang City. Rumor has it reaching the martial king realm in the future is no problem. Changxiao thought to himself, top-grade spiritual roots. He stroked his chin, muttering, high-level spiritual roots represent the strength of aptitude and the limits of future cultivation. Flawless grade, holy grade, top grade, middle grade, ordinary grade, low grade. In a small place like Qingyang City, a middle grade spiritual root is already 1 in 1,000 miles. Everyone wants to reach middle grade. Changxiao said with dissatisfaction, "Just remembered, I seem to only have low-grade spiritual roots. Damn it, why is my life so tragic?" He stood up abruptly. "A genius that appears once every 100 years, huh?" Changxiao slicked his hair back, his face full of ambition. Then this sect master must rope him into the undying sect. Wherever Li Qingyang's footsteps go, that's where the sects welcome him. "Young Master Li, join my iron sect and you can be the chief disciple." What's so good about sects fighting over the chief disciple? "Young Master Li, join the Qingyun sect and we guarantee you'll be the supreme elder." Bullshit. Your Qingyun sect has more elders than disciples. If not 100, then at least 90. Everyone surrounded him. "Young Master Li, join the whale gang. All secret manuals and cultivation resources are yours." "Young Master Li, join the Ruyi Pavilion. All of our sisters are willing to serve you." Qingyang's face remained calm. Changxiao saw this and asked, "Hey, Tian Tian, don't you think this guy looks familiar?" She replied, "He is the one who was seriously injured in the forest, was rescued and ran away without even saying thank you." He stroked his chin triumphantly. "Spot on, that's him. This is getting interesting." Suddenly someone came over and called out, "Young Master Lai." Everyone made way for him. "I wonder if the young master is interested in joining my Kangshan sect." "He is Elder Ma," the crowd started whispering. "The Kangshan sect is a 5th-rate sect in Qingyang County," Tian Tian said. He has top-grade spiritual roots, not bad talent. Joining a fifth-rate sect is the best choice at the moment. A fifth-rate sect is a place where your chances are not small. Changxiao was calm on the outside, but a storm was brewing inside. Are you kidding me? I was just about to tell him about saving his life to recruit him. He suddenly looked up and saw Xingyang cupping his hands and bowing in front of him, saying, "May I ask, are you the sect master of the Undying Sect?" Causing everyone to look at him with question marks all over their heads. Elder Ma wondered, why is young Master Lai interacting with that trash sect? Changxiao looked at him and replied, "That's right." He crossed his legs and looked straight ahead. "The Undying Sect Master is me." The bald guy couldn't believe his eyes and asked the scarred face, "Am I hallucinating?" The two looked at the dazzling talent of Qingyang, the #1 genius of Qingyang City. He continued, "Bowing and apologizing to that kid." Changxiao was smiling from ear to ear. Qingyang was still bowing and saying, "Last time in the forest, I was in a hurry to go home, so I left without saying goodbye. Li Qing was really rude. I hope the sect master will forgive me." He casually replied, "Young Master Lai, this kind of small matter is like a rabbit." Then he reached out and helped him up. Changxiao continued, "If you hadn't mentioned it, this sect master would have forgotten about it." Tian knew very well that he clearly wanted to use the life-saving grace to force him to join just now. Qingyang smiled. "I wonder if you, sect master, can introduce me to the Undying Sect." At the same time, the system reported, "Ding! Side quest activated." Changxiao was ecstatic. Even this kind of situation can activate a quest. My luck is great today. In front of him appeared quest requirements. The system screen displayed quest requirements. Introduce the glorious history of the Undying Sect and persuade the genius disciple Xingyang to join the sect. He looked at the request and felt helpless. What the hell? Going to brothels and escaping from prison is also considered glorious? The bald guy and the scarred face spoke at the same time. "Young Master Linne, the Undying Sect has nothing glorious at all." The two took turns recounting. The most noteworthy contribution is probably when Wang Headmaster participated in the social ill prevention team. The bald head tried his best to tell the story. But then what? The Undying Sect is simply a non-entry-level sect. I swear on these remaining strands of hair of mine, I'm not lying. Changxiao turned into a demon at this time. "Baldy, have you said enough?" he said. "That's just the perspective of a bunch of mortals." Changxiao began to tell. "In fact, my Undying Sect was once an ancient sect with a long history and profound background. The opportunity is not inferior to any sect." Qingyang seemed interested. "I wonder if the sect leader could elaborate a bit." People around him were thinking, WTF, is this first-rate genius so book-smart that his brain is fried? He actually believes this crap. Changxiao calmly asked, "Young Master Li, have you ever heard of the East Sea?" He nodded and replied, "I have. A vast sea, located east of the Starfall continent, teeming with marine life, and extremely dangerous." Changxiao started making stuff up. At the end of the East Sea, there's a country called Donglao Quok. In Donglao Quokok, there are two divine mountains. One called Flower Fruit Mountain, and the other, Immortal Mountain. Changxiao thought to himself, "Sorry, Buddha, just borrowing your story to fool these guys a bit." He continued to brag. "And the origin of our immortal sect is Immortal Mountain. The first sect leader of the Immortal Sect was Sun Wukong, also known as the Great Sage equaling Heaven." The crowd was gradually drawn into Changxiao's story, described so vividly and realistically. "Could it be true?" Elder Ma shouted. "Preposterous!" He angrily objected. "The East Sea is extremely dangerous. Even martial emperors don't dare to get close. And historical records never mention Donglao Quok, let alone Immortal Mountain." Changxiao ignored him. "Old man, all I can say is you know jack shit about this Starfall continent." Elder Ma went nuts. "I'm ignorant? Then please tell us, sect leader, according to you, what kind of deity is this Sun Wukong? Who is his master?" Him. He nonchalantly picked his ear and replied, "The first sect leader of the Immortal Sect received the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon, and after 500 years of gestation, he burst forth from a divine stone, and was accepted as a disciple by Patriarch Subhuti of the Square-Inch Mountain." Changxiao was secretly pleased. Hee. All those summers spent binging Journey to the West paid off. He couldn't accept his answer. The origin of humans is flesh and blood. How could he be born from a stone? "Kid, stop talking nonsense," Changxiao replied. "Old man, now I know you understand nothing." He grinned slyly. "About the origin of all living beings," Elder Ma angrily shouted. "You think I'm an idiot who'd believe your baseless nonsense?" Qingyang was completely convinced, his mouth practically hitting the floor. "I never imagined the Immortal Sect had such an ancient and profound history." His too. "But even if the story is true, those glorious days are in the past. What advantages does the Immortal Sect have now?" Elder Ma thought the question was brilliant. Asks a very insightful question, hitting right at the problem of these no-name sects. What they have and don't have. You've had it rough, huh? Luckily, this first-rate genius isn't swayed. Changxiao replied solemnly. "Nothing lasts forever. No matter how strong sects and gangs are, they will eventually decline, and my Immortal Sect is no exception. It's been downhill ever since, ending up in this state." Everyone thought, Seriously? Your sect was never strong to begin with. What decline are you talking about? He pretended to be determined. But no matter what, the immortal sect is an ancient sect. Even if it falls to the bottom, the foundation and heritage are still there. Changxiao gave a perfect example. The pill you ate earlier is the best example. It healed all your wounds in an instant. It can be called a divine pill. He listened to his explanation and thought. And he just casually gave it to someone he met on the street like me. Qing Yang seemed to be swayed. Maybe what he said is, Changxiao continued, this sect leader wants to revitalize the sect and return it to its former glory. So I need a genius like you to help. The conditions they promised you, this sect leader can hardly match. He raised a finger suggestively. But if you want to become a martial emperor, then you can join my immortal sect. Elder Ma was furious and shouted, become a martial emperor? Kid, you really dare to say anything. He didn't believe Changxiao's words. The martial emperor is the strongest realm in the Starfall continent. A god worshipped by billions of people. Elder Ma was shocked when Qing Yang spoke. Okay. He smiled brightly, appearing radiant. Li Qing Yang, I am willing to join the immortal sect. The seal was stamped, and his information was clearly written in black and white. The system immediately notified. Sect contribution points 19/1. Congratulations to the host for completing the branch task, receiving 5 sect contribution points. The system continued. Sect members 3 100th points. Sect contribution 20/1. Elder Ma tried to stop him. Young Master Lai, you have top-grade spiritual roots. Your future achievements are limitless. Joining his no-name sect is destroying your own future, Changxiao said. Although my immortal sect is no-name, it's only temporary. He pointed at himself and swore. Today this sect leader swears, in no more than 3 years, my immortal sect will surpass your Azure Mountain sect, Changxiao said ominously. Surpass the Azure Mountain sect? Elder Ma's face darkened. Kid, you really think just flapping your gums and blustering will make the sect stronger? His hand was gathering energy, as if he wanted to take Changxiao out right then and there. Elder Ma glared. Looks like I have to broaden your horizons a bit, so you know what a vast difference there is between heaven and earth. At this moment, Qing Yang suddenly spoke. Elder Ma. He shot him a look of pure annoyance. Please don't put my sect leader in an awkward spot. Elder Ma stood there dazed before turning to leave. Fine. This old man will keep his eyes peeled to see the day the eternal sect becomes famous. Just as he spoke, a voice called out. Elder Ma, hold up! The Dongling crowd gasped. It's the Li family head, Li Qingyang's father. He spoke with a stern face. Elder Ma, Qingyang is still young and reckless. The Li family head bowed to him. On behalf of my son, I accept your sect's sincere invitation. Qingyang protested. Father, I've already joined the eternal sect, he barked. Shut up. This concerns the future of our Li family. It's not for you to decide. But Qingyang didn't flinch. Father, you always taught me that a man must keep his word. He turned to the two of them and continued. I've already joined the eternal sect, so even in death, I belong to them. The Li family head exploded in rage. You ungrateful brat! You dare talk back to me for the sake of a 9th-tier trash sect? If you don't leave the eternal sect today, then stop calling me father. He broke into a fit of coughing. A servant rushed to support him. Master! The servant looked worried. Young master, the master is getting old. Please, stop making him angry, and just quit that trash sect already. Elder Ma chimed in. Young Master Li, filial piety comes first. Being this stubborn is the ultimate act of disrespect. As Xing Yang stood there conflicted, Changxiao placed a hand on his shoulder. Head Li, he declared confidently. My eternal sect isn't some failing dump like you think. Since young Master Li has joined us, his future achievements will only reach the stars. The Li family head didn't buy a word of it, thinking, only reach the stars, my ass. Twinger must have been completely brainwashed by your sweet talk. He spoke up. Sect leader Jun, if you want a disciple to become a powerhouse, the master must be a grand master of martial arts. He pointed directly at Changxiao and asked, since you're so cocky, I assume your martial arts experience is top tier, right? He scratched his nose and replied. When it comes to martial arts experience, I wouldn't want to brag too much, he continued. But it's definitely leagues above anyone standing here. Tian Tian, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. The sect leader is becoming a professional at capping. The Li family head's brows furrowed in anger as he snapped. Then allow this Li to test your skills today. The Li family head pulled a purple manual from his robe and said, my Li family possesses a 100-year-old sword manual called the 9-form layered wave sword. It has 9 forms, but only 8 have survived to this day. Over the last century, nearly 1 million warriors have tried to master this technique. Yet not a single one could comprehend the final form. He glared at Changxiao with cold eyes. If you can interpret the 9th form, it'll prove you're the real deal. If not, then kick Qinger out of your sect immediately. Changxiao thought to himself. So you want to use this little stunt to embarrass me and reveal my sect's lack of power to Qingyang? He cleared his throat and replied, no problem. He immediately ordered the system to open them all. Changxiao clicked on it, and the Insight Talisman popped up on the screen. The system notified. Insight Talisman. Once activated, the user will instantly grasp any martial arts manuals or techniques. Duration: 60 minutes. Cost: 10 contribution points. The The system continued the prompt as the insight talisman was activated. Changxiao's eyes were instantly upgraded with the new function. Changxiao began flipping through the pages at lightning speed, leaving everyone around him completely dumbstruck. A bald old man grumbled. What the hell? He's supposed to be studying the manual, flipping it that fast. What the hell is he even learning? He shot back. This is what you call the speed-run comprehension method. In Changxiao's vision, the characters from the book began flying out, imprinting their secrets directly into his mind. In the blink of an eye, he slammed the book shut and shouted, "The Thousand Heavens Sword!" He reached out and grabbed the sword. Changxiao drew the sword from its sheath. A surge of power spread from the blade, blowing away the surrounding sand and stones. Elder Ma was shocked. This wave of energy! He exclaimed in astonishment. He comprehended the first stance in just a minute. What the hell? He swung his arm a few times, and already reached the second stance. System countdown. 1 minute, 5 seconds. The family head was speechless, thinking to himself. Back then, it took me 5 days to comprehend the second stance, yet this kid only needed 5 seconds. System announcement. 1 minute, 10 seconds. Changxiao smugly added another stroke to the sword, reaching the third stance. The power was now exploding. Changxiao stomped his foot, and the road surface couldn't withstand the aftershock, cracking into a large pit. He said, "No, this is still too slow." Changxiao's eyes lit up. He flipped upside down, raising it to the 8th stance, with tremendous power erupting. Elder Ma awkwardly spoke up. Family head lie, this kid must have practiced the 9-fold ripple sword. Otherwise, he followed his movements, continuing. This speed of comprehension is too monstrous. System announcement. 1 minute 30 seconds, he inquired. Young Sect Master, why did you stop at the 9th stance? Or rather, did you only manage to practice up to the 8th stance before? The system reported continuously. 1 minute 35 seconds. 1 minute 38 seconds. Changxiao was enveloped in primordial energy. Qing Yang exclaimed in disbelief. This aura is sword intent, he shouted. The people around discussed. Impossible. He actually entered the sword intent realm. Could it be that he has heaven-defying luck? In the past, all sword cultivators, no matter how hard they tried their whole lives, never had such an opportunity. Elder Ma yelled, "Order!" He ordered everyone. This kid has entered the sword intent realm, comprehending the sword path. This is an opportunity that can't be begged for. Don't let the noise disturb him. Changxiao replied. Old man, turns out you're not so bad after all. He stopped swinging the sword, glanced at him. Then next, please try the power of this move. The system counted down in the final minutes. 1 minute 50 seconds. Changxiao pointed the sword at Elder Ma because apart from him, there probably wasn't anyone here who could withstand it. At this moment, the sword emitted immense power. Changxiao swung his arm and slashed down, the wind pressure shaking the entire area. System count. 2 minutes. The force rushed straight towards Elder Ma. He took his stance to receive the move. Elder Ma stood in a fighting stance. He unleashed a powerful attack, creating a huge destructive force with just one blow, leaving a huge mark on the ground. Family head Li stood behind him, his face clearly humble. Elder Ma, that sword just now was indeed the 9th stance. Elder Ma's face became terrifying, commenting. The power of that sword just now is not inferior to a mortal-grade martial technique. Elder Ma turned around, shook family head Li violently, and said loudly in his face, "It's definitely the 9th stance, even stronger." He raised his fist, his mind filled with excitement and pride, being able to comprehend and evolve such an amazing martial technique in just 2 minutes. Elder Ma bowed to Changxiao, exclaiming, "Young Sect Master, this old man is convinced, completely impressed." Changxiao humbly replied, "You flatter me." A small person on the roadside ran while complaining, "Damn it, my tent was destroyed by the sword energy." Elder Ma raised his face, respectfully making his request. "This old man has an excessive request. It's just that in recent years I have been cultivating a kind of mental technique, but I encountered a bottleneck when cultivating to the 4th level, and I can't break through. I hope young Sect Master can spare some time to give me some guidance." Family head Li and his subordinates exclaimed in surprise. A martial master realm expert? Another person was also surprised, his face full of doubt. The 5th-rate Azure Mountain Sect elder. They looked at Changxiao again. He had silver hair, one side tied up, cold eyes. Those people couldn't believe their eyes. They were whispering and asking for guidance from a 9th-rate Sect Master. Changxiao smirked. Your condition is not unreasonable. If Elder Ma is willing to say the incantation of the mental technique, this Sect Master can give it a try. The onlookers listened to the conversation between the two, their faces full of judgment. Elder Ma was overjoyed, his eyes shining brightly. The mental technique that has given Mamu sleepless nights for several years, yet today just listening to a few words from young Sect Master, it's like a thunderclap of understanding. Changxiao looked satisfied and proud. He instructed, "Just follow my advice. Go back and cultivate for a month or two, and you will definitely break through the bottleneck and enter the 5th level." Immediately, Elder Ma prepared to rush home to cultivate. While running, he turned his head back. "Young Sect Master, I suddenly remembered that my wife is cooking dog meat today. I have to go back immediately. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay you generously." There were a lot of spectators listening to the story of the two people. After Elder Ma left, one person raised his hand. "Young Sect Master, Can you give Chen Mu some guidance in martial arts? The others also rush to compete. Yes, young sect master. Can you give me some guidance? I will pay. Even a martial master realm expert can be guided. So my small problem will only take a few minutes of your time. A card appears. Insightful charm. 5 minutes 4 seconds remaining. Changxiao seizes the opportunity, a scheming look on his face. Plenty of time left. So, seduced by the power of money, he agrees and shouts, "No problem!" But each question costs 100 taels. Despite the hefty price tag, everyone scrambles. I'll buy! I'll buy! Me too! Changxiao even hangs up a sign. Immortal Sect. No haggling for small business. Li Xingyang is also managing things, handing out queue numbers while reminding people. Payment received! Please take your number and wait in line. A yellow-clad youth pops his head out of the line, looking around. Damn, how long will we have to wait with this many people? Gotta find a way. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind sends shivers down his spine, his face turning pale. It's Tian Tian. She walks up to the youth, sternly warning. No cutting in line. Repeat offenders die. He can only tremble and reply, yes ma'am. Changxiao, meanwhile, is holding a stack of 500 taels, waving the money in the air, leaning back in his chair, legs crossed. A citizen thanks him. Thanks to sect leader Jun's advice, I've gained enlightenment. Changxiao gleefully thinks. I can earn money and learn these guys' martial arts techniques. Win-win. He's still holding the stack of cash, grinning from ear to ear. Next, he calls out. A man with a thick beard speaks up. Sect leader Jun. Then, the Lia family head respectfully asks for guidance. Lai is also facing a dilemma, hoping sect leader can offer some insight. Changxiao replies. Small matter. 1,000 taels. The Li family head is furious, his face flushed. Everyone else is paying 100. Why am I paying 1,000? Sect leader Jun, explain yourself. Besides, I entrusted my only son to you for training. Logically speaking, Changxiao stands up, grasping the Li family head's hands in delight. Oh, you're the father of my junior disciple? Then discount time. 1 tael. Everyone else is stunned. Why such a big discount? Unfair. We object. We want a discount too. Changxiao gives the crowd a challenging look. This is a perk exclusively for family members of my sect's disciples. Any objections? The once aggressive crowd is now intimidated into silence. A bunch of guys jostle and shove, clamoring, Sect leader Jun, my daughter wants to join the immortal sect. Sect leader Jun, my daughter too. My son is one of the top 2,500 handsome men in Xinjiang City. Please accept him. A calculating smile creeps onto Changxiao's face as he calls out to Tian Tian and Xingyang. The two arrive at Changxiao's side, and he orders, let the recruitment begin. Dark clouds gather in the sky, the weather turning gloomy as birds fly away. On the other side, Changxiao is diligently stamping papers, his face pale. He sighs wearily. I'm exhausted. Only managed to recruit 10 medium-grade spiritual roots and 40 ordinary ones. The rest are all low-grade trash. Looks like this 100 sects recruitment is only going to yield this few good seeds. Stat sheet. Sect members 21 100ths. Sect contribution points 28 100ths. Sect members 53 100ths. Sect contribution points 30 100ths. Sect members 90 100ths. Sect contribution points 97 100ths. Changxiao is still clutching the stack of money, his eyes darting around. Main sect mission within 100 years. Make the immortal sect the strongest sect in the Starfall continent, with 100,000 disciples. Failure to complete within the time limit will result in the host's soul being scattered and extinguished. At this rate, recruiting 100,000 disciples is totally doable. The stat sheet reappears. Sect members 100/1. System warning. Sect member limit reached. Warning. Forcibly recruiting more disciples will result in severe penalties. Changxiao is pissed, muttering, what the hell? Only allows me to recruit 100 people. Another stat sheet pops up. Sect level. 9th rate sect construction. Level 1 sect members 100/1 sect contribution points, 107 100ths, sect achievement points. None sect missions. None. Changxiao wonders. Why are there 2 more lines now? What are sect missions and achievement points? Suddenly, the system speaks up. Hearing the host's inner thoughts, the system shows mercy and provides a free explanation. To remove the 100-person limit, disciples need to be sent to complete sect missions. Completing missions grants sect achievement points. Only with enough achievement points can the sect member limit be expanded. He collapses to the ground in exhaustion, lamenting, I screwed myself over. I was so happy for nothing. Damn you, system. Suddenly, a pair of yellow boots appears. The person asks, Are you Jun Changxiao? He answers. The man gives a sinister smile, his long goatee swaying as he says threateningly, Daring to beat my Spirit Spring Sect's disciples? Without making amends, the man, with his tan skin and curly hair, exclaims, How can we let you leave peacefully? The surrounding people immediately recognize him. Someone shouts, It's Spirit Spring Sect Elder, Wei Yinu. People recall the scene of a disciple painfully wearing a sign that said, Spirit Spring Sect, spare me. People around murmured to each other. Last year, a disciple from an 8th-rate sect dared to beat a disciple of Spirit Spring Sect. As a result, the sect leader of the 8th-rate sect personally crippled the disciple's cultivation, expelled him from the sect, and compensated a lot of silver. Having learned the man's identity, Changxiao calls Qingyang over and whispers, "Qingyang, isn't Spirit Spring Sect a 9th-rate sect? Why are the other 8th-rate sects so afraid of them?" Qingyang immediately explains Changxiao's doubts. Sect leader. Because the sect leader and elders of the Spirit Spring Sect all come from the 5th-rate sect, Pure Spring Sect, so everyone is very wary of them. The Spirit Spring Sect probably has 4 strong people, and that Wei Yinu is one of them. He smiles widely, looking down at Changxiao with an arrogant and provocative expression. "So you know how powerful my Spirit Spring Sect is? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Cripple your own cultivation. Leave all your money, and then you can get lost." Suddenly, the system's voice appears. Ding! The first sect mission has appeared. As the strongest sect, how can we endure the Spirit Spring Sect elder causing trouble? Except an elite-level sect mission. Remembering the scene of him defeating and trampling someone under his feet, Changxiao sighs. Well, looks like you're an elite-level small fry. You trash disciples dared to mess with our female disciples. A few kicks from these 4 sect leaders is already letting you off easy. After Changxiao's taunts, Yinu's eyes widened, blood vessels popping, ignoring the elder's expression. Changxiao keeps roasting. Nobody dares to lick my face asking for justice. Yinu is now straight up raging, his face darkens, magic swirling around his hands. He retorts, "You calling who a nobody? You tired of living? Step into the grudge arena and duel me if you dare." Faced with Yinu's challenge, Changxiao doesn't seem scared at all, his face still smug. But Qingyang is getting anxious, he worries. Sect leader, he's at the 12th level of Kai Mai realm, plus the grudge arena is a fight to the death. Qingyang's words seem to excite Changxiao even more. He smirks with interest. Is that so? His eyes gleam with interest, a smile spreading across his face, and red magic starts flowing around him. Changxiao confirms. Saves me a whole lot of trouble then. That day, the sky was still blue. White clouds still floated above. At the arena, a huge crowd surrounds the arena. They're curious to see the fight between Changxiao and the Lingquan sect elder. The crowd gossips. The sect leader accepted the challenge so easily. Changxiao kicks Yinu in the gut. Qingyang and Tiantian are watching from below. Qingyang asks, "Could his realm already be Wu Tu, senior?" Tiantian replies, "Wu Tu my ass, he's only at the 5th level of Kai Mai." Then Yinu lands a punch straight to Changxiao's head, slamming his face into the ground. Seeing this, Qingyang's expression isn't great. He turns and asks, "So, did the sect leader leave any last words?" Up above, the two are standing on the arena. They stare at each other. Yinu confidently taunts, "Kid, if you knew what's good for you, you'd turtle up. Maybe I'd show mercy and spare you, but you stepped into the arena, so get ready to die." He then flexes, showing off his bulging muscles. He brags, "Might as well tell you, my main cultivation is my physical body." Immediately, Yinu throws a punch at Changxiao, fighting as he continues. "Don't need any martial skills, can shatter a 2,000-pound boulder with one punch." Changxiao doesn't show any fear or surprise at Yinu's power. He calmly asks, "So, you done yapping?" Annoyed by Changxiao's attitude, Yinu doesn't say another word, throwing himself into the fight. His punch carries magic power, the fist getting closer and closer to Changxiao. Yinu's fist stops on Changxiao's chest, the veins on his hand bulging. Only then does he slowly smile, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Oh, we're starting already?" Changxiao's strange action surprises Yinu immensely. His mouth hangs open in shock, not moving an inch. What kind of martial skill is this? His eyes sharpen, a faint golden glow appearing at the corner of his eye. Changxiao's entire body is covered in reflective golden characters. He waves his hand, answering, "Golden Bell Shield. You never heard of it?" Standing below, watching the fight, Qingyang turns to ask Tiantian, "What level is this martial skill of the sect leader?" "Never heard of it before." "Don't tell me it's a martial skill of the immortal sect, passed down from ancient times." Tian's face is cold as ice. Her expression never changes from beginning to end. She replies nonchalantly, "I think there's a high chance the sect leader is just bullshitting, but gotta admit." Looking at her sect leader's smug smile, Tian speaks again. "He really does have a lot of secrets others can't see through." His exterior might look calm, but inside, Changxiao is screaming and trembling. "The enemy's using high-end gear, this is dangerous." Turns out he used a major talisman to block the attack. But only he knows, Changxiao thinks. "Lucky I was quick to use the damage resistance talisman from the newbie pack, otherwise I'd be 6 feet under from that impact." Yinu is getting super frustrated, his face darkens, and he shouts, "Don't care what kind of demonic martial skill it is, if one punch doesn't work, I'll throw more." Yinu then throws a series of punches at Changxiao with extreme speed, but with the damage resistance talisman, he still stands still. Standing under Yinu's punches, Changxiao smirks tauntingly. "Use more strength, maybe you can wrinkle my clothes." He's really pissed off, using all his strength to attack Changxiao, but still can't even touch his hem, so pissed off that his face is covered in popping veins. He scowls, muttering, "What kind of defensive martial skill is this? This is scary." The surrounding ground has been shattered into pieces under Yinu's attacks, but Changxiao is still standing there, completely unharmed. Qing Yang, witnessing from below, also admires Changxiao. With such a strong martial skill, the sect leader is invincible. At this point, Yinu grinds his teeth. "Kid, you forced me to use my ultimate move." Yinu channels his power into his hands, a golden light enveloping his fists. Yinu says as he makes his move, "You should feel honored to die." Changxiao isn't afraid in any situation, his face still smug, his voice full of teasing. "So you're a Dragon Ball fan, huh? Not only does your appearance resemble a frizzy-haired Sha Wujing, but even your ultimate move is Kamikak." Below the stage, Qing Yang seems to have realized something, his expression serious, muttering, "This stance," he immediately shouts. "Sect leader, dodge." That's the Holy Spring Sect's exclusive martial skill, Pham Pham Trung Jiai, named Quang Hui Van Quan Toi Luong Kim, Thach Quyen Lin Thuk. Yinu is still vigorously preparing to attack Changxiao, while he doesn't seem worried at all, still teasing, "This move's name, so is the Holy Spring Sect leader named Son Goku." Seeing Changxiao still talking, Yinu smiles, his face looking dangerous. He confidently challenges, "You still have time to joke around when facing a martial skill of this level." Then, Yinu unleashed two fists, his whole body enveloped in a large golden circle, shouting, "Kid, go die!" Radiant brilliance of myriad armies, shattering golden stone, spiritual strike! Changxiao, who was busy listening to Qing Yang, turned to look at Yinu, his face still unfazed. He raised one hand, and Yinu's attack shattered. At this moment he even wondered, "How the hell can you remember such a long-ass name?" "Sorry, accidentally broke it." Yinu's mouth gaped open. His eyes rolled back, he couldn't believe his eyes or ears. Accidentally broke it. Qing Yang below also craned his neck, mouth agape, eyes wide. Tian Tian calmly commented, "As expected, he has many secrets." The spectators in the audience were also stunned. No one could believe their eyes. One person asked, "Scarface, am I dreaming? Isn't Sect Leader Jun's Golden Bell Shield a high-grade mortal artifact?" Changxiao smiled, secretly pleased. As expected, products from the system are trustworthy. He challenged Yinu, "If you have any other ultimate moves, hurry up and use them all." Yinu staggered. The ground was shattered, his face darkened. "If you still have the strength to talk, Elder Wei." Below, many people watching the fight were shouting and cheering. Elder Wei is screwed. Although mid-grade martial arts are strong, they also consume a lot of spiritual energy. Sect Leader Jun, keep it up. Yinu laughed self-deprecatingly, his expression still resolute. "If I'm screwed, you're screwed too." He summoned a large blade in his hand, saying, "You think I only have martial arts?" Yinu took out a huge blade. The hilt was golden, surrounded by red magical rays. Changxiao looked at the blade in Yinu's hand, the corners of his mouth still smiling, thinking, unexpectedly, he also has a spatial item. Moreover, notice the character Fan engraved on the hilt of the blade. Changxiao commented, "This blade was forged by Fan Dashi, a young man with a black bun." Yinu recounted, "Fan Dashi, one of the top forging masters on the continent. All kinds of magical artifacts have been forged by him. From swords, blades, chains, mirrors, and tens of thousands of other types. He has forged thousands upon thousands of weapons in his lifetime, each one being regarded as a treasure by martial artists on the continent." The blade that Yinu was holding was very large and sharp. He bragged, "I had to spend a lot of money to own this blade, and I have always regarded it as my life." Raising the large blade directly at Changxiao, his face smug. "Today is the first time it is revealed in front of others." Although Yinu's strength and threat were great, it didn't mean that it would scare Changxiao. He still indifferently criticized, "Hey, I see many nicks on the blade. Did you accidentally buy expired goods?" Yinu's mouth gaped open at Changxiao's frivolous attitude. He roared, "Weapons made by Fan Dashi, even with flaws, are still extremely precious, and you don't know how much I had to pay." Wielding a blade, its power was truly great. Just a wave of Yinu's hand shattered the ground. His eyes showed a dangerous glint, slightly narrowed, his voice boasting, "Golden Dragon Great Blade, mortal grade, after merging with my spiritual energy, can slay fools." Changxiao was calm, he was still very relaxed, not afraid at all. Yinu seemed to have lost his composure. "Take out your weapon, I don't want to chop someone empty-handed." Changxiao smiled, a look of contempt revealed on his face. He said, "Don't rush, I'm choosing one. I just happen to have some contribution points to spare." Then, he received a long sword from the system. The blade was blue, the hilt was purple. The screen displayed weapon information. Initial grade Han Feng sword, price 10 contribution points, purchase limit this month 4 out of 5 times. Seeing Changxiao's weapon, Yinu showed a hearty smile. Good, good, then I won't be accused of bullying a weakling." He swung his blade, his attack was very strong, called Great Desert Blade Technique. Changxiao was still busy admiring the sword in his hand. He commented, "This sword's design is not bad." Then, a cold gleam flashed from his eyes. Changxiao glanced at Yinu's attack. He said, "But I don't know how powerful it is." Swinging a sword to block Yinu's attack. 9 styles of butterfly, wave sword, sword 9. Changxiao's sword just now was unexpectedly so sharp that it cut Yinu's attack in half. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted, streaks of blood running in his eyes. Yinu's blade fell, stuck straight into the ground. Changxiao smiled. I'm very sorry, because it's the first time I've used this sword, so I didn't control my strength very well. Suddenly, Yingnu's legs buckled. His knees slammed hard on the ground. Yingnu screamed in pain. It turned out that Changxiao's sword had cut his arm in half. Changxiao's expression also showed a hint of worry, he thought. Ugh, did I go a little too hard? Just swung it randomly. Who knew it would lop off an arm? But immediately afterward, Changxiao's eyebrows furrowed. His eyes became sharp. He thought, but anyway, he wanted to kill me. Crippling him is not wrong. Yingnu collapsed to the ground, his arm thrown to the side. The ground was also split in half by Changxiao's sword. Changxiao turned and left, pondering in his heart. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will definitely repay it 100 or 1,000 times over. Passing by, Tian Tian and Xingyang with admiring eyes. Changxiao called out, Tian Tian, Xingyang, let's go, back to the undying sect. The bustling onlookers also marveled. They whispered comments. Sect leader Jun used the 5th level of Kai Mai to defeat Elder Wei at the 12th level. This is not a defeat but a crush. Several other people began to discuss. I don't know if the undying sect can withstand this storm. The Spirit Spring sect will definitely go crazy. The sky was still blue. Changxiao's group had gone out to the city gate. Suddenly, Changxiao stopped and looked back at Xingyang, saying, Xingyang, once we get to the BU sect, it'll be hard to see your parents again. I'll give you time to go home and spend time with them. Just report to the sect in 10 days. But Xingyang didn't turn back. He told Changxiao, my father received guidance from the sect leader, so he should be in seclusion right now. Going back is pointless, Changxiao replied. In that case, you can come with me and Tian Tian. At this moment, Xingyang suddenly smiled and said, Sect leader, this disciple has an unreasonable request. Xingyang thought of the girl he loved, his face flustered and shy. This disciple wants to bring someone with him to the BUXU sect. Someone this disciple is deeply in love with. Changxiao's face held a teasing smile. He covered his mouth and mocked. Deeply in love? Is it a guy or a girl? Changxiao's reaction made Xingyang a little embarrassed. He stammered. Of course it's a girl. Thinking of the person he loved, Xingyang's heart blossomed with flowers. He said softly, she is someone with ordinary talent and a poor background. The three were still standing in front of the city gate. Changxiao continued, so you're saying this is another reason why you chose to join the BUXU sect? Xingyang lowered his head and smiled. He said softly, yes, sect leader. Sects like the Kanshan sect wouldn't allow disciples to bring outsiders up the mountain. Changxiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and veins popped out on his face. He replied to Xingyang, in that case, I agree. You can bring that girl with you. After all, the BUXU sect is currently lacking people to manage miscellaneous tasks. Putting on an angry expression, Changxiao grabbed Xingyang's collar. He scolded, you're only 16 years old? And you're already talking about love? Isn't that too early? Have you considered the feelings of this sect leader? A single dog? Do you believe this sect leader will burn your house down? The three stood in front of the huge city gate for a while. Changxiao roared, go pick her up now! Xingyang turned around but couldn't find her. He only saw a letter with the words, to my dearest, Xingyang. He came before Changxiao and Tian Tian and explained. She doesn't want to delay this disciple's future. She left a letter and left. Changxiao also consoled. If she is, as you say, with a poor background and ordinary talent, then choosing to quietly leave you is the best decision for both of you. Xingyang's expression gradually darkened, his face pensive and lost in thought. With a suspicious look, Xingyang asked Changxiao, sect leader, do you also think she's not worthy of me? He quickly explained, it's not what I think, it's what she thinks. Having lost the one he loved, Xingyang was determined. When I become a powerhouse, no matter where she is, I will definitely bring her back. Then, in front of the entire world, I will tell her that if anyone is unworthy, it's Lin Xingyang who is unworthy of her, not her who is unworthy of me. Changxiao looked at him and smiled, his eyes serious. I praised Xingyang, you have ambition. Then I will be the one to help you become a powerhouse. Xingyang's eyes teared up, he said emotionally. Sect leader. Standing in front of the BUXU sect, it turned out to be a dilapidated house. The sign even fell down. Tian Tian and Xingyang's expressions were disgusted and confused. Xingyang asked cautiously, is it too late for this disciple to leave the gang now? Changxiao had to speak up to reassure the two disciples. Don't rush. We earned a lot of silver today. After a few days of repairing the sect, it'll be great. In front of the sect gate, there was a kid watching this scene. Changxiao was so angry he wanted to explode. Pissing! He raised his sword and wanted to rush towards the kid, but Xingyang hugged him back. You little brat, daring to piss in front of my BUXU sect. This sect leader will castrate you. The kid ran away in fear, crying as he ran, Mommy, there's an uncle bullying me. Wait, who are you calling uncle? I'm not even 20 yet, stop right there. Doing his best to calm down after the shock just now, Changxiao breathed evenly and stepped through the sect gate, waving his hand at the two disciples while making excuses. Alright, this lofty sect leader won't bother with a child, let's go in. The sign hanging above suddenly fell down, hitting Changxiao on the head, making a crisp sound. Furious beyond words, Changxiao pulled out his sword and pointed it at the sect but was pulled back by Xingyang. You piece of trash, I'll chop you into pieces, Xingyang pleaded. Sect leader, calm down. This is our BUXU sect sign. The Chenya in BUXU sect was also dilapidated. Changxiao offered a solution. Right now, our top priority is, Changxiao had a white cloth wrapped around his head. Continue to repair the sect, and replace all these broken windows with new ones. He sat on a chair, holding a stack of money and ordered, "Qingyang, I'll leave this to you. Be sure to complete the task well." Then he hurried away, complaining as he walked. "Suddenly I have a headache. I'm going back to my room to rest first." The two disciples helplessly watched his back. Tian scolded softly. "Slippery!" She turned to Qingyang and said, "I think the name, uncle, sounds better than Jun Changxiao. Why does the sect leader seem unhappy?" Changxiao's expression was very unhappy at this moment. A few days later, the BUU sect was under renovation. Many workers are starting to build the sect. Some laying bricks, some carrying wood. Changxiao propped his hand on his face. He observed the renovation process and commented in his heart, "The renovation progress is not bad. As expected, I was very wise to leave this to Qingyang." He looked down at the small green bottle in his hand, satisfied. "Then, I can rest assured and cultivate." The green bottle was placed in a glass bottle. Information about the medicine. Talent improvement pill. After use, talent increases by 1 level. Note: only effective for people with DH talent or lower. Price 50 contribution points. Without hesitation, Changxiao put the bottle to his mouth and drank it all. Considering, talent determines the speed of cultivation and the limits of realm. First, help this trash body have a solid foundation. After drinking the medicine, the spiritual roots in Changxiao's body shone. A ding sounded, and the low-grade spiritual roots turned green, looking like a crystal. The system announced, "Congratulations, host's spiritual root talent has increased from DH to mortal grade. With the increase in talent, basic cultivation also increased. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to the 7th level of the Kai Mai realm." Around Changxiao at this time was red magic surrounding him. He looked at the magic with a smug face. Meh, this is the benefit of increasing talent. If the system has pills to increase from mortal grade, then it should also have pills to increase from mortal grade to intermediate grade. However, the 7th level of the Kai Mai realm is not enough to deal with the revenge of the Lingquan sect. He looked down, a smile creeping across his face. He asked, "System? Any way to break through faster?" System immediately chirped. "Contribution points. 47/100ths. Exchange for cultivation? Warning. All contribution points will be consumed." Without hesitation, Changxiao slammed that YES button. System announced, "Contribution points. 47/100ths to 0/100ths. Ding ding ding. System screen. Host has broken through to Qi refining stage 8. He cackled with glee. "This power!" Changxiao wound up and punched the wall. Crack! A spiderweb of cracks appeared. A huge hole appeared, and a voice whined, "Sect leader, your punch!" Debris rained down on Qingyang's head. Qingyang, covered in dust, pointed at his ledger. "Needs another 200 silver to rebuild." Changxiao, the Chad, tossed a stack of silver notes to Qingyang. "Here, it's all yours. I'm going into seclusion. Don't want to cause more trouble." Qingyang calmly accepted. "Rest assured, sect leader. This disciple will ensure everything is perfect before the other disciples arrive." 3 days later, the sun was shining. The door creaked open. Changxiao strolled out. "That spirit concentration chant I totally yoinked from Elder Changshan helped stabilize my trash tier spiritual roots. Spirit absorption is way better, but still gonna take months to reach meridian condensing." Changxiao's eyes widened. He gazed upon the marble staircase, the bonsai rock gardens, and the classically tiled walls. He was stunned by the sect's glow-up. Changxiao gasped at the lake, pavilions, and general opulence. "This place is like a freaking Senkyo." He yelled at the palace-like buildings, fake mountains and pavilions. "This is my undying sect." Qingyang walked over, seeing Changxiao's dumbfounded face. "Sect leader, are you satisfied?" Changxiao gave a double thumbs up. "Satisfied? Dude, I thought I got isekai'd into a frickin' royal palace." Qingyang smirked. "Allow this disciple to show you the front courtyard and the training grounds." He clutched stacks of silver notes and ledgers, announcing, "And I'll give a detailed report on the repair costs and remaining funds." Changxiao stared at the ledger and remaining 3 notes, and started ugly crying. "Qingyang, I thought we had, stacks of silver notes a few days ago. Now there's just 3? Qingyang explained. "A few thousand silver for pocket change isn't exactly extravagant. And this disciple wanted to renovate the inner courtyard as well, so it cost another 4,000 silver." Changxiao wept rivers. "A few thousand for pocket change? My contribution points are gone, and now only 3 silver notes remain? I'm freaking broke?" A wail echoed through the sect. The returning disciples saw the upgraded sect and gossiped. "Our sect's got some serious high-class vibes now." Changxiao cursed inwardly. "Damn right it's high class. Cost me almost 10,000 silver." He asked, "Why are there only 20-ish people? Where are the other disciples?" A disciple carrying luggage answered, "Sect leader, some senior and junior brothers live in remote areas, so their travel is difficult. They may be a little late." A pair of shaky legs stumbled into the sect. The person croaked, "Save? Sect leader, save me." Everyone stared, confused. The strange man took another shaky step and tripped on the front gate's threshold. Before the disciple could faceplant, Changxiao and Qingyang used their light body skill to catch him. Qingyang stared at Changxiao's movements, sweating bullets. Wait, what? Wasn't the sect leader at Shi refining stage 5? How is he faster than ME? The disciple handed a letter to Changxiao, trembling. Sect leader. A group of 30 disciples were ambushed by mountain bandits on the way here. Junior brothers were captured. Changxiao gritted his teeth. I understand. Go rest in the inner courtyard. He clutched the letter. Dare to kidnap the Undying Sect's disciples? The letter read. Bring all your assets to Black Mountain in 3 days to ransom the hostages, or we'll kill them all. Changxiao saw the ultimatum. His face darkened, and he ripped the letter to shreds. They got a death wish. Changxiao, wearing sneakers, radiated killing intent. Qingyang yells a warning. Sect leader, there's gotta be at least 200 bandits on Blackwind Mountain, and the boss is supposedly in the martial arts realm. He's worried for Changxiao, thinking he can't do it alone. Let me go with you. But Changxiao shuts him down. You guys stay and guard the sect, that's an order. He flexes his sect leader status, radiating confidence. I'm Jun Changxiao, not some manga jobber who talks big then dips. I said Blackwind Stronghold is disbanding today, no need to wait 100 years. Blackwind Mountain is treacherous AF, complex terrain, mountains on mountains, the perfect hideout for outlaws living outside the law. 2 bandits are guarding the gate. The silver-haired one turns to his buddy. Lu Ge, am I seeing things? Someone actually dares to come to Blackwind Mountain. Silverhair watches Changxiao walk up the steps, scoffing. Looks like some frail scholar. Probably a rich kid here for sightseeing. He raises his blade, threatening. Boy, you gonna hand over all your valuables, or do I gotta frisk ya? He grins evilly. Just a heads up, if I frisk you, you'll end up in 8 pieces. Hand it over, and you get to keep your whole body. Changxiao, face dark with murderous intent, asks, Is your boss on the mountain? The 2 bandits laugh, especially Silverhair. The boss? You dreamin'? Changxiao snaps, overflowing with killing intent, and cleaves the silver-haired dude in 2. I'm only asking once. The black-haired bandit gulps, trembling. The leader is on the mountain. Changxiao, full of self-assuredness, says, Tell him. The sect leader of Everlasting Sect is here to redeem his people. The scene shows a wild, rugged mountain range. Ahead is a crude but sturdy wooden fence, hastily built but solid. Inside Blackwind Stronghold, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes throughout the camp. Several bandits surround Changxiao. A loud shout comes from the gate. The boss says, since you're a sect leader, he'll make an exception and meet you. Following the rules of the pugilistic world, we're not allowed to chop you into bits right now. Changxiao thinks. This stronghold is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the only entrance is heavily guarded. No wonder the authorities and other sects can't touch them. The creaky gate opens. Changxiao, unfazed, surveys the scene. The thwack of brutal torture fills the air, figures tied to wooden stakes enduring heavy lashes. A bandit drinks blood from a skull, emphasizing the cruelty and oppression of Blackwind Stronghold. The atmosphere shifts to the head honcho standing on a high platform, radiating intense killing intent. Changxiao glances around, assessing. Those 8 are probably the elite monsters of Blackwind Stronghold. Each of them has the strength of at least 12th level of the opening Meridian realm. He then eyes the one sitting smugly on the chair. And this mini-boss is definitely in the martial arts realm. The boss says, Sect leader Jun graces us with your presence. What an honor for Blackwind Stronghold. Changxiao glances at him unenthusiastically. The strength of a martial arts practitioner is equal to 10 12th level opening Meridian cultivators, if he also has high-level martial arts. Holy crap, the pressure is kinda intense. He regains his composure, speaking solemnly. This sect leader doesn't like to beat around the bush. I'm here to bring my disciples back. The head honcho is blunt. I, Zhu Tianba, won't mince words either. 100 taels per head. He says, over 30 people, so let's round it down to an even 3,000 taels. The others chime in. Kid, you should feel lucky. Blackwind Stronghold usually charges 200 taels a head, no haggling allowed. Changxiao counters. How about this? I'll offer 1 tael. He becomes strangely confident. You release my people, kneel down and apologize, and that 1 tael is for rent for Blackwind Stronghold. The red curtain tears and falls apart. Zhu Tianba says. Sect leader Jun, do you think this is a joke? Trying to bargain with me? He snaps his fingers. From the shadows, 2 pairs of feet slowly emerge. A bandit drags a bound disciple into the hall. The disciple, pitifully tied up, pleads. Sect leader, save me. Changxiao is shocked by the scene, breaking into a cold sweat. The bound disciple is thrown down before Zhu Tianba. Tianba gestures. Sect leader Jun, today, I, Zhu, will kill one of your disciples every minute. He grabs the poor disciple's head, threatening. That way, 1 less head, and you'll save on the ransom. The bound disciple sobs, begging. No, please don't kill me. I want to die. I'm willing to join Blackwind Stronghold. Willing to be your slave. 2 bandits laugh, mocking. Look at his crotch, he's scared shitless. This kid's got the right idea. Changxiao, seeing this, thinks angrily. Mistake! I never expected to recruit such a trash disciple. Tianba cleaved the poor disciple's head, laughing. Sect leader Jun, no problem if Zhu here deals with this kind of life-fearing trash, right? Changxiao's face turned black, silent. System notification. Sect members 99 100ths. Changxiao spoke up. I have an opinion. The green-haired bandit beside him chuckled, seemingly angry at his own house. So he barked at Changxiao. The leader helped you deal with a disciple afraid of death. You should be grateful. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils contracted. Suddenly he froze. A rustling sound. No idea when Changxiao was standing beside him. Changxiao smirked. This little bro of yours dared to interrupt. No manners at all. This sect leader is helping you clean up your sect. No problem, right? The giant beard stroker roared in anger. Kid, you dare kill my ninth brother. Die! Changxiao raised his sword. The beardy guy also clenched his fist, intending to smash it straight into his head. Just as they were about to strike, a voice stopped them. Stop! Changxiao sweated anxiously, thinking, too strong. Tianba spoke up. I admit sect leader Jun's swordplay is extraordinary. Zhu doesn't want to blow things up. Go on. I currently have 31 of your disciples in my hands. Just hand over 3,200 taels, and you can take them back. Changxiao pondered, looking down on him. So, he still wants money. No wonder he could hold back. He said 1 tael is 1 tael, no bargaining. Tianba went crazy at his attitude. Don't be so unreasonable, the giant muscle flexor said. Bro, should I just kill him and strip all the money off him? Wouldn't that be faster? All the bandits shouted in unison. Yeah, leader, kill him. Changxiao thought, this big guy is a strength-based mini-boss, huh? Easy to deal with then. All the bandits shouted in unison. Sixth bro, kill him. Avenge old ninth. Smash his limbs. Hang him in front of the camp, Tianba instructed him. Old sixth, don't be careless, this kid strikes very fast. Old sixth said dismissively, fast? Let me show him what fast really is. He stomped his foot, shattering the floor. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This stance is Old Sixth's ultimate move, 7-step shadow transformation. A magical scene occurred, only to see Old Sixth's legs moving so fast they created afterimages. Seeing his movements, Changxiao panicked, thinking, crap, miscalculated, not a strength build, but an agility build. He sweated profusely, not knowing Old Sixth had already moved behind him, completely unable to see his movements. Changxiao spun around, realizing Old Sixth was right behind him, but it was too late. He had fallen into the trap he created with no escape. He smirked triumphantly, acting all condescending. Too slow. He did all sorts of taunts. Let me enlighten you on what true speed is. Facing the provocation, he patiently observed and waited for the opportunity. Above, Tianba leisurely watched the scene, praising non-stop. Not bad. Old Sixth's 7-step shadow transformation has improved a lot compared to half a year ago. The 2 guards behind him, one white and one black, also chimed in. That's right, boss. With this speed, even I would have a hard time keeping up with Old Sixth. The guy flashed a smug grin. So what if that kid's sword is fast? Can he keep up with Old Sixth's speed? The conversation inadvertently reached Changxiao's ears, causing him to sigh in disgust. Singing praises to each other? You sound like a bunch of flies. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if pointing thousands of knives at Old Sixth. Changxiao lightly swung the great sword in the air, but without any purpose. This action successfully made Chu Tianba laugh. He sneered at him. With that speed, even if he slashes randomly, he won't hit. He swore, if he can hit him, then I... Before he could finish, his face immediately changed, horrified, as if drained of blood. Yet Changxiao's sword was able to take Old Sixth's fat, goofy head. I guess even you can't control your own speed. He seemed to know everything would turn out like this and was extremely calm, only knowing how to run around, eventually stabbing himself into my sword. The death of that guy angered the rest of the group. They all roared, Sixth bro! Sixth bro! Then they all rushed forward, facing the attack from all sides. Changxiao didn't flinch, casually replying, how come you can't beat me in a one-on-one? Resorting to dirty tricks again, overwhelming with numbers. Immediately, he jumped out of position, landing successfully, escaping death. Changxiao landed safely and feigned danger. Are you forcing this sect leader to use my trump card? He eagerly pulled out the thing he just received. Something slowly appeared in Changxiao's hand, a group of knives with sharp blades, elaborately crafted. Nantu Chi Dao. But he was also secretly surprised by the knife. His face immediately darkened, cursing inwardly. The enemy returned silk. Why is it so short? It looked longer than 1 meter in the system. A fake? The goons burst out laughing, not thinking a toy knife could do anything. This toy is your trump card? I bet that thing can't even peel an apple. Tianba couldn't hide his smug grin, ordering his lackeys, seize him and loot anything valuable. Instantly, they surrounded Changxiao. He was in deep SHT. Gotta figure a way out. 4 level 12 chi refiners. No choice. He activated the power of the cyan orb blade. The system chimed in. Host has used the seal-breaking talisman X1, unsealed the Nan Qiu blade. Changxiao slowly uttered, Benkai. A surge of immense power erupted, immediately pushing back the surrounding flies. Caught off guard, they panicked, yelling, It's too bright! Where's this light coming from? Tianba wasn't an exception. Shielding his eyes, he exclaimed in horror. From that fruit knife? He slowly opened his eyes, confused, questioning himself. Could it be a high-grade weapon? One surprise after another. Out of nowhere, a sword pointed straight at his face, making Tianba scream. This is the seemingly endless long blade from that distant battlefield, a voice echoed. 40-meter long Dao. Hearing the answer, all the fight left his face, but he couldn't hide his anger. Veins popped on his face as he thought, no, the long blade isn't scary. It's this pressure. Even I can barely breathe. Changxiao casually pointed the massive blade at his terrified enemy, looking like he was about to SHT his pants. Seeing Tianba's expression, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Introducing, this is the Nanshu blade, alright? But even Changxiao couldn't help but marvel, thinking, but is 40 meters a little too long? Zhu Tianba's hands trembled. Sect Master Jun, can you please put the blade away first? With the blade pointed at his face, he panicked. Let's talk this over. This pressure is so terrifying, I can't even move. Changxiao smiled nonchalantly. Put it away? Once this sect master draws his blade, it can't be sheathed until it tastes blood. So, a cold smile bloomed on his face, his eyes sharp as knives. With a flick of his wrist, the great sword directly cleaved through two people. Say your prayers. Blood gushed from the mouths of the second and third leaders, staining their lips red. On both faces, the horror was impossible to hide. Tianba trembled all over, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his eyes radiating even more intense fear. The second and third leaders were instantly killed. He was frozen by the intense pressure, bound and unable to move on the wooden chair. Listen closely, because this seat has something I want to ask you. That is why I deliberately withdrew the threat, so you could escape this calamity. Changxiao gave Tianba a cold glance. That one blade not only sent your two capable henchmen to hell, his eyes widened, revealing bloodshot veins, but also included over 100 inhumane, beastly minions. Standing in the vast mountain stronghold, Changxiao held the 40-meter-long blade, ready to strike at any moment. He stood there proudly, gripping the great sword. Today, this seat will act on behalf of the hundreds of people in Xinjiang County, his cold eyes staring straight ahead, unwavering, on behalf of the wronged souls you've harmed. The bandits trembled like leaves. Lord, please spare us. Forgive us. Changxiao coldly replied, spare you. Would those people who were stabbed to death after their homes were burned down agree? Would those people tied to wooden stakes burned to death by fire? Would those wronged souls show mercy? Changxiao gripped the hilt tightly, determined. No. So today this seat will. His eyes narrowed coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through everything in front of him, unleashing a massacre. The blade flashed, cutting through the crowd of bandits. Changxiao stood there, holding the Nanshu blade in one hand. Chief Zhu, now it's just the two of us. He smiled, without a trace of warmth. This seat will let you run the first 39 meters. Tianba immediately knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing, creating a thunderous sound. Sect Master Jun, please spare me. This humble one is willing to escort your disciple back. He put the blade on the top of his head. Tianba kneeled on the ground, trembling, his head full of sweat with the blade on top of him. Chief Zhu, I am very curious. We have never known each other. Why did you target my immortal sect? He forced a frightened smile and stammered. I was recruited by the Linbai sect. Recently I heard rumors. Changxiao's eyes turned cold. Ha! He raised the blade, as if preparing to slash down on where Tianba was kneeling. This seat wants to hear the truth. At this moment he roared, Spirit Spring Sect, Tianba doesn't give a damn anymore. Let me kidnap your disciples and get your sect to cough up some dough. Changxiao coldly swung his blade down. Go die! The blade flashed, a powerful strike, the gleaming edge like lightning tearing through the air, instantly cleaving the entire mountain gate in two. Changxiao sheathed his blade, the long blade suddenly shortening, becoming a tiny dagger, eliminating the bandits. 226 people. Congrats to the host for completing the hidden quest, eliminating harm for the people, receiving a reward of 50 contribution points. He was surprised to hear the system notification, a reminder. After the usage time of the Nan-Shou Zidao ends, the host will enter a weakened state, lasting 30 minutes. During this time, the host becomes extremely weak. A 3-year-old could take the host's life. Changxiao immediately felt weak, his eyes began to blur. The hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? He weakly collapsed to the ground. Lucky that he had eliminated all the trash. Otherwise, Changxiao would be lying helplessly on the ground. Everyone froze, their strength seemingly exhausted. You can all rest in peace now. Li Qingyang intertwined his hands, his thumbs twisting around each other continuously. He was sitting on the steps in front of the sect gate, creating an image of anxiety, along with Lu Tiantian, who stood leaning against the main gate with her arms crossed. Shiji, what should we do if something unexpected happens to the sect leader? She leaned against the pillar, seriously speaking to Li Qingyang, whose eyes were wide as if he had just been electrocuted. Couldn't believe what he had just heard. Do you even need to ask? I'll become the sect leader, and you'll become the senior disciple. Tiantian continued to speak with her usual cold expression. And don't worry too much. That guy has many secrets. Perhaps as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes lit up with extreme surprise. The image of Changxiao safe and sound, walking step by step towards the sect. Qingyang quickly stood up, his face showing joy as he approached Changxiao. Sect leader, have you finally come to your senses? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We should report to the authorities first. Changxiao brushed past Qingyang, who stood there, his eyes filled with surprise. Qingyang, There are over 30 disciples at the foot of the mountain. Send someone to pick them up. He stood there, his eyes closed, a gentle smile on his lips. Oh right, didn't you say you wanted to renovate the inner courtyard? Changxiao tossed 2 large gold ingots towards Xingyang, whose mouth was agape, his hands quickly reaching out to catch them. Take them. His face was now full of disbelief. Disciple, gold ingots, sect leader. Could it be that you— Black Wind Camp? Changxiao smiled confidently. Black Wind Camp. He stood there turning his head slightly, a proud and confident smile. I just destroyed it casually. At Black Mountain Camp, a brutal scene appeared, smoke rising from the ruins. Corpses lay scattered in the rubble, a subordinate kneeling on the ground reporting, My lord. Based on the wounds, we can conclude that more than 200 bandits died from the same type of weapon. Also, based on the position of the cuts, it is likely that the culprit is the same person. When the subordinate finished speaking, the faceless man gave a deep smile. The same person? Looks like a formidable character has appeared in our Qingyang County. Incense smoke swirled in the air. Changxiao clasped his hands together in prayer before a memorial tablet. The future of the undying sect depends entirely on you. A tablet on which words were engraved. An incense burner placed neatly. Incense smoke gently rising from the burner, spreading in the space. System Bay. He opened the system panel, pondering. I need to prepare basic cultivation methods for them, but there are no suitable options in the store. Now the sect disciples are all ready. The system store appeared with a notification. Refresh. 10 contribution points. No choice. I have to waste 10 contribution points to refresh the store. Changxiao transformed into an ugly, disheveled figure, full of suffering, the so-called crying without tears clearly visible on his face. But this damn system said that items after refreshing are random, very likely to lose 10 points and not get what I need. Based on my past life's dog-like attributes, hard to say. His finger pressed. Agree to refresh on the system. Taking a gamble. Sect contribution points 41/100. He stood there staring at the system panel. Then his eyes filled with astonishment when he looked at what appeared. This is the system panel showing supreme grade cultivation method. Changxiao was so happy that he cried and danced. Congratulations to the host for being very lucky. The probability of opening a supreme grade cultivation method in the initial store is only 1%. Olele! A sound echoed in the sect. Tiantian, Qingyang, come to the main hall to see me. Qingyang and Tiantian stood in front of Changxiao, who was now sitting in the sect leader's seat, his face still very smug. What's up that the sect leader looks so smug? He announced with joy. This king, today this sect leader has decided to do the first big thing for our undying sect. A few moments later, Tiantian and Xingyang looked utterly surprised, both unable to comprehend. Uniforms. Changxiao held a design in his hand. I've finished designing them, Xingyang. Take this drawing and find a tailor shop with decent skills. He woke up from the surprise, stammering. But sect leader, shouldn't the first big thing be to impart the entry-level cultivation methods to the disciples? Xingyang looked puzzled, took the design and pointed at it, speaking to Changxiao, who was very dissatisfied. And why is the chest area of the uniform so exposed? Shut up, am I the sect leader? Or are you the sect leader? No suggestions allowed. He whips out a manual from his stash. The exclusive secret scripture of the Bushu sect, all prepped and ready. Smirking, he holds up the manual. Yi Jinjing. Changxiao gets serious, as the system chimes in. Host wants to swap manuals. Valid. Activating sect skill function. A panel pops up. Sect skill. Yi Jinjing, low-grade divine. He's tapping away in mid-air, leaving Qingyang and Tiantian utterly clueless. In his head, he asks the system, what's the deal with sect skills? System replies, all cold and robotic. Sect skills are exclusive to the sect leader and disciples. Outsiders can't learn or steal them. It adds, if a disciple is expelled, betrays the sect, or leaks the skill, their memories of it will be forcibly wiped. Hearing this, Changxiao's eyes light up. Damn, the copyright protection is real. Changxiao cackles. Guess I don't have to worry about my divine grade skills getting swiped. Lost in thought, Xingyang steps forward, worried. Sect leader! Sect leader! Changxiao quickly puts on his usual calm face. He smiles gently. For now, use the Yi Jinjing I created as the sect's manual. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Duplicating Yi Jinjing scripture, 99 system skills cannot be copied 10 points. Eyes wide, he freaks out. Duplicating a manual costs contribution points? Then, a white light flashes from Changxiao's hand. He smirks and commands, Qingyang, distribute these manuals to the other disciples. The manuals drop like hotcakes. But Tiantian and Qingyang are frozen, eyes glued to the weird pile. Sect leader's self-made secret manuals? Qingyang snatches a manual and flips through it, face full of awe. This profound formula is a perfect fusion. He's hooked. This Yi Jinjing blows away the mid-grade manual my dad spent a fortune on. Could it be high grade? Changxiao pats Qingyang's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. Take your time to study it. Qingyang beams. Thank you, sect leader. In stark contrast, Tiantian is side-eyeing the scene, looking conflicted. Sect leader, if it's a manual you created, and it's no better than my current cultivation method. Can I skip it? Abruptly, Changxiao leans in close, face inches from hers. Whispering in her ear, Changxiao murmurs, "If your current manual reaches the divine grade, then yeah, you can skip it." Overwhelmed, Tian blushes and turns away. We'll see about that. Seeing her reaction, he chuckles. Embarrassed, huh? Guess she's not so cold after all. Meanwhile, Qing Yang is tripping over himself. "Sect leader, help!" Changxiao walks over and untangles Qing Yang, a hint of mockery in his voice. "How did you even manage to tie yourself up?" "SMH, a bit sheepish," he replies. "Just testing the Yi Jin Jing." In another room, a manual is being flipped through. Tian is intently studying each move, thinking, "This manual looks simple, but it's actually unpredictable. It must be a genuine divine grade manual." She meditates, testing the moves. A mere chi refiner couldn't create a divine grade manual, unless the Ironbone sect is truly an ancient sect. Tian sighs in relief, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Thank God it doesn't conflict with my Taishuan Iceheart Sutra. If I cultivate both, maybe I can get my revenge soon." Changxiao's image flashes in her mind. Looks like I underestimated this Ironbone sect and its sect leader. Meanwhile, Changxiao is meditating somewhere else, looking like he just grasped something. But the seriousness doesn't last. Changxiao flops back, whining while holding up a numb leg. "System, I've been cultivating for half an hour, and my leg's dead." "What gives?" The system replies instantly. "Holt's spiritual root aptitude is too low. Even if the Yi Jin Jing is simple, it's harder for you to cultivate." Changxiao's face darkens. "So you're saying that without you, I'm not even as good as a dog?" Like a slap in the face, the system replies without hesitation. "Congratulations, host. Your deductive abilities are top-notch." He declares sternly, "If an hour isn't enough, I'll do a day. If a day isn't enough, I'll do a year. I refuse to believe I can't succeed without you." Then, Changxiao strikes a bizarre pose that looks incredibly painful. 2 days later, Changxiao emerges with dark circles under his eyes, but a bright smile on his face. "I didn't eat or sleep, but I finally managed to circulate the qi through the small heavenly cycle." The system chimes in, announcing a series of notifications. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden quest, Self-Reliance. Reward, 10 contribution points." "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden quest, Diligence over Talent. Reward, 10 contribution points." "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden quest, Independent Effort. Reward, 10 contribution points." Exhausted, he wheezes. "Looks like the system doesn't want me to rely on it too much. Good thing I put in the work." Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Qing Yang rushes in, face glowing with excitement, voice booming. "Sect leader, I just circulated the dual heavenly cycle. I feel like I'm about to break through to Qi refinement level 12. Qing Yang's boastful announcement hits Changxiao like a truck. Dual heavenly cycle? Great heavenly cycle? Qi refinement level 12? His rage boils over. He roars, "Get out, you monster!" Early morning at the BUXU Sect, a disciple is meditating intently when he suddenly yells out in excitement, proud and determined look. Opening the meridians at the basic level, finally broke through. Out of nowhere, a pillow gets yeeted straight into that disciple's face. Dude in the next bed wakes up like, "WTF?" and yells, "You dumbass! Since the sect leader dropped that Yi Jin Jing, you're the last one to break through. No shame, huh? Shut the hell up. Now go get my pillow back. GTFO. Qing Yang reports to Changxiao. Sect leader, since practicing the Yi Jin Jing, 9 people have broken through the 3rd level, 5 have broken through the 4th, and 1 has broken through the 5th in 10 days. He smiles, all happy-faced, and within 10 days, all the disciples have broken through at least 1 level. Sect leader, if word gets out that all the disciples broke through in just 20 days, the cultivation world's gonna flip their SHT. Changxiao's pruning leaves in the garden, and he calls out to Qing Yang. He smiles, glances at Qing Yang. From now on, this kind of thing is normal at BUQ Sect. As the second disciple, you gotta get used to it. The dude's stunned, impressed, and bows. "You can create this kind of technique? You're like a god." "Sorry for my outburst. I'll go arrange the next cultivation steps for the junior brothers." Then, Qing Yang turns and leaves, leaving Changxiao to chill and stretch. He smirks, thinking, no wonder it's a top-tier technique, almost a month, and everyone succeeded in meridian tempering. This sect's gonna be OP in no time, too bad. I can't exchange it for the marrow cleansing strength. Then, Changxiao's face turns worried and helpless. "Looks like I can't leave this continent." Changxiao gets pissed, clutches his head and whines. "Damn it. Gathered spiritual energy all day to temper my meridians, and still failed. It's supposed to have a 50% success rate, but why am I the only one in the sect failing? Does my trash spiritual roots look like a joke to you?" System notification. "Host, we recommend a pill that can help you." The system screen shows. Qi gathering pill increases spiritual qi condensation speed by 5 times after use. Note: only the sect leader can use this. Effective for 24 hours. Cost: 10 contribution points. Changxiao's happy with this new system pill, chooses it, and says, 5 times the qi condensation? Nice, this is the good stuff, I'll buy it. After buying the pill, he immediately pops that little blue pill into his mouth and swallows it. At this moment, the power inside him is surging, surrounding Changxiao. He laughs, feeling the spiritual energy flowing through his body, Damn, just one small cycle, and the spiritual energy's flooding in. At this rate, I'll have enough spiritual energy in no time. Changxiao sits cross-legged on the wooden bed, feeling the abundant spiritual energy, thinking, is this the absorption speed that Qing Yang and the others normally cultivate at? Feels so damn good. The system chimes in. You're overthinking it. Qing Yang has top-grade spiritual roots. The absorption speed is much faster than this. You can't even imagine how good it feels for him. Changxiao doesn't want to hear it, waves him away. STFU. A peaceful night passes. The crescent moon shines in the sky above Bu Hu Sect. Changxiao's still meditating in here, cultivating spiritual energy. His eyes, which were closed, suddenly open. Changxiao laughs, proudly feeling. Kai my realm, level 11. The system starts roasting him again. Top tier Yi Jin Jing, plus the Qi gathering pill. And you still needed 5 times the effect to succeed. This system hereby declares the host as trash among trash. Changxiao's face looks displeased because of what the system says. His eyelids droop. He turns to the system. System, the Qi gathering pill says only the sect leader can use it. Does that mean there are also pills suitable for the disciples? The system answers Changxiao diligently. That's right, because the host is suddenly smart, this system recommends a product that is quite suitable for disciples. The screen displays the words, Disciple Spiritual Qi Array, Beginner Level, Instructions for Use. Just plant it on the ground to condense a spiritual Qi array with an area of 100 square meters. Effect. The spiritual power within the spiritual Qi array is twice that of the outside, and the effect is immediate when the array is opened. Price 10 contribution points. Note. Only works on disciples, and will consume 1 contribution point after opening the array. Lasts 24 hours. Changxiao's face turns unhappy. He worries. 1 contribution point per day. This is too damn expensive. My entire fortune can only last a month. The system advises Changxiao. If the disciples get stronger, so does the sect. And then you can tell the disciples to grind points for the host to buy 5-star items. He agrees. That makes sense. I'll trust you this once. Then, spiritual power fills his palm. System notification. Host has used 10 contribution points. Received a first-grade disciple spiritual Qi array X1. The system gives Changxiao a basket of flags, along with instructions for use. Remaining sect contribution points 30/1. Instructions for use. Changxiao studies the instructions as he holds the system's flag. First, hold the start button for 3 seconds. Suddenly, a loud shout comes. Sect leader! A red-clad disciple rushes in. He yells, something's wrong. Someone's causing trouble outside the gate. Changxiao frowns, his eyes sharp. Causing trouble? Then he gives a creepy smile and asks, you mean more wild monsters have come to deliver experience? A huge foot comes flying, kicking the red-clad teenager straight in the chest, leaving a thick mark between his chest. Blood spurts from his mouth. The thug keeps stomping on him, yelling, beat him with all you've got! A beggar dares to steal the master's elixir. Aidan covers his mouth with a fan. He says contemptuously, his cultivation is SHT, but he sure can run fast, making this young master chase him all the way to this wasteland that's just got a ruined temple and getting my new silk shoes dirty. Beat him to death. While beating the guy like crazy, a voice suddenly rings out. Stop! Everyone looks up towards the voice. Changxiao and Qing Yang step out, and he declares, this is Buxu Sect's territory. If you want to fight, take that SHT somewhere else, Changxiao said. Aidan was pissed, turned around and yelled, what the hell? A tiny sect dares to chase me away? Are you stupid? Before he could finish, Changxiao's foot was already heading straight for Aidan's face. One kick sent the young master flying. The subordinate was stunned. Young master! Aidan flew back, blood spurting from his mouth, and crashed into a nearby tree. Changxiao was also dumbfounded at this moment. He muttered, WTF? What's going on? Why did I suddenly lose control and throw a kick? The subordinates quickly rushed to support the unconscious Aidan. Young master, wake up! Another one cried and warned, you even dare to hit the 3rd young master of the Ai family. Buxu Sect, huh? You're doomed. Changxiao wasn't scared. He just chuckled. Damn, is the Ai family that OP? So many people from Buxu Sect are watching this, by the way. He raised his eyebrows and asked, dare to destroy our Buxu Sect? Suppressed by Changxiao's confidence, those who were loud at first were now trembling. Changxiao thought, Mo, it seems that after the group breakthrough, the disciples know the benefits of unity better. Qing Yang pulled Changxiao and whispered in his ear. Sect leader, the Ai family, is the #1 family in Huyang City, specializing in the pill business. They supply pills to many sects, have strong financial resources, and have wide connections. Air entered Aidan's nose, and he shuddered, gradually waking up. As soon as he woke up, the first thing he did was yell, you dare to kick Aidan young master's face? I'll give you one chance to call your sect leader to kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise. Changxiao clapped his hands together, as if he just thought of something. Ah, no wonder I wanted to kick you as soon as I saw you, he continued. So the reason is because your name is Don. Hearing this, Aidan was furious. His eyes turned red, and he yelled, call Don my ass! You are Don. Call out your sect leader. This young master will definitely make him expel you from the sect. With an impossibly arrogant face, Changxiao raised his hand and stroked his hair, introducing himself. Why are you yelling? This daddy is the sect leader. Don and his subordinates were speechless after hearing Changxiao's introduction. All of them shouted in anger. Buxu sect leader? Do you think that by hiding like a tortoise and sending some random dude to trick me, I'll let it go? Changxiao reached out and grabbed Adon's collar, pulled him up, and brought his terrifying face close, growling. Are you still stupid? Your daddy is standing in front of you. Why are you still yelling that someone is a random dude? Then, he waved his hand and threw him away. Adon was thrown to the ground. He shouted, Get lost! Seeing this, the subordinates rushed over to ask worriedly, Young master, does that guy still refuse to submit? He replied, I'm fine. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Retreat! The three of them immediately carried their master and ran away. Changxiao called, Qing Yang! He turned to look at him, his voice wailing, tears flowing like a river. Could it be that I really don't have any of the demeanor of a sect leader? Qing Yang comforted. Sect leader, don't cry, you look a little bit like one. The sky became cloudy. At Buxu's sect, the person who was seriously injured earlier was lying on the bed, groaning softly. Qing Yang was examining his injuries. A total of 8 ribs were broken, and there were signs of damage to the internal organs. At most, he could only last for 2 hours. More importantly, ordinary doctors could not heal him. Suddenly, Qing Yang's eyes flashed, and his eyes became serious. He hesitated. Unless, Qing Yang stood up and offered a method. Using the elixir passed down from the ancient times of our Buxu sect, we can turn danger into safety. Tian replied. That instant recovery elixir? Do you think it's like saying you have it, and you have it? At this time, Changxiao spoke up. Actually, I have a healing pill right now. Do you think I should take it out to save him or not? At the same time, Qing Yang said yes, but Tian said no. Changxiao glanced at him and said softly, Oh, this is interesting. Qing Yang's face was worried. Saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas. Tian immediately retorted. How many people die every day in the Starfall continent? Can you save them all? Changxiao listened to their debate and smiled. Qing Yang, your kindness is very precious. Then, he stood up and walked towards the bed. But sometimes reality is cruel. Changxiao was tearful. When I gave him that pill, I didn't know its effects would be so strong. He approached and stood opposite Qing Yang. Now that I know the effect, of course, I can't casually take it out to save strangers. Qing Yang wondered. Is the sect leader regretting giving me that healing pill back then? Changxiao immediately denied. Because I saved you, you joined the Iron Bone sect and became the second disciple. If I hadn't saved you back then, that would be something I would regret. From the system space, Changxiao took out another pill, green in color, a pill that could help him recruit a disciple with outstanding talent. He approached the injured person who was trembling in pain. Hopefully, this time there will be unexpected gains. Tian was surprised by Changxiao's decision and persuaded, You want to save him? Do you really think he will be a genius like the second senior brother, that you casually save him? Unmoved by Tian's words, Changxiao gently helped him up and gave him the medicine. Who knows? I might be lucky. The pill was put into his mouth and gradually slid down his throat. Suddenly, his eyes turned completely white. He got up, coughing hoarsely. Changxiao helped him up. Kid, you know what? I almost pissed myself saving you just now. The kid looked at him. The sect leader was faster than lightning. He retreated, bowing his head and begging, Sect leader, please accept me into the Iron Bone sect. Changxiao looked stunned at this. I was going to beat around the bush a bit before asking. You're pretty straightforward. What's your name? Kneeling on both knees on the futon in the sect, he respectfully replied, My name is Xiao Zuiji, from the Xiao family of Liang City. Hearing this name, Qing Yang was shocked. You're Xiao Zuiji, the once-in-a-millennium supreme-grade spiritual roots genius. Changxiao's eyes lit up like he struck gold. About his background, Xiao Zuiji, direct descendant of the Xiao family of Liang City, Qingyang Prefecture. Raven black hair, eyes full of passion, supreme-grade spiritual roots, a genius famous throughout Qingyang Prefecture. But in the past, Zuiji was famous. Then, for some reason, his spiritual roots degenerated to a low grade, his 12 main meridians reconnected, and his cultivation was all gone. Zuiji fell from the peak to losing everything. Because his spiritual roots and cultivation declined, his fiancée brought people to break off the engagement, and even insulted him. Qing Yang carefully recounted Zuiji's life story to Changxiao. After that, the Xiao family felt very humiliated, so they kicked him out of the house, knowing what would happen next. Qing Yang? I didn't know you had such a touching voice. Changxiao seemed very excited about this person, his eyes shining even brighter. This kid, a trash MC getting his engagement broken off like Xiao Yan, huh? Turning to look at Zuiji, Changxiao grinned smugly. So I'm his grandpa now. Zuiji looked fearful. He hesitantly and timidly opened his mouth. Sect leader, will you accept a waste like me? Changxiao frowned, his eyes sharp, turning back to answer Zuiji. Of course not. He was taken aback by Changxiao's blunt answer, his voice trembling. I also know that I am not worthy to be a disciple of the Iron Bone sect. After saying that, Zuiji resolutely turned to leave. Sorry for bothering you, sect leader. Qing Yang was surprised. He immediately stopped him. Young Master Xiao, if you just stay at the Ironbone sect, under the sect leader's guidance. Changxiao's voice was cold. He said, go out the door. To the left is a cliff. If you want to die, jump off. Maybe you'll find some kind of opportunity that can take you to the top. Zuiji kept walking, without turning his head. From the moment I became trash, I already knew that I would never encounter any opportunities again, Changxiao advised, touching Zuiji's spirit. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. No one is born strong. Only those who are born wanting to become strong. Zuiji's footsteps stopped. Being insulted by your fiancé, can you bear it? He turned his head, his eyes already teary, looking at Changxiao. Being abandoned by your family, can you endure it? 2 streams of tears flowed down the young man's cheeks. Changxiao asked, don't you want to become strong to retaliate against that short-sighted woman and that cold-blooded family? Changxiao stepped forward, patting Zuiji's head. Life is unpredictable. Prosperity and decline are impermanent. Life is long. Don't rush to laugh at others. Hearing these words, Zuiji cried even more. Changxiao concluded, I've said all I need to say. If you want to scram, then scram. Zuiji clenched his fists by his sides. He knelt down, yelling, Sect leader! I want to join the Ironbone sect. I want to get back everything I've lost. Changxiao smirked. You've endured a lot. Zuiji's tears continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. Changxiao affirmed, from now on, this seat will help you regain your glory. The sky remained blue above the sect. Changxiao sat leisurely enjoying tea, muttering, helping a broken person regain their confidence. From now on, call me a mental fortitude Chad. Watching the smoke rising from the teacup, Changxiao smiled meaningfully. System message. The disciples' aptitudes are very ordinary, and now you're taking in a waste. It will affect the development of the sect. Changxiao wasn't worried. He just calmly took a sip of tea. Don't you think nurturing them into strong people is a very fulfilling thing? He looked smug. Besides, hurry up and give me a mission so I can earn another 5 points. The system screen displayed. Help Zhao Zuiji, a genius in decline, regain his confidence. 5 points. Remembering something, Changxiao asked the system. Right, including Zuiji, the sect has over 100 people now, right? Can we start the sect mission yet? The system screen immediately changed its text. The system has detected that the number of disciples in the sect is sufficient, meeting the conditions for starting the sect mission. Changxiao widened his eyes in surprise. He looked at the mission display and exclaimed, so many? His face turned angry. What are these missions? Fertilizing vegetables? The system warned. If the host is not satisfied with the mission, you can use 10 points to refresh it. Changxiao immediately changed his expression, obediently sitting down to clean. Gardening is good too. It's time for the disciples to train. Then Changxiao laughed loudly, giving the order. Qing Yang, bring the disciples here to receive their missions. The sky turned darker over the mountains next to the sect. The disciples were diligently sweeping leaves on the road. Qing Yang was dumbfounded to be assigned the task of sweeping leaves, while Zuiji was assigned to carry water. Tian's stuck writing letters for old folks. She's so not thrilled about this gig. All it took was a few words from that jerk, and now she's here penning letters. Remembering Changxiao's smug face? Nailed it. Turns out, a true emperor's cultivation starts with the most mundane BS. Orders are orders, though. Tian turns to the old dude behind her. Grandpa, what do you want to write? Huh? Can't hear? Tian cranks it up to 11. What do you want to write? Still just gets a, huh? Qing Yang's nearby, facepalming at Tian's screams echoing everywhere. What do you want to write? What do you want to write? He wants to write Jun Changxiao, you're so dead. Changxiao's chillin', then sneezes out of nowhere. Smirking, he asks the system. System, I think I'm allergic to using contribution points. Changxiao's flexing in front of a power meter, hoping these 10 contribution points are enough. System drops some knowledge. Power meters accurately measure strength. Host can use this to track your progress and your disciples. Changxiao channels his power into his fist, ready to go ham on that machine. Let's see what this thing can do. He winds up and unleashes a full-force punch. The meter's screen now sports a massive smoking crater. Current strength: 900 kg. Most Qi refining stage 12 warriors only hit 750 kg. Changxiao smirks, all cocky. Must be the Yi Jin Jing. Let me try again. Suddenly, a booming voice makes Changxiao jump out of his skin. Jun Changxiao, get your ace over here. He trembles, face turns green, and he slowly looks back. That deep, gravelly voice is recognizable from a mile away. Trouble's brewing. Tian storms over, radiating murderous intent. Changxiao, playing dumb, asks, Tian, you're back. See anyone out there? Someone with a raspy, low voice? Cold sweat drips down Changxiao's face. His terrified expression pairs perfectly with Tian's yell, Jun Changxiao. Tian's rage is off the charts. She clenches her fist, threateningly. Do you know how hard it is to scream at deaf old people until your throat's raw? Changxiao cowers before her. Oh, that was you? Chill. The whole city echoes with Changxiao's desperate cries. Give me back your sweet, cute, girly voice. Tian, not the face. Changxiao claps. Impressed. He gives a thumbs up. Figures. These clothes that I designed can show off my sect in a perfect way. Tian Tian, in a short red dress, with Qingyang's golden patterns, with the blue pants and coat. Qingyang speaks up. Sect leader, can we maybe hold off on the sect uniform talk for a sec? Eyeing Changxiao's swollen purple face, he asks worriedly. What happened to your face? Changxiao lies through his teeth. No biggie, just had a minor cultivation deviation from the Yi Jinjing. Suddenly Tian Tian is ranting. Targ Qingyang looks around, confused by the strange voice. Who's talking? Changxiao instantly turns serious and orders. Qingyang, swap out Sistar's outfit for a white one. Then he turns back, all smiles and flattery. Tian Tian, is this better now? Tian Tian's eyes are pensive. Her hands tremble with thoughts unknown. The smallest HMPH is all she can mutter. Just her face alone is enough to scare Changxiao's. He muses. This isn't just hating red. Wonder when this girl's gonna talk normally again. From afar, a voice calls, Sect leader. Changxiao perks up. Oh, it's Xiaomo. Xiaomo runs over, breathless. Sect leader, someone's here to see you. Su Xiaomo, the Iron Bones sect's third disciple. Changxiao hears this, all confidence, all according to plan. I sensed his killer intent a while back. Didn't expect him to be so polite. System task. Teach the AI family elder a lesson. Elite quest. The AI family elder stands at the sect gates, radiating killing intent. But, politely. Spotting Changxiao, the elder gives a polite smile, greeting, You must be Jun Changxiao, the sect leader of the Ironbone sect? I am I Shanke, an elder of the I family. Changxiao strides to the gate, head held high. I elders hear about I Duan getting his ass kicked, right? Shanke confirms, indeed. Changxiao shows zero fear. He smirks, eyes sharp. Your AI family was causing trouble at my sect gates, attacking my disciples. Giving him a lesson was perfectly reasonable. Shanke keeps up the polite act, countering, Oh? So the one who stole our AI family's pills is also your disciple? He slowly walks closer to Changxiao, radiating elder-level pressure. Then it's simple. Out of respect for the 100 Sect Alliance, we'll drop the pill theft issue. But since you beat I Duan... His eyes turn cold, and his smile vanishes. He emphasizes each word. Have to break one of your arms and legs. Changxiao laughs loudly, applauding. Excellent! I look forward to your guidance in the sparring ring, I elder. He throws a cocky, condescending look, and they both turn and head towards the arena. Shanke smirks, all amused, but his voice is laced with disdain. A little chi-refining punk like you dares challenge a 5th-stage martial practitioner like me? You've got balls. The Ironbone sect disciples watching start chattering. Martial practitioner? Those Black Mountain bandits? Even their boss, a martial practitioner, died at sect leaders' hands. Sect leaders got this? Hearing the disciples. Words. Shanke brings up the Black Wind bandits. His expression changes, and he looks at Changxiao with even more contempt. Even I couldn't escape from the Black Wind bandits, sect leader Jun. Are you lying to your own disciples to earn 1,000 taels of silver? Changxiao overheard this info from Elder II, and his brain instantly went. Collect 1,000 taels of gold as reward. But then he heard something earth-shattering. Long Shen is determined to eliminate bandits for rewards. Gotta hurry to Qingyang City. Shang Qi's already lost his patience, yelling at Changxiao, Brat, are you ready yet? Changxiao held up a talisman, smirking. Elder II, have you heard of Tenka Baiko, Yukai Fuha? Angrily, he affirmed, just being fast isn't enough. Shang Qi's blade flashed, instantly severing Changxiao's arm, sending it flying. His face was cold, he turned to look at him, but the truth made him freeze. Changxiao hadn't lost an arm at all, he was sitting right in front of him. Shang Qi was so shocked his jaw dropped he couldn't believe his eyes. All the disciples around were also stunned. Turns out what Elder AI chopped off wasn't Changxiao, but just a shadow of him. The shadow turned to look at Shang Qi with a taunting smile. He was now utterly shocked. Eyes glazed over, mouth gaping. Elder AI's mouth dropped, his voice trembling in panic. Demonic! Shang Qi retreated rapidly, pointing, still shouting, Evil magic! You must be using some heretical illusion arts! Changxiao's footsteps got closer and closer to Elder Ai. Then, let me get a little closer. Shang Qi's strained pupils reflected Changxiao's figure. Open your dog eyes. He flashed past behind Elder Ai, turning his face purple. See that? He reacted, turning around to slash Changxiao in half, eyes wide. What kind of demonic art is this? Changxiao raised his head, looking down at Elder Ai. Not demonic art, but footwork. Another illusion was shattered. Changxiao still appeared behind the cut. I call it phantom shadow steps. Xiaomo watching also tried to widen her eyes, wondering, is this what dog eyes look like? Looking up at Changxiao and his illusions, Xiaomo was surprised. What the hell? Why are there 3 sect leaders? Elder AI kept turning his head to find Changxiao. He realized the speed was too fast, creating illusions. He moved close to his face, grinning slyly. Then he lifted a leg, slamming a painful kick into Elder AI. Shang Qi was sent flying, kneeling on one knee. Unwilling, he raised his head, shouting, You little punk! Changxiao instantly appeared behind him again. He continued to lift his leg, kicking him hard from behind. Elder AI was caught off guard, stumbling forward and collapsing. Changxiao laughed mockingly. Though it doesn't hurt much, it's extremely insulting. He stood up straight, looking down at Shangqi at his feet, sneering. That's why I don't want to use it casually, a disciple watching the fight commented. Senior brother. If the sect leader keeps this up, victory is assured. Unable to accept the humiliation, he gritted his teeth. Impossible! I'm a 5th grade martial artist. The elder's angry eyes turned red, spitting out each word. How can I be bullied by a junior? As he spoke, he wildly slashed at Changxiao, forming a net around him. He used his speed to create illusions again, muttering softly. Shangqi suddenly heard a call in his ear. Elder! Changxiao stood in front of him, grabbing his hand. Do you think it's worth continuing to fight? At this moment, the system suddenly notified. Host has completed a side quest, receiving 50 contribution points. Sect contribution points, 74 1/100ths. Changxiao's expression softened, he realized. It seems the bigger the difference in strength, the more contribution points you get. That day at the Undying Sect, Shangqi clasped his hands, respectfully thanking Changxiao. Thank you, sect leader, for showing mercy. He stepped forward, placing his hand on Shangqi's shoulder, making him shudder in fear. Elder, my disciple stole your elixir. As the head of the sect, I'm also at fault. Changxiao's expression turned fierce. He looked at Shangqi, lowering his voice. But my disciple was also beaten half to death by Ai Gongzi. Let's call it even. Switching to a threatening gaze, Changxiao asked Shangqi's opinion. What do you think, elder? Sweat poured from his brow. He put his hands together and bowed his head. Of course, young people are inexperienced. Fighting is normal. The AI family won't pursue it. With that, the old dude turned and left, stepping down the Immortal Sect stairs. As he walked, Shangqi looked unwilling, pondering. Didn't expect the Immortal Sect's leader to be such a low-key powerhouse. Gotta report back to the family head ASAP. This guy's someone to befriend, not antagonize. Recalling Changxiao's previous speed, he feared that terrifying pace could kill a martial artist like crushing an ant. In the silent, deep forest, the teasing voices of a couple suddenly echoed. Stop touching my back, Zhang! What if someone sees us? A couple was embracing under a tree. The guy reassured her. Don't worry, Mai. This place is super secluded. I haven't seen you in days. I can't even eat properly. Then he puckered up for a kiss when a sound came from above. The guy looked up, puzzled. What's that? Changxiao was sitting on a branch, sketching them. He held the drawing out, grinning. A souvenir for you two lovebirds. No need to thank me. Carry on. Then Changxiao darted away, leaving the drawing to fall to the ground. The couple's terrified screams echoed through the air. A ghost! Changxiao was running at top speed, his face serious as he muttered. As a seasoned single guy for 2 lifetimes, my principle is, if I can't have it, I'll ruin it. Console myself for my 2 lifetimes of being single. Changxiao ran, tears streaming down his face, taking advantage of the speed talisman's effect to GTFO to the Qingyang Qingling reward. As he ran, people on both sides scattered. Changxiao bolted to Qingyang City, hoping to escape his single-dog fate. At the Qingyang City gatehouse, a guard stood watch. Changxiao rushed up, stopping in front of the guard, panting. Brother, could you please report to the city lord? The Immortal Sect's sect leader is here to visit and collect the Black Wind Fort bounty. The guard handed Changxiao a slip of paper. Take a number and wait in line. Changxiao was stunned, stammering. Wait in line? Guard, face like stone, pointed to the side. Tons of people are claiming they wiped out the Black Wind Fort. He turned around. A crowd of people were waiting at the gate, just like him. Changxiao snapped, roaring. A bunch of nobodies dare to come here for the reward? A booming voice echoed from inside. Get lost! The force of the roar sent those people flying. The others quickly fled, leaving only Changxiao behind. He thought, just a roar? And it's this powerful? This city lord's strength is higher than the elders of the Kengshan sect. Changxiao took a deep breath, gathering his strength. He yelled toward the gate. Immortal Sect's sect leader, Jun Changxiao, requests an audience with the city lord. A man's voice came from inside the mansion. I heard rumors about sect leader Jun's recruitment efforts a month ago. Sadly, I was in seclusion then, and couldn't invite you as a guest. What a pity. City Lord Ji stroked his beard, smiling. He called out, Come in! The doorframe of the room was made of light brown wood. Changxiao strode across the threshold, entering the room, and standing opposite the city lord. He sat on a chair, radiating the confidence of a family head. Seeing is believing. Sect leader Jun is indeed a talented young man. City Lord Ji's expression suddenly changed, his eyes hardening. But you said you're here for the reward? Changxiao smiled. That's right. Jun is the one who destroyed the Black Wind Fort. Immediately, Wei Yibun retorted. With your meager strength, you dare claim to have wiped out the Black Wind Fort? Absurd. Wei Yibui, sitting beside him, also sneered. In my opinion, sect leader Jun is probably short on cash, so he's brazenly come here to scam the reward money. Changxiao was speechless at their words, asking City Lord Ji, Who are these 2 venomous tongues? City Lord Shi smiled, introducing them. These 2 are elders of the Lingquan sect. Wei Yibun on the left, Wei Yibui on the right. Changxiao's eyelids drooped slightly as he thought, Lingquan sect? Looks like my nemesis has appeared. City Lord Xi's expression turned serious. He questioned Changxiao. Sect leader Jun, do you have any proof that you destroyed the Black Wind Fort? Changxiao casually put a hand in his pocket, still smiling confidently. Jun went up the mountain alone and personally slaughtered the Black Wind Fort's leader and over 200 bandits. Too bad there were no witnesses. City Lord Jie frowned, his eyes impatient. Another familiar scam. Before he could continue his nagging, Changxiao cut him off. City Lord, don't rush. Good thing I anticipated this and carefully kept some evidence. Changxiao stabbed a sharp object straight into the ground. City Lord Ji's eyes widened slightly as he recognized it. This is Zhu Tianma's weapon. Yibui looked terrified, stuttering. That's. A huge blade stood before Changxiao, the azure dragon glaive. Changxiao thought back to when he accidentally broke the blade. Lucky he had the system to repair it, and it only cost 1 contribution point. Yibun was also stunned. He looked at the blade and muttered, this green dragon blade looks exactly like the one we took from Blackwind Mountain. Could he really be the one who wiped out Blackwind Camp? No way, there must be something else going on. Shuai City Lord looked at Changxiao and politely asked, Sect leader Jun, this blade is indeed enough to prove your identity as the one who destroyed Blackwind Camp. I wonder if you could tell me a little about what happened that day. The system screen suddenly appeared, triggering a side quest to get Zhen City Lord to acknowledge the host as the one who destroyed Blackwind Camp, showing an incomplete status. Changxiao chuckled smugly. A quest to sell hot air? Right up my alley. Looks like one of the standard skills needed to be a sect leader is the art of BSING, he thought confidently. Then Changxiao turned to Xi City Lord and explained, City Lord Xie, to be honest, it would be impossible for me alone to flatten Blackwind Camp. Xie City Lord replied, so there were others helping? Zhang family looked mysterious. Changxiao smirked. Not people, but spirits. Then he continued to BS. Or rather, the spirits of the undying evil sect. Changxiao explained enthusiastically. As an ancient sect, although it no longer has the glory of the past, the spirits of the predecessors are still there. Changxiao made up an unbelievable story. In times of crisis, the predecessors possessed me, giving me absolute power. His eyes sharpened, thinking, I'm just a chi refining trash. Saying I destroyed Blackwind Camp is too far-fetched, so let's play the ancestor card. There's no way to verify this. Yi Bun and Yi Wui couldn't stand Changxiao's nonsense, and stood up and shouted, Stop talking nonsense! You're spreading false rumors! He yelled to stop him. City Lord Xi, don't believe him! He was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Perhaps he didn't believe Changxiao's absurd story either. He frowned slightly and continued, Then, Sect Leader Jun, could you perform an ancestor spirit possession once to prove it? Yi Wui stood up and volunteered. City Lord, I am willing to go to the martial arts arena and personally experience Sect Leader Jun's ancestor spirit possession. His eyes were full of provocation. Our strength is only martial disciple realm. Sect Leader Jun shouldn't be afraid to refuse, right? Changxiao asked the system. System, how much time is left on the speed-up buff? The system replied, 20 minutes. He smirked smugly and whispered to the system. Good. After I take care of these two, there's still plenty of time to run back to the sect. Under the clear skies of Qingyang City, a bamboo pole with a purple wrapping on the tip was thrust into the ground. Yi Wui and Yi Buan stood on the arena, smirking provocatively. Sect Leader Jun, blades have no eyes, are you ready? Ying Wui's eyes became sly, full of calculation. Since Blackwind Camp didn't want your life and the lives of your 30 disciples, then let me do it. City Lord Ji spoke up. Sect Leader Jun, now that you've summoned the ancestor spirit, can we begin? Changxiao held the green dragon great blade in his hand and said, Let's begin! Yi Wui rushed forward with his whip. His face was terrifying. I don't care who you are, you must die. The ground under Changxiao's feet cracked from the pressure of his steps. My name is... The blade moved as fast as lightning. Changxiao cut off Yi Wui's head in less than a second, and the introduction continued. Lightning Flash Hero! Changxiao's eyes were cold and murderous. He turned his head to look at Yi Wui's head leaving his body. Elder Vini, you scum colluded with Blackwind Camp, robbing and killing innocent civilians. Did you think about this day? Shy City Lord was stunned and blurted out, Too fast! Yi Bun was also trembling, his face pale. Changxiao quickly appeared behind him, appearing unexpectedly behind Yi Bun, scaring him so much that he couldn't react. He slashed him, and blood spurted out of Yi Bun's body. Changxiao opened his mouth. Anyone who wants to kill me has only one path. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Death! One of Yi Bun's arms flew off his body. Changxiao said, City Lord Xie, please send someone to clean the arena. He turned away, leaving a large pool of blood on the field. A gold ingot was tossed into the air, creating a very impressive scene, with light reflecting off the gleaming gold bar. Jun Changxiao caught the gold ingot with one hand, smiling. City Lord, then I won't be polite about this 10,000 taels. His eyes became sharper, squinting, and he began to think. The storage ring contains all the assets of Blackwind Camp. Now with this reward money, I can be considered a newly rich tycoon. Xie City Lord clasped his hands in front of his chest, a gesture of sincerity. Today, on behalf of the people of Qingyang County, I thank Sect Leader Jun for eliminating Black Wind Camp and bringing peace to everyone. The system's sound rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, obtaining 10 Sect contribution points. Changxiao smiled powerfully. It's nothing. As a representative of the 5 good youths of Qingyang County, it is my duty to eliminate harm for the people. He paused, and then reminded Changxiao. However, Sect Leader Jun killed 2 elders of the Spirit Spring Sect and has formed an irreconcilable feud. He squinted slightly. His eyes as sharp as knives glanced at him. Even if I take a step back, they will not let it go. Jai City Lord stood up straight, looking solemn. Sect Leader Jun, they have the Holy Spring Sect as their backer. They will definitely not reason with you. Changxiao turned his back and walked away, waving his hand gently as a goodbye. Rest assured, Junmu is not the kind of person who is afraid of trouble. If they dare to mess with me again, you continue on your path. His eyes sharp. Then they better think about the consequences of being wiped out. A subordinate knelt on the ground, reporting to Jian City Lord, who had his hands clasped behind his back. Sir, based on the super-fast movement just now, it's likely that the Black Wind Gang was really wiped out by him. After hearing his subordinate's report, he said, I know he's putting on an act of spirit possession because he doesn't want to expose his true strength. Then he flashed a knowing smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Does he really think this city lord is a 3-year-old? Speaking of which, I do look very young. Shy City Lord seriously assessed himself. However, his movement technique is so miraculous. Perhaps the Undying Sect's origins in ancient times might not be fake. Meanwhile, Changxiao was muttering to himself as he walked down the street. Alright, no matter what, he's a decisive killer. We need to find a way to build a relationship, not make enemies. Then he flashed a childish grin, happy to have struck it rich. Damn, I have a total of 50,000 taels on me now. That's quite a sum. Suddenly, a pair of legs came running in a hurry. The girl was rushing towards Changxiao's back, who was stretching comfortably. What to do now? Go to Star Moon Pavilion for a meal and then find a brothel. The red-clothed girl crashed headfirst into his back. A loud sound of impact echoed. My precious back! Changxiao turned around, rubbing his back in anger, and shouted, Who is it? Who dares to hurt my back? Got money to compensate me? He was shocked to clearly see the person who bumped into him. A little girl was kneeling on the ground, rubbing her head and crying. It hurts so much! With teary eyes, the little girl asked, Are you Sect Leader Jun? As soon as she finished speaking, many people suddenly came chasing from behind. The little girl immediately tensed up, her head covered in sweat. Little brat, see where you can run now, the leading man shouted angrily. You've eaten for free and still dare to scold the chef. Just as he was about to rush forward, he panicked, his mouth wide open when he saw Changxiao holding a blade in front of him. The blade got closer and closer to the man's face, making him tremble and sweat profusely. You young men are bullying a lowly this little girl. Isn't that a bit much? The leader immediately did a 180, turning his head to say to the people behind him. Of course it's not good. You guys are too much. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? You change face so fast. He raised 3 fingers. Alright, I'll count to 3. And Changxiao and the red-clothed girl were both surprised. Before he could finish speaking, they saw the group of people disappear in the blink of an eye. So fast it was unbelievable how fast. Scram! The little girl quickly clasped her hands together in front of her forehead. Thank you, Sect Leader Jun, for saving me. Changxiao stood there casually, saying to the little girl, It's a small matter. I have to go back to the sect. You should go home too. Suddenly, the little girl rushed over and hugged Changxiao tightly, catching him off guard. Can you let me join the Undying Sect? The little girl immediately showed off her super cute lowly side, with sparkling round eyes. Sect Leader Jun, my name is Liu Wenger, or you can call me Dudu. I'm very well behaved. Please accept me. Changxiao gently pushed the little girl's head away, refusing. No can do. For now, the sect isn't taking in any more disciples. Liu Wenher immediately had tears in her eyes, and her loud cries echoed through the streets. Changxiao's face was now covered in tears, blurring his vision. His eyes and nose were blurry, and his voice was choked up. That. He blankly raised his hand to comfort her. Don't cry. Behind Changxiao, it looked like he had just been caught in an unexpected downpour. 3 people stood together, pointing and gossiping without any restraint. Isn't that Sect Leader Jun? That child is crying so miserably, he must have bullied her. That's too much. Finally, seemingly unable to withstand the lawless attack, Changxiao had to compromise and agree. Hey, stop crying, I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanshare immediately jumped up, as if her acupoints had been released, her face beaming as if she had just eaten 1,000-year spiritual fruit. The little girl chirped, Let's go! Wanshare skipped along, waving her hands in excitement, chattering non-stop like a released sparrow. Sect Leader, I'm hungry. I want to eat stir-fried wisteria flowers from Star Moon Pavilion. Wanshar's requests went further and further away from the norm. She listed dishes, as if she were reading the menu of a heavenly banquet. Honey-roasted meat, stewed beef, jujube pudding, roasted chicken. Changxiao's mouth was wide open, his teeth sharp like a saw blade, his face distorted with rising anger. He shouted, Is our sect a branch of the Stellar Continent's Dayun Society? Do we even have someone to order food? As soon as he finished shouting, Weiner looked at him with teary eyes. her sparkling eyes beginning to tremble like a lake about to be stirred by the wind. He helplessly released a sentence in a low voice. I have no life left. I was wrong. Cut to Getmoon Pavilion. A sudden exclamation rang out. The table was now full of worldly delicacies, all exuding a captivating aroma. Another exclamation rang out, this time even more excited than the last. Changxiao picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. His eyes narrowed, and his lips curved into a satisfied smile. He sighed contentedly. Worldly delicacy. Then, right next to his ear, Changxiao heard Wanjie skillfully evaluate the dishes like a culinary master coming down from the mountain. Stir-fried wisteria flowers were cooked over too high a heat. Taro stewed chicken has too little salt. Shrimp dumplings were watered too early. Unable to restrain his disdain, he spoke up. You're eating more than me? And you still have the nerve to scold the chef? The little girl quickly replied with a smile. A person who is starving to death won't care about the quality of the food. He glanced at the little girl, smiling as he teased. It's not like you know how to cook, Wanfer replied casually. I don't know how to cook. Then, the little girl suddenly transformed into a true food connoisseur. I only know how to cook, the little girl listed excitedly. For example, stir-frying, frying, stewing, roasting, steaming, stir-frying with sauce, boiling, braising, grilling. The little girl winked playfully, her face full of confidence. If cooking also has levels, then I'm definitely God tier. Changxiao's gaze darkened with suspicion, his voice lowering. Little brat, you're that good? Before that suspicious gaze, Walker was still as bright as ever, hands on her hips full of momentum, flashing a radiant, squinting smile. If sect leader doesn't believe me, when we return to the sect, I'll show off my skills for you, so you know what real worldly delicacies are. Scene change. Feathers float in the air, like the opening of a chill slice-of-life anime. Turns out, it's from the rooster currently perched on Changxiao's head. That chicken is flapping its wings like crazy, sending feathers everywhere. Wanter turns around, voice crystal clear. Besides the bowls, chopsticks, pots, pans, veggies, and meat we buy at the market, the sect also needs a vegetable garden, fish pond, and livestock pens. Changxiao, holding the chicken, covered in feathers and some unnamed brown substance, face blank. Don't rattle it all off at once. The inner courtyard can build all that stuff for people. Suddenly sensing something, Changxiao silently looks up. From his hair, a streak of unidentifiable brown, but everyone knows what it is, slowly drips down, accompanied by a gentle sound in the clear sky. Splat. Then, in the quiet path, a massive pile of goods is moving, accompanied by some strained groans. Changxiao wearily bends over, face dark, carrying a huge bundle containing a whole universe of agricultural products. Wanser strolls beside him, enthusiastically cheering. Sect leader, keep it up! Changxiao's whole body trembles, shouting loudly to his disciples. You little punks, come out and move this stuff. Then he suddenly goes dark when he realizes something's off. Who is this guy? Standing before his Heavenly Bone Disagreement sect is a stranger. Xiao Mo excitedly runs out to greet him. Sect leader, you're back! Changxiao transfers the whole mountain of heavy stuff to his two disciples. He turns to glance at the stranger at the gate. Who's this guy? Here to cause trouble? Hearing the sect leader's question, Xiao Mo immediately freezes, cold sweat pouring out as he replies. Sect leader, he says his name is Ma Yongning, a wandering swordsman, saying he wants to come here to spar with you. He calmly concludes. Here to deliver himself to the afterlife? Xiao Mo explains further. He's been standing there motionless for 4 hours already. Behind him, the corner of Changxiao's mouth twitches slightly. 4 hours. Seems like he's got some power. In the kitchen, a deep voice echoes. It's the person wearing an old chef's hat. Duo is so young, does he really know how to cook? Qing Yang speaks up, proving his culinary skills to Changxiao. No matter what, my old imperial Qing Shui noodles are still unbeatable. No one can beat it. Unimpressed, he glances at Qing Yang, speaking without restraint. My ass, isn't it just boiled noodles with some scallions? Changxiao coldly douses Qing Yang's dreams. Now this is called original sin. Qing Yang's jaw drops, eyes wide as if they're about to fall out, unable to believe what's happening before him. In front of him, Wanjie is performing a divine carrot slicing display. The fried rice pan is tossed high, ingredients flying up in a clear arc. Waves of hot oil rise up, smelling it already makes your stomach rumble. Amidst the quiet of the main hall, a resounding shout rings out excitedly. Time to eat! The table is now covered with tempting dishes. Each one is neatly arranged, clean, and appealing. Damn delicious. The disciples are seated, some are scooping like crazy, others are slurping from their bowls, eating as if today is their last day on earth. A delicacy. In another corner, Changxiao and Qing Yang are also slurping and eating head down. Changxiao praises as he eats. Indeed, your skill is way better than the chef at Star Moon Pavilion. Qing Yang next to him is sucking on the noodles with tears streaming down his face. I have to admit my noodles are indeed trash. Wanter puffs out her chest and comments. The chefs at Star Moon Pavilion are just ordinary. How can they compare to high-end stuff like me? Once I comprehend higher levels, The food I make will definitely help everyone increase their strength. Changxiao, still gnawing on a chicken leg, says, "No way, eating meals that level you up." Wanter happily looks up, her face full of hope. "Sect master, can I join the Undying Sect now, right?" He laughs in response. Corners of his mouth still have some crumbs. "Of course, I was even thinking of going on a hunger strike if you didn't join." A crescent moon hangs quietly in the night sky, soft light shining down on the roof tiles, casting a layer of peace. Tian Tian sits curled up on the roof, hugging her knees, eyes quietly looking into the distance. She rests her chin on her sleeve, thinking to herself, another full moon night. Suddenly from behind, a familiar voice rings out. Changxiao has been standing there since when? "It's so late and you're not asleep yet. Where will you get the strength to do the mission tomorrow?" He comes to her side, sits down relaxed, hand propped up on the roof tiles, looking as leisurely as if he's enjoying the moon, slowly speaking. "This seat feels, if there's something on your mind." He tilts his head to look at her, his eyes shining with gentleness, offering advice. "Then finding someone to share it with will make you feel much better." Tian Tian still sits hugging her knees, coldly replying, "Something on my mind? I'm just watching the moon." Hearing that, Changxiao blurts out, "The dog don't believe it." The atmosphere starts to become awkward. Both fall into silence, not looking at each other. Tian Tian takes the initiative to speak. "Sect master, Liu Wanker is not simple." She continues to explain. "As far as I know, only the Ouyang family in Heavenly Jade King City can make food that helps increase strength." Changxiao tilts his head slightly, eyes drooping, face blank. "Heavenly Jade King City sounds pretty extraordinary," he calmly says. "But Duo isn't from the Ouyang family." Tian Tian, with a calm face, replies in a tone that is simple to the point of being undeniable. "Names can be changed. Surnames can be changed." Don't know what Changxiao's mood is, only see his lips twitching slightly. "Living in incognito just like you." As if his words have accidentally touched a point in Tian Tian's heart. She doesn't say anything more, turns around and leaves. "I'm going back to my room." Not stopping Tian Tian from leaving, Changxiao only gently instructs from behind. "Tian Tian, you only need to know one thing." Changxiao looks up at the night sky, moonlight shining on his face gently, making his words clearer, firmer. "You are the senior disciple of the Undying Sect, forever and always will be, so if the past has experienced something, if there are any grudges, then you must be sober, don't do anything crazy." Tian is silent. Changxiao still sits leisurely, back turned to Tian Tian, his voice ringing out clearly. "This seat will take care of it for you." Tian is slightly surprised when she hears him say that, her hardness gradually melting away, her voice trembling slightly. Very, very hard to say. Changxiao looked up at the sky, sighed softly, and a gentle sigh echoed in the silent air. "Damn, the moon is kinda pretty tonight. Blue skies, sunshine, the scenery in the sect is peaceful as hell." A crisp voice sang, brown bee, brown bee, brown bee, where are you flying, where are you flying?" Changxiao was humming a familiar nursery rhyme. Changxiao walked slowly, passing by the door of the sect, his lips slightly moving. A new rooster. Suddenly, the door burst open like artillery fire, without warning. He shouted in surprise. A powerful foot stomped on the broken doorframe. A figure emerged, a man with a raging aura, arms crossed, his voice echoing through the main hall. "Wandering Saber, Ma Yongning has come to seek guidance from the Supreme Master of the Undying Sect." Changxiao roared from within, his voice full of anger. "You finally woke up? But why the hell did you break my gate?" Yongning remained indifferent. He calmly replied, "I have a very unusual temper when I wake up." Changxiao, with his soulless eyes as if all patience had been drained, cursed from the bottom of his heart. "Great, your FKED up temper." His hand slowly placed on the hilt of his sword. Faint red lightning emitted from the sheath. Well then, his whole body was shrouded in darkness, leaving only two glowing red eyes like a demon who just woke up. This daddy just woke up too, with an unusual temper. Wants to chop someone. Young Ning gently flipped his straw hat. His eyes flashed as if a switch had been turned on, a slight smirk on his lips. Eyes confirmed. "You're the one I have to fight?" Faced with Yong Ning's frivolous attitude, Changxiao angrily swung his sword straight at him. "Confirm your sister! How dare you shake my virgin heart!" Not sitting still to be beaten, Yang Ning immediately leaped like an arrow, his cloak fluttering powerfully like wings. Both rushed at each other like arrows leaving the bow, their momentum surging, each carrying a determination not to yield. Yang Ning raised an eyebrow, his eyes sharp as knives, and said provocatively, "Oh, your realm hasn't even reached martial apprentice? This daddy has been challenging sects for over 30 times. You are definitely the weakest sect leader among them." Changxiao was silent, his face hardened, no fuss, no retort, just a slight smirk, and quietly struck. 9th layer Kuralun sword style, first form. The fiery red swordlight tore through space, drawing a powerful arc, sharp and decisive. The blade carried a terrifying pressure, forcing Yang Ning to retreat instinctively. His cloak fluttered, his heels scraping hard on the ground to maintain balance. He used all his strength to block the blow, his face changed, his teeth clenched. This intensity is a swordlight that cuts through everything in its path, creating a sharp cut. And then Yongning widened his eyes in disbelief as the blade in his hand broke in two. Changxiao stood there, gently sheathed his sword, and leisurely said, "For this daddy, realm is just a cheap formality deeply ingrained in the minds of martial artists. Ideology is what matters. The more ideology breaks through, the stronger the strength." With a serious look and a calm tone, Changxiao looked directly at his opponent and said softly, "When you understand my words, then come back to challenge me." Yongning was still kneeling on the ground, his face pale, stammering, "Supreme Master Changxiao." Changxiao had just turned around a few steps when he suddenly remembered something, and turned back, his face serious with a hint of annoyance. "Oh right. Compensate me for the gate. If you don't have silver, stand guard at the gate to pay off the debt. Don't think about running, you won't escape." The scene smoothly transitions to a cozy interior. A corner of the room is decorated elegantly with golden lanterns and intricately carved wooden doorframes. Changxiao plopped down, punched the arm of the chair hard, his face wrinkled in complaint. "Damn it, I ran into trouble early in the morning." At that moment, a mechanical voice rang out. "Host currently has 86 contribution points. You can buy some items to relieve your depression." Changxiao's eyes lit up, as if he had just discovered a new truth. Changxiao grinned slyly. "Makes sense. Today this daddy wants to be a shopaholic for once." The blue sky, the gentle sunlight shining on the red roof tiles. The quiet scene was suddenly shattered by an excited voice from inside, full of excitement. "This is good. Exactly what I need. What the hell is this?" Changxiao stood there, his eyes full of confidence, holding a talisman that glowed with a faint light. "Finally, I've chosen 2 trump cards to protect my dog life." A glittering introduction panel appeared in the space. Power Boost Talisman, beginner level. After use, can instantly increase base strength by 5 times. Duration, 60 minutes. Disadvantage, requires the user's body to be very strong, otherwise tendons and bones will be severely injured after the effect wears off. Unit price, 20 contribution points. Changxiao frowned, his face a little dazed, mixed with confusion, muttering and calculating very seriously. "My current strength is 2,000 jins. After using it 5 times, how much is that? 2 times 1 is 2 times 2, a total of 10,000. A look of seriousness mixed with mystery flashed in his eyes. "But the most important thing is this stuff." A short gun appeared, seemingly made of metal glittering with brilliant gold, reflecting dazzling light. Changxiao stood tall, his face full of pride and confidence. He said powerfully, "Old man, times have changed." The item information frame clearly appeared. Original Desert Eagle 0.357mm pistol. After undergoing modification to adapt to the martial arts world. Uses essence cores as energy to condense bullets. Extremely fast speed. Extremely strong penetrating power. Permanent usage times. Disadvantage. Although it has been modified, it still inherits the characteristic of the pistol's large recoil, not suitable for long-range attacks. Price, 10 contribution points. Changxiao quietly held the gun and took out the magazine. While spinning the magazine in his hand, he muttered, "So it doesn't use bullets but essence cores?" With a look of slight disappointment, he held the gun up and pouted. "But essence cores are the core energy of fierce beasts. Even the lowest quality ones cost thousands of taels." Suddenly, Changxiao's eyes flashed with thought. "That's right. I seem to have seen it in the Sect mission board." At that moment, the system panel displayed information. "Eliminate the Earth Flame Wolves in the west of Lang Valley for the villagers of Qingyang Village. Not completed." He frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Fortunately, the disciples have been diligently doing missions recently. The sect's contribution points have reached 70, so let's buy some equipment for them to grind monsters." The corner of Changxiao's mouth slightly curved into a sly smile, asking the system, "Why can only disciples use sect contribution points? Can't this daddy draw a lottery?" Immediately the system replied, "No, contribution points are earned by the disciples. Hard work, can't give it to the pig to eat." Not stopping there, the system continued to dissuade. "Host, don't even think about saying it's the disciples. Reward for the host, no is no." Changxiao turns his back, clenches his fist, and raises it for a hard slam. "Fine, whatever, but you can't stop me from carefully selecting the best gear for them, can you?" A long call echoes from inside the ancient courtyard. "Qingyang!" He glances at Zui Qi. "Tian Tian, Qingyang, Zhao Mo." One by one, stand in front of the room before he clearly announces, "Considering you are the most active in completing tasks, I specially reward each of you with a bottle of qi gathering powder." In his hand is a white glass bottle with an explanation. After using this, the speed of spiritual energy condensation will double compared to normal. Changxiao picks up the small bottle labeled Li Qingyang and raises it. The effect lasts for 6 hours. He's stunned for a moment, feeling flattered, thinking to himself, "This kind of auxiliary elixir is only available in 5th grade sects or higher, yet we—" Changxiao glances at the neatly arranged glass bottles on the table and orders, "Qingyang, all of these are rewards for the disciples who completed the task. Distribute them according to the names on them." Suddenly, Zui Qi steps forward and says, "Sect Master, no need to give me one." He clasps his hands and bows sincerely. "I haven't opened my meridians yet, which means I can't absorb spiritual power. This qi gathering powder should be given to a senior brother, who needs it more." Changxiao's tone isn't annoyed, but rather gentle. This sect master is fair in rewards and punishments. This is what you deserve. As for your meridian opening issue, I'll think of a way. Hearing this, he immediately bows his head and quickly replies, yes. He smiles slightly, holding 2 swords sparkling with light, and says, Su Xiaomo, Qingyang, considering your outstanding performance, I'll reward you with something else. He holds out the sword, emitting a light blue light, and calls, Qingyang, you've also witnessed the power of this beginner-grade Fenghan sword. I'm giving it to you. He's so moved that he can't hide his joy, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Sect Master. In his other hand is a wooden sword. Changxiao says, Xiao Mo, although you work hard, you're not trustworthy enough. I'm rewarding you with this wooden sword. Xiao Mo takes the sword with both hands, staring at it with a dubious look, muttering, Thank you, Sect Master, but what can a wooden sword do? Suddenly wanting to test it out, she swings the sword forward. At that moment, Changxiao quickly reaches out to stop her, anxiously shouting, Wait, but it's too late. That slash flies out at a dizzying speed, causing a nearby pillar to break into 2. Witnessing the scene that just happened, Tian says, I'm afraid the quality of this wooden sword is no less than a high-grade earth-rank weapon. He sighs softly, raising his hand to press his forehead, muttering helplessly, That's why I said you're not trustworthy enough. Lu Tian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomo. I currently have a 3-star mission to assign to you. Chengxiao's face becomes serious, stepping closer and ordering. In the mountains outside Qingyang village, there's a Dian wolf causing trouble, harming the village. The 3 of you follow me to subdue it. Hearing this, Qingyang's expression becomes tense, and he says softly, The Dian wolf is a fire-type ferocious beast. Its strength is equivalent to a martial artist. This mission is a bit difficult to calm down immediately, his tone full of confidence. Don't worry, I'll cover you. And another thing. As he walks, he glances at her, warning, Xiao Mo, after we return, you have to replace the pillar for me, or I'll use you as the pillar. Wolf Valley. The mountainside slopes winding like an arc, with dense trees at the foot of the mountain. Hidden amidst the dense forest is a small house nestled in nature. Right at the foot of the mountain, a Dian wolf is resting, its eyes closed, its breathing steady. From afar, Qingyang's footsteps are slow and gentle, stepping on the lush green grass, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly, he stops, noticing something, and quickly raises his hand to signal to the people behind him. Immediately, the 3 of them, Tian, Qingyang, and Xiao Mo, tiptoe closer, dividing into different directions to surround the Dian wolf. Seemingly sensing something strange, the Dian wolf frowns slightly, its body moves a little, its breathing begins to intensify, and suddenly Changxiao's loud shout of encouragement echoes from above. Go for it! Hearing this, Qingyang and Xiao Mo become tense, sweat pouring down their foreheads, their eyes showing obvious nervousness, while he continues to cheer them on. You can do it! At that moment, the Dian wolf's eyes suddenly open, its red pupils filled with murderous intent. It lets out a ferocious roar, its huge body rising, emitting a sound that seems to shake the entire forest. Panicked by the situation before him, he cries out, Sect Master, you're hiding way up there! Not helping is one thing, but why are you nerfing us, the disciples? Changxiao stands firmly on a high branch nearby, smiling calmly. You idiots, this beast already discovered you a long time ago. If I didn't shout, who knows who would be the prey? Qingyang quickly leans to dodge the fiery red flames that the Dian wolf just spat out, anxiously saying, Move! An idea suddenly flashes in his mind, and he shouts to signal them to run around it. Watching the chaotic scene from afar, Changxiao can't help but sigh and mutter, See? Its skill cooldown is over. He raises his hands to his mouth and shouts, You idiots, coordinate! Don't you know what team fights are? As soon as he finishes speaking, seeing Tian suddenly stop, he seems to understand the problem. No DPS is one thing, but now even the support is gone. Now only Tian's eyes turn dark, her hands clenching into fists, the words from before replaying in her mind. Even the support is gone. The support is gone. Is gone. 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 The atmosphere freezes for a moment, and then Changxiao can't help but excitedly shout, Xiao Mo, stop spamming that skill! Just then, a sound rings out. The branch he's standing on is cut off, his whole body swaying with the wind as if about to fall. Tian grips the sword tightly, her eyes cold, her tone ringing like a blade. Shut your mouth! Changxiao frantically hugs the tree trunk, sweat pouring down like a shower, stuttering, Yes, big sister, I was wrong, I'll shut my mouth. She turns her head to stare at the sword in her hand, decisively ordering, Continue! As soon as she finishes speaking, her footsteps quickly advance towards the Dian wolf. Without hesitation, Tian swings her sword straight at its neck. From afar, Changxiao watches intently, a thought flashing through his mind. As expected, Tian has extraordinary footwork, either high grade or even supreme grade. The Dian wolf howls in pain, its head falling back violently. At the same time, Xiao Mo gripped the wooden sword tightly with both hands, summoning all his courage to shout loudly, as if to encourage himself. He zoomed forward, approached the Dian wolf, and poured all his strength into a powerful blow to its mouth. Xiao Mo's hands trembled as he held the sword, sweat dotted his forehead, and he panted, but didn't forget to exclaim, Damn, that's hard. Suddenly, from behind, he heard the Dian wolf exhale a scorching breath accompanied by a hiss. In an instant, flames erupted from its mouth, causing Xiaomo to jump up and curse, "WTF, I didn't even hit you, why are you just spitting at me?" Xiaomo's hands and feet flailed wildly as he ran and shouted, "Run, eldest sister, save me!" Qingyang swooped down from behind, delivering a powerful slash straight at the Dian wolf's neck. He paused thoughtfully, as he carefully examined the 2 cuts on the Dian wolf's body, pondering. As expected, the cuts aren't deep enough yet. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, his eyes flashed with determination, and he shouted loudly, "Senior sister!" Hearing the call, Tian Tian immediately rushed into the fray. Her figure as swift as the wind, she bounced into the air, coordinating with Qingyang on the ground. The 2 of them, one above and one below, attacked the enemy head-on. Realizing the imminent danger, the Dian wolf wanted to unleash a move for its next attack, but it was too late. In just a blink of an eye, 2 sword strikes landed on its body, and fresh, red blood splattered everywhere. 2 sharp cuts pierced straight through its throat, causing the Dian wolf to fall to the ground, its massive head dropping onto the green grass, rolling several times on the ground. Changxiao slowly approached, reaching out to touch the Dian wolf's head. In the palm of his hand, a fiery red object appeared, and his tone was slightly joyful as he said, "It has a core? Not bad luck." Xiaomo ambled over from behind, speaking with anticipation. "Sect leader, was our performance all right?" He raised his head, put his hands in his pockets calmly, and replied, "The coordination at the end wasn't too bad. It's also thanks to the sect leader bestowing divine artifacts. So we were able to succeed so smoothly this time." The clothes on Xiaomo's body were patchy with burn marks, and he said with resentment, "That beast only aimed to spit fire at me, making me still have the illusion that I'm being burned." Changxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, as if realizing something unusual, and he said, "No, it's not an illusion. There's more than one here." An invisible pressure spread, causing the air to freeze. From within the dense bushes, a massive black shadow silently appeared, and he said softly, "It's not an illusion, there's more than one here." The atmosphere seemed to freeze, when suddenly a gust of wind swept through, carrying a green leaf into the air. But before it could touch the ground, the leaf suddenly burst into flames. The fiery red light devoured it in an instant. In the white smoke, heavy footsteps rang out, and a large foot with sharp claws stepped onto the ground. The entire ferocious form gradually revealed itself. It roared, shaking the entire forest, its sharp teeth gleaming like blades, ferocious and bloodthirsty. Xiaomo stared in shock, sweat dotted his forehead, and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this one's huge, and the fire coming from it is even hotter." Qingyang frowned unhappily. "Great Dian Wolf King." Tian Tian remained calm, and slowly said, "The 2nd grade one from before doesn't even compare to this one, a 7th grade ferocious beast, equivalent to a 7th grade martial artist." A heavy thought flashed in her mind. This time, it's probably more bad than good. The fire reflected in its eyes, its pupils as red as molten lava. Qingyang tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the blade trembling slightly as he swung it in the air, the tip of the sword aimed straight at the great Dian Wolf King, his tone resolute. "I'll hold it back, everyone retreat first." Then he said his last words. "Sect leader, please tell my father, Qingyang." Before he could finish, Changxiao stepped forward, abruptly covering his face with his hand, a carefree smile on his lips. Get lost, who told you to steal my boss?" He stepped forward, his back straight and unwavering, instructing, "Remember carefully, the foremost tenet of our undying sect is..." Approaching, Changxiao raised his head to face the fiery red eyes of the great Dian Wolf King, his voice sinking with each word hitting the air. "Disregard life and death, attack if you disagree." He stopped, his hand reaching behind him to pull out the gun tucked into his belt. Qingyang and Xiaomo could only stand still, their eyes following his back as he prepared to brave wind and fire. Suddenly, Xiaomo turned his head and asked with an unusually serious expression, "Senior brother, has the sect leader made a will to have senior sister Tian Tian be the next sect leader?" Qingyang was slightly startled, and also turned his head to reply, "I'm not sure about that." Hearing this, Changxiao couldn't help but angrily shout, "You little shits, I'm not dead yet." He slowly drew the gun, standing tall like a war god about to pronounce judgment. In recent days, this seat has spent so much effort to painstakingly train the bullet-switching skill. As soon as he finished speaking, Changxiao removed the magazine from the gun, and in his hand remained a fiery red core, emitting a dazzling light, slowly permeating into the magazine. It could be seen that in the middle of the magazine, a vertical line gradually appeared, with levels of fiery red light. A number 7 flashed brightly in the middle of the magazine. He stared intently at the number, thinking to himself, 7 bullets. The magazine was gradually reloaded into the gun in his hand. Changxiao raised his hand, aiming straight ahead with an ice-cold gaze, and said, "Beast, farewell." A clear click sounded, as he squeezed the trigger with his index finger. But strangely, no bullet was fired. At the same time, the great Dian Wolf King opened its mouth to spew fire, causing him to frantically dash to the side to dodge. He yelled, "What the hell, system, are you playing me? Why can't I shoot?" Suddenly, the system reminded, "Host has not cocked the gun yet." Upon hearing this, Changxiao suddenly stopped, one hand firmly gripping the gun, the other hand pulling the charging handle violently. He assumed a shooting posture, his whole body as taut as a bowstring, decisively pulling the trigger and shouting, "Go to hell!" Before the bullet could even leave the barrel, another burst of fire from the great Dian Wolf King came crashing down, causing him to turn and run. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Mo pouted with a puzzled expression. The sect leader is holding a hidden weapon. Why hasn't he thrown it yet? Xing Yang stood beside him with his arms crossed, his expression contemplative, and replied, "According to the sect leader's theory, perhaps the ultimate move is being choked up." The system continued to remind, "How can you shoot without releasing the safety?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown unhappily and said, "There's even that?" Without a second thought, he takes a leap of faith, spinning like a pro in midair and yelling, "If this fails, I'm formatting your ass when we get back." In a flash, he's face to face with the great Flame Wolf King and snaps, "Listen here, you mangy mutt. You've been spitting fire at me way too much." His eyes gleam with absolute confidence as he shouts, "See ya! Wouldn't wanna be ya!" Before the words even land, a glowing red bullet tears through the air at supersonic speed, carrying insane power and streaking toward the great Flame Wolf King like a bolt of lightning signaling the end. The muzzle flashes a crimson red as the bullet is fired with massive rotational torque, and in an instant, it embeds itself right in the great Flame Wolf King's skull. The recoil sends Changxiao flipping backward, while the massive beast crashes down, shaking the entire forest. A huge, smoking hole is left right in its forehead. Witnessing this, Xing Yang wonders aloud. One-shotting a rank 7 martial apprentice beast? What kind of hidden weapon is this? Standing nearby, Xiao Mo looks around confused. Wait, where did the Wolf King's head go? Tian Tian suddenly whips around as a familiar voice echoes from a distance. Hey, don't just stand there looking like a bunch of idiots. Not far away, Changxiao is slumped against a tree, shouting, "Go grab the Wolf King's core and then come carry me!" His hand is still frozen in a shooting pose, face contorted as he mumbles, "Damn, I can't move a muscle." He stares ahead and groans. Holy crap, the recoil on this gun is freaking insane. Tian Tian sits beside him, gently touching his arm to check it out. Changxiao winces. Easy there. If this squad had a decent healer, I'd be up and running like a bird by now. Without missing a beat, she grabs his arm and snaps it back at a 90-degree angle. A crisp crack echoes through the silence. Changxiao's scream is so loud it sends every bird in the forest flying in a panic. A while later, they're back at the manor. He collapses into a chair, his arm still trembling. "System," he grumbles, "you better give me some damn justice for today." Looking at the gun on the table, he pouts and sighs. This gun does 1,000 damage to the enemy, but 200 damage to myself. If I ever miss, I'm basically just lying there waiting to die. The system rings out. Quit whining. It's just that the host's physical body is too weak. Changxiao's eyes bulge as he barks back. What the hell? This pistol has the kick of a freaking mortar. And you're blaming me? The system continues. The Deer Eagle is buffed by the cores of this martial world. Obviously the recoil isn't normal. And then pulls up some info, mentioning there's a perfect item in the shop for him. He enters the training room, seeing 3 massive main doors and 2 sturdy side doors. Changxiao walks in, skeptical. So this is the muscle builder room. You scammed me into buying for 20 points? He stops and stares at the object in the middle of the room. Is that a tent? Seriously? You sure about this? The system replies flatly. Don't judge by appearances. Quality over aesthetics. Inside the tent is a single chair. The system immediately notifies him. If the host is skeptical, just get in and try it out. He squints and leans in, suddenly yelling, "Yo! It's a massage chair!" Without a second thought, Changxiao hops in and plops onto the chair. He leans back, looking around. Pretty neat. Do I actually get buffed while getting a massage? While he's grinning, the curtain suddenly snaps shut. A cold click sounds as the thing locks up. A timer on the front of the tent lights up. 2 hours. Full of expectation, he says. Let's get it. Let's see how you massage me with all these soft cushions around. Suddenly, straps pop out from the chair and bind his wrists. Before he can react, his legs are locked down too. Next, his back, waist, and chest are tightly pinned against the chair by the restraints. Changxiao's face goes pale, his eyes filled with pure terror. He thinks, shit, I'm tied up like a pig for slaughter. I have a bad feeling about this. Out of nowhere, a heavy-duty punch slams right into his cheek. His face contorts in pain as he slumps, stuttering. What the hell just happened? Before he can recover, another punch guts him. The system's voice rings out. Host, think of it this way. Your body is just iron, and only through 100 refinements can it become steel. This is the working principle of the muscle builder room. Changxiao's face is already swollen as he groans. Principle my ass, let me out. I'm still an injured patient, damn it. The system replies. Deepest apologies, it announces. Once the muscle builder room starts, it must run for the full 2 hours. Right after that, a barrage of punches rains down on Changxiao's entire body. He can't even tell left from right anymore, his agonizing screams echoing throughout the training area. System! I'll screw your whole family tree! Violent banging sounds continue to explode from inside the tent in the training room. Finally, the 2 hours are up. Changxiao's hand trembles as he reaches toward the curtain to unlock his cage. He staggered out, face swollen, hands trembling, pointing at the tent, voice still choked. "That scam tent, scam system," the system suddenly announced. "All who bear great responsibility are sent from above." He immediately turned around and threw a sky-shattering punch at the nearby punching bag, yelling, "Shut your trap! I'm the one getting beat up, not you!" Suddenly, flashing lights emitted from the punching bag. Then the numbers 1,900 appeared. Changxiao paused slightly, surprised, and said, "I remember hitting 1850 Jin yesterday. Today, after eating SHT for 2 hours straight, I increased by 50 Jin. So efficient." Suddenly, a strange noise rang out outside. He raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the door. From the front courtyard, sunlight shone on the tiled roof, reflecting on the rows of green trees swaying in the wind. Zui Qi clenched his fists, punching the tree as if to vent all the frustration weighing on his heart. His face contorted, unclear whether from physical pain or the rage churning deep within. From behind, Changxiao approached and said, "Zui Qi, why are you out here practicing your fist? Is your Yijin cultivation not going smoothly?" Without turning around, he raised his arm to wipe his eyes and replied, "Disciple has comprehended the Yijin, but after so many days of trying to absorb it, I still haven't gained a shred of spiritual power." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he said in a trembling voice, "Even a god-tier cultivation technique, perhaps there's no way for me to cultivate in this life. As if it's been predetermined." But in that instant, Changxiao's hand placed on Zui Qi's shoulder, comforting him. "Don't be sad. This master has worked hard to find a new path of cultivation for you, called the special body tempering method." He was slightly stunned, his eyes glowing with hope, and asked, "Really?" As his eyes landed on Changxiao's bruised face, they widened, and he asked worriedly, "Sect Master, your face. Who bullied you?" He flashed a sinister smile. "You'll find out soon enough." Time began to pass from 3 hours 59 minutes, then 2 hours 33 minutes, then 1 hour 40 minutes finally came to an end. Throughout that time, piercing screams echoed. Changxiao squatted beside him, reaching out to pat his head, and asked, "How does it feel, Zui Qi?" He lay sprawled on the ground, panting. "Sect Master, are you trying to punish Disciple for letting my willpower weaken? But the truth is, I'm just trash who can't condense spiritual power." He smiled softly, encouraging. "Don't be so quick to negate yourself. Try to feel your strength." Zui Qi pursed his lips, trying to support himself with his hands, slowly standing up and said, "Strength. Right now, Disciple can't even beat a child in the first level of Qi refining." Suddenly he clenched his fist and punched the ground hard, shouting, "No way!" Zui Qi was stunned, then slowly stood up straight, his eyes beginning to flicker. He couldn't help but panic as Changxiao pushed him straight into the tent. Sitting on the chair, Zui Qi burst into a huge smile, unable to hide his joy. Sect Master, strength. Disciple's strength has improved. Can Disciple really cultivate?" Changxiao stood outside the tent, looking in, and said softly, "This empty room, this muscle-forging tent, can help you temper your bones." However, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "You have to stay in there for 8 hours every day. Now, another 6 hours. Continue." Zui Qi couldn't help but be terrified and begged, "Sect Master, let me catch my breath first." "Sect Master, no." Changxiao stepped out, whistling and putting his hands behind his back, thinking, "Looks like I need to buy another muscle tent for myself." A few days later, Changxiao and Zui Qi both had bruised faces, excitedly eating together, causing everyone who passed by to glance at them. Xiao Mo couldn't help but shudder at the continuous sounds coming from the training room. Inside the room, Zui Qi gritted his teeth, every vein on his arm bulging, throwing a punch straight at the punching bag. Then, the number 300 appeared on the punching bag. Xiao Mo stood behind, covering her mouth with both hands, gaping. "Ah, me, junior brother, although you don't have any spiritual power, this punch has surpassed many Qi refining level 2 martial artists." Qing Yang took his hand, his eyes full of curiosity. "Could it be that you were born with divine strength?" Zui Qi quickly shook his head and replied, "No. It's thanks to the Sect Master's special training program that my strength has increased so much." Then, looking at Changxiao sitting cross-legged cultivating, his face as calm as a statue, he said, "Sect Master said that day there would be even greater gains." In that instant, his eyes suddenly opened, a wisp of mist-like aura exuding around him, then smiled and whispered, "It's done." The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for unblocking the 12 meridians." Changxiao read the notification, surprised. "Meets the requirements for activating the Epic Quest." The system screen displayed, "Epic Quest. In 10 days, Qingyang County will hold the biennial martial sect competition. The host must bring 5 disciples to participate. Quest conditions. Disciples must be in the top 3. Quest failure. Failure to participate within the specified time. Disciples will be eliminated from the first round. Quest rewards are based on the host's level of quest completion." He muttered to himself. "Based on the host's level of quest completion?" Changxiao looked interested. If the disciples get in the top 3, wouldn't the rewards be very generous? The system gave a like to the host's analysis ability, but also reminded the host that the punishment for failing the epic quest was also very severe. Then, the screen issued a warning. quest failure penalty. Cannot break through to the next major realm for 10 years, causing Changxiao to be startled. 10 years? I'd have been blown up by the bomb in that ring and ice-skied again, he immediately shouted. Tian Tian, Qing Yang, Su Xiaomei, Tian Qi, Zhao Zuiki, come to the training room to see me at the Thrashing Bones Sect, Changxiao said while chewing. In 10 days, there will be the martial sect competition in Qingyang County. You all know that. Qing Yang, face bruised and battered, replies. Sect leader, it's a martial arts tournament open to all sects. They'll send their most outstanding disciples, way stronger than regular martial artists. He smirks. Looking at your eyes, I know you've been training hard. This tournament? I'm so in. Changxiao, eyes full of ambition, stares at Qing Yang. I want you guys in the top 3. His disciples are shook. Tian Tian speaks up. That's gonna be tough. Changxiao immediately summons his inner demon and says, tough is the challenge. I'm putting you through hellish training for 10 days, he declares. This is a spirit energy array. It doubles the spirit energy within. Instantly, flags burst from his bottle, stabbing into the brick floor, forming a freaking magical array, he says. Tian Tian, you'll cultivate in here for 10 days. Qing Yang, Zhao Mui, Tian Qi, you'll cultivate here and in the training room. Qing Yang and Zhao Mui are super awkward. Changxiao continues. I'll whip up 2 more rooms for you. Zuiji looks confused, and he singles him out. As for Zuiji, the tournament's in Liang City. Changxiao narrows his eyes. Your hometown. The place you were humiliated. He stares at Zuiji and warns. From now on, besides 3 meals and sleep, you're in the training room always. The dude shouts, full of resolve. Disciple only needs 1 meal a day. The rest of the time, I won't leave the training room. Changxiao approves. That's the spirit. He continues. In 10 days, you gotta get stronger. Prove to them that even without spiritual roots, without cultivation. Zuiji listens intently to Changxiao. Xiao Zuiji, you're still a once-in-a-millennium genius. In Liang City, you'll inscribe our sect's name, Thorns and Bones Sect. Without looking up, the dude asks, how old are the participants? Changxiao answers. Lu Tiantian is 16. Li Qingyang is 17. Su Xiaomui is 16. Tian Qi is 18. Xiao Zuiji is 17. The hand holding the brush freezes. Zhao Zuiji? He looks up and asks, isn't that the trash that the Zhao family kicked out? Changxiao glares, threatening. Say that again and you're dead. A chill runs down his spine, and he starts sweating bullets. He quickly hands over a card, saying, on the day of the tournament, you must bring this card to the arena, or you'll be disqualified. Changxiao examines the card. The direct line of the Xiao family? My disciple doesn't need that. He crosses out Xiao family, saying, from now on, Changxiao stares intensely at the words on the card. He's only a disciple of our Thorns and Bones sect. At the Xiao mansion, a hand spins prayer beads. Someone dares to step on the face of my Zhao family. He sits in the darkness, saying, a trash expelled from the family joins a low-tier 9th-rate sect, registering for the tournament. He grinds his teeth. If I knew, I would have followed the Grand Elder's suggestion and rewarded that trash with a cup of poison, so he could reunite with his parents in hell. Zuiji is now training hard, stepping out of the tent. Zuiji exhales, suddenly pivoting. Zuiji unleashes a powerful punch at the sandbag, aura radiating from his arm. Changxiao observes from afar. Lacking talent, he makes up for it with effort. He thinks, satisfied, this kid's getting stronger every second. Good. I can't wait for you to unleash all the pent-up humiliation you've endured on that arena. Changxiao's eyes become resolute. Rest assured, if those old geezers in the Xiao family want to play dirty, this sect leader will gladly welcome them. At the mansion, a notification rings out. System notification. Li Tianwen has completed the task of carrying 20 buckets of water. Sect achievement points 100/100ths. Sect construction has reached level 2. Sect member limit 500. Sect contribution point limit 500. Sect achievement point limit 500. Unlocked pill refining pavilion. Changxiao sits before the pill furnace. I know you didn't give me this pill refining pavilion just for show. Gotta use contribution points to refine anything, right? He asks. Ingredients I get. But what the hell is a fire seed? The system displays. Pill. Healing pill. Elementary grade. Effect. Effective for chi channels, martial artists, martial masters. As long as there's a breath left. Using it instantly heals all injuries. Ingredients. Green leaf herb 0/3. Red lotus leaf 0/3. Earth spirit fruit 0/3. Fire seed. Temporarily unavailable. The system reports. To refine pills, a fire seed is essential. Fire seeds are scattered throughout the Starfall continent, but their temperatures vary. If the host doesn't want to search, you can buy them in the store. Changxiao muses. Long story short, you're just trying to tempt me to spend contribution points. He clenches his fist. So if I had 2 fire seeds, couldn't I combine them and unleash a freaking Buddha's angry fire lotus? The system replies, host, stop daydreaming. That's a product exclusive to Battle Through the Heavens. The system continues. But don't be sad. The store currently has many fire seeds on deep discount. I recommend one for you. A fireball appears before him, the system saying, Ling Long Fire, a top-grade fire seed, price only 50 contribution points. Changxiao immediately haggles. System Sama, I only have 62 points right now. Can you lower the price? Suddenly, the system reports. Warning! Warning! Branch mission activated. The screen displays. Mission. Resolve assassins attempting to assassinate host 0/3. Elite level mission. He is filled with murderous intent. Assassins! And immediately cocks his gun. Changxiao glanced around. Where to hide? A rustling sound caught his attention. He looked up at the ceiling, and bam! Someone got shot through the head instantly. The power of that shot pierced the ceiling, no joke. The remaining two felt something was wrong. They'd been discovered. They jumped down and faced Changxiao directly. One of them, wielding 8 blades between his fingers, yelled, Prepare to die! At the same time, the other guy's head got blown to bits. The blade-wielding guy started trembling. Changxiao pointed his gun, lowering his voice. The gunshot was a bit loud, so I didn't hear you clearly. You. Yes, you. Repeat what your buddy just said. His last words. Tears streamed down his face in terror. Xiaomo and Xingyang entered after opening the door, and he hastily asked, Sect leader, what happened? There was a gunshot just now. Are you? Before him was the scene of his master pointing a gun at the assassin's head. What the hell? Changxiao ordered. Sit down, hands behind your head. No sudden movements. Cooperate, and you'll receive leniency from the law, from your sect leader. He continued. Actually, even if you don't talk, I know who sent you to kill me. It's the Lingquan sect, right? The assassin was shaken, like he'd been exposed. Changxiao looked at him, figuring his reaction meant he was right. So that's why the Lingquan sect had been quiet for days. They hired assassins. He silently scoffed. Nice. I'll deal with you small fries myself after the tournament. Changxiao sighed. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. System notification. Resolved assassination attempt 3/3. Elite mission. Reward 30 sect contribution points. He grumbled and stretched his shoulders. 30 points is like a pillow when you're sleepy. Good thing I've been grinding in the shack lately, or the recoil from those 2 shots would have crippled me. Chang Xiaomo looked ambiguous. Next, the system notified that the host has spent 50 contribution points to receive a top-grade fire seed, a shimmering fire person. 1 unit. He spewed fire into the alchemy furnace and shouted, Alchemy! Chang Xiao tapped on the screen. To make sure, he refined a few more healing pills and body tempering pills for backup. He cursed. Damn it, for 10 years of nothing, for these disciples, I'm really working myself to the bone. The night was dark, the moon wasn't full, and no wind was blowing. Chang Xiao secretly opened Zuiji's tent, especially that kid. He put the pill into his mouth. You really made me waste a lot of effort. The system displayed. Undying Sect, body tempering pill, low grade, effect. Strengthens the body. 10 days later, in Liang City, everyone slowly entered the venue of the martial arts competition. Chang Xiao and his disciples joined the crowd. That Jiang Tu saw them and sneered. Oh, isn't that the trash from the Zhao family? The guy next to him mocked. Trash coming to compete, lucky whoever meets him in the first round. He continued to taunt. Maybe he likes being abused. Suddenly, Xiao Mo appeared before them. How dare you insult my shidi? He unhesitatingly slapped them across the face. What the hell? So fast. The buck-toothed guy didn't finish speaking before getting another slap. Chang Xiao praised in front of the gaping crowd. Good job beating them up. Someone in the crowd said, Such speed, definitely an elite disciple from a sect. Perhaps he slowly finished. The #1 genius of Qingyang City, Li Qingyang. Zhao Mo sneezed immediately because someone mentioned him. Another person spoke up. This kid Li Qingyang has powerful footwork and extraordinary strength. If you encounter him in the competition, don't be careless. Another person replied with a smug smile. Elder, we're all geniuses, who's afraid of who? He walked closer. He was from the Zhao family's direct line, Zhao Linye. Isn't that cousin Zhao Zuiji? I painstakingly became a direct disciple of the Grand Elder in the Absolute Yin Valley, and just returned to the city to hear about you. Linye glanced at Zuiji. Absolute Yin Valley is still one of the 6 sects, unlike your 9th-rate sect. Chang Xiao ate watermelon and stood between them, listening to Linye boast. Cousin, the truth has proven that the family's full effort to cultivate you back then was a mistake. He leaned close to his face, showing off. Linye? I am the future of the Zhao family. Oh right, now that I remember, I'm very grateful to you for helping me enter Qi refining stage 1. Zhao Mo, feeling indignant, shouted, You! But Chang Xiao stopped him. Zuiji calmly called out his name, Linye. He placed his hand on Linye's shoulder and continued. Remember, I'm your older brother, and I'll always be your older brother, rendering him motionless. No, I can't move. Suddenly Linye knelt straight down, because he couldn't withstand the strength from Zuiji's arm. He looked at him indifferently. Even if I no longer have spiritual roots, no longer have cultivation. He used his other hand to try to remove Zuiji's hand from his shoulder. Zuiji looked directly down at Linye and replied without missing a beat. Your whole life, you can only be under my shadow. Chang Xiao in the back held up a sign praising his disciple. Awesome! Inside Liang City, cheers rang out. Sects, to the arena! Disciples, find your seats. Everyone, gather in the stands. Zuiqi lines up with the rest. The great elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Huang, spots Zuiqi from afar. A piece of trash like that shouldn't even be here, shouldn't even exist, embarrassing the Xiao family. He glances at Changxiao, confused. Is that the trash's sect leader? Then makes a gun gesture with his hand. Don't mess with my disciple, or I'll blast your ass to kingdom come. Zhao Huang glares at Changxiao, thinking, that hand gesture? He guesses he's implying his head's messed up? No wonder he took in that trash, turns out he's a moron too. The referee shouts, this match has a total of 200 participants. To prevent fellow disciples from clashing, the competition will be divided into 4 teams. A, B, C, D. The match begins, the referee announces. The first round will be a match between Tian Qi of the Ironbone Sect and Sun Kai of the Great Red Sect. Standing before Tian Qi is a guy 3 times his size. He blurts out, damn, he's huge. Elder Liu walks over and says to Changxiao, Sect leader, looks like today is our Great Red Sect's lucky day. He looks at him and continues. Although Sun Kai is at the 12th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, he's very calculated in his attacks. Sect leader, no need to worry. Changxiao gives a thumbs up. Then I thank Elder Liu in advance. The referee shouts, begin! The whistle barely finishes when a gust of wind sweeps across his face. Tian Qi and his opponent launch into attack. The opponent immediately eats a punch, his body flies into the wall behind him. Elder Liu is startled, while Changxiao smiles calmly. Tian Qi maintains his punching pose. Crap, he couldn't even block it. Is this 12th stage guy this weak? Sect leader even told us to pretend to be weak to fool the enemy. He cautiously asks, Sect leader, are you placing all your hopes on one disciple? Changxiao replies, just got lucky. Changxiao tells the others, alright, make it a big show. Zhao Mo elbows her opponent in the chin. The referee shouts, match 31 of the first round, Su Xiaomo versus Song He. Shang, who's watching the match, begins to worry. That incredible speed, this person isn't Lin Xingyang. The referee continues to shout, match 20 of the first round, Li Xingyang versus Hu Qiao. He's defeated his opponent. Tian Tian also lands a palm strike on her opponent. Match 30 of the first round, Lu Tiantian versus Jiang La. The system pops up a notification. 5 disciples have entered the second round. Mission progress is 10%. Host receives 20 contribution points. Changxiao smirks. Giving contribution points based on mission progress, this mission is actually pretty humane, but he rolls his eyes. The biggest problem right now is that elder from the Xiao family. Changxiao looks at Jiang Huang sitting on the other side. Ever since Zuiqi injured his opponent, he frowns. The killing intent from that old fart is getting heavier and heavier. I need to prepare in advance. Elder Liu, sitting next to him, sees Changxiao holding a gun and asks, Sect leader, why are you playing with toys? Not paying attention to your disciples? Competition? It continues. Although Tianqi defeated my disciple, I have to admit that little guy is really something. Elder Liu watches Tianqi compete. He hasn't used a single bit of spiritual energy even now. Tianqi's opponent grits his teeth and says, are you a turtle hiding in its shell? Only defending and not attacking? He appears worried and curious. Each palm strike from this Qingling sect disciple is at least 1,500 points. Tianqi isn't using any spiritual energy to protect himself. How can he possibly fight? Tianqi counterattacks, forcing his opponent to retreat to defend. He says, not using martial arts, guess I can't break your turtle shell. The opponent uses the Lost Trace palm and strikes powerfully towards him. The surge of heat attacks Tianqi in front of him. Tianqi dodges by leaning to the side. His expression quickly changes. Tianqi grabs his opponent's wrist, his voice full of sarcasm. More like you should call me bunny. Then he snaps his hand and says, you call me turtle? I'll call you broken. The referee shouts, Ironbone Sect. Tianqi wins. His opponent had to kneel on one knee, unable to bear the force of his arm being broken. After the end of the second round in the arena, the system reports. 5 disciples have entered the third round. Mission progress is 20%. Host receives 20 contribution points. Elder Liu praises. Sect leader, you've taught your disciples so well, even Zhao Zuiqi can become so powerful. Changxiao replies. A genius is a genius. Even without spiritual roots, he is someone others can't compare to. The people of the Xiao family don't look too good. At this moment, the Xiao family elder's hands are trembling non-stop. Xiao Huang was fuming, thinking, this trash probably just tempered his body. But there's a limit to human strength. He just got lucky those last 2 rounds. He smirked. The opponent this round isn't someone you can just brute force your way through. Zuiqi stood on the arena, face stern, staring down his opponent. Round 2 of round 3. Zhao Zuiqi versus the guy with purple flames swirling around his fingers. Aidan, he sneered. Not bad, Zhao Genius, making it to round 3. But I wonder if that body of yours can handle my purple lightning. Xiao Huang was practically giddy. Xiao Zuiqi, fire-type cultivators are your natural enemy. I'll be waiting to see you fall into the abyss again. Changxiao zoomed in with his binoculars. Wait, hold up. Isn't Aidan the rich second gen I kicked in the face last time? Elder Liu was curious. Yours? Sect leader, you really like to play around. Bringing toys now? Changxiao retorted. This ain't no toy, it's my newly acquired treasure. System displayed info for the modified magical lens. 6. Zoom magnification. Telescopic magnification allows you to track and observe targets from afar. Suitable for long-range sniping, can help improve shooting accuracy. After activation, it will automatically identify the target within a 0.1% probability range. Idan threatened Zuiji. So what if you were a genius 5 years ago? I'm not the weakling you used to beat up anymore. He unleashed a palm strike, yelling, "Die!" Zuiji stood his ground, didn't even flinch. He just casually swatted away Idan's attack with one hand. Idan's eyes bugged out as he screamed, "My fire's gone." Zuiji, oozing confidence, said, "Sect leader said a lot of things I didn't understand. He said, as long as my fist is fast enough to generate some kind of father gas, air pressure, or vacuum." His eyes sharpened. Zuiji declared that no one could stand against him. Idan wasn't giving up. No way! He gathered spiritual energy into his arm. If that's how it is, flames engulfed him. Idan roared like a maniac. "Let's see you handle my fiery sky barrier." Zuiji took a defensive stance, throwing a flurry of punches into the air. Idan was overwhelmed by the force of Zuiji's terrifying punches, completely helpless. Zuiji glared at him. "You bullied villagers back then, I beat you and you just cried. Today I have nothing, but this fist is still here." His power surged. Zuiji leaped into the air, ready to give Idan a beatdown. He hastily begged, Wait, I yield." His desperate cry echoed through the arena. The crowd muttered, "I can't bear to watch." Changxiao reassured, "No need to worry about Zuiji anymore." He mused on Tiantian's matches. But in the previous 2 rounds, Tiantian showed abundant spiritual energy, easily defeating opponents at the 10th level. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, "She's definitely broken through to the martial disciple realm. So, am I, the sect leader, the weakest in the sect?" Changxiao, anxious about his own cultivation level, sulked. "Gotta cultivate, gotta work harder. The more outstanding my disciples are, the more pressure I feel." He looked at his disciples, pleased. "The later the matches, the stronger your opponents. Qing Yang is a talent who's constantly improving. Tiantian continues to raise her realm. Xiao Mo is always in control of the fight." Changxiao cheered inwardly. "Come on, show off your skills. Make me feel even more pressure." Zuiji always knows how to use brute strength to compensate for his weaknesses. He smiled. Excellent. System notification. 5 disciples have entered. Round 5, completion progress of cleaning mission. Host receives 20 contribution points. A girl in the audience was surprised. Halfway through round 5, and no one from the Thorn sect has been eliminated? The person next to her replied, "Moreover, we can't even guess their true cultivation levels. Maybe the opponents aren't strong enough." They both glanced at Changxiao, who was grinning, and wondered, how can a 9th-rate sect nurture so many outstanding disciples? A pair of hands clasped together. Laugh all you want." It was Zhao Huang, constantly slandering Changxiao. Soon, the Zhao family's pride will end the Zhao family's disgrace. The referee announced, "Round 7 of round 5, Zhao Linye versus Zhao Zuiji." Zhao Huang said confidently, "Linye has been training in the Whisper Cliff for months. Victory is guaranteed." Linye stepped into the arena, radiating confidence. A spectator commented, "Zhao Linye's talent isn't bad either. It's just that he's always been overshadowed by Zhao Zuiji. Right? He relies on his effort. Only when he turns Tangyet into trash can he rise above." Linye overheard the whispers behind him, his face flushed with anger. Linye yelled, face red with fury, "Tangjie, I will defeat you in front of the world, to let everyone know that my name is Xiao Linye, not just Xiao Zuiji's younger cousin." Zuiji suddenly said, "You're not good enough." He retorted sarcastically, "You haven't even opened your meridians, and I'm already a martial disciple. What right do you have?" Linye immediately unleashed his power. "What right do you have to deny me?" Xiao Huang observed. Always in Xiao Zuiji's shadow. Linye is losing control. But as long as he defeats Xiao Zuiji, Zhao Linye can definitely stabilize and continue to break through. Linye unleashed his attack, roaring, "1,000 hands Guanyin palm." He went all out, charging straight at Zuiji. He channeled all his power into his legs, cracking the arena floor. "Told ya, you can't." Liye blitzed towards Zuiji, their combined force threatening to tear everything apart. Dude's just standing there like it's NBD, calmly says, "Told ya, you can't." Lie's palm strike ripped Zuiji's left shoulder. The black-haired, red-robed dude in the stands is sweating bullets. 1,000 hands Guanyin palm is a mid-tier mortal martial art. You bro, does your disciple got anyone who can tank this without a scratch? Look closely, he's unfazed, doesn't even flinch. If this guy's trash, we're all dumpster fires? Seeing his attack cause a tiny rip, Li Ye gets cocky. Knew your body was strong, but didn't expect 2,500 kilograms wouldn't even break your guard. Then he starts cackling like a maniac. 1 palm not enough? 2 palms then. 2 ain't enough? 1,000 palms. 10,000 palms. I'll beat you. No sooner said than done. Li Ye unleashes a second palm strike, shaking the earth, only to see Zuiji casually block with his right hand, not even budging. He glances and thinks, still hasn't moved. And yup, only the ground under Zuiji's feet is crumbling. Li Ye dashes behind him, taunting. If Tangji doesn't want to act, then he clasps his hands high, preparing to strike, making Zuiji whirl around. I'll kill you on the spot. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the arena. Seeing Zuiji dodge his attack, Li Yi laughs. You'll have to dodge my attacks eventually. Next, he stretches his hands out, channeling crimson power into one, instantly blasting the attack straight at Zuiji. But Zuiji easily blocks with both hands, along with a challenge. Tangji, seems your battle instincts are still there. Suddenly, Li Yi grins wickedly. That smile makes Zuiji sense something's up, and sure enough, his other hand punches straight into Zuiji's gut. But you're just a mindless punching bag. Seeing his angry face, Zuiji calmly says, right is 3,000 kilograms heavier than the left. But with determination in his eyes, Zuiji continued, I remember Li Yi, you're left-handed. Hearing this, Li Yi rages even harder, unleashing a barrage of palms from both hands. What nonsense are you spouting? Then, a blow unleashed a massive wave of red power. Suddenly, Zuiji's hand grabs Li Yi's. Holding his hand, he says, your left hand can't use force, must be injured from overtraining. Unexpectedly, Li Yi's remaining hand slashes across Zuiji's face, and he hurls him away. Li Yi stumbles back, cursing like crazy. Damn it! Now, Zuiji's figure closes in on him, then, he strikes Li Yi's right arm. Caught off guard, he digs his feet into the ground to stay balanced, sweat pouring down his face from losing his cool. Afterwards, Li Yi doesn't admit defeat, retaliating with continuous strikes, but Zuiji blocks every single one. Xiao Huang, witnessing the fight, can't help but sweat bullets. He can keep up with the speed of Thousand Hands Guanyin Palm with just his body. On the arena, Zuiji landed a crushing blow on Li Yi's left side. The blow sends him flying. Lin Yi trembles, clutching his arm and coughing. Damn, you're just a piece of trash. He struggles to choke out the words. Your cultivation is crippled. You've fallen to rock bottom. You're just a dog that Zhao family abandoned. But with a calm expression, Zuiji looks down, listening to him scream. But why can't I surpass you? Why are you still a genius? The announcement that Xiao Zuiji is the victor of this match is made, and he still stands there listening to Li Yi gasp in despair. A sound that makes one despair. Elsewhere, Xiao Huang glares angrily at Li Yi in the arena, who is now kneeling before Zuiji, muttering, I lost. I lost. Zuiji just glances contemptuously at the person in the stands. Grand Elder, this is the genius you've been nurturing with all your heart? Hearing this, he roars in fury. You courting death? Suddenly, a bullet shot from somewhere pierced Zhao Huang's hair, causing him to break out in cold sweat and freeze. Changxiao blew away the wisps of smoke coming from the barrel of his gun. He arrogantly sat with his legs crossed, a menacing grin on his face, amidst the stunned gazes of those around him. Who told you to stand up? Sit your ass down. Xiao Huang trembled before Changxiao's dart gun barrel, accompanied by his warning. Or your forehead will be next. The scene on the arena had completely changed. On the stage, streams of power from both sides clashed. Then the opponent raised his hand, condensing power in his palm, about to strike at the opposite side. Li Qingyang wasn't about to lose either, and he charged forward. His elbow struck upwards from below, slamming into his opponent's chin. Just as the opponent staggered and fell backward, the announcement rang out. The first match of the top 8. Li Qingyang wins. Elder Liu, sweating profusely, looked at Changxiao's gloomy face beside him and cautiously asked, Sect Leader Jun, if I remember correctly, Li Qingyang was only at the 10th stage of qi refining 2 months ago, right? How is he already a first-rank martial disciple now? And he beat Huo Yuanming, also a first-rank martial disciple, to a pulp. What immortal pills or elixirs do you Iron Bone Sect have? Seeing him sweating all over his face, he cluelessly wondered. Sect Leader Jun, why are you sweating so much? Heaven knows. Changxiao was crying inside. Qingyang's cultivation is already higher than mine. This seat is about to fall out of the top 3 in the sect. Can they just have anything they want because their talent is good? He gritted his teeth and muttered, System, is there anything I can use? I must rise up. The system responded. The reward for the Behave Like a Pro mission will satisfy the host. The host's announcement continued to ring out. The second match of the top 8, Su Xiaomei wins. The third match of the top 8, Lu Tiantian wins. The host stood in the middle of the arena and loudly announced. The fourth match, Zhao Zuiji versus Tian Qi. In the audience, a red-haired man discussed with the person next to him. The Ironbone sect has monopolized the top 4, but their infighting is going to be a sight to see. After all, the other disciples can't make them go all out. The scene shifted to the arena, where Zuiji and Tian Qi stood facing each other. Tian Qi crossed his arms and said, Junior brother? This senior brother won't hold back. Zuiji just smiled slyly. Don't get your self-esteem hurt if you're defeated by me, senior brother. As soon as the host's voice rang out, Begin! Both of them shot out from their spots like the wind, only seeing the dust kicked up by their unimaginable speed. The audience in the stands cheered enthusiastically. This is their true speed. This match is going to be intense. Then they dashed closer to each other, everyone ready to strike. Tian Qi condensed the power in his hand into a punch, ready to strike. Zuiji was not to be outdone, readying his own fist. Then one made scissors and one made paper like in rock, paper, scissors. Tian Qi panicked at the situation. Weren't you supposed to make paper? Zuiji just smirked, then pointing at the other party boastfully. Senior brother, I guess what you were thinking. Accept it. I won. Everyone present was instantly speechless. The audience in the stands immediately went wild and started shouting, "Do you two think we're idiots? If we weren't in a comic, we'd curse you into oblivion." Changxiao silently commented on their foolish behavior. These two brats don't understand the motivation behind those words. The acting is too much. And the dialogue isn't good either. It seems the Ironbone sect has to open an acting class on how not to be fake. Changxiao was observing the system screen, along with the host's voice. 4 disciples have entered the top 4, meeting the conditions. The system screen showed that the "behave like a pro" mission was completed. The completion rate was 1, and the host received 200 contribution points. He frowned and pondered. Including the points awarded from the previous rounds, my contribution points are already over 300. The system displayed again. The host has completed the "behave like a pro" mission beyond the target, receiving 2 imprint of Underworld and some experience points. Changxiao looked at the stream of light gradually focusing on him, and sweated. Experience points. Could it be? Instantly, a stream of blue energy gradually condensed in his dantian. Following each stream of energy, experience points were added. Experience points +1, 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 experience points +1. The added power was so much that even as he sat, the energy still affected the surrounding environment. Changxiao clenched his teeth. White smoke came from his mouth, and veins popped on his forehead as he struggled with the internal force in his body. His face was constantly sweating. Gritting his teeth, he said, "System, you've given me a little too much this time." The system reported. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th rank martial disciple. Changxiao laughed gleefully upon hearing this. 5th rank? This seat will maintain the strength of the #1 sect. Elder Liu thought he was happy because of the results of the first match, so he asked, making Changxiao not dare to say anything. Are you so excited because the disciple won? Sect leader Jun is so happy that he even broke through. The scene shifted away to the distant roofs above, then focused back down on the arena. With the host clearing his throat to attract everyone's attention, the announcement was that, "So, the 4 of you, Zuiji, Xiaomo, Qingyang and Tiantian are standing before the match host." She loudly questioned, "Do you still want to play rock, paper, scissors to find the top 4, or what?" Xiaomo sneered. "How could we? There's no fighting pressure like that." Then she chuckled, glancing at Qingyang, hatching some plan. "So we decided." Suddenly, someone's foot slipped, spreading out to prepare to gain momentum. Zuiji's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand high. Whoosh! All 4 figures on the stage shot straight towards the 4 corners of the arena. Tiantian was the first to jump off the stage, glancing around before saying, "I'm the first to leave the stage. Sharp eyes, I'm 4th. Qingyang just landed. He turned and said, "Worthy of being senior sister, so I'm 3rd. Xiaomo sat on the stone steps of the stage, laughing. "Then I'm the runner-up, Xiao Shidi. You're too slow, you can only be the champion." At this moment, Zuiji stood in the middle of the dissipating smoke, turning his back to everyone and listening. His eyes welled up with emotion. "Thank you, everyone." In the stands, the audience was sweating bullets witnessing this speechless championship battle. They started to get up, defeated, and leave. "Let's go, I can't take it anymore. Whether it's human or demon, they're all so outstanding, only us trash are getting beat up." Under the clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds, lush green trees stretched out, and gentle sunlight shone through the leaves, creating a peaceful scene, a smug voice rang out, breaking the silence. "When we get back, I'll tell Duo to make a big feast to celebrate." Changxiao raised the bag containing the precious reward in his hand with satisfaction. Not only has the sect's reputation spread throughout the world, but the reward is also a set of high-grade mortal-level martial arts and a Jing stone worth 100,000 taels of silver. His 3 male disciples are wearing bright red sashes like beauty queens, designed by Changxiao himself, not daring to utter a word, but Tian couldn't stand its gaudiness and directly slashed it with her sword. Qingyang helplessly expressed, "Zhangmen, do we really have to wear this back to the sect? It's too ugly." He pouted and said, "Nonsense. What an honor. Or do you doubt my aesthetic sense?" Changxiao smiled and asked, "Such a celebratory occasion? Or should I call some M3 martial artists to congratulate you too?" He was also curious. M3 martial artists? He didn't answer but looked up at the trees, saying, "We've been ambushed and surrounded since we left the city. Thanks for the hard work. Is it the Zhao family or the Lingquan sect?" The ambushers were immediately startled, shocked to be discovered. Changxiao provocatively said, "You should thank you guys for being guinea pigs for me after my breakthrough." The tall, ancient tree was strongly impacted, causing a few leaves to fall. Changxiao vigorously waved his hand, using the 9-style Dai Lang sword chi, blowing away the masked men. After that wave, 3 of them fainted in different places. His foot stepped on another, and the remaining 2 were pressed so close that they retreated in fear. Changxiao put his hands in his pockets and sneered, "Let me see which family set you guys." At that moment, a masked man's exquisite gold token was revealed. Suddenly, Xiao Mo in the back unexpectedly raised his hand and waved, "Zongju." Then he pointed at the masked man who had fainted, leaning against the tree. "The people you just defeated all bit poison and committed suicide." Hearing this, Changxiao was extremely surprised, turning his head back without paying attention to the 2 remaining guys. Poison? Suicide Squad? What the hell? Taking advantage of his distraction, they rushed up to try to attack him, but they couldn't play tricks before Changxiao's sharp eyes. Have you ever seen assassins on a suicide mission carrying identity tokens? Even if you pry open their mouths, they won't reveal who's behind them. Suddenly, he pointed 2 fingers down with an icy voice, and a red aura immediately appeared. Then I'll use your lives as a warning message to the big boss behind the scenes. A moment later, the blood of those people splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Changxiao pondered silently. With my current 5th grade martial artist strength, these 1st and 2nd grades are simply a mouse and a gogolis. So easy to kill. No wonder a branch quest suddenly appeared. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his eyebrows furrowed in thought. It seems the system predicted the result, so it encouraged me to bully the weak and oppress the Zhao family, Lingquan Sect, and even the Shengquan Sect. As the last thought flashed through, lightning struck the ground countless times. Give me more intense storms. It was so strong that the ground cracked and scattered everywhere, and then a heavy rain flooded like pouring water. A figure sat blankly beside a tree that had been split in 2 by lightning. His face was full of water, and his teeth were clenched, creating a terrifying sound. Done. That body slowly and hardly stood up, blaming, "This stupid kid, it's raining so hard, he still goes up the mountain to chop wood. Doesn't he know that trees can attract lightning? The person who died from lightning strike doesn't feel wronged at all." One of his eyes flashed with light and said in an icy tone, "However, your greatest misfortune is my great fortune, the soul that has been trapped for thousands of years. Finally today, this emperor is reborn." The spirit now revealed bloodshot eyes with extreme hatred. "Jiang Jiao, I treated you like a confidant, but you assassinated me for the Taishuan Zhenjing. You wait. When I regain my strength, I will find you to settle this blood debt." Suddenly, his head ached like it was splitting open, so he hurriedly touched his head. This memory is... A different pink-purple color faintly revealed sharpness in his eyes. What? She has shattered the void? And is worshipped by the people of the world? And named the #1 eternal female emperor? The spirit's whole body emanated a furious black aura, carrying the spirit's hateful words. It's okay. I am the leader of the 10 great martial emperors thousands of years ago, the Night Emperor. I have the Taishuan Zhenjing in my hand. I only need a few decades to break through, back to the martial emperor." His expression suddenly relaxed. The rain has stopped. Like a person with 2 personalities, the spirit once again showed excitement. "Even the heavens don't dare to cover my eyes." He pointed to the gradually clearing sky with a curse. "Eventually, there will be a day when I, Ye Jingchen, will step on that eternal female emperor bitch into hell." In the sky, a ball suddenly appeared and rushed towards the spirit, but he didn't know anything, and was still extremely excited, wildly screaming, "I have the Taishuan Zhenjing, a technique that seizes the creation of heaven and earth. From today onwards, Ye Jingchen, I want the people in the world to be unable to defy me." While the words were still unfinished, the spirit was unexpectedly hit in the face by the ball. "Heaven doesn't accept me? Then I'll defy heaven!" Suddenly, 2 voices erupted from the forest, all frantic. "Sect leader, this is bad! Your shot just hit a civilian!" "Civilian? Are you kidding me? Who the hell's around here?" The 2 dudes approached, eyes all bruised, nose bleeding like a faucet, totally bewildered. "I just kicked a ball! Don't blame me, blame his rotten luck!" Xiao Mo, playing the "I want no part of this" card, chatted with Changxiao. "Hey, should we just head back? Pretend we didn't see anything?" "Zhao Mo, you're being heartless." "Pimisek. Remember when our ancestor, the great sage equal to heaven, was escorting Tang Sanzang on his pilgrimage and found a guy passed out by the road? Ancestor figured out it was a demon, but naive Tang Sanzang didn't get it and even kicked our ancestor out." He lifted the unconscious dude and grinned menacingly. "Almost got eaten by a demon! I'm different. I ain't repeating that mistake." They kept bickering. "So sect leader wants us to dig a hole, bury the body, and destroy the evidence?" "Zhao Mo, you're not just heartless, you're messed up in the head. We're taking it back to the sect." He then placed a foot on the ball used in the China vs. Brazil men's soccer final. China won. The guy's eyes sharpened. Yi Xingchen. He suddenly remembered his glorious past. Once a martial emperor dominating the continent. Now, Xingchen, dressed in rags, wiped his mouth and realized he'd been knocked out by some sneaky attack. He looked around, guessing, "Where is this? Looks like someone saved me." Restless, he tried to stand up. "No, gotta get out of here ASAP. Find a blessed cultivation spot, gather spiritual energy, and cultivate like crazy to get back to martial emperor level." Suddenly, bam! A ball smacked him in the face. A disgruntled voice yelled, "Liao Fei, what kind of pass was that?" Xing Chen gave that look again, but this time, his eyes had a hint of purple. A Yi Xing Chen, once a martial emperor dominating the continent, got ambushed. For a few seconds, his mind blanked. Wait, did I already say this inner monologue? Not wanting to linger, Xing Chen staggered up and eyed the closed door. "Gotta find a blessed spot to cultivate and get back to martial emperor level? Hold up, this is familiar." Just then, Changxiao burst through the door, slamming it right into Xing Chen's bruised face. "Handsome! You awake?" His head, taking the impact, flopped to the side. "Awake my ass." Then he noticed the guy on the floor, looking worried. "Crap! Wasn't on purpose. Why'd he stand right by the door?" Xing Chen repeated his dumb line with a ruined face. "Ye Xing Chen, Used to be. Now I want to kill someone. The handsome Changxiao grinned. Little brother, we were practicing soccer when you barged in and got knocked out by the ball. Thanks to everyone's meticulous care, you woke up. Oh yeah, I'm Jun Changxiao, sect leader of the Undying Sect. Xing Chen sat across from him, glowering. Undying Sect? Never heard of it. Lame name like that can't be a big sect. Changxiao was annoyed but forced a stiff smile. Little brother. Quite the attitude. Where are you from? Xing Chen, hitting his soft spot, arrogantly said with his purple face. Just remember, I'm the kind of existence you shouldn't mess with. Then, he got close, threatening. From now on, don't mess with me or I'll— Before he finished his cool threat, BAM! A ball to the face. Sorry, I tripped. Changxiao looked down at the guy writhing on the ground, assessing. Does this guy have a face-blocking talent? Every kick hits his face. Xiao Mo ran to the door, shouting, Sect leader, can you kick the ball back to us? For a moment, a thought flashed across his face. I saw it. His eyes are full of world weariness and hate, the kind you wouldn't see in someone his age. Besides Zhao Zuiji's crippled meridians and broken engagement, am I running into another righteous protagonist? Xing Chen woke up, still dazed. Ye Xing Chen? Seeing him stir, Changxiao quickly put a finger to his lips. Don't move. He smiled, gently putting his hand on the other's shoulder, coaxing. Handsome. Have you thought about it? Join the sect, and we'll have benefits beyond your wildest dreams. Xing Chen bluntly refused. Join the sect? Are you even qualified for me to join? Knowing sweet talk wouldn't work, Changxiao quickly switched to provocation. You're a martial emperor and you're not qualified? You shitting me? I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over, or I won't be so polite. His profound words made Xing Chen grit his teeth. Are you threatening me? Suddenly, he radiated power. No one has ever threatened Ye Xing Chen. After a beating that left his face a mess, he gave in. Fine, I've thought about it. Joining you guys isn't a bad choice. The other guy was surprised. Really? Is that from the heart? Tied to a chair, enduring a barrage of balls to the face, he finally screamed. This emperor! My blood is boiling! I'm willing to die for the Undying Sect! After swearing the oath, he turned to Changxiao, pleading, Sect leader, can you untie me now? Xiao Mo was disappointed. So, the soccer practice is over. Later, Xing Chen, clutching his battered body, cursed. Damn it, I'll let you push me around for now. Once I complete the reconstruction of the Tai Chuan True Scripture, you'll be the first to lose your head. Changxiao, oblivious, hummed a happy tune while stamping the seal. Great, great! You're the 102nd disciple of the Undying Sect. Here's the beginner's manual. Take it and cultivate. Remember, don't share it. As he spoke, he casually shoved the Yi Jinjing in front of him. That evening, in the courtyard, all was quiet. Silent. The book from earlier was unceremoniously slammed onto the mat. Xing Chen sat cross-legged nearby, scoffing. Just some trash manual from a 9th-rate sect. How could it catch this emperor's eye? But he casually flipped through a few pages. Just a quick look in case he checks my cultivation progress. Wouldn't want to be clueless then. After reading a few pages, his face froze. Dude screaming his lungs out in the middle of the night. Damn it! Peak body tempering manual. 'Cause Starry Night's got no chill, he eats a kick to the face. Yo, shut it! What the hell you yappin' about at this hour? Some of us are trying to sleep. Blue skies, fluffy clouds, golden sun. Listen up, the name's Assassin. Spot a bald head peeking from above. 10 steps, 1 kill. 1,000 miles, no survivors. Dude moves like a feather, hops behind Changxiao, all stealthy, till he's ready to strike. Then he's like, this is what you call a pro-assassin self-discipline. No openings, Shiki's about to delete Changxiao in 1 shot. Death's knockin', bam! His attack slams into a bamboo book. He's all like, WTF? Internally panicking. This thing's rock solid. I'm giving it my all, and it ain't even budging. But Shiki ain't messin' with no ordinary book. It's the sect leader's self-discipline manual. A mashup of Machiavellian tactics, monarchy, and all the secret sauce to his success. A masterpiece passed down through generations. This book's been toughened up. He nopes out ASAP, thinking, missed the first strike, gotta bail. Changxiao finally glances over. This assassin's kinda interesting. Almost got the drop on me. Then, with a gleam in his eye, but think you're Levin? Ironbone sect that easy? As he watches the guy head for the wall, he's all, you ain't got the skills. Shiki's about to dip, but BAM! Blue barrier in his face. Faceplant. Shiki stutters. A barrier. He's done for. Free falls back inside the wall. Changxiao's smirkin'. Send in. Assassins after assassins, huh? That blue screen of death is a prototype. Sect protection formation. Blocks outsiders. Can tank attacks from martial grandmasters. Costs 50 contribution points. Changxiao clocks the back of the dude's head again and realizes, wait, does this guy have a barcode? He can't help but ask. You wouldn't happen to be 47, would you? Dude's quick to retort. Underestimated you, huh? Figured out my codename? Guess you've sniffed around the Feather Plume Pavilion a bit. Bet you know about our invincible power, right? Changxiao frowns, scoffs. Feather Plume Pavilion? What's that? Never heard of it. Thought you did your homework on me? Why wouldn't you know about them? Lucky guess. Shiki's bawling his eyes out. Can't believe I leaked intel as a rank 4 martial artist gold killer. Gotta watch out for 47. Changxiao's chill, thinkin', Hirin. A pro-assassin like this must mean... Then he continues. Spirit Spring Sect splashin'. Some serious cash, huh? At least 5,000 taels. Dude blurts out. 5,000 ain't enough. Their bounty's 10,000. Whoops! Shiki just spilled the beans. Shiki facepalms, sweat pouring down his bald head. Next thing you know, Changxiao's dragging him off. Too much blabberin'. For an assassin, no future in it. Start planning your prison career. Shiki's a mess of tears, you scammer. I'm a pro. Over at Spirit Spring Sect, a beefy hand struggling with some heavy stuff. Yinu's pantin'. Second bro, third bro died at that trash's hands. Big bro, why's that trash sect leader so damn hard to kill? Silence from Kang Dan for a sec. Spirit Spring's Yi Ji finally speaks. Fourth bro, Jun Changxiao straight up murdered second and third bros. Still think he's trash? That's why we hired a Feather Plume Pavilion gold killer this time. Totally pro. Jun Changxiao's toast. He goes on. We four joined Sacred Spring Sect, came down the mountain to start our own sect, and now we gotta hire someone else for revenge. The old dude in the back chimes in. Once Feather Plume Pavilion's assassin kills Jun Changxiao, we're paying Iron Bone's sect to visit ourselves. Yi Shi's one good eye narrows, all nasty. We'll use every drop of Iron Bone's sect disciples' blood to honor second and third bros. Suddenly, some random guy's like, what you talking about? Sounds lively. The old dude perks up. Yi Shi slowly turns. Sect leader Qin's got time to drop by? It's Qin Haoran, the big cheese of the 100 Sect Alliance. He lowers his gaze, mumbling. Wei had a tragedy. My management was lax. I'm here to take the blame. Another Iron Bones sect-hating maniac shows up in the 100 Sect Alliance. Haoran's brows furrow, a hint of bloodlust. Whether they're crippled or killed, I'll give you both a satisfactory answer and an explanation to Sacred Spring Sect. Some arms leaning on something, a scornful laugh. This is the 100 Sect Alliance's leader? Haven't had a chance to say hi since I became sect leader. Didn't expect our first meeting to be such a historic moment. Haoran shoots a glance. Caught you coming, sect leader Jun. What brings you here? And what historic moment needs my witnessing? Jun Changxiao's all arrogant. Here to witness Spirit Spring Sect's downfall. Enraged, Yinu roared. You killed my second and third brothers, yet you dare to dismantle the signboard of the Lingquan sect? You're tired of living. But Yin Shi immediately reminded him. Fourth brother, calm down. The fact that this kid is here means the gold-level assassin failed. That assassin was also a rank 4 martial apprentice. Suddenly, white smoke billowed from the signboard as Li Fan picked it up, declaring, using this signboard as your coffin is already a merciful gesture. Sect leader Qin, this is a feud between me and the Lingquan sect. I hope you won't interfere. Jun Changxiao frowned slightly and replied, I also don't want the 100 Sect Alliance to disband here. Haoran raised his head mockingly. You want to annihilate the Lingquan sect right in front of me? You're really arrogant. He didn't hesitate to hurl the signboard forward with full force, adding the reminder, Sect leader Qin, don't make the wrong choice. As it approached those opposite him, they growled. This force and speed! He must be a high-rank martial apprentice. Suddenly, a veined hand swiftly grabbed the signboard. Haoran, annoyed, tossed it aside, saying, I sensed your aura. It's only around rank 5 martial apprentice, but this strength. It has to be rank 7 or higher. Without opening his mouth too wide, his voice still echoed. Although I don't know why you have such overwhelming power, this old man is a rank 7 martial apprentice. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Since I'm here today, Sect Master Jun should apologize to the Lingquan sect. As soon as the words left his mouth, something flew right in front of Haoran's face. But he still easily dodged it. Haoran, taking a few breaths, asked, Is this hidden weapon your trump card that gave you the courage to challenge me? But hidden weapons, once revealed, are nothing to this old man. However, a scream caught his attention. Fourth brother. Haoran turned to see Yi Ji trembling, holding a bloody Yi Nu in his arms. Jun Changxiao, still in a shooting stance, said coldly, Looks like a rank 9 martial apprentice possesses the speed to evade this gun's attack. This action infuriated Haoran, who snapped, Do you intend to annihilate the entire Lingquan sect? Does your conflict have to escalate to this level? Why can't you reconcile? Do you know that if you anger the Holy Spring sect, our 100 Sect Alliance will be wiped out in an instant? Meanwhile, the gun in Li Fan's hand gradually disappeared. Jun Changxiao slowly stated his accusation. The Lingquan sect colluded with mountain bandits, killed my disciples, and even hired assassins from the GU Tower time and time again to get close to me. He frowned, his eyes full of killing intent. Sect leader Qin wants me to reconcile? Then after I annihilate the Lingquan sect, I'll propose reconciliation with the Holy Spring sect. Wouldn't that be great? At this time, Yi Ji was so angry that black smoke was coming out of his mouth, and he shouted loudly, I've already sent disciples to invite the Holy Spring sect to preside over justice. Your Splinterbone sect is finished. The old man raised his face and shouted, I'll wait for you in hell, to atone for my 3 martial brothers. But the response was only a cold voice from the other side. The first rule of my Splinterbone sect is, whoever wants to kill me, I kill them. Your barking like a dog is not worth wasting my bullets on. Jun Changxiao, with an extremely angry expression, declared. Go to hell, and wait for the Holy Spring Sect, that's your backyard. Hearing this, Hao Ran's muscles swelled, tearing his clothes. He rushed forward at lightning speed. This old man can't let you do as you please. And Li Fan, opposite him, also thrust forward with his sword. The tip of the sword aimed at Yinxi was blocked by Hao Ran's palm. Jun Changxiao smirked contemptuously. Using your bare hands to block a sword, I don't know whether to call you strong or stupid. Then without saying anything more, he stabbed through, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At this time his expression was very confused, his face full of sweat. My martial skill can't stop him. Then Jun Changxiao swung his sword horizontally. Hao Ran's blood flew in the air, his eyes bloodshot as he solemnly declared, Today, the Lingquan sect will disappear from the 100 Sect Alliance. Looking at his image reflected in the blood, Jun Changxiao continued, And my Splinterbone sect officially withdraws from the alliance. A sect leader like you is not worthy of being in the same alliance as me. Hao Ran, with a tense expression, said, City Lord, you must not be lenient with this evil sect exterminating villain. But contrary to him, the other party was very calm. If Jun Changxiao did something unconscionable, then this city lord would have already taken action. No need to wait for you to report the crime, just a martial apprentice, not yet a cause for concern. Shi Qingju sat in his chair, holding a teacup, continuing. The matter between Jun Changxiao and the Lingquan sect, at best, is only considered a Zhu Tao evil force. The tea was still steaming. Hao Ran's tone echoed. What about the Lingquan sect? Hearing this, Shi Qingju frowned, loudly. In the past, they colluded with mountain bandits, killed people and robbed them, and now they arbitrarily brought people from Jiju Tower to Qingyang Town. The words made Hao Ran's face full of sweat. I really want to ask, who gave them the guts to do such things? His legs also unconsciously kicked each other. Sect leader Qin Xianmo knows that you always wanted to please the Holy Spring sect. At this time Xie Chengju stood up, with his hands behind his back, radiating extraordinary aura. But you must also remember that this Qingyang Town bears the surname Xi. With a dark face he stuttered a warning. If anyone dares to use means to torture the people of Qingyang Town, then don't blame Xie Guangkun for being merciless. Blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine in a desolate place, the loudspeaker blared extremely noisy sounds. Little tiger likes to dance. Wherever the music echoed, the spirits in the group of people seemed to be controlled, constantly dancing along. Good little rabbit obediently pulls up carrots. Jun Changxiao felt extremely discordant and said, I didn't expect the system to update such a shameless prop. After saying that, the system appeared to introduce the item in detail. Radio suitable for morning exercises of sect disciples. The sound emitted can stimulate a happy mood. Intrinsic. Within 100 meters, the target the host aims at will be brainwashed and will unconsciously follow the rhythm of the dance. He lowered his head and pondered. This intrinsic ability, if used at the right time, is no different from being magical. Just thinking of something bad, Jun Changxiao was like a lost soul. Imagine fighting with a boss, turning on the radio. The boss suddenly becomes sleepy. Then he instantly felt disgusted, spitting everywhere. No, not just the nauseating image, but his spirit was also dancing, mocking the guy. This sect leader must be brain dead. While dancing, he grumbled inwardly. Me, the heavenly ancient first emperor, how did I end up doing these sissy moves? Where's my dignity? How am I supposed to show my face in this world later? A moment later, the announcement suddenly rang out. Morning exercises are over. Xing Chen lay on the puddle of water on the ground, his eyes sparkling as he pouted. Just kill me, please. I've lost all my dignity. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared beside him. The shadow abruptly said, Ye Xing Chen, got time for a chat? Covering part of his face with his hands, he agreed. All right. In a large, deserted pavilion, which seemed to be an exercise field, a voice spoke. Your eyes tell me you're a man with a story, and you have platinum blonde hair. Continuing. Actually, I really admire people with stories like you. Changxiao said something that made Xing Chen choke on his own spit. Unlike me, who transmigrated to become a sect leader without any deep-seated grudges. How boring. Then, he glanced sideways at the cunning face. You must have been thinking about how to leave this place these past few days, right? But the person next to him remained silent. Only a trace of fear flashed across his face, and his hand trembled slightly. The voice continued to boom. Perhaps your feelings for the undying sect are a mix of love and hate. You know this muscle suit has its benefits for your body and cultivation. His face darkened. He kept rambling. Even that embarrassing exercise makes you feel refreshed and relieves the fatigue of cultivation. Leaving this place is like losing a lot of mystical cultivation resources that you can't imagine. Which also means your revenge path will be much slower. At this point, veins popped up around Xing Chen's eyes. And Changxiao thought to himself, called it! He was also someone with deep hatred, but remained indifferent, and said casually, I don't know about your past, but you've already joined the Undying Sect. He put his hands in his pockets, standing opposite Xing Chen. Your path to becoming a powerhouse will definitely be limitless. How your old story ends is up to you to write. Hearing this, he sweated a little and asked, Can you help me break through again? Martial Emperor done, he immediately chuckled. Martial Emperor is just the beginning. I believe there are even higher realms, and I will personally take you beyond Martial Emperor. After hearing those misleading promises, Xing Chen stretched comfortably and said softly, Yi Jinjing, muscle suit. These things have proven that you're not a liar. I'll accept this disciple identity for now. He put his hands behind his head and glanced at Changxiao. But I can see that your spiritual roots are nothing special, maybe even trash. Even with some magical cultivation methods, your final realm will have a limit. As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a fireball in admiration. Not bad eyesight. Ye Jingchen is indeed extraordinary. Inside, a pot was being heated, and Cheng Xiao's teeth clenched. But you're wrong. My trump card will forever exceed your imagination. The flame gradually disappeared, revealing its shape. Thump thump thump, hammer blows struck the mountain gate of the Ironbone Caillou sect. It wasn't the sound of breaking down the door, but the sound of a carpenter working diligently. Seeing the carpenter diligently hammering away, outsiders couldn't help but admire his love for his work, and also felt sorry for the door. They wondered what kind of grudges it had incurred to be tortured to this extent. Finishing the last few hammer blows, the carpenter looked at his work, panting, but his voice was full of joy. Finally fixed it! Then, as if recharged, he rushed out at full speed, smiling happily and proudly declaring, Taoist Ma Rongning would rather continue to wander the world. Goodbye, see you in the Jianghu. Suddenly, from afar, there were popping sounds like someone dribbling a ball. The sound was very normal, but to the one running for his life, it was like thundering, demanding his life in a heavenly tribulation. He looked at the light at the end of the road and rushed at full speed, shouting as if motivating himself. Just one more step, and I'll escape the carpenter's life. Ironically, from behind, a ball tore through the air like a talisman demanding the life of that sect leader Changxiao. The trajectory accurately flew straight to the front hall pillar and bounced back, hitting the would-be carpenter-cum-Taoist Ma Yongning in the face, shattering his dream like his face at that moment. The carpenter fell, the light in his eyes blurring. Before everything faded into darkness, only one idea floated in front of him. Farewell, my little dream of becoming a Taoist. The owner of the ball that shattered that small dream came over without any remorse, muttering in disapproval. My gate was so beautiful, and you fixed it into a Picasso masterpiece, and then wanted to leave. Without any hesitation, Changxiao calmly stepped over the unfortunate carpenter and his representative work, leaving a message. If the gate isn't fixed up properly after I return today, then the goalkeeper position on the team will forever belong to you. Leaving the mountain gate, he was in the mood to stroll around Huoyang City, where he saw bustling streets everywhere he looked. All around, enthusiastic sales pitches rang out. Discount sale here! Our shop has 100 years of experience in the pharmaceutical industry. Today, we just received a new batch of medicines, including Lingluo grass and 3-year brewed tiger bone wine. Good for strengthening the body. The lively atmosphere in front of him swept Changxiao away, and he exclaimed in admiration, This Huoyang City is indeed the city of medicinal materials. Wandering around for half an hour, I've already bought nearly 30 portions of treatment pills, shaping pills, and qi gathering pills. I even managed to buy 2 portions of all qi pills. Looking at the vast and bustling city, and estimating his needs, Changxiao couldn't help but sigh softly, his voice somewhat helpless. But this amount is still far from enough. It seems I still have to make a trip to that place. Strolling leisurely through several streets, he finally arrived at his destination. He looked up at the magnificent signboard of A Air Pharmacy, engraved in relief in front of him, and muttered in admiration. Very majestic, as expected of the largest pharmacy in Huoyang City. Lucky for me, I have some prior acquaintance with this family. Smash their young master and beat their elder. Stepping into the shop, the round-faced and amiable steward Ma greeted him warmly. Sect Leader Jun, welcome, sir. What kind of medicinal materials are you looking to buy? Sect Leader Changxiao leaned leisurely against the counter, stating his request seriously. Steward, I have a big business deal. Quickly call out your manager to discuss it. Steward Ma, seeing that the person in front of him might be a VIP customer, politely asked in detail. A big business deal? May I ask for your name, sir? He calmly introduced his name, Jun Changxiao, sect leader of the Undying Sect. The speaker was relaxed, but the listener was startled and frightened. The steward had obviously heard of this name for a long time, and now that he met him in person, he was flattered and stammered in surprise. You're the one who assaulted our young master and elder? The prestige and reputation of sect leader Jun are indeed weighty. The manager, acting like he was greeting his own parents, hurriedly ordered the staff at the shop. What are you standing around for? Go get someone for me, stat. Seeing the enthusiastic attitude of everyone in the medicine shop, Changxiao thought with a dark face. Looks like they want to call someone to get revenge, huh? Figures. I knew beating someone up and then asking for a business partnership wouldn't be that simple. But all of sect leader Jun's preparations were completely thrown off by the warm welcome he received. Righteously upgraded to a VIP customer, Changxiao awkwardly took the fragrant guanyin tea and smelled the rich aroma of baked goods. He shyly asked, Shopkeeper, when you said, call someone, did you mean prepare tea and snacks for me? In response to the strange question from their esteemed guest, the shopkeeper eagerly, but still with a touch of formality, replied, Of course, we, AI family, are in the business of welcoming guests, and when we meet a big client, we naturally have to treat them well. Sect leader Jun was very impressed by the shopkeeper's smooth talk, so when he heard someone arriving, he didn't rush but waited to see who would come to greet him this time. But surprisingly, it was an old acquaintance behind the door. The elder happily walked in to greet him, as if welcoming a long-lost relative. Sect leader Jun, long time no see. A little surprised by this attitude, Changxiao quickly reacted, and without any hesitation he politely praised. Elder, I was worried that because of our previous squabble you wouldn't want to cooperate with me to make money. Faced with the other party's somewhat blunt honesty, the old man gave a forced, embarrassed laugh and dodged the comment. Sect leader is so jovial, he said, smiling warmly like a true businessman. Elder Ali looked at the person in front of him, secretly apprehensive. The news has spread everywhere. You single-handedly destroyed the Lingquan sect and even crushed 9th-rank martial artist Shin Minzu. Your strength must be at least a martial master. Who would dare to clash with you? With such resounding achievements, the old man was wise and knew what to do next, so he smiled without hesitation. We'll pretend we never fought, never met. Knowing that the visitor had something to discuss, the elder didn't delay, but sat down next to Changxiao and quickly got down to business, asking, I wonder what business sect leader Jun wants to discuss. At this moment, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which were written many types of alchemy ingredients. However much of these medicinal herbs you have on this list, I'll buy it all. The old man picked up the paper, read it, and pondered for a moment before replying, Sect leader Jun, the AI family can provide all of these medicinal herbs, but the price won't be low. For example, this most precious emperor blossom leaf, the AI family, only dares to keep a little over 200 plants. Elder AI's answer completely exceeded Changxiao's expectations, but he remained silent and appreciative. Emperor blossom leaf is the key ingredient for refining the all-chi pills. Over 200 plants, that's over 200 all-chi pills. As expected, the AI family is rich AF. Seeing a good business opportunity, and also a chance to build relationships, the old man negotiated for a friendly price. Sect leader Jun, I'll give you a discount on these medicinal herbs, but they'll still cost 100,000 taels. Hearing that price, Changxiao happily replied, Money is no problem. After robbing those bandits, I'm never short on cash. Keeping customers satisfied is the motto of doing business, so after reaching an agreement, the elder quickly ordered people to prepare the goods. I'll immediately have people pack and deliver them to your sect. Looking at these medicinal herbs, may I ask, is sect leader Jun proficient in alchemy? Seeing an opportunity to make money, sect leader Changxiao humbly stated, I know a little bit. Coincidentally, I brought some pills that I've refined. Taking out a bright green pill with eye-catching patterns and a faint layer of spiritual energy surrounding it, he introduced, Healing pill. I wonder if the AI family is interested in buying it. Looking at the ordinary pill in front of him, the old man awkwardly explained, Sect leader Jun, forgive me for being blunt. The healing pill is the most common pill, so the profit from this type of pill is very, very low. Before the soft words were finished, suddenly, the manager beside him was punched right in front of Elder AI. The speed was so fast and the force so strong that he spat out blood and flew to the end of the reception room. While the manager was spitting blood, sect leader Changxiao also gently flicked the pill into the manager's mouth. Stunned by his actions, the old man furiously shouted, Sect leader Jun, the AI family welcomes you with a warm and amiable attitude. Why are you killing my people? Before the words could finish, the manager stood up comfortably and stammered, Elder, it seems like this servant is fine, his whole body cold and sweating. The elder almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. He muttered, You clearly had broken chest bones just now. As if to prove that he wasn't dreaming or seeing things wrong, Elder AI even reached out and directly felt the manager's wound, which was now completely healed. His eyes widened as he looked at the tear in the clothing, the only remaining proof of what had just happened, and he thought to himself, Clearly, that punch just now shattered your chest bones, but it healed completely in the blink of an eye. This is what you call a healing pill? It must be a miracle pill. Recognizing a good product, and also an opportunity to make money, Elder AI turned to Changxiao and eagerly negotiated. Sect leader Jun, how many of these healing pills do you have? The AI family will buy them all. Seeing that the promotional effect was as desired, his past life's multi-level marketing experience resurfaced, and he quoted a price. Refining this divine medicine is not simple, so the price is a bit high. I'm setting the price at 10,000. Quickly adopting the style of a businessman, the old man immediately sealed the deal. Good price, 10,000 per pill. Deal, deal, deal. No problem. To Ray. Then he turned to Manager Ma to arrange things. Quickly go to the bank and get 100,000 taels of silver as a deposit. Multi-level marketing salesman Changxiao was stunned by this price, and couldn't help but thank his slow mouth for helping him earn so much silver. He was both moved and secretly scolded himself. Damn it, I was just about to say 10,000 taels per bottle. Walking out of the medicine shop, he still felt like he was floating on clouds and sighed. Luckily, his mouth was faster than his brain. Whatever, I made a killing. The AI family's work efficiency was indeed very fast, and in no time a space ring was prepared neatly and respectfully presented to Changxiao. Sect leader Jun, the medicinal herbs you need are all in this space ring, a total of 100,000 taels worth. The elder also sincerely treated the distinguished guest and escorted him to the door, not forgetting a thank you gift. Consider this ring the AI family's sincerity, a gift for our first cooperation. Changxiao was also generous, directly giving a bottle of healing pills to the elder as payment. Today I only brought 10 healing pills, just enough for 100,000 taels of medicinal herbs. Receiving the bottle of divine pills, the old man was also satisfied with this business opportunity. Happy cooperation. From now on, whatever kind of pills sect leader Jun refines, the AI family is willing to buy them at a high price. Hearing this from Elder AI, Changxiao's system rang with the familiar notification sound, along with super valuable rewards that stunned and delighted him. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest. Lavish spending of 10,000 gold. Reward, 20 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest. Lavish spending of 10,000 gold. Reward, 50 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest. Lavish spending of 10,000 gold. Triggering a hidden reward. Receiving double physique reformation fluid. His ears exploded as he heard a series of coveted rewards. Unable to restrain himself, he quickly excused himself to hurry and enjoy those treasures immediately. I'll definitely look for you to cooperate next time. Goodbye, I have something urgent to attend to. As soon as he disappeared, Manager Ma happily smiled like gold was in his hands and congratulated. Elder, we can sell this kind of life-saving pill for 30,000 taels each with a wave of our hand. Congratulations, Elder, on successfully negotiating a big deal. But the old man dismissively waved his hand. 30,000, Ma Changgui, your vision is too short. Then, as if to prove it, the elder issued a series of smooth orders to raise the price of this high-end product. Prepare to open an auction for me. Also, promote it well. A divine medicine like this should start at least 50,000 taels. Sect leader Jun is truly a god of wealth knocking on the A family's door, even though he was far away and couldn't hear those words. The elated god of wealth couldn't help but sneeze from being praised. Because of that slight anomaly in his body, the god of wealth, who had just finished drinking 2 doses of physique reformation fluid, mistakenly thought it was a side effect, and asked with a puzzled face, "Damn it, why do I have a runny nose after finishing 2 bottles of physique reformation fluid? All that rushing out of the city was for nothing. System, don't tell me your product is fake." As Changxiao hesitated and leisurely stepped back towards his sect, he gradually noticed something different around him. Suddenly, with each step he took, strands of thick, golden spiritual energy appeared and surrounded him. Startled, Changxiao stopped and saw layers upon layers of spiritual energy surging towards him like endless waves. This unprecedented feeling of explosive awesomeness. Changxiao was stunned, tasting the joy before him, and wanting to shout, "This spiritual energy! Is this what it's like when top-grade spiritual roots sense the heavens and earth?" This sudden surge of spiritual energy made him want to sit down and enjoy it immediately. "Since you spiritual energies are so enthusiastically proactive, then I, your lord, won't stand on ceremony. Focus and absorb the spiritual power into the circulation of your body." And he's already broken through. He went from one joy to another as the system announced loudly, "Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to 6th rank martial apprentice. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to 7th rank martial apprentice." Leaping high into the air, experiencing the magical changes in his body with the heavens and earth, Changxiao couldn't help but regret his past. Top-grade spiritual roots are indeed extraordinary. They can make me feel like I control this piece of heaven and earth. No wonder Qing Yang's progress can keep up with a Ferrari. With a curious mind to explore the next changes, he smiled expectantly. Top-grade spiritual roots are already like this. I wonder how terrifying supreme-grade spiritual roots will be. I'm really looking forward to it. After the initial moment of surprise, and getting used to the new cultivation speed, Changxiao leisurely strolled forward, also thinking about the situation of the other geniuses of the sect. Finally, I can be considered a genius like Qing Yang. And Tian Tian's aptitude is even better than Qing Yang's. I wonder what kind of spiritual roots she has. Switching to a scene at the Ironbone sect, he's painfully pressing the button on the pill refining furnace, watching each pill fly out of the furnace evenly, then looking at his blistered fingers. Changxiao complained to the system wearily. "System, I have a suggestion. Can you adjust it to hold, instead of pressing each one like this? My hands are so tired they're about to cramp." Luckily, being a single dog for 30 years in my previous life helped me develop a godlike hand speed, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to persevere. An hour later, looking at his fingers swollen twice their size, along with the statistics of pills refined, thanks to the One Yang finger gong talisman, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished pressing 10,000 medicinal materials with my jade-like fingers. Stretching and doing a few movements to relieve his stiff limbs, Changxiao excitedly boasted, "Wait until tomorrow morning to distribute them to the disciples, which, with this pile of pills, our cultivation progress can increase by a huge margin." Looking at the sky, he realized how much time had passed. He muttered, "It's already night? That's right, I was tortured for so long. Okay, before going to bed I'll refresh the store, maybe I can exchange for some useful props." With that, Changxiao leisurely opened the system screen, looking at the shopping screen. His eyes suddenly widened, startled awake, stuttering, This is..." Then, as if finding a treasure trove, Changxiao screamed out with elation, Buy, I must buy this!" Receiving the order too quickly, the system spoke up to confirm. "Requires spending 100 contribution points. Host, are you sure?" Without hesitation, who could pass up this item? He excitedly confirmed again. Of course! A 0.1%, 1% appearance rate. How could I miss it? After receiving the order, the system unlocked it and immediately transferred the item to the buyer. Then congratulations to the host for receiving it. Anyone from the modern era would know it, so the feeling of Changxiao at this moment cannot be described when he heard the system announce. God tier QBU-88 sniper rifle. His eyes burned with desire as he held the gun in his hands. He couldn't ask for anything more at this moment, he just wanted to shout and brag. What is the dream of a strong man? It's this. The system also displayed a detailed introduction. God tier QBU-88 sniper rifle. Originally a Chinese military sniper rifle, modified to suit the high martial world. The bullets have been replaced with essence cores. Advantages: fast firing rate, long range, strong destructive power. Excited like a child getting a gift, Changxiao couldn't wait to install the scope on the gun. Looking down at the dream weapon from his previous life, he eagerly whispered, "Sniper rifle combined with an 8-power scope, this is exactly what I wanted." As soon as the equipment was assembled, the system spoke again. Gun and scope integrated. It is recommended that the host enable the X8 scope enhancement mode. The system's suggestion made him even more curious, urging, "Where's the enhancement mode? Quickly open it and let me see." Receiving the order, the system immediately deployed. Congratulations, host. You have spent 5 contribution points to successfully enable the 8-power scope enhancement mode. Money burner. The system reported, making its master a little stunned, angrily scolding. This also costs money, system? Before he finished complaining, Changxiao suddenly saw a miracle before his eyes. He was willing to open his eyes as wide as possible to prove that he was awake. The entire structure of the Ironbone sect unfolded clearly before his eyes. Changxiao looked at the high-quality 3-dimensional map before him, couldn't help but exclaim, "System, is this what you call enhancement mode? This should be called a wall hack." Suddenly, while admiring the spoils of his new loot, he accidentally heard some faint whispers. "This undying sect is a bit evil. To save Shiki, we must be extra careful. The time limit given by the Lord is only 1 day. How about we use the divine weapon to infiltrate their sect's protective formation today? Either we win big, or we run away." Sect Master Changxiao turned the scope to find the source of the voice and muttered, "Enemies!" Through the lens, 2 suspicious individuals were hiding outside the courtyard wall of the disciples' dormitory area. The image appeared as clear as watching live television. Zooming in on the location of these 2 again, the story they were telling could be heard as clearly as if they were confiding in his ear. Shiki's assassination skills are no worse than ours. What method did this 9th-rate sect use to make him submit? However, if the 2 brothers of us act together, we will definitely take Changxiao's head. This eye-opening and ear-opening experience really brought joy to the buyer, making Changxiao smile because he found a bargain. I can eavesdrop and see through walls at the same time. This enhancement mode is worth more than 5 points. On the other hand, knowing the plan of the 2 intruders, Changxiao pointed the gun at the 2 of them, while showing an expression of sympathy. Taking money from people and helping them work. I can understand this principle. But that's all. Putting his finger on the trigger, looking at the 2. Sect Master Chang made a decision. But you, TG, I'll fix this later, you Lu, are wrong in one thing, and that is provoking the wrong person. Then, taking the standard pose of a sniper that he had seen on TV many times in his previous life, he gently squeezed the trigger. 1 shot, 1 soul. The bullet, with a mysterious power, somehow pierced through layers of walls and flew through the night. The 2 intruders, who were not of ordinary skill, suddenly felt something was wrong, and quickly turned around and whispered, "There's killing intent. We've been exposed." The hasty response was ultimately not able to keep up with the speed of the bullet, so in the blink of an eye, the 2 assassins of TGU Lu had their heads shattered, sacrificing their lives without being able to do anything. Confirming the result, Changxiao mocked coldly. "Assassins and snipers are 2 different styles of action. Unfortunately, you guys don't have a chance of winning in this duel. As the saying goes, you must eradicate weeds at the root. It seems that this TGU Lu," his eyes filled with contemplation, but he coldly made a decision that determined the fate of many, should not exist in this world anymore. At this time, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for eliminating 2 gold medal assassins, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and receiving a special sect martial skill reward. I cut." With this high-level martial skill, the system further explained its origin and historical development. Undying sect, I cut. Originally only half a martial skill, after being modified by the almighty system, it became a complete skill that is extremely easy to learn. Gathering the surrounding spiritual energy in the palm of a hand, forming a crescent moon like a flowing light cut, the power is extremely strong, but the spiritual power consumption is extremely small. Suitable for tactics of fighting from a distance, middle-grade elementary skill, the martial apprentice realm can cultivate. Reading this introduction, Changxiao thought deeply. Sect, martial skill, so that means the disciples can also cultivate it. But the middle-grade quality is a little too ordinary. I just don't know how low the spiritual power consumption is. As if suddenly remembering something, Changxiao had a scheming smile on the corner of his mouth, muttering, "Wait until tomorrow morning to find someone to try it out. It just so happens that I have a great target." Early the next morning was a clear and sunny day. suitable for doing some fun things. In the sect's training ground, a surprised but somewhat arrogant voice rang out. You want to discuss blades with me? Last time I lost to you, but that's only because you relied on that sword. Turns out, it's that knife-wielding carpenter dude speaking. Ma Yongning's hands are born to wield blades. Sect leader Jun, come at me, bro. His face is all fired up, then his aura suddenly freezes like he's been hit with a paralysis jujitsu. Then, boom! An explosion rocks the place, shaking the entire sect down to its foundations. In the training yard, amidst the dust and smoke, Sect leader Jun raises his hand, stunned. No cap. Being remodeled by an all-powerful being is OP. It's practically 0 MP cost. Not far away, shrouded in dust, a faint voice says, Sect leader Jun. As the dust settles, Ma Yongning, the knife dude, in a bizarrely mystical pose that somehow dodged all the blade strikes, finishes his sentence. I want to be your disciple. Sect leader Jun is like, wait, hold up. Weren't you trying to ditch yesterday? To show his sincerity, the knife guy doesn't hesitate to kneel and beg. Today, witnessing your flamboyant and unrestrained swordsmanship, I realized how trash my own skills are. And, a bit embarrassed, he sheepishly adds, yesterday, after enjoying Duo's cooking, I made up my mind. I want to dedicate my entire knife-wielding youth to the immortal sect. Seeing Yongning's greedy face, sect leader Changxiao can't help but yell, dude, that's the main reason, isn't it? However, being an extraordinary and magnanimous sect leader, he still accepts him. Alright, Duo is short on dishwashers. If you want to stay, take the job. As if a weight has been lifted, Yongning cheerfully stands up, excitedly proclaiming, Ma Yongning's hands are born to wash dishes. Sect leader, rest assured. Changxiao looks at the zealous youth before him, inwardly admiring his thick skin. Giving him an encouraging pat, the sect leader trustingly entrusts the responsibility to his new disciple. You are the talent that our immortal sect has been missing. Life and training continue peacefully. 3 days later, in the bustling city of Huyang, the city is plastered with eye-catching red slogans with bizarre content. This one says, are you still attached to this world? Another one says, can't bear to part with that last breath? This corner boasts, Guy's miraculous medicine heals injuries. As long as there's a breath, take a pill and bloom back to life. That corner proclaims, tonifies kidneys and strengthens yang. You're healthy, she's happy. Huyang is surprisingly more lively thanks to these event slogans. In the large town square, many people sit neatly next to each other. The attendees are discussing animatedly. Someone says, Guy is auctioning off 9 miraculous healing medicines today. I wonder if they're as magical as the advertising says. Another person chimes in. I don't think Ngai is stupid enough to destroy their own reputation. Maybe there's actually something groundbreaking about them. As he says that, he glances downwards, his eyebrows furrowing, his tone slightly surprised. Oh, isn't that the Song family's second son? Where he's looking, there's a person sitting in a wheelchair. Someone comes over to inquire and clicks his tongue. What a pity. He left Qingyang County with Xiao Zuiji for training years ago, and was ambushed by a ferocious beast after only 2 days. He was lucky to survive, but he was left paralyzed. Sitting in the wheelchair is indeed the Song family's second son being discussed, looking extremely tired and dejected. The person next to him sighs sympathetically. He's in a can't die even if he wants to, can't live properly situation. It's been 2 or 3 years, hasn't it? Suddenly, they stuff a jade green pill into his mouth. An old bald man in the audience sneers as he watches the Song family's second son being given the pill. What trick is Ngai playing? Does he want us to witness this kid recovering in the blink of an eye? Lol. As if. But suddenly, the Song family's second son's body moves erratically, something a paralyzed person shouldn't be able to do. His hand is banging repeatedly on the armrest. The guy who just made a mocking remark is now dumbfounded by the scene, blurting out, WTF, 1 pill can only make him twitch a little? How many does he need to stand up and walk? 10 bottles? Ugh. A powerful energy radiates from his body. The Song family's second son suddenly widens his eyes, his pupils shrinking to the size of beans. His hands are like he is being electrocuted. The Song family's second son's entire body is pierced by a surge of power, making him lose control. A moment later, he suddenly stands up, smashing the wheelchair to pieces, in a healthy state, shouting, I can finally move! He gropes his body, exclaiming, My cultivation hasn't disappeared! The guy who was mocking him doesn't believe his eyes and immediately retorts, No way! A spectator suddenly exclaims in shock, A miracle! That's not medicine, it's giving him a new life. Shang Qi, seeing the extraordinary effect of his medicine, becomes extremely pleased and introduces it to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the healing effect of the holy medicine has been witnessed by everyone. This medicine has an effect on Kai Mai and martial artists. The auction can now officially begin. Upon hearing this, the audience below erupts with different price offers. 35,000, 40,000, 55,000, 60,000 taels. From the upper floors, someone loudly shouts, 750,000, 80,000. Following them are Qingyang and Changxiao, wearing black cloaks, silently observing. Seeing the scene before him, he turns and asks, Sect leader, didn't you say selling it for 10,000 apiece would be a huge profit, and you told us to be humble and not to flaunt our wealth? Now people are bidding 8 or 9 times that amount for a single pill. Being questioned, he can only remain silent, remorseful for his miscalculation. Tears stream down his face. Indeed, I am still a young sect leader who has not experienced the world. Below, people are still bidding fiercely, and the value of the pill is getting higher and higher, reaching 100,000 taels. Looking at the lively scene, Changxiao is even more worried, secretly shedding tears in his heart. I cry and bid farewell to the silver taels as they go far, far away. After a while, the two arrived at another place. He immediately collapsed, slamming his hand on a pillar, creating a loud noise. Changxiao's whole body trembled as he stuttered. Now every step I take is like a stab of pain. I sold one for 10,000 taels. Qing Yang, seeing this, could only stare blankly as he complained. Yet they managed to bid them up to 10 times that, and the last one went for 120,000. While feeling depressed, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. Sect leader Jun, please wait. It was Shang Ke. He smiled and said, I saw you in the audience just now. Being exposed, he took off his cloak and replied politely. Today, I brought some disciples into the city to apply for the upgrade to an 8th-rate sect. I didn't expect your auction to be so lit. Shang Ke was even more smug. It's all thanks to the divine medicine of sect leader Jun that there was such a scramble. This is the commission from the auction. Please accept it. With that, he handed Changxiao a small bag, along with some tempting words, hoping that he would entrust the next batch of elixirs to them again. Long-term cooperation, yeah? He puffed out his chest and replied, all right. Changxiao took out a bottle of elixir and quoted the price. These are 10 healing pills that I just refined, but this time, the price is a bit different. I want 50,000 taels each. Before he could finish speaking, the old man interrupted, trying to negotiate. 1 million taels, sect leader Jun. Today is just the beginning. Once the buyers spread the word about the effects, the next auction will definitely attract participants from beyond Xinjiang County, and then the price, hee. Hearing this, he was stunned for a long time, blaming himself. Mo, I really am a country bumpkin. Lucky I didn't say 50,000 each. The exterior of the auction venue was extremely magnificent and beautiful. As they walked, Qing Yang asked, So sect leader, are you saying that you agreed to this commission split with yourself beforehand? Changxiao replied with a dazed look. Of course. I foresaw that the wound healing pills would be hot stuff. How could I only ask for a measly 100,000 taels? He continued to ask. Then what about the every step is a step of pain? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Changxiao, who turned around and warned him. Qing Yang, you need to fix your blunt personality, or you'll die without knowing why. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Mo called out from behind. Sect leader, we're here! The sect certification hall. Following the direction of his hand, the two looked over. It was a magnificent and beautiful building, full of solemnity. What came into view was a person sitting leisurely, drinking tea. When Changxiao's group entered, they saw that the person had already drained the cup of water in his hand, and they could only stand there, dumbfounded. Then, the person slammed the empty cup on the table and began to make things difficult. Sect leader Jun, applying for an upgrade to an 8th-rate sect isn't easy. The information in the file doesn't meet the requirements. Hearing this, he was confused and asked, How doesn't it meet the requirements? Doesn't an 8th-rate sect require at least 5 martial disciples? My disciples took the top 4 spots in the martial arts competition, which clearly shows that their strength has reached the martial disciple level, adding, me makes 5. But that person still sat languidly in his chair, lazily replying, I've also heard about the martial arts competition. Although I know for sure that your disciples have reached the martial disciple level, without a certificate from the government, there's nothing I can do. Changxiao gritted his teeth, enduring it. Then how do I get a certificate from the government? That person leisurely picked up the cup and took another sip, then gently guided. The first step is to go to the village where you registered to establish the sect. Find the village chief and the village secretary. The author's note. Village secretary sounds too modern, but I really don't know what word to use to replace it. If anyone knows, please comment to help me. Xiao Mo leaned close to his ear and whispered, The village chief and secretary? Simply, Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang can do it for us. But Changxiao cut him off with a sullen face. You're too naive. As if he thought the other party was still clueless. That person continued to explain in detail. Have the village chief write a draft application for certification, the secretary approve it, and then hand it over to the head of the town's security team. He will conduct a preliminary review of your disciples. After a comprehensive and meticulous review, he will issue you a form to evaluate their strength. Hearing these somewhat troublesome requirements, his face twisted, and he muttered under his breath, Damn, I didn't expect to experience the efficiency of government work in this world just like on Earth. At that moment, the person was still diligently guiding. Bring the form to the town leader. The town leader will call the town committee members to organize a vote to approve the form, and then give it to the city's guard team. Of course, if the vote doesn't pass, it means that the documents in each step are not complete. For example, the disciples' household registration is not in the town. Hearing this, Changxiao's brain felt like it was about to explode, and he asked with a forced smile, Is there any process that can be a bit shorter? That person also replied helplessly, I really don't know any way. These are all the regulations. There are no shortcuts. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. The strength of the undying sect is clear to everyone. I think we should use the special situation process. Startled, he turned around to look, a little surprised by the appearance of the person behind him. Elder Ma. Elder Ma also replied excitedly, I came here today on some business. I didn't expect to meet sect leader Jun. Then he stepped forward to help Changxiao. Executive Zhao, surely I, Ma, have some face, right? Seeing that Elder Ma was willing to help, he politely thanked him. Thank you, Elder Ma. But he's just doing his job according to the rules. We shouldn't make things difficult for him. Before he could finish speaking, Changxiao heard the sound of a seal being stamped. Immediately, that person stood up in a hurry. His attitude respectful. Completely different from his indifferent demeanor earlier. Sect leader Jun, your application to upgrade to an 8th-rate sect has been approved. Just wait a moment for the portrait photo to be taken. The attitude flip was faster than lightning, leaving him stunned and almost choking. Seeing things going his way, Elder Ma smiled broadly, while Changxiao was still not fully recovered, cursing inwardly. You son of a bitch, you're good. A second later, someone reminded him. Sect leader Jun, please sweep your hair back to reveal your face. Sorry, this is a requirement for the certificate photo. He hurriedly reached out and swept his braids back. Then, people successively mentioned one thing after another. This part of the hair also needs to be adjusted a bit. We need to show both ears. So Changxiao had to forcefully smooth back his bangs, and then someone adjusted his sitting posture for the photo. Sit up straight, your head is a little crooked, lean to the left a bit, don't smile. There, 1, 2. After a series of quick operations, someone finally said it was done. Looking at the photo, it wasn't as handsome as him. Even its appearance was as if it had just gone through 10 tortures. Changxiao was so angry that he trembled. His whole body was enveloped in a negative energy. Changxiao tore the photo in half, but still didn't forget to thank Elder Ma. Elder Ma, I, Jun Mao, have suffered too much of a blow today. I'll personally come to the Kangshan sect to apologize another day. Seeing that Changxiao was unhappy, he didn't want to make things difficult. It's okay, sect leader Jun, take your time. Just then, the system display showed a notification from the undying sect. Congratulations, host, on upgrading the sect to 8th rate, receiving a reward of 100 achievement points, 200 contribution points, sect achievement points 100 500ths, sect contribution points 355 500ths. One shock after another, he cried sadly in his heart. System, do you know how much I gave up? Scene changes to outside someone's house. It turned out that inside was Zui Ji, still punching and kicking the sandbag without a care in the world. Suddenly, he stood in front of the door and called, Zui Ji, I have something for you. He caught a bag of things, and after opening it, he saw a bag full of glittering essence cores. Zuiji cheered happily. Sect leader, why are there so many essence cores? This must be more than 10,000 taels. But immediately afterward, he corrected. A total of 170,000. This is also for you to choose your next path. Dude's physique? Let's analyze. Your strength's at 4,600 kilograms, but your body's almost maxed out. Changxiao, seeing Zui Qi all twitchy, continues. A martial artist needs more than just a buff body. Weapons, gear, my dude. He pulls out a long rifle. If you can handle it, this sniper's yours. Changxiao, all serious, smirks. Let's head to the back mountains for a test drive. Cut to a ridiculously jagged mountain peak. Changxiao, eyeing the target. Lectures. Remember what I said. Target, bullet speed, wind, affects accuracy. Safety off, then fire. Zui Qi lies prone, ready to snipe. Aim true, then squeeze. Locked on, he stays still and silently squeezes the trigger. Holy SHT. That sniper's got some serious kick. One shot, and the area near the target explodes. Changxiao remembers, oops, forgot to mention, this baby's got some intense recoil. He glances at Zui Qi, forcing a smile. It's a beast. Scene. Utter devastation. Trees are down, just stumps remaining. Changxiao walks away. One shot, and you're basically the bullet. He looks down, commenting. But with this yeet distance, Changxiao, standing in the bullet's path, with Zui Qi sprawled amidst the rubble, adds, still plenty of room to grow. Seeing him wrecked in the debris, he praises. You got a knack for this. Recoiled that far, and still hit the target. Zui Qi, regaining consciousness, grins at Changxiao. Sect leader, I have to have that rifle. Next day, the crew's hauling a massive log, yelling and pushing forward. They're pushing the log at Zui Qi to help him train. Zui Qi's legs are skidding, cause the force is insane. Training's brutal, leaving him panting. But thinking of that sniper, Zui Qi's eyes blaze. Keep going! Changxiao and Qingyang watching are like, damn, Zui Qi's a masochist or something. He brings up Zhao Shidi's huge ambition. Even after proving himself at the tournament, he still wants to surpass his ex-fiancée. Changxiao remembers. Wait, wasn't Zui Qi's fiancée, Mu Rongxin, supposed to be strong? Qingyang chimes in. Mu Rongxin is from the Mu Rong family, one of the 4 great clans of Tianhai Prefecture. Their strength rivals a 5th-rate sect like Kangshan faction. He spills the tea. Most importantly, Mu Rongxin has top-tier spiritual roots. The 11 elders of Azure Harmony Holy Sect took her as a direct disciple. Changxiao jumps up, clenching his fist. Hyped! A 2nd-rate sect! This is right up my alley. A genius like her shining even brighter in a second-rate sect? No wonder she dumped Zuiqi. Changxiao's antics confused Qing Yang. He looks at Zuiqi, sweating, internally monologuing. My disciple wants to surpass the woman who dumped him? Gonna be tough. While they're gossiping, Zuiqi's grinding, eyes bloodshot with determination. The logs are relentless, making it hard to even see where the next hit's coming from. He's exhausted, wrecked, but once he's decided, he doesn't care. Watching Zuiqi sweat buckets, Changxiao thinks, so what if it's a fifth-rate family? So what if she's a second-rate sect elder's disciple? He smirks, intrigued. Oh, this is a challenge. Murongson, my disciple's gonna teach you what regret tastes like. Days later, same mountain where they practice shooting, Zuiqi puts a spirit core near the rifle's barrel. A 5th-grade core should have less recoil than a 7th-grade one. He raises a finger to feel the wind. Guessing. East-northeast. Wind speed 3 to 4. Ready. Zuiqi aims. Calculating the target speed. Counting down. 2. The rifle's sights land on a fawn in the woods. 1. Suddenly, a female figure appears in his sights. Zuiqi looks up, stunned, eyes wide, screaming internally, that figure. Simultaneously, a pair of feet walks to the gate of Biyuhu Sect. Rongxin, hugging her blade, looks around. This is Biyuhu Sect? Not as trashy as they say. Someone approaches, making her freeze, eyes widening in shock. A man struts out. Rongxin thinks, no way, it's him. Zuiqi calmly asks, why are you here? Remembering the previous year, Rongxin wanted to see him in person. That day, she blurted out, I'm here to break off the engagement. That's why Zuiqi was ridiculed. A trash getting dumped in public. The Zhao family lost all face that day. Shameless, get out of the Zhao family. He was young, so he bit his lip, enduring the insults, telling himself. Turning from genius to trash, I can accept. Getting kicked out, I can accept, Zuiqi reasoned. This engagement was our parents' decision. I have no feelings for her, but she humiliated me and shamed my parents. The more he thought about the past, the more he hated her, and his words became much harsher. Spit out your intentions, or face my wrath, Rongxin, brimming with confidence, retorted. As a direct descendant of the Murong clan, I'd be warmly welcomed by any top leader in Xinjiang County. Delusional much? She tilted her head arrogantly and asked, isn't your sect leader coming out to greet this lady personally? Already disliking Rongxin, and now seeing her still acting all high and mighty, Zuiqi immediately moved to slam the gate shut, but Rongxin hurriedly yelled, hey! He just casually said, enter if you want, or I'm closing the door. Hearing this, though annoyed, she could only clench her fist and stride past Zuiqi, a mere 9th-rate sect. Rongxin walked and grumbled. Acting all high and mighty, huh? But when she arrived in front of the Immortal Sect's tower, she was shocked by its grandeur. Seeing this, Rongxin started to sweat a little, and exclaimed, pretty impressive. Zuiqi seemed used to her quick about face, and just walked past, explaining, first, we're now an 8th-rate sect. Second, the sect leader has entrusted the grand senior brother to rebuild the entire sect. If you like bones, I'll go ahead. Rongxin glanced at the Immortal Sect disciples practicing in the courtyard and clicked her tongue. But the disciples' cultivation is too low, and their aptitude is mediocre. No matter how fancy the sect is renovated, it's useless. At this moment, his expression immediately turned icy, gritting out each word for her to understand. Mediocre aptitude? These disciples have only been cultivating for a few months. Her face froze at his words, and she glanced over in surprise. A few months, and I can already see a lot of them at the 10th stage of qi refining. Thinking this in her heart, she still had to one-up Zuiqi and asked, but you still haven't achieved qi refining, right? She looked at the eaves, explaining the old story. Back then, I really didn't know that your spiritual roots and cultivation had deteriorated, nor did I know that you had been kicked out by the Zhao family. Rongxin looked ahead and continued. I just didn't want to marry someone I didn't know at all, so I secretly ran away to break off the engagement. For the past 5 years, everyone thought I did it because of your cultivation, but he didn't seem to care about the past anymore and immediately cut her off. That's all in the past, no need to mention it again. Besides, I've now found my own path. On the other side, Changxiao was slurping water and looking over. Also, Qing Yang was hiding behind a pillar, eavesdropping. He judged, Zuiji's fiancée has a good vibe. But Zuiji's reply was too blunt, and Qing Yang, standing behind him, asked hesitantly for his opinion. Sect leader, isn't it bad to eavesdrop like this? Rongxin offered Zuiji a bottle of pills, as if sincerely trying to make up for the mistakes of that year. This contains 10 meridian opening pills, which can increase the success rate of opening your meridians, as well as to compensate you for my childish impulsiveness back then. But conversely, he seemed to feel his pride hurt and rejected her good intentions. Are you pitying me? A trash like me isn't worthy of the Murong family's young lady's compensation. Please take these meridian opening pills back. As soon as he finished speaking, a can of water suddenly fell straight onto Zuiji's head, accompanied by a scolding. Who are you calling trash? Stand up straight for me. He was soaked like a drowned rat, but was still determined to protect his dignity. Murongxin, one day I will go to the 100 Flowers Holy Sect and reclaim my dignity. The two stared at each other for a long time. Then suddenly, A wooden board flew out with the message. "Give a deadline," Zuiji said angrily. "Within 10 years. Then that wooden board flew out again with the message. "Too long, see you." So he had to shorten the time. 8 years. Finally, another wooden board flew over with the words, "You're brave, you will succeed." At this moment, Zuiji wanted to go crazy and turned to yell at the group of Changxiao secretly scribbling on the wooden board behind the pillar. "Sect leader, stop messing around!" Like luring the tiger away from the mountain, in a flash, he turned back to snatch the bottle of pills from Rongxin's hand and turned away like a gust of wind, leaving only one sentence. "Meridian opening pills. I'll accept them." Zuiji's face was full of determination as he emphasized each word so she could hear clearly. 3 years, Xiao Zuiji. I will enter the 100 Flowers Holy Sect, fair and square. Looking at Zuiji at this moment, Rongxin suddenly felt shy and blushed, as if struck by lightning. But a second later she turned around and left, then said, "Okay, then I'll wait for you at the 100 Flowers Holy Sect." Looking at Rongxin's departing back, he was silent and said nothing. However, Zuiji clenched the bottle of pills in his palm and asked, "Bro, sect leader, do you think that since I no longer have anything to do with her, is it necessary to make a scene at the 100 Flowers Holy Sect in 3 years? Hearing this, Changxiao analyzed as if seeing through the mortal realm. "Zuiji, I didn't tell you to go and embarrass the 100 Flowers Holy Sect. I want you to go and resolve your own grievances." He clenched his fist, clearly explaining the motivation for him to understand. Only by becoming a king, by resolving your past grievances, can you regain your confidence and self-esteem. Suddenly, Zuiji felt itchy and stood still, looking ahead. Changxiao carried 4 wooden boards on his back with the contents. "I know Zuiji and Xinxin's feelings. Xinxin flies in the sky. Zuiji swims after her. I ship Zuiji and 10 Xinxins. Quote, Zuiji, you've lost weight. You must take good care of yourself and Xinxin." Seeing that he was free and liked to meddle in other people's affairs, he went crazy and wanted to swing his saber at Changxiao, but he quickly ran away, and Xingyang also hurriedly ran over to pull Zuiji back to avoid causing a murder. "Senior brother, don't stop me. I must kill the sect leader." Switching to a tower in the immortal sect, he held the bottle of pills in his hand and looked at it, asking, "System, do you mean that you can analyze the ingredients of this pill and then write a prescription for the preparation?" Changxiao looked at the system notification screen and happily said, "Then the disciples' qi refining rate will increase again." Suddenly, he thought seriously. But the urgent matter now is to solve Zuiji's deteriorated spiritual root problem. At this moment, the system rang again with a notification. Ding! The host has used 50 contribution points to purchase spiritual roots transformation fluid. He held the newly purchased bottle of fluid and smiled, calculating. Let's improve the spiritual roots first, and then see where the problem lies. Zuiji peered through the liquid in the vial, asking curiously, "Sect leader, can this bottle help me get my spiritual roots back?" Changxiao replied, standing opposite him. "It's hard to say if it can restore top-grade spiritual roots, but restoring a portion of your aptitude shouldn't be a problem." Immediately, he grabbed the vial and downed it in one go. After drinking it, Zuiji smacked his lips. "Tastes like malt." Changxiao was speechless, sighing, such a connoisseur. A second later, Changxiao suddenly turned serious, instructing, "Next, just wait for the aptitude transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, Zuiji began to feel a strange change in his body, his eyes blazing, veins popping all over his face. Zuiji screamed, then a lot of black gas surrounded him. Seeing Zuiji writhing in agony, he panicked and asked the system, "System, what's with the black smoke? I didn't buy this before." He became increasingly frenzied, his eyes turning blood red, and his skin began to crack, looking extremely terrifying. At this moment, only the system's voice echoed in the space. "It's not a malfunction. Xiao Zuiji has been poisoned, and the aptitude transformation liquid is helping him eliminate the toxins." Then, a stream of black gas suddenly surrounded Zuiji's wrist. Seeing the whole process, Changxiao exclaimed in surprise. He's already condensed the first stage of qi manifestation, after just eliminating a portion of the toxins. He gritted his teeth, his expression extremely tense. But who poisoned him? Was it that Elder Zhao? Or the ones who ambushed us in the outer city? Or is there someone behind them? Seeing the black gas begin to dissipate, Changxiao felt more relieved. The toxins are dissolving. Looks like it's almost done. At this moment, the black gas around Zuiji's hand gradually turned white. He suddenly exclaimed, "He's reached the 4th stage of qi manifestation!" Finally, after detoxifying, he coughed out a stream of black gas. When his body returned to normal, Zuiji looked at the bright white bands around his wrist. "Sect leader, I can feel spiritual energy. I've broken through." A second later, he knelt on the ground, clasping his hands and kowtowing reverently. "Zuiji can never repay this kindness. From now on, my life belongs to the sect leaders." Seeing Zuiji being so resolute, Changxiao stepped forward and quickly helped him up. He simply ordered, "Use your power to restore the prestige of the Thornbone sect." Changxiao continued, raising his head and analyzing, "I don't need you to kneel. I just need you to stand up. Now go back and focus on cultivation." These words completely shattered Zuiji's defenses. He bowed his head and cried out, "Yes, Scene cuts to a while later, also at Changxiao's main hall. He rubbed his chin, wondering, "System, there's something I'm still curious about." Changxiao pointed to the screen, analyzing specifically. Zuiji's cultivation was sealed, and his spiritual roots degenerated. It seems all due to the toxins just now. The toxins have been removed, so why did he only recover to the 4th stage of qi manifestation? He seriously studied it again. I've never heard of toxins that can simultaneously suppress both cultivation and spiritual roots, and even if there were, they wouldn't still be effective after being eliminated. But then Changxiao's eyes suddenly lit up as if enlightened. Then the most likely possibility now is, he only thought of one possibility. There are at least 2 types of toxins in Zuiji's body. The aptitude transformation liquid can only eliminate the toxins that suppress cultivation. Thinking of this, Changxiao felt his head aching even more and sighed. The more I talk about it, the more complicated it gets. This brain is almost useless. Now I can't even be sure if these 2 types of toxins were inflicted by the same person. Seeing that his head was about to explode, he asked himself in frustration, "System, is there any medicine that can help enlighten my mind?" But the system had no choice but to say, "It's recorded here that no medicine can cure brain damage." After struggling to think for a while, but still unable to come up with a solution, Changxiao angrily cursed, "Damn it! Sooner or later I'll deal with you." At the same time, Xing Chen was comfortably sunbathing on the roof, muttering, "100 Lily Saint Sect," his eyes full of ambition, profound and unpredictable. "When I become the overlord, they'll only be some 5th-rate little sect." Xing Chen frowned and pondered, then continued, "But this supreme profound scripture is really strange. It's been so long, and I've only comprehended the 7th level. If it weren't for the muscle chain scripture, relying on the supreme profound scripture alone, I still wouldn't be at the 7th stage of qi manifestation now." Instantly, he jumped down while contemplating. Sure enough, asceticism like this won't work. It's too slow. In less than a second, Xing Chen landed right in front of his great hall's door. He turned back to announce, "Sect leader, tomorrow I have to go to a place where demonic beasts appear to cultivate." Hearing this, Changxiao, who was sitting inside, agreed. "Since you started cultivating, your cultivation has increased quite a bit. You really need a more solid cultivation method." Then he began to expose Xing Chen's eavesdropping on the roof. "But you were eavesdropping on the roof for so long just now. You must know the situation of junior brother Xiao very well." Changxiao's blunt words made him jump because he was caught red-handed. Catching Xing Chen's weakness, he continued to instruct, "Tomorrow, go with junior brother Xiao. Zuiji also needs to regain his spiritual energy. The 2 of you can help each other." Thinking of Xing Chen, Changxiao chuckled inwardly. A reincarnated powerhouse, followed by Zuiji, he appraised himself. A genius turned trash. Letting the 2 of them go together made Changxiao feel excited. "This team is interesting." He stretched, looking a bit lazy. "It just so happens that I also want to go to Lake Yang City to buy some stuff, and see how the AI family is preparing for the 2nd auction." Scene cuts to Lake Yang City. As soon as Changxiao set foot in Lake Yang City, he saw 2 people gossiping noisily by the roadside. One person covered his mouth and whispered, "The AI family's holy medicine is truly divine." The other person replied, "You can say that again. I heard that after using it you can recover instantly." He walked past, only hearing their voices echoing behind him. "Heard the big clans and sects arrived early to wait for the auction. Poor scrubs like us don't stand a chance." Seeing the auction become the talk of the town, Changxiao smirked smugly, feeling hyped. Ever since entering the city, everyone's been buzzing about the auction. Looks like he's gonna make bank this time. But his face immediately turned gloomy and pensive. But thinking about having to drop tens of thousands on herbs right after getting the cash, ouch, guess I'm just a money slave after all. As he walked, Changxiao scratched his head, calculating. Looks like I gotta build a herb garden for the sect ASAP. But who's gonna be in charge of the planting? After a while, he arrived at a clinic, only to see someone outside raising hell. "How can your master be so shameless?" Headmaster Jun hurriedly waved a broom, trying to shoo the guy away. "Get lost! The AI family ain't harboring a big shot like you!" Standing behind, he spoke up. "Elder Ma, what's all the commotion?" Changxiao asked seriously. Seeing someone arrive, Headmaster Jun turned around, greeted him, and replied, "Headmaster, this old fart came to apply, but he's driving me crazy." Old Wei shouted, aggrieved, "I'm a 3rd-grade apothecary. My demands aren't even that outrageous." Hearing this, he picked up the broom again, thrashing the old man while cursing, "I can't take it anymore. Think you're hot stuff just 'cause you're at the 3rd stage of qi refining? Where do you get the confidence?" Changxiao quickly intervened. "Elder Ma, let me hear his demands." Old Wei, with a swollen eye, gritted his teeth and answered, "I'm just making demands based on my abilities. A monthly salary of 5,000 taels is all." Hearing this, he quietly asked Headmaster Jun, "It's just a slightly high price. Why beat him up like that?" He turned to reply, "Just listen to what else he has to say." The old man held up 3 fingers, explaining his working conditions. "I don't do overtime, and I want flexible hours. I leave when I want, and no one can interfere with my herb management. Not even the family head. I can draw my salary in advance at will, and you have to pay me immediately whenever I ask." Hearing this, Changxiao finally understood and agreed. "Let me borrow that broom later." But apparently not enough demands, Old Wei added with a big grin. "Ideally, Arrange a few nannies for me too, because I only have a few at home. Before he could finish, both Headmaster Jun and he raised their brooms to the sky, shouting angrily, "Old man, shut up and scram before you get a combo beatdown." Changxiao disapprovingly struck a pose. With demands like that, only an idiot would hire you. Hearing this, the old man shook his head repeatedly and sighed. "Another bunch with eyes but cannot see," Wei Lao said confidently. "What a pity, without me." As he turned to leave, he regretfully muttered, "These herbs will be wasted." Headmaster Jun was fuming and didn't believe Old Wei's abilities. Hearing this, he went crazy and yelled, "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? These are all high-grade herbs from my AI family." The old man glanced back and said, "The herbs are indeed extraordinary, but the person handling them is too careless, truly wasting them." Headmaster Jun raised his broom, ready to drive Old Wei away. "Scram! These are all handled by 7th and 8th grade apothecaries. They're way better than you." And at that moment, Changxiao hit him with the broom. Just then, the system displayed a friendly reminder to the host. "He's not lying," advised. He smiled and stopped Headmaster Jun. "Elder Ma, I'm curious. Why not let him explain in detail?" Before them was a basket full of precious herbs. All three went closer to examine the basket of herbs. He spoke first. "This rotten leaf grass is fine, definitely top grade." A hand touched the leaf, and the herb suddenly emitted a burst of spiritual power. Rotten leaf grass can condense spiritual power. The more spiritual power the leaf emits, the more its effects will be diminished if touched with bare hands. Old Wei raised the leaf to eye level and continued to explain. "Every time I see herbs nurtured by heaven and earth being ruined, Wei Mawu is heartbroken. Fortunately, it's not too late, and the lost effects can be recovered." The leaf was raised and glowed, the veins on the leaf becoming more defined and emitting more green spiritual power. Then, the system suddenly rang out. Detected a hidden power. The effect of rotten leaf grass increased by 300%. But Headmaster Jun just curled his lip in disdain. "You say the herb lost its effect and can be recovered? These are all lies." Contrary to his attitude, Changxiao smiled and started buttering up. "Senior Wei, I agree to hire you. A salary of 10,000, and I agree to all your demands. I only hope you can grow high-quality herbs for my sect." Leaving Headmaster Jun dumbfounded, head full of question marks, Old Wei was stunned and repeated, 10,000 taels? Immediately he bowed and replied, "If Headmaster Jun sincerely wants to invite me, then let me go home and hand over my affairs, and then I will go to the Ironbone sect with the headmaster." Then the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully inviting Old Wei, completing the hidden mission, and receiving 50 contribution points." He immediately smiled brightly, chuckling inwardly, "Old Wei can actually trigger a hidden mission. Looks like I found a treasure. What a steal." The old wooden door with the scratches of time creaked open slowly. The playful children immediately swarmed out, their clear, crisp laughter echoing, their eyes sparkling, waving their small hands at Old Wei, cheerfully shouting, "Grandpa's home!" Changxiao stood aside, quietly observing this warm scene. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Old Wei has so many children and grandchildren. What a blessing. Old Wei, with a benevolent look, stretched out his thin but steady hands to welcome the children, smiling kindly, his eyes full of love and affection. "These are all orphans I adopted." The wrinkles on his face relaxed, his tone containing warmth. "I know that in a world that only values the strong, doing things like this is ridiculous, but some things must be done." Changxiao tilted his head slightly, smirked, and said, "Is this why you want to leave work anytime you want? I'm starting to think hiring you was a brilliant decision." He stood straight, casually putting his hands in his pockets, his tone nonchalant. "Old Wei can bring these kids to the sect. It just so happens that the sect is under construction, so we can build a district for the kids." Then Changxiao waved his hand to the sky, a gust of wind blowing, causing bills to fly up. He laughed loudly, his eyes full of pride at the other's stiff expression, and continued, "I've made some money recently, so I like to throw it around." Old Wei just smiled, but his eyes held a thoughtful sadness. "Indeed, I'm not comfortable leaving these kids behind, thank you, headmaster." But the old dude paused, his voice calm and serious. He knows many sects adopt orphans so they become loyal dogs or even suicide soldiers, but he hopes these kids can decide their own future. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded. A smile flashed across his face. "Wei Lao, chill. I ain't gonna force these kids to join, but," he continued, "I bet you they'll choose to join our sect later." Li Fan said gently, "Once we return to the sect, we'll send disciples to pick up the kids." Cut to the heavens. Wei Lao's worried voice suddenly echoed, "The seeds and saplings must be transported carefully. Don't squeeze them too hard." Changxiao staggered, his back bent under the weight of a dangling pile of seeds. "Wei Lao, you're worried about the seeds getting crushed." Li Fan's face contorted as he gasped. "But not about me, your sect leader, getting crushed to death? Sooner or later I gotta find a spatial ring that can store living things." Wei Lao crossed his arms, frowning at Changxiao. "If I wasn't so old, I could help the sect leader carry them." Li Fan glanced at the old dude, who suddenly started coughing violently. Without changing his expression, he said coldly, "Wei Lao, you're faking your weakness now, aren't you? When you went to buy herbs at the market for 3 hours straight, you didn't even take a break." The scene shifted to behind the mountain. Amidst the dense forests, distant majestic peaks were shrouded in early morning mist. An axe struck down hard, and a tired voice spoke. Sect leader. A young fellow with a scrunched-up face whined. I thought cultivation was different. I said I didn't want to farm, that's why I came to our sect to cultivate. The surrounding people also stopped what they were doing, shouts erupting. Can you explain my very complicated feelings right now? Wei Lao suddenly glared, his aura exploding, silencing everyone. It's just reclaiming a dozen acres of land. Hurry up, or we'll miss the auspicious time for sowing the seeds. Everyone nodded quickly in agreement, terrified. Under the scorching sun, groups of people diligently tilled the soil, the sharp blade of the axe sinking deep into the earth. Fragments of broken rock flying around. When they finished, everyone collapsed, exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat, their bodies limp. Wei Lao stepped forward, looking around. Hai Long said, well done, I can sow the seeds now. The young fella wiped away sweat, flattering him. Yes, then let us help you sow the seeds. The old dude smiled kindly, explaining gently. Growing herbs requires a sincere heart to grow herbs with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. You kids are too impulsive, so I'll do it. Spiritual chi, like ghostly white bone dust, floated with Wei Lao's every step. As soon as the herb touched the ground, the spiritual chi spread like bone dust, swirling in the wind, creating a mysterious and magical scene. He stood in the middle of the formation, like a god, his every step lightly placed on the ground, each step causing a circle of magical white light to spread. Changxiao stood on the cliff, his robes fluttering in the wind, his eyes intently watching. Wei Lao's sowing technique is quite something, huh? It's even more miraculous than ordinary planting methods. While sowing, even the spiritual chi becomes more abundant. Wei Lao is truly a mysterious treasure. Beside him, Qing Yang shivered when he saw the barren land suddenly crack open, and young green shoots sprang up at an astonishing rate. It's still thanks to the sect leader's eye for talent. Oh right, while the sect leader was out, we received a letter. The pure white letter nestled in Changxiao's palm exuded an ethereal and mysterious aura. The thick, smooth paper was like snow, and the corners were folded meticulously to perfection. Right in the center of the front, a crimson seal stood out like a drop of fresh blood. Holy Spring Sect looks like they're not sitting still either. Li Fan frowned, reading the contents. Inviting the sect leader of the Ironbone sect to a decisive battle at the Holy Spring Sect in 3 days, signed by a Holy Spring Sect inner disciple, Mo Shangfei. Changxiao's face darkened. Sending an inner disciple, it seems like I'm being looked down upon. Qing Yang explained. Sect leader, it's not like that, he said. To become an inner disciple of the Holy Spring Sect, one's talent and strength must be outstanding. At the very least, their natural talent must be equivalent to mine. Changxiao sweated, suddenly feeling a bit of boasting. Li Fan chuckled. If it's a challenge from their disciple, then it's not convenient for me to appear. His right hand waved, and 2 ancient secret manuals emitting a blood-red light appeared in mid-air, titled, Exploding Fist, and I Am Cutting. Then, he ordered, Qing Yang, you'll accept the challenge. I'll sponsor you with a few secret manuals. The sunset glow dyed the eaves red, and the gentle autumn breeze rustled the yellowed pages in Qing Yang's hand. His eyes were thoughtful as he said, Exploding Fist, I Am Cutting. Changxiao, with an easygoing demeanor and sharp eyes, stepped forward, one hand behind his back and the other tossing a small cloth bag towards Qing Yang. I got a few spiritual stones from winning the competition last time. I'll give you 3 more, plus 10 Shi gathering pills. For the next 2 days, just focus on cultivation and don't worry about anything else. Qing Yang caught the bag, his fingers tightening, feeling the abundant spiritual chi inside. His eyes blazed with confidence, and the corners of his mouth curled into a determined smile. With spiritual stones combined with the chi gathering formation, I should be able to break through to 4th grade martial disciple in these 2 days. Sect leader, rest assured, Qing Yang will definitely do his best. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as Ling Fan slowly stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. This battle concerns the honor of the sect, so even if you're torn to pieces, you must win for me. Cut to 3 days later, at the Holy Spring Sect in the ruins. The wind stirred up dust on the dilapidated remains. Witnessing the scene before him, Changxiao's calm face suddenly turned pale, his eyes widening with a hint of horror, his hands trembling slightly, his breathing rapid as if suffocated, and his voice was weak and worried. Qing Yang, our sect is known for being shameless, so it doesn't matter if we lose this battle. Just remember to assess your strength and save your life. Meanwhile, at the Holy Spring Sect, a stifling and terrifying atmosphere enveloped the place. 3 figures sitting in the center of the main hall, the dim light not enough to penetrate the thick darkness obscuring their faces. Holy Spring Sect 5th Elder, Holy Spring Sect 3rd Elder, Holy Spring Sect 4th Elder. They seemed to have something in common, which was that they all possessed sharp, knife-like eyes. 3 martial sovereigns. In the dark hall of the Holy Spring Sect, 3 figures sat silently on the stone thrones like 3 ghostly statues carved from the night. Not a sound, not a breath, only deathly silence enveloped them. Li Fan's face was pale, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Changxiao's eyes shrank as he witnessed the terrifying aura emanating from the 3 Holy Spring Sect elders. The pressure before him made him feel like he was facing death. Changxiao choked. Even though the opponent is a 5th-rate sect, this aura is... Holy shit, it's too oppressive. Right then, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly burst out laughing. A chilling, deranged laugh. I may lose to you, but I will never lose the battle. Ear-piercing whooshing sounds erupted, followed by streaks of eerie green lightning like raging fire dragons, coiling around Changxiao's arm. The surrounding air began to tremble, and chaotic spiritual energy formed sharp, swirling vortexes. Swish! Swish! He sat on his majestic chair, and said in a deep voice, I, Jun Changxiao, sect leader of the everlasting sect, am here to accept the challenge from the Holy Spring sect. Hao Ran scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. HMPH, courting death. The third, fourth, and fifth elders of the Holy Spring sect are all here, and you still dare to act so presumptuous. A terrifying silence stretched out. The third elder of the Holy Spring sect clasped his hands before his chest, his long fingers slightly obscuring his mouth, his eyes as cold as ice, but his voice hinted at admiration. To face 3 martial grandmasters without being either timid or arrogant. Sect leader Jun indeed possesses some spirit. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent erupted violently, like a blood dragon tearing through space, accompanied by the third elder's terrifying voice. You are the one who annihilated the Spirit Spring sect? Changxiao put on an indifferent expression. Oh my, here we go again with the intimidate with aura game. You're the third elder, right? You already know the answer, so stop pretending you just asked. He smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Stop with the theatrics already, just call out that Mo Shangfei disciple of yours. Quick and dirty, my disciples need to get back to the sect and plant trees. The city lord's eyes flashed with emotion, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Changxiao standing tall in the hall, defying the Holy Spring sect's pressure, and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Is Jun Laodi always this badass? Hao Ran, standing beside him, sneered. His arms were crossed before his chest, and his eyes were like daggers. Jun Changxiao, you're digging your own grave. The third elder was furious, his eyes blazing with anger. Huff. The fourth elder propped up his chin, his eyes half closed, his voice icy. Just a trash sect dares to be so arrogant. No wonder he dared to kill that Wei Yiji bunch. You have ties to our Holy Spring sect? The third elder suddenly laughed, but his laughter was devoid of joy, and resembled the roar of a predator before tearing its prey apart. You have guts, I like it. Mo Shangfei, he called your name. A deep, thunderous voice boomed from the Holy Spring sect side. Then hurry up and accept the challenge. A heavy hand landed on the soldier's shoulder. Thud. So annoying. The soldier was unexpectedly slammed so hard that he almost fell. He barely managed to turn his head, unable to clearly see who it was. He only felt an icy aura emanating from the person, rendering him unable to move. Shangfei stepped forward from behind, gritting his teeth. Apart from your sect leader, I don't see a single disciple in that group who can withstand a single blow. He continued to step forward. Seeing this, Qingyang coldly spoke, each word a declaration of war. Everlasting sect, Yi Qingyang, 4th grade martial disciple, I humbly ask for guidance. Behind him, Changxiao enthusiastically cheered him on. Hearing this, he sneered. 4th grade. A hand with sharp, jet-black claws like steel extended, making Shangfei's aura terrifying. Holy Spring sect, Mo Shangfei, 8th grade martial disciple. Remember it well, because it's the last name you'll hear in this lifetime. But not showing any fear, he just frowned, his eyes turning cold. Shangfei borrowed strength, stomping down on the ground as he flew forward, creating a pit in the ground and sending rubble flying everywhere. He rushed forward, gleefully showing off his sharp teeth. Seeing this, Qingyang quickly unleashed his power, raising his hand to defend against the attack, and boom! A powerful blow from him could easily send him flying. Qingyang was stunned. He coughed up blood, lamenting inwardly. This power is purely from physical strength, yet it reaches 10,000 jins. Even 9th grade martial disciples can only unleash around 14,000 jins at most. He truly lives up to his name as an inner sect disciple. At this moment, he was sent flying behind Changxiao, who sighed inwardly at the scene. Not good. Qingyang's speed and strength are completely overwhelmed. He was sweating, while Shangfei felt bored. He looked at his fist like it was nothing special. Then he smugly pointed at Changxiao, whose expression darkened. Your disciple is trash, so is it time for your sect leader to make a move? Hearing this, he remained calm and silent. At this time, Tian leaned in to whisper, Sect leader, let me go. Qingyang is so useless. Hearing this, he sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. A woman? Too bad I'm not the type to show mercy to women. I hope you're a bit better than that guy. Suddenly a voice rang out from within the smoke. It's not over yet. The everlasting sect's disciples aren't so weak that they can't even withstand one punch. This caused him to frown in surprise. Qingyang slowly stepped out, rubbing his shoulder as he declared. Let's continue. The fellow disciples in the sect cheered him on. Second senior brother is mighty. Second senior brother, go! At this time, Changxiao glanced in one direction, and on the other side, someone was using binoculars to signal to Changxiao. In the forest not far away, a gun barrel poked out from the bushes. Tianqi was using leaves as camouflage, using a scope to observe the situation. Indeed, the opponent's strength is extraordinary. Fortunately, sect leader Gao Xiao arranged for us to ambush here early on. Xiang Qian, sitting beside him, chuckled to himself. This idiot. If I hadn't used the Grand Xuan scripture to conceal us, those martial grandmasters would have discovered us long ago at this distance. Back to the battle. Shang Fei frowned when he saw that Qing Yang was still able to stand up, his face becoming sullen. To take a direct hit from my punch, without changing your expression. He re-evaluated his opponent. Your physical defense is passable. However, he once again unleashed his power to attack him. How many times can you withstand? Qing Yang still raised his hand to block as before, but this time he wasn't pushed back at all. He could confidently affirm, "Now I've adapted to your strength." Shang Fei was still smirking, all cocky. "Oh yeah?" he yells. "Gale first." Shang Fei focuses all his power into his arm. Fan Yang gets blasted away again. But this time, he manages to stay standing, knees bent, as Shang Fei comes at him with a flurry of blows. When he can't take it anymore, Fan Yang's eyes turn bloodshot like he's about to do something crazy. "Exploding fist!" he shouts, channeling all his power into his fist. He uses his tiny fist to block Shang Fei's massive one. Talk about David versus Goliath. When they collide, boom! A huge explosion sends them both flying. Plot twist! Shang Fei's tendon snaps back, tearing his sleeve to shreds. He stares at his bleeding arm, sweating bullets. My power should be like 2 tons when my fist is in gale form, but I'm losing? He eyes his opponent again, thinking, this exploding fist ain't no joke. Right now, the power in Fan Yang's fist hasn't dissipated yet. He takes a deep breath. Once again, power gathers in his arm. Then, he turns it into sharp streams of spiritual energy, like blades. Fan Yang unleashes it on Shang Fei, who shook and just stares, frozen in fear. He struggles to dodge the streams of spiritual energy, shouting, This is. Even Hao Ran is stunned, eyes wide. The city lord is just as surprised. Someone blurts out, spiritual energy manifestation technique. The 3 elders are also flabbergasted. One of them says that only martial masters can comprehend that technique, but Fan Yang is owning it. Even Jing Chen, up in a tree, is like, damn, that's crazy. He mutters, spiritual energy manifestation techniques consume insane amounts of spiritual energy. He's low-key scared. That's why only martial masters can use it. But Fan Yang just casually threw out 3 of... He smirks, gazing off into the distance. I thought the Yijin Sutra was Immortal Sect's lucky break. Turns out, the exploding fist and I am the sword are also something else. Xing Chen watches the fight, thinking, looks like this small sect is hiding way more than I thought. Back to the fight. Fan Yang throws out another spiritual energy manifestation technique, forcing Shang Fei to jump to dodge. Seeing this, he keeps spamming attacks, giving Shang Fei no room to breathe. Shang Fei is struggling to dodge the spiritual energy streams, and he's pissed. If I can't dodge, I'll tank it. He throws a punch, shattering a powerful stream of spiritual energy. He secretly sighs in relief. Phew, my body can still handle it. Fan Yang closes in, catching him off guard. Shang Fei throws a punch right back, yelling, don't think I'm scared of close combat. Then Yang dodges the attack and throws a punch at Shang Fei's face. When the punch lands, Shang Fei screams, exploding fist. He's sweating bullets, thinking, oh shit, I'm screwed. The power erupts, sending him flying. The 3rd elder is watching the match, and he's getting antsy. This ain't good. Shang Fei's aura is fluctuating. Shang Fei's lying in a pile of rubble. One side of his face is wrecked. But he's not giving up. He goes all in with his ultimate move, Gale Barrage. It starts as a normal punch. But then, 9 identical punches appear in front of Fan Yang, along with a die. But Fan Yang just stands there, chill. Hao Ran sees Fan Yang standing still and smirks. Haha, Li Qingyang used 6 techniques. His spiritual energy must be depleted. Jun Changxiao, get ready to pick up your disciple's corpse. Changxiao fires back. Qin Mingzhu, if you don't want to lose your other arm, shut your trap. Shutting him up real quick. Fan Yang calmly raises his hand, eyes full of confidence. Die! He chopped his hand down, and countless beams of light slashed towards Shang Fei. The dude ate dirt and whined. Ain't he just a 4th grade martial artist? How the hell does he have unlimited spiritual energy? He finally face-planted, accepting defeat. Ah! Total loss. Changxiao, sitting on his throne, smirked. Good thing Qing Yang's spiritual power isn't strong enough yet, or this Shang Fei would be minced meat. Tian beside him mused. I gotta learn that die move when we get back. He bounced up, taunting. Oops, my bad. Didn't mean to beat your sect's disciple this badly. Little oopsie. The 3rd elder gushed. As expected of the sect master Jun's disciple, a true son of destiny. Then he stood up, smirking a challenge. But seeing your disciple's performance gave me a bold idea. Next, he hopped in front of Changxiao. His eyes full of contempt, he drawled. How about you and I have a little spar? Hearing this, Changxiao flinched, but his eyes remained ice cold, and he smirked right back. Changxiao silently pleaded. System, gimme his stats. The system spat out the info. 1st grade martial overlord, strength unmeasurable, but estimated at 20,000 jin or more. He frowned. Damn, even with my burst, I'm only at 25,000 jin. Even with double buff, it's like a mosquito bite. So he decided to bail. Can I refuse? Hao Ran jumped on it. What's this? Isn't Sect Master Jun usually all badass? A sect master refusing a challenge from another sect's elder? The whole world will laugh you to death. Changxiao's eyes narrowed dangerously as he warned. Qin Mingzhu, You're just a dog of the Sacred Spring Sect. Didn't you see I was chatting with your master? Stay in your lane. And shut your yap, he raged. You, don't go too far. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards where he was standing, scaring him SHT less. The third elder and the other two elders were stunned. He barely dodged death and collapsed on the ground, panting as he stared at the hole the beam made. The third elder immediately tracked the beam's origin. He thought, shocked, that was almost an assassination attempt. Now he spotted two disciples ambushing in the forest. Changxiao chimed in. No need to guess. It's our immortal sect's Dark Guard, Dragon Squad 141. That weapon is called the Divine Might Fire Gun, a special gear only the Dragon Squad has. The third elder frowned, alarmed, thinking, that weapon isn't enough to worry me. With my Q shield it's hard to hurt me. The problem is, that dude leaning against the pine tree with the weapon. It feels like a pair of red eyes are staring at me. He gives me an unsettling feeling, like prey being hunted. He suddenly smiled. But Sect Master Jun the third elder instantly unleashed his threatening aura. Do you think I'm the kind of guy who'll let anyone threaten me? Seeing this, Changxiao thought, guess I gotta fake it. He smirked, raised his hand to attack and yelled, let me experience your high-level skills. As he postured, he calculated. Do I use points to summon the Nan Thu blade? How many talismans can I buy with these points? Suddenly remembering something, Changxiao's eyes turned sly, and his smile became twisted. Oh yeah, I still have that toy. Hey. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Suddenly, a black figure rushed forward, shouting, a dignified martial overlord elder challenging a martial artist? Isn't that a bit too embarrassing? After identifying who it was, the third elder roared a warning. Ma Yuntang, you dare interfere? Does the Azure Mountain sect want to be wiped out? But Elder Ma wasn't scared, and kept closing in. Suddenly, a sweet voice sang, my hands are shaking, but you keep pouring. If you don't respect me, you won't finish your glass. Elder Ma unexpectedly covered his face with both hands and wailed. I've heard rumors about things related to the Spiritual Spring Sect, but he also felt confused by his own actions. Ugh. The singing continued. Drink a few more glasses, life is rarely happy, making the third elder angrily shout, Ma Yuntang, what kind of sorcery did you use? Why am I suddenly making this embarrassing gesture? Elder Ma was just as angry. Not my fault. Don't you see I'm dancing along too? They quickly followed the singing. Down a few more bottles, because brothers rarely meet again, until they realized who it was and shouted in unison, Jun Changxiao! He closed his eyes embarrassedly and turned off the radio. Aha, Elder Ma, sorry, misfire, just a misfire. After the music stopped, Elder Ma, panting, advised the third elder. Ma Mu has thoroughly investigated the matter between your two sects. It's just a bunch of trash, no need to make a scene like this. But now his face was utterly dark, veins bulging on his face. He shouted, shut up! I can let bygones be bygones, but that dance just now, I've lived this long and never suffered such humiliation. Finally, he snapped and ordered, Fourth, fifth, join me and eliminate this bunch of bastards. He and the two elders immediately charged towards Changxiao, shouting, daring to insult people of the Sacred Spring Sect, die! But he remained calm, pressing the radio button again. Y'all three chill. As his finger pressed down, the sweet singing started again. Another drink. Life's too short to be sober. Another bottle. Ain't seen. The bro's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. Wait, did I just say I'm drunk? The three elders instantly start grooving to the beat. Changxiao's like, lol, is this interpretive dance? Y'all getting kinda spicy. Then bam, voice from behind, turn off the damn music. He whips around, annoyed. I know music's a group attack skill, but it's rare to see martial sect masters getting their freak on. Just bear with it. Qingyang, still writhing to the music, is like, sect leader, weren't we supposed to be getting the eldest sister? He stares at Tian, confused AF. Spinning to the music, the world is spinning, where am I? Betrayal, is it? Tian's doing this super sexy dance that's making him nosebleed. She's disgusted. Close your eyes. One more peek and I'm gouging. I'm out. Blood gushing, he turns back. Chill, turn it off. But the radio's still blasting. Don't say a word, just drink. Now he's sweating bullets, cursing. Crap, I'm screwed. Why won't it turn off? Suddenly, Tian, blushing, stumbles closer. Jun Changxiao, you following the lyrics? Did you just say you love me? She faces him, declares, you're so dead. He's terrified and nervous. Lyrics. One kiss to enchant all beings. One kiss to save a life. Tian slowly gets closer to Changxiao. He's totally anticipating this, eyes closed, ready. Tian, don't pity me cause I'm Chao Hua. Then a scream. Sect leader, get out of the way. Qingyang dives, shoves Tian aside, and catches him. Tian's jaw drops as they kiss. Changxiao's eyes bulge, face turns green. He can't take it, explodes with power, flinging him away. The force cracks the ground beneath his feet. He roars, my first kiss, gone. Tian's covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. Changxiao spins around, furious. Tian, no laughing. Then he sees something that shocks him. Lyrics. Plastic love. The journey always changes. She kisses him. He kisses her. Kisses him. Kisses her. The third elder's grabbing the Ma elder, and the fifth and sixth elders are making out. WTF? He coughs awkwardly, then jumps into negotiations. This is unexpected. Maybe we just call it quits with the Lingquan Sect thing? The third and May elders are giving him the eyes. All loving. But he's fueled by humiliation. HMPH. Zimu hasn't been disgraced like this since I was born. He reaches for the radio, and they freak out. Okay, we're done. The Shenquan Sect won't pursue this. Sect leader Jun, chill. After the dust settles, the third elder tries to smooth things over. We've learned Sect leader Jun's high skills today. The Shenquan Sect will remember this lesson. He glares. Hope Sect leader Jun can maintain this advantage next time. He spins and orders, let's go. Then a voice rings out. 1 year! He whirls around. Changxiao stands before him, confident. 1 year from now, I'll personally lead my disciples to the Shenquan Sect for a friendly debate. He's smug. Deal. A word is a word. I await the moment to crush your head myself. Later, Changxiao gazes at the scenery, thinking, finally got rid of them. He panics. Jamming so many people at once almost drained the audio. I wonder if the Nanchao blade can handle 3 martial sects at the same time. He glances at the Ma elder brushing his teeth like a maniac. Thanks for coming to help me hold down the fort, Elder Ma. He spits, scowling. Sect leader Jun, don't mention it. Didn't help at all, just lost face. Changxiao puts a hand to his chest. Elder Ma, you're wrong. He bows deeply. Standing with the Shishi sect against a fifth-rate sect? I, Jun Mugu, will never forget this. If Elder Ma ever needs the Shishishi sect, we'll do everything we can to help. He's touched. Hearing those words from sect leader Jun, this trip wasn't in vain. But I have one question. He gets serious. Given what happened with the Lingquan sect, why did sect leader Jun get reckless and make a 1-year agreement? Changxiao's honest. After what happened, the Shishichi and Shenquan sects can't reconcile. So I set a date to give my sect 1 year of peace. He gets a glint in his eye. 1 year. The Xinchi sect will surpass the Shenquan sect. Meanwhile, across the mountains, the Shenquan sect is heading back. The third elder scoffs again. What's 1 more year of groveling? Can a trashy 8th-rate sect even turn things around? That demonic music must have limits. Otherwise, why didn't he kill us all then and there? Then, he awkwardly yelled, Why the hell are you blushing? A little experience makes a manlier man, so what? Suddenly, a voice grabbed his attention. Elder Sai, hold up! At that moment, a figure leaped out from the bushes and immediately knelt down, introducing himself. I'm a surviving disciple of the Lingquan sect. This dude quickly clarified his intentions. Please, Elder Sia, accept me into the Holy Spring sect. I want to crush Jun Changxiao with my own hands. Out of nowhere, a hand slammed a poster onto the wall. The disciples around there curiously peeked at it. The notice had Changxiao's picture with the words, Good news. This master officially establishes an inner sect. Inner sect disciples will receive even better treatment. Everyone started whispering and reading aloud. A strength assessment every month. A small competition among disciples every 3 months. A major competition every year. And the champion of the major competition will become an inner sect disciple. I will definitely reward the top 9. They asked each other doubtfully. Huh? Inner sect rewards a physique-enhancing elixir? The bowl-cut dude asked, confused. What's a physique-enhancing elixir? A disciple with 2 moles under his eyes replied. Never heard of it. But the inner sect's rewards are definitely not ordinary. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed behind them. Everyone looked at the fireworks soaring into the sky and excitedly shouted, It's from the martial arts arena! Then, they parkoured over the walls to the martial arts arena, saying, Suddenly, there are some very strong auras. The disciples looked at the 3 people in the middle of the arena, radiating powerful spiritual energy, shocked. This aura is martial intent. Seeing so many people coming, Changxiao announced enthusiastically, Everyone, bear witness, the first inner sect disciples of the Ironbone Training Sect. He quickly introduced them one by one. Su Xiaomo, Tianqi, Li Fei. All 3 are full of spiritual energy, with auras so strong that people can't help but be wary. Changxiao smiled and continued. And there's Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and Ye Xingchen. I treat you all equally. Strive to become inner sect disciples. He excitedly announced. The physique-enhancing elixir can directly increase your spiritual roots. Aptitude will no longer be a constraint. Your future will be immeasurable. Hearing Changxiao's words, the surrounding disciples roared with enthusiasm. Sect leader is mighty. I want to become an inner sect disciple. Sometime later, in the dense forest, a lion was tearing into the flesh of its prey with relish. Suddenly, cautious footsteps approached from afar. The lion seemed to notice, and perked up its ears. Immediately, it fiercely pounced on Xingchen, growling, but he straight up punched it hard, yelling, Take this soccer ball to the face! Seeing the lion trying to run away, Xingchen quickly rushed over, standing right next to it. He put all his strength into his fist, and angrily shouted, Take this embarrassing dance! With that, Xingchen punched the lion hard, splitting its body in half. Then he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. First level spirit core. At this moment, A voice sounded right next to Xingchen. Junior brother Ye, your gift to the sect leader seems a bit heavy, huh? The person pulled out a large gun, ready to pull the trigger. Xingchen panicked at the sight and said, "Hey, I was just talking tough, why so serious?" But ignoring him, the gun fired with immense power. But the bullet didn't aim at Xingchen, but at the lion lurking right behind him. Its head was blown off on the spot. Xingchen glanced behind him, thinking to himself, I was careless, didn't expect there was another one. He stood there silently, calculating. I must quickly increase the spiritual roots of this body. I don't want to die from a small trick due to carelessness. Who knows how long the next rebirth will take? Thousands or even tens of thousands of years. A little later, a small fire was lit to keep warm and provide light in the forest. Xingchen looked at Zuiji sitting next to the fire and thought to himself. Although Zuiji's strength is quite weak, his vigilance is reassuring. He closed his eyes and pondered. That way I can cultivate in peace. Over the past few days, I've comprehended the second level of the Taishuan True Scripture. Today I'll upgrade my spiritual root. The next second, Xingchen began to concentrate his power on his glabella. He was surrounded by a powerful source of fire spiritual energy. The veins on his hands also bulged, and Xingchen seemed to lose control and vomited blood. Zuiji worriedly called out, Junior brother Ye. He shakily reassured him. I'm okay. Xingchen gasped for breath, his face pained but also excited. It's done. Although painful, my spiritual roots have indeed entered the mortal rank. He glared vigilantly, but Xingchen's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He wondered confusedly. Mortal rank spiritual roots are promoting the Taishuan True Scripture, but why does it feel so incompatible? Xingchen's gaze involuntarily shot into the distance. This direction is... He was somewhat surprised. A place popped into his head. Tron Sect. Changxiao's voice was full of doubt. What do you mean? He tapped his fingers on the table, asking suspiciously, We're being targeted again? Zhang Yang quickly confirmed. That's right, we just announced the recruitment of new disciples, and Xinmingzhu's Haoqi sect has spread the word that they will crush our Thichkot sect within half a year. Changxiao nodded upon hearing this, saying, Why is it that our sect is holding a championship battle, destroying Lingquan, resisting the Holy Spring, and becoming so famous, yet no disciples are applying? His eyes suddenly sharpened. Then use the Haoqi sect to train the disciples. Changxiao slammed his hand on the table with a sullen face, annoyed. Just in time, currently, due to the stimulation of the inner sect, the disciples are undergoing a new leap in strength, but in the next second, he suddenly changed his attitude and stood up eagerly. Someone's coming! From afar, a pair of feet were slowly approaching. It was a tall, handsome young man in a deep, brown outfit. He introduced himself clearly. Sect leader Jun. I am Long Ziyang. I have long admired the Thichkot sect, and have come specifically to seek apprenticeship. Changxiao was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He began to scribble away, while the other person was still respectfully bowing his head. Fan Yang was also sweating, because he was mistaken for sect leader Jun. Changxiao stuck a piece of paper with the words, I am sect leader Jun on his face. Then Yang pointed to him, signaling Xin Yang to look in his direction. The blue sky outside the window was filled with paper cranes. Changxiao's tears soaked the table, and he collapsed in frustration, asking, Fan Yang, is my sect leader aura still not enough? Just as his tears were overflowing, a voice rang out. Hello, I want to join the Thichkot sect. A hulking, simple-looking guy came up, smiling. My name is Yang Yuhua, 15 years old, Kai Mai Stage 3. Fang Yang was surprised, secretly assessing. So strong, and only 15 years old. Without thinking much, Changxiao immediately ordered. Fan Yang, urgently order uniforms in size XXXXL. He replied with sparkling eyes. Already arranged. The next morning at the Thichkot sect, he sat calculating the situation and felt extremely stressed. This move by the Haoqi sect is affecting my recruitment too. If this continues, it won't be good. It will affect the speed of upgrading the system. Speak of the devil. The system suddenly announced. Sect members 104 500ths. Sect contribution value 303 500ths. Suddenly, a shrill, arrogant shout rang out. The bottom-tier Xingyun sect of the 100 Sect Alliance has come to the Thichkot sect for an exchange of Dao. Changxiao smiled with amusement upon hearing this. Exchange? Xinmingzhu. You said you'd attack my Thichkot sect in half a year, so now you're sending another sect to cause trouble? At this time, the system continuously prompted. Side quest. Defeat Xingyun sect's 7th Elder Songkai 1-on-1. Elite quest. Side quest. Disciples madly abuse Xingyun sect disciples, no more than 5. They threatened with a grim voice. If you guys don't pay attention, don't blame me for being ruthless. A series of announcements appeared again. Disciples madly abuse Xingyun. Sect disciples 1/5. Disciples madly abuse Xingyun. Sect disciples 2/5. Disciples madly abuse Xingyun. Sect disciples 3/5. Disciples madly abuse Xingyun. Sect disciples 4/5. Changxiao was dumbfounded, wondering, what's going on? I haven't even left the house yet. How is the quest already completed? Outside the sect at this time, the injured were lying all over the ground. At that moment, a hand was grabbing a Xingyun sect disciple by the neck. That person said grimly, With this strength of yours, you dare to try and start some shit? Toy KY threatened with a grim face. If I hadn't just returned from wilderness training and was a bit tired, the 5 of you together wouldn't last 3 moves. The 7th elder's face paled as he looked at the fierce scene before him. He was horrified. What's going on? A martial disciple stage 5, a martial disciple stage 4, 3 martial disciple stage 3, and they don't have the slightest bit of resistance. The 7th elder thought to himself in fear. Didn't Qin Mingzhu say that their sect only had 2 martial disciple stage 1 disciples? He poured spiritual energy into his blade and secretly made up his mind. No, if I don't take action, the Xingyun sect will lose all face. Thinking this, the 7th elder burst towards him, angrily shouting, "You arrogant brat, let me teach you a lesson in place of your sect leader." Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. "Old man!" He froze, unable to move, that voice still echoing in his ears. A martial master secretly attacking a Kaimai cultivator? Do you even need your old face anymore? The 7th elder glanced behind him, wondering, who is it? Why does it feel like I've fallen into an ice cave? The 7th elder trembled, his arm holding the blade, unable to grip it firmly. A terrifying figure appeared behind him, sarcastically saying, "You can't even hold your blade properly. Go home and retire." The 7th elder was so scared that he foamed at the mouth. This sect, he thought to himself, are all monsters. Then collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the system announced, defeat Xingyun sect 7th elder Song Kai 1-on-1 elite quest, side quest completed. The host receives 100 points of sect contribution value. Changxiao fell into contemplation of the system. He subtly transmits his voice. Did you sense a surge of energy from Xingchen earlier? Plus, his strength should be far from a martial master. How could he suppress Elder Song? The system replies, this is the soul of the world, calling itself the Overlord Aura. He slightly opens his hand in mid-air, praising non-stop. Well done, well done. Changxiao slightly smirks, his eyes full of contemplation. This training of yours has not disappointed this master. Holding 2 long vials containing red liquid, he continues. These 2 vials of aptitude-enhancing serum are your rewards. After using them, you can immediately improve the quality of your spiritual roots. So while Xingchen is still dazed, the person next to him chugs it down instantly, smacking his lips. TCH. Who knew this sect leader was a fake medicine peddler? Looking at Xingchen blankly, he thinks, back when I was the martial emperor, I never heard of a way to improve spiritual roots. In this life, even with the help of the Taishuan true scripture, I have to endure all kinds of hardships to improve my aptitude. Suddenly, Zuiji clenches his palms, his whole body emitting a brilliant golden light, and grunts. Sect leader, I've advanced to mid-grade spiritual roots, and my realm has also improved. As soon as he finishes speaking, Xingchen seems unable to believe it, sweating profusely. He's already upgraded his spiritual roots just like that? So casually? Then what about when I bled from all 7 orifices and endured the pain? Self-torture, huh? At this moment, Changxiao calmly calls out, Xingchen, what you have in your hand is low-grade aptitude-enhancing serum, just enough to upgrade your low-grade spiritual roots to mortal grade. His hand, embracing the vial of serum, moves slightly, his tone stammering, that? Then he unhesitatingly brings it forward, his face radiant. Sect leader, when filling out the admission form, I accidentally filled it out wrong. I'm actually mortal-grade spiritual roots. This low-grade serum is no longer effective for me. And Changxiao quickly picks it up, pursing his lips softly. Then exchange it for a vial of mortal-grade serum. Our sect has enough medicine tubes. Done. Xingchen just tilts his head back and gulps down the serum. Immediately afterward, his whole body seems to be transformed, countless golden auras flying around him. Xingchen's eyes are wide open, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Sure enough, it's upgraded to mid-grade, and my cultivation has also advanced to the 12th stage of qi manifestation, and without any pain, not even a little feeling. He stands in front of Changxiao, displaying an unusually serious expression. The effect of this medicine must be called a miracle. So this medicine, Xingchen thinks of the purple space with a few cracks. Could it be immortal medicine from the upper realm? Only the martial emperor is qualified to break the void. A large hand and huge eyes are preparing to seize the figure with platinum hair. Even if I was the strongest in my previous life, dominating the continent, I'm just an ant here. Returning to the present, Xingchen still says nothing, intently looking at the man sitting high above, thinking, upper realm immortal medicine, this Jun Changxiao can give it to his disciples at will. He's definitely not a simple person. Cut to a pavilion with ancient tiled roof architecture. A finger points to the screen in mid-air. A question suddenly rings out. Accidentally filled in the wrong spiritual roots? As soon as he finishes speaking, Changxiao grits his teeth, his eyes revealing a clear mockery. This kid thinks this sect leader is a real idiot, huh? System, what do you think? Immediately, it displays a few lines of text in succession. Based on my information retrieval regarding the Starfall continent, this world has no way to forcibly upgrade spiritual roots, except for cultivation methods above God grade. Seeing this, Changxiao's face turns pale, without any expression. Isn't God grade the highest? There's even a super grade cultivation method above God grade? What the hell? The types of martial arts in the Starfall continent are diverse, and are ranked by the world according to their superiority. But there are some martial arts that plunder the creation of heaven and earth, and cannot be regulated based on simple grades. Changxiao can't help but ask softly, "Then system, do you have information about this type of martial arts?" Tens of thousands of years ago, the Starfall continent once had a supreme powerhouse, calling himself the Tai Chuan Old Man. He created two types of cultivation methods that were called world-shaking treasures, one of which is the Tai Chuan Ice Heart technique, the second is the Tai Chuan True Scripture. At this moment, his eyes become sharper. System. I remember there's a first-rate sect called the Tai Chuan Holy Sect. That's right, the founder of the Tai Chuan Holy Sect obtained a fragment of the Tai Chuan Ice Heart technique by chance. But just relying on this fragment, they supported a first-rate sect standing tall for tens of thousands of years. As for the Tai Chuan True Scripture, apart from a few words in history books, there are no other traces. Countless martial saints and martial emperors have spent their lives searching for it, but have never obtained it from beginning to end. As I see it, apart from the extremely lucky protagonist, no one can encounter this kind of god-level cultivation method. Changxiao's face is full of sinister intentions as he continues. I remember very clearly, Xing Chen was low-grade spiritual roots when he entered the sect, so his upgrade is due to cultivating a super god-grade cultivation method. As soon as he finishes speaking, the system rings out a firm conclusion. I'd bet 7 or 8 out of 10. From the depths of his eyes flies out a thick stream of true energy. Perhaps the Tai Chuan True Scripture is right inside his brain. On the other side, Xing Chen is circulating his energy with both hands. Countless streams of energy are constantly pouring out, and there's another notification from the mainframe. What? Host, have you thought about swindling the super god-grade cultivation method from this kid? As if sensing that someone is mentioning him, he suddenly sneezes loudly. After hearing the question from the system, Changxiao quickly raises his hands in an X shape to object. Host, want to swindle Yejing Chen's heaven-defying cultivation method or not? How can this sect leader snatch the treasure of his disciple? And what if I fail to snatch it? It would be too embarrassing. His index finger still in a slightly bent position. Besides, with the system in hand, you can have whatever you want. Looting divine weapons is just a matter of minutes. He reaches out and takes out a pair of spectacles called the Profound Light Ink Mirror. After equipping it, it can activate the function to peek using thoughts and quickly analyze data on spiritual root levels, cultivation, strength, weapons, protective gear, priced at 50 contribution points. Changxiao was hyped AF after wearing it, his face extremely cheeky. Whoa, I can see through other people's stats in a blink. Suddenly, Changxiao's eyes seemed to spot something. Wait, hold up. He looked down at the miniature city in his hand, judging. 5 peak martial fools are still hiding around the sect, fingers interlaced, tone low. Looks like the assassins of GU Pavilion haven't given up yet. Eyes behind those tinted glasses narrowed, coldly continuing. For the safety of the sect disciples, we must quickly take action against GU Pavilion. First go and scout some info about GU Pavilion. Cut to a scene where a few drops of water fall onto the floor. The whole warehouse is gradually revealed in his eyes. A thought unconsciously flashes. The so-called assassins must always be cautious in their words and actions. Xinqi sat with his elbow on his knee, silently not saying anything. The corners of his eyes couldn't stop tears from flowing out. Must be strictly vigilant, not to go against principles because of temptation. Eyebrows furrowed, imagining 2 seductive girls beside him, sweat running down his cheek. An assassin's principle, even when faced with the seduction of beauty. Then his mountain of gold coins reappeared behind him. Or when facing wealth, I must maintain my body and mind. At this moment, Xiqi's eyes and eyebrows became even more tense. Even when facing a life-threatening threat, I will remain unfazed. This sentence is half on page 14, half on page 15. Suddenly someone unexpectedly called out, 47, bro! Time to eat! So he hurriedly and frantically replied, I'm already here just to smell it, and it's already extremely fragrant. What good stuff did Duo cook today? Immediately the other party happily replied, I just researched a new dish, 47 bro. Help me taste it. Chopsticks plunged into the plate of fragrant fried rice with curry sauce. Duo stood on her heels requesting, every dish, every bowl of rice that Duo cooks is poured with emotion. You must eat it all. Don't waste anything. Xiqi ate while agreeing, I will definitely eat it all clean. Duo, only when I eat your delicious food can I feel happiness. Suddenly a pair of legs unexpectedly walked over, ordering tone, tell me the location of GU Pavilion's headquarters. Then you can feel this happiness every day. Changxiao swung his sharp sword surrounded by blue true qi. If not, then this will be your beheading feast. Upon seeing the newcomer, Duo, who was squatting, turned her head and cheered. Sect leader bro is here. The tip of the sword was thrust straight into the rock in front of Xiqi. Done. Without hesitation, he frankly replied, there's nothing to say. But this time it was Duo, touching her index fingers together, gently persuading. Aren't assassins always in dark places where they can't see the sun? 47 bro. Aren't you lonely hiding in the dark all day? Her eyes suddenly widened. Bright black pupils. Or join our sect. Come to my kitchen and be my assistant. Duo likes 47 bro to try her dishes. However, these words still couldn't shake Xiqi's loyalty. Sorry Duo, I'm an assassin with principles. I won't betray Jinyu Pavilion. So Changxiao put on a sinister face, coldly saying, if you're seeking death, then there's no other way. Don't blame me for being cruel. After saying that, he immediately reached out his hand. Changxiao grabbed the plate of food that was still full, his face cruel. Duo's delicious food is only for the people in our sect to enjoy. This hard work of hers can only be wasted. The soup gradually tilted towards the edge. This action made Duo want to cry. Tears welled up. She couldn't help but speak up. Hike. Duo worked hard to cook it. Xinqi hurriedly turned his head away, not daring to look, but he naturally had a surge of sympathy, so Xi couldn't help but shout, "Stop! Duo's food can't be wasted at all." He had no choice but to agree with the people in front of him. "I agree to join, and I will also tell you the location of GU Pavilion's headquarters." Xinqi knelt on the ground facing Changxiao, whispering, "But first you have to be clear. I'm joining not the Taiju Zhengzheng sect, but Duo's kitchen. In this life, even if I die, I want to be in the Finchcott sect forever, carefully serving and taking care of Duo. After listening, he could quickly come to a conclusion. This assassin is too cold. Duo's innocence is truly a unique artifact to redeem sinful souls. Changxiao's eyes slightly narrowed. Then next, in the forest behind the outer area, a person tiredly panting, face full of sweat. That person flew around the big trees. After a while, this person stopped, seemingly hiding from someone. How dare someone come to GU Pavilion's headquarters to massacre? Unexpectedly, a hand reached out from behind, scaring Yuqua so much that he was terrified, his complexion pale, sweat pouring down. Immediately, he was beaten until he spun around. The person violently attacking was Changxiao. He stopped, coldly glanced at the other party, calmly saying, "He who kills will be killed." But then, Changxiao slowly walked, accompanied by a low voice. What surprised me more was that he turned his back and waved his hand. Calm demeanor. Changxiao left a derogatory sentence, without hesitation, leaving his comrade as bait. Luring me into an encirclement, worthy of being a professional assassin of GU Pavilion. But maybe those words just triggered He Ying. He challenged. Silencing our patrol assassin squads to eliminate a strong enemy like you? Copper-level assassins are nothing. His eyes were sharp as knives, without a trace of fear. Changxiao still had that swagger. Challengers are always guests. You guys looking down on guests like that is bad manners. My neck is getting sore, he smirked, his face full of confidence. So let's change locations. With that, Changxiao waved his hand and cleared all the surrounding trees. In an instant, they were all uprooted. Dust and dirt filled the air. The ground shook violently, and then the trees crashed down one by one. He stood proudly in the hazy smoke, ready to face his opponents. Done, Changxiao cheerfully asked. See? Isn't this location much more spacious? In an instant, everything around was in ruins. He quipped, "Now we can chat easily," Changxiao said sternly with a hint of murderous intent. Ace assassin, He Ying. The old scene appeared. Under the Luzhu, the GU Lu also has 4 great ace assassins, all possessing martial master strength. Golden assassins like me are still far from comparable. Next, a face with sharp lines was revealed. The strongest core member, Scorpion. Then, the eyes of a girl with sharpness, poisonous snake, the most unfathomable, reappeared. And the next person mentioned had a cold demeanor, Mountain Cat, the best at hiding and assassination. Finally, a ghostly figure was revealed in every word he said, and the most ruthless He Ying. Immediately, he appeared clearly in a dazzling purple light. "Didn't expect you to know my name. Looks like there's a traitor in GU Lu." He Ying's smile was eerie, his eyes seeming to kill anyone who dared to approach. "Then, another heart for my collection." He laughed confidently, taunting. "Don't know if you're confident or just stupid. Eliminating all the cover? You plan to directly face dozens of our assassins?" Hearing this, Changxiao calmly replied without any worry. "When it comes to using cover and hiding, I'm definitely worse than you guys." His hands clenched. Spiritual energy blazed like a flame. "So I plan to go all in." But then, Changxiao's hand focused its power. Suddenly, he swung a violent punch, shaking the earth. The assassins were scared shitless when they saw the earth shaking. Then the surrounding rocks popped up and sent the assassins flying. Changxiao looked at them happily, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Trapped dogs, that's you guys." They were all shocked and confused, wondering, This is... Then they screamed in fear. "Earth prison!" He clapped as if witnessing a show. "Quiet down, please, assassins," Changxiao confidently shouted. "I now regretfully announce, you are surrounded." Suddenly, the shadow of a bird flew over his head. He Ying raised his claws and swooped down, confidently sneering. "Small martial artist, showing off, now I'll rip out your heart." But he gave a mocking look and dissed He Ying as trash. "Didn't your Luzhu teach you how to be an assassin?" In an instant, Changxiao's eyes sharpened, as if he had victory in hand. Fresh meat jumping so high, strong light appeared. He launched a series of attacks. "My ultimate technique, White Blade!" Changxiao's face turned serious. "There's such a cruel change in GU Lu. Me destroying GU Lu is basically acting on behalf of heaven." Xinqi frowned, his face pensive. He recounted, "Actually, GU Lu wasn't like this before. Although it was always a killing organization, they would investigate targets and wouldn't kill arbitrarily." Thinking of the person currently in power in Xiaoyu Lu, Xinqi continued, But since the Luzhu went into seclusion, and power was handed over to Haizi, everything has been different. He Ying and Shan Mao have all sworn loyalty to him. Only Du Shi hasn't made her attitude clear. After hearing Shi Qi's words, Changxiao looked at him and asked, "So, the assassination mission against me was undertaken by Haizi?" But then he immediately put on his nonchalant face. "Your Luzhu is really something, probably 70 or 80 years old. Aren't you afraid of being hung on the road during seclusion? How much trouble are you bringing me?" Shi Qi was surprised by Changxiao's attitude. He nodded in a sweat. Night fell on the high mountains. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised one hand to the sky, unleashed a palm strike, and declared loudly, "Let me save your Ji Yu Lu." Changxiao's blow sent He Ying crashing into the ground. He laughed smugly. "Ace assassin? Turns out that's all there is to it." Suddenly, Changxiao noticed something. He immediately sat down, dodging the guy's attack. Changxiao's eyes turned icy. He glanced at He Ying and smiled. Even feigning death and sneak attacks have loopholes everywhere. A powerful kick went right through him, making He Ying scream in pain. One more punch from Changxiao sent him flying away. The final blow. Behind him, a bunch of black-clad goons were jumping up, ready to backstab him. Changxiao's footwork shifted slightly. He stomped down hard, shattering the ground, his terrifying face like King Yama himself. Changxiao's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and attacked, sending the black-clad dudes flying with one hit. He smirked. "Embarrassing. I'll strip you naked." Another bunch rushed in from behind, the first one shouting, "Keep going, don't give him a chance to rest." Changxiao reached out, grabbed two guys by the head, surprising them, then hurled them backwards, sending them rolling. Changxiao jumped up, kept beating them, fighting with burning passion, magic shining around Changxiao. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the ground, grabbing Changxiao's legs. 4 subordinates hugged him, each one grabbing a limb, shouting, "He Ying, kill him now!" Seizing the opportunity, He Ying prepared to rush in and finish off Changxiao. He mustered all his strength, rushing towards the trapped Changxiao, but then he cracked a sinister smile. "Hey, you guys being so united makes it hard for me, makes me feel like a villain. But wait, hold up!" The guys around him trembled, their eyes sharpened, their faces turned serious. He used his strength to blast away the clinging guys. Breaking free, he roared, "I'm not just a villain!" He Ying's fingernails barely touched Changxiao's clothes before shattering. He grabbed He Ying's head, shouting straight into his face, "I'm the final boss here, you trash!" Changxiao smiled, flames flowing from his hands. "You like stealing hearts so much, I wish you a playboy life in your next reincarnation." With that, he created a massive explosion, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. Seeing the situation going south, the assassins immediately scattered and ran. Quickly stepping on the broken pieces, Changxiao waved his hand, muttering, "Oops, didn't mean to break the prison. These assassins are hard to catch in the forest." 3 bullets suddenly shot out from somewhere, hitting 3 assassins as they fled. A sniper lay on the mountaintop. Hai Long said, "3 down." He continued to watch, assessing the number of escapees. Qi Zi and Shan Miao stood on the mountaintop, looking down. Shan Miao reported, "We lost 30-something members, and we don't even know who the enemy is." Hazia's face was emotionless. He cursed. He Ying is also a waste. He got wiped out before he could even send a message. He knelt on one knee to report, "Hazi, I've examined the bodies of some of the members." Shan Miao's face was thoughtful and serious. Some of them were pierced by some kind of power, probably specially made yin energy, which is very effective against the Fiend Bone Sect's firepower god that they took out before. Hadizi was surprised to hear the name. Fiend Bone Sect, the prey dares to fight back? Then he gave an order that made the guy's face turn pale with fear. "Shan Miao, it's your turn to act, don't disappoint me." Without daring to say another word, Shan Miao immediately accepted the order. "Your subordinate will definitely bring back their heads to report." He immediately acted at his urging. "Go!" He jumped off the mountaintop, heading out on his mission. On the other hand, Hasi Zi was still arrogant. "Let them know who is the king of this forest." Suddenly, something flashed through the forest, moving at extreme speed, so fast that people could only see his aura flashing by, but not the person. Changxiao was leisurely strolling down the forest path when he suddenly sensed a strange object, his face turning wary. Quickly, Changxiao immediately blocked it with his hand, muttering, "Finding gold or silver-tiered assassins is getting harder and harder these days." He throws Zui Qi straight to the ground, stomping on him in anger, making it hard for the guy to even flip him off. "Like how long till we wipe these dudes out?" Changxiao raises his head high and orders, "Zuichi, you're up high, see any action?" Zuichi obeys, immediately hopping onto a branch. He reports, "Sect leader, peeping through my binoculars, southwest of the valley, signs of life." Suddenly, Shan Mao's shadow flashes behind Zuichi, startling him with a voice. "So brave." His deadly eyes sneer. "2 of you dare to barge into the Ji-Wu pavilion." Zuichi realizes, and immediately turns around. Catching him off guard, Shan Mao ambushes Zuichi, hitting him straight in the face from behind. The blow sends him falling from the tree. Changxiao witnesses the whole thing. He immediately rushes to Zuichi's side, catching him before he hits the ground. Enraged by the sneak attack, he asks his disciple with a stern face, "Zuichi, you good? Badly hurt? See how many enemies there are?" Just then, a strike is about to land right on Changxiao's face. Without hesitation, he dodges the blow. Turns out Shan Mao is wearing Zuichi's cloak. He smirks, takes off the cloak, and says, half praising, half provoking, Not bad reaction time. Dodging that at close range. No wonder you took out that trash He Ying. Shan Mao grins even wider. A bit stronger than that kid whose neck I snapped. This really pisses Changxiao off. His eyes fill with murderous intent. Quick as lightning, he throws a punch at Shan Mao, yelling, "You should die!" Changxiao's speed catches him slightly off guard. So fast. But Shan Mao just smiles with more excitement. He attacks him without mercy. Changxiao's charging feet suddenly stop. He's knocked away by Shan Mao. Not bad combat reflexes. But then Changxiao regains his footing, his face darkens, internally assessing the situation. This guy's kinda tough. His expression is totally different from before. Changxiao hits up the system. System. That thing worth 100 contribution points that the introducer mentioned yesterday. I want to buy it now. A scratch appears on his face. Changxiao smirks. The system says, "Host, are you sure you want this? You need to comprehend it to use it, ya know. When are you going to carefully comprehend it now?" Then his eyes turn cold. A hint of excitement flashes. Changxiao tells the system, "You buy me some time then." In the nick of time, where did Zuichi come from? He lands, cracking the ground. Rubbing his neck, Zuichi asks Shan Mao, "You the one who cranked my neck?" Shan Mao steps forward, proudly speaking to everyone in front of him. "With the force I used just now, I could snap a giant tree in half. I underestimated your muscle strength, kid." He smiles and turns to Zuichi, lecturing. "Since becoming an assassin, none of my targets have survived, so I'll take you out first, so your sect leader can live a little longer." Changxiao subtly signals to him, his face determined, gesturing this way and that with a plan in mind. "Don't attack first. Stall him for 15 minutes. Leave the rest to me." Zuichi sees all this and immediately understands, thinking in surprise. Sect leaders using hand signals. He's pleased with his deduction. Got it. Means don't say any unnecessary words. While he's doing this, Changxiao keeps signaling. Hearing this, he tears off his shirt, revealing his ripped body, not forgetting to yell, "Guarantee mission success!" Then, he throws a punch and rushes forward, yelling, "Hit the deck, old man!" Changxiao is speechless. A voice whispers in his ear, "Betting 5 cents, he doesn't understand your signals." Meanwhile, the two are still punching and kicking each other. Seeing he can't just sit and watch, he holds out a glowing badge. This seat can't let Zuichi risk his life alone. Immediately, the badge glows with a golden light. Surrounding the Lingjian Shenju, the screen displays information about the badge. High-grade divine sword art, created by some early sword emperor, contains 3 moves. 1-word quick strike, 2-word stance strike, 3-word chi transformation strike. If a martial artist can cultivate it, their martial and sword cultivation will increase, and their power will increase accordingly. But it's primarily a sword art, so it needs comprehension. 100 contribution points. Elsewhere, Shan Mao is still fighting with Zuichi. He uses his strength to throw a punch, but Shan Mao quickly dodges. Just then, a razor-sharp blade is attached to the sole of his foot. He quickly kicks him straight in the neck, not giving him time to react. The next scene froze Li Fan on the spot, unsure what to do. The blade shattered on Zuichi's skin. He's like, "Wait, hold up, is this dude made of iron?" He frantically jumped back, readying another stance. Shan Mao was all like, "No matter how strong your defense is," he grinned wickedly, "you're still just a punching bag. Can't beat me." A rope instantly snared Zuichi's neck, catching him completely off guard. Then, BAM! He got dragged across the ground. Shan Mao hoisted Zuichi up a tree, like he's trying to choke him out. He smugly declared, "If I can't snap your neck the first time," he twisted around with a mocking grin, "then I'll definitely snap it. Consider it my assassin OCD." But Zuichi stayed chill, gripping the rope, trying to regain his composure. Next, he spun around, trying to use the tree trunk to escape this neck-choking situation. He wasn't panicking, just calmly and methodically moving. He gripped hard, and the entire tree snapped. Shan Mao watched, speechless. Is this even human? Seeing Zuichi just casually wreck a whole tree, he freaked. He's a freaking human-shaped beast. Suddenly, Zuichi looked up and let out a completely random roar. Then, he yeeted the tree trunk at Shan Miao's feet, making him jump. The tree trunk was instantly sliced into 4 pieces. Shan Mao stood there, sneering. "If I can't kill you quickly," he zoomed towards Changxiao, who was standing still like a noob. "Then I'll kill your sect leader first and deal with you later." Seeing this, Zuichi yelled, "Sect leader!" Seeing Changxiao still silent, Shan Mao smirked. Meditating during a fight? How brave. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on Changxiao's face. He slowly said, "Perfect timing. 1-word quicksword." Shan Mao wasn't scared, just cocky, yelling as he attacked. Too late. Changxiao didn't care, closing his eyes and muttering, "Guess a sword that's too fast isn't good either." Then, the enemy has already been hit and doesn't even know it. Shan Mao, like the idiot he is, mocked. "What are you babbling about?" Suddenly, Shan Mao realized something was wrong. The ground beneath him split in 2. He clutched his head in terror as Changxiao's voice echoed, "You feel it now, right?" Changxiao glared coldly, the bone-chilling chill. As leaves fell, Changxiao announced, "The killing power of this sword art is truly extraordinary." He reached for the falling leaves, reminiscing. Just mastering the first stance is enough to kill a martial artist. His face turned scary cold, and he slowly tore Shan Miao apart. Instant kill! Changxiao's eyes were ice cold. Zuiqi, your sect leader just mastered a new skill. After taking down these clowns, he picked up his weapon and smirked. Let's steamroll them all. The scene shifted to a huge cave high up. A subordinate ran up, panicking. Master Hazi, bad news! He knelt at Hazi's feet, reporting everything he knew. Lord Shanmiao's body was nailed to a tree in front of headquarters, arranged in a strange pose. Hazi turned to his subordinate with fury in his eyes. Shanmiao's corpse was cut in half, with strange messages pieced together on the tree. Seeing this, Hazi laughed maniacally, unable to hide his rage. Don't stop. Are they laughing at us that our attack isn't enough? His face contorted with rage, and he ordered, All gold-tier assassins, listen up! His voice echoed, Tear the intruder's body into 1,000,000 pieces and flatten the Thornbone sect. Hearing this, the subordinates bowed and leaped away to carry out Hazi's orders. Fast forward, the goons scattered to prep for their next target. Suddenly, Hazi's eyes locked onto something. He whipped his head around, a smug grin spreading across his face. Gotcha now. Then, he zoomed off like a bat out of hell, not giving a damn about anything else. Dude was hauling ass like his life depended on it, a wicked smile plastered on his face. He parkoured into the air, ready to lock onto his prey. Then, he strolled up to Zuiqi, who was clearly shook. Hazi sneered. You gave yourself away just to off some trash? He pointed a finger, declaring, Scorpion tail poison gas. Suddenly, Zuiqi turned into a freaking bomb, leaving Hazi momentarily stunned. The bomb started making weird noises and undergoing some serious changes. Then, boom! A massive explosion of white gas erupted. Hazizi, realizing he screwed up, shielded his face. He hastily sat down, trying to regain his composure. Finally, the realization dawned on him. He looked up, smirking, and mocked. This is your last trump card? Then say goodbye to this world. Changxiao casually strolled up to him, announcing, No, it's not a bomb. He was practically glowing with smugness, even lecturing him. It's tear gas, you moron. Still clueless, Hazi stood up and barked orders at his minions. My poison skills are unmatched. Even if that's poison gas, it's useless against me. Everyone, listen up. But then, Hazi felt something was definitely not right. He instantly trembled and started yelling orders. Listen up! Charge together for me! The subordinates behind him were bewildered and hurriedly asked, Lord Hazi, what's wrong with you? He immediately turned around and started crying and screaming in despair. I'm suffering so much. Quick intro to this high-tier item, dark version of tear gas. After use, it creates a widespread negative mist. Men don't cry easily, it's just because they haven't been hit by tear gas yet. Effective for 10 minutes. Changxiao, who witnessed the whole scene, thought in confusion. Is the leader of the assassins under so much pressure? He remained seated, hugging his face and crying helplessly. You're all trash. None of you can fight. Even if I'm a king, I can't carry you. All you do all day is leech in a lowly manner to expand the business for Ji Lu. I'm suffering so much. The other subordinates rushed forward to comfort him. Immediately afterward, the subordinates were also moved to tears, constantly comforting him. Lord Hazi is crying so hard. My heart aches too. My nose is getting all tingly. In less than 10 seconds, the whole place turned into a daycare. They cried like a bunch of kids, yelling, Do crocodiles not have hearts and lungs? Titan, don't quit halfway. Zin, you're so screwed. All the workers in the distillery are fake alcohol. Changxiao, witnessing all this, was speechless. He didn't know what to do with the children in front of him. Sincere crying with clear emotions, absolutely crushing those fresh young talents. He sighed in confusion, then walked towards the group of people crying miserably. I originally intended to use tear gas to control the scene, and then lure you into a trap, wiping you all out in one fell swoop. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he immediately came up with a plan. But now that you've all lost your ability to resist, I'll reluctantly harvest some experience. Suddenly, a few drops of tears appeared on his face, startling him. The tears kept falling, making him even more bewildered. At this moment, thoughts flashed through his mind. What the hell, system? Am I not immune to tear gas? Suddenly, a voice came from within his mind. Since when did you get the illusion that tear gas wouldn't make you cry like an idiot? Changxiao stood there, helplessly clenching his teeth and trembling as he cried, Son of a BTCH. At this moment, he couldn't suppress his feelings, and cried out loudly in despair. I'm suffering so much. 2 lifetimes. And still a single dog. Always carrying a ticking time bomb. I finally get a beautiful disciple. But she's always thinking about usurping my position. I'm suffering so much. Both He and Changxiao cried incessantly. He raised his head and yelled, Men are suffering so much. On He's side, he and his subordinates recounted their stories, lamenting their fate. Being an assassin in the south is even harder. Suddenly, Zuiji stepped forward in confusion. He glanced at him with a puzzled expression and asked in surprise, Sect leader, what are you guys crying about? Something seems off about him. Seeing that he was still unharmed, he asked him in surprise, Zuiji, aren't you affected by the tear gas? Can't you feel the negative emotions? Zuiji is truly a funny guy, his heart full of scars. He smiled and recounted everything. I've always been full of negative energy, and don't feel any different from normal. Hearing this, he finally understood something and looked at him in surprise. This steel mentality is ingrained in his bones. Quickly, the scene shifted to high above, inside the massive mountain. At this moment, a slow footstep approached, and a voice rang out. Your exit from seclusion was a bit rushed. Mian Liu and Hexi are in direct conflict, witnessing the scene of the group of people below, crying and lamenting their fate. The masked blonde assassin was surprised, and couldn't help but exclaim, to actually see this once-in-a-millennium scene. At this moment, Luo Chiwo slowly walked over, smiling as she spoke her thoughts. To be brought to such a state by two kids, Hezi only has this much ability, yet he wants to covet the position of the Lu master. Hearing this, the blonde assassin quickly turned his head and warned her. These two have some tricks up their sleeves. Lu master, you shouldn't let your guard down. These two have some tricks up their sleeves. Lu master, you shouldn't let your guard down. She didn't care about these warnings, and a terrifying smile appeared on her face. This time, I emerged from seclusion as a 5th-rank martial master. I will use them to consolidate my authority in Ji Lu. At this moment, time had passed 10 minutes later. After a period of crying and lamenting their fate, the two sides finally stopped crying, wiping away their tears and snot. Both sides stood there silently, not daring to look at each other, only blushing and looking down at the ground. But the atmosphere was still a bit awkward. Changxiao hurriedly turned his head, reached out to Zuiji, and scolded loudly. Don't just stand there mumbling, quickly give me the sniper rifle. Immediately afterward, the rifle was aimed and brought forward. Changxiao smiled, looking at them with the weapon and announcing smugly, let the final battle begin. Let the fact that you made this daddy cry remain in your memories. Hearing these words, all the assassins immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack him, releasing all their hidden weapons. But they didn't even cause 5% of danger. He remained calm in the face of all this, without fear or trembling. A smug smile appeared on Changxiao's face as he spoke. That's because you haven't seen the Zimiao Guai yet. Suddenly, he called out to the system. System, start enhancing. Immediately afterward, he effortlessly dealt with each one of them with his weapon. One by one, the assassins were being force-fed mushrooms by him and fell backward heavily, losing consciousness on the spot. Taking advantage of his inattention, several others rushed towards him to attack. Seeing this, he chuckled in surprise, glanced at them, and praised. Hiding in the back is a good strategy. Our badass MC dropped the rifle towards them, declaring smugly, but unfortunately, this daddy doesn't need to aim anymore. Just using the 2 sniper pistols in my hands. He effortlessly took down an assassin. After dealing with the cannon fodder, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, this daddy doesn't want to go on a killing spree. I'll only injure you, not kill you, or else this daddy can only turn into a Shura. Sensing that his opportunity had come, a smug smile appeared on Hizai's face. An opening. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward, not forgetting to loudly scold his subordinates who were logging off. Trash, get out of the way! He quickly dashed across the ground, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with him. But he was no ordinary person. Very quickly, he appeared right behind him, startling him and catching him off guard. Witnessing this scene, he was speechless, unable to restrain himself, and turning around to ask him in surprise. Jiu Lu's exclusive Gui Zong Bu, how do you know it? How could you have mastered it? Hearing this, he chuckled, cockily stepping right up to him. Hazi was panicking a bit, hearing him say, got it from the Yin Sha assassins, plus my own god-tier talent, step by freaking step. He points the gun straight at Hazi's head, coldly saying, may your next life be gun-free. His face turns stone-cold serious, ready to blast the target. But wait, hold up! A shuriken zooms in, faster than your grandma gossiping. Just as he fires, the shuriken intercepts his bullet. What the hell? Changxiao is shooketh. First time meeting someone who can block my bullets. Suddenly, he senses something behind him, and dodges. He zooms in with his binoculars, eyes wide. An enemy? Then, he aims at Lu Shu's chest, and his eyes pop out like a cartoon character. He stares, dumbfounded, at the hot chick playing with shurikens right in front of him, and can't help but blurt out, damn, those are some nice assets. Hazi sees Lu Xiao and immediately kneels, bawling, Lord, my lord! Changxiao finally gets it. He laughs, turning back to the hottie, and says, didn't expect the boss of Jiwu Lu to be a woman. She ignores his comment, saying in a kinda cryptic way, Sect leader Jun, take my advice, pissing off an assassin organization. She flicks a shuriken from her hand with insane speed, coming right at him. Isn't a smart move. Luckily, our man Changxiao is horny, but not stupid. He quickly blocks the shuriken with his gun. His mind races as he stares at the scene. That speed, that power, that force. If I hadn't unlocked auto-dodge, I'd be toast. Lu Chu stands calmly, pulling out even more shurikens. She says in a super cryptic tone, even though the assassination of Sect leader Jun wasn't my assignment, you messed with me, so I gotta return the favor. Then, she unleashes a barrage of shurikens at Changxiao. But he stays chill, casually dodging all the pointy projectiles with his pistol. But the shurikens follow some crazy new trajectory, catching him off guard. He realizes how nasty her attack is. The impact can open up new avenues of attack. He quickly and easily knocks down each shuriken. He looks at Lu Xiao and smirks. Not bad, but too bad I'm the frickin' wall crawler. While he's dodging the shurikens, Lu Chou dashes towards Changxiao, using the Quigui movement. She lunges forward, attacking him with her flexible and graceful body. But he easily dodges. Now she's got a shuriken in her hand, attacking him with blinding speed. They trade blows relentlessly, neither giving an inch. She attacks, he dodges. They're going at it, leaving Halisi standing there like a lemon. Changxiao's a bit surprised, dodging her attacks. He's thinking, I'm on the defensive. Her Quigui movement is on point, can't create distance. At close range, the gun is easy to block. Fear dawns on his face. He looks at Lu Chou, panicked, with no time to reload, only one bullet left. Meanwhile, Hadzi is still standing there like a statue. Voices echo in his head. Fight! Fight! A crazy idea pops into his head. Best if they both get messed up. I can take over Jiwu Lu. He grins evilly. They are still attacking each other. Hatzi's weird attitude makes Changxiao confused. Lu Chou also stares at him weirdly. Then, both of them turn, stop attacking each other, and gang up on Hadzi, yelling, Your laugh sucks! They both land a hit, deleting him from the server, sending him crashing to the ground. He says goodbye to the game. They both land on the ground. Changxiao's face is filled with rage. He glares at her and signals. Next time, it might be 15 shots. He stomps, creating a massive surge of energy in that spot. 9-form wave sword. The move creates a massive shockwave, affecting everything around it. Lu Chou is overwhelmed by the blast, slowly losing consciousness. Her clothes are ripped to shreds. Changxiao chuckles smugly. There's a price to pay for sin. Time to bounce. He looks back and signals. Bring our prisoner, his voice echoes. I said, bring our prisoner. All the assassins look at him, confused. This gigantic mountain? Yeah, Changxiao sliced that thing in half like it was butter. Dude was mega pissed. He channeled his rage into a question. Who's in favor? Who's against? Cut to a ridiculously huge and blinged out hall. The sign reads, Kicking Bones Flying Kite Sect. Under construction. Sorry for the inconvenience. Come at me, bro. Meanwhile, Qing Yang's blasting announcements through a loudspeaker. Come on, everyone. A little more power. Last push and we can finish. We have to get back to the sect leader. Suddenly, a familiar voice whispers in his ear. Qing Yang, your construction deadline's been reduced. He whips around, confused but stoked. Sect leader? We're leveling GU Pavilion that fast? Changxiao struts in, flanked by Luochu, Zuiji, and a squad of assassins. He drops the bomb. Plans changed. I'm relocating their whole crew here. They're getting their own sector. Qing Yang's mind equals blown. He shouts at his team. Foreman, huddle up! We're redesigning the blueprints! Again! Changxiao smirks at Luochi. Why? This is why I dig Qing Yang. High efficiency and serious dedication. My sect's MVP foreman. Then, Tian Tian chimes in. More mouths to feed? That's gonna be expensive. She perches up high, eyeing Luochu up and down before asking Changxiao. Sect leader couldn't bear to off this hottie, huh? I can take care of it for you. He throws his hands up, spitting out his master plan. I'm not some damn simp. I have a plan. Qing Yang, these guys. Chi channels are sealed. Toss. M in the dungeon for now. Luo Qingyao's posse starts moving forward. Luo Chu saunters past Tian Tian, dripping with sarcasm. Little girl, little jealous, huh? Hunched over like that ain't good for the posture. Then, bam! Luo Chu strikes a pose, flaunting her curves, leaving Tian Tian speechless. Lu Kao Chu struts inside, leaving Tian Tian dumbfounded. Sensing the awkwardness, Changxiao gently pats her head, catching her off guard. He grins, following behind and explaining. Bringing them here is about building our intelligence network. Who's better at intel than a squad of assassins? Remembering something, he leans in close to tease her. And don't worry, nobody's stealing your Empress of the Sect spot. She blushes, totally flustered. Changxiao bolts forward, leaving her in the dust, thinking, tease and run? That's the spice of life. Suddenly, the ground beneath him turns to ice. Tian Tian's pulling strings from afar, turning the ground to ice, causing him to faceplant into the wall. Tian Tian looks pensive, lost in thought. My mental state wavered again. When will I grasp the third layer of the Taishuan Ice Heart Sutra? A mind like still water. Time skip. Changxiao's voice echoes. May I ask the pavilion master's name? Luochu smirks. Li Luoqi. Changxiao acts surprised. Pavilion master Li, how's the dungeon treating you? Luoqi grins, explaining. I'm fine, but my underlings. Luoqiu glances inside the cell. It's a little cramped. Changxiao gets the hint. He blurts out. Heh. The dungeon only has a couple of cells right now. We're building more. They'll get their own rooms soon. Luo Chu's confused. She fires back. Sounds like sect leader Jun wants us to stick around for a while. Changxiao grins like a Cheshire cat. He spills the beans. Alright, no more beating around the bush. I'm officially inviting Lady Lai and her crew to join the Kicking Bones sect. If Lady Lai is willing to assist me, she'll become the hallmaster of the GU Hall. Luo Chi's face scrunches up in awkwardness. She stammers. Sect leader Jun is joking. Li Luoqi is an assassin, used to freedom and not familiar with joining any sects. Changxiao laughs, eyes wide. He can't resist teasing her. An assassin who chills in the shadows, never seeing the light of day? That's freedom? He turns serious. He lays it on her. GU Pavilion must have investigated me. You probably know our temperament. From unknown nobodies a few months ago, to destroying Lingquan and thrashing Shenquan, and now inviting your entire pavilion here. You know our strength. And right now, my sect is just taking off. His voice booms, silencing her. If Lady Lai and her crew join now, you'll be riding the hype train from the start. The day the Kicking Bones sect becomes the strongest sect dominating the continent, you'll be a founding elder. He twirls his short staff in his hand. Plus, you get all the perks of being the Kicking Bones sect's first hallmaster. He stares ahead, dropping the mic. This divine might fire mirror? Lady Lai can use it whenever she wants, and all those martial arts resources we need to level up quickly, the entire Jinyu Hall can use them. He turns serious. Looking back, he states, Today's my first time in Chengmir, and it'll be my last. Please consider it seriously. Luo Qinu's intrigued. She asks, If I become the hall master of the Kicking Bones sect, what special privileges do we get? He doesn't sweat it. He explains calmly. You and your crew have unrestricted freedom. You can come and go as you please, and the only thing you have to do is... She instantly guesses the catch. Kill people? He shakes his head, adding, No. Lady Lai's job is to gather intel for me. I'll give you 3 days to consider it. I hope. Before he could finish, she swiftly replied, I agree. Then, she gently placed her hand on his handgun and asked regally, Your potential and future prospects have truly captivated me. Moreover, a very cryptic smile bloomed on her face. This lord isn't. This head is. She lightly picked up his handgun, held it forward, and excitedly voiced her thoughts. There's absolutely no resistance against this sect leader Jun's dominance. It opens with a shot of Tian Tian kneeling on the ground. Above her, the sect leader sits and loudly lectures. Lu Tiantian, as a direct disciple, you violated the sect rules and committed unforgivable crimes. His voice echoed relentlessly, piercing Tiantian's heart. Today, I will personally cripple your martial arts and expel you from the sect. A cold sentence like a dagger stabbed straight into her heart. Do you have any grievances? Hearing this, her face turned ashen and unsightly. She coldly explained, No grievances. Quickly, the scene shifted to the outside. In the forest, the sounds of birds and beasts chirped endlessly. Outside, the other disciples stared at Tiantian in surprise, constantly gossiping. Oh my, I didn't expect Lu Tiantian to do something like that. If it weren't for the Grand Elder protecting her when he was alive, how could she have become a direct disciple? Tiantian walked forward slowly and calmly, acting as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a voice from behind made her jump in surprise. Tian, now that you're expelled from the sect, the Heaven's Ice Heart is mine. The younger sister behind her teased relentlessly. To celebrate, I've already prepared this bougainvillea dress. Do you think it's pretty, Tian? Tian's eyes turned icy as she glanced at her, not forgetting to sneer. Pretty clothes can't cover a filthy soul. Hearing this, she laughed triumphantly, seemingly not feeling any shame after her words. So what if you have the pure snow jade bone? Aren't you still having your martial arts crippled? Being expelled from the sect? And becoming a pitiful wanderer with no home to return to? She didn't bother to say more to her. Immediately, she brushed past her and slowly said, I am a sacred grade spiritual root. You are not. I have the Tai Xuan Ice Heart physique. You don't. Even if I'm expelled, you will always be trash in front of me. She still refused to be outdone, not forgetting to speak as if hitting her sore spot. Without the sect's cultivation method, your Tai Xuan Ice Heart physique is just useless. Tian didn't care about these words at this moment. She just coldly walked forward slowly and continued to speak with a meaningful tone. The world outside is vast. There will be a place for me, Lu Tiantian, to find refuge. A heavy snowstorm fell here, but Tiantian's figure still slowly walked forward quickly. That day, a heavy snow fell, covering thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. She looked up at the tall mountains in front of her, and had her own thoughts in her heart. The villagers saw the abnormal weather, and called this day, the day a goddess of ice descended. In a flash, the scene switched to Tian, who was sitting alone up high, watching everything with boredom. A look of sadness was evident in her eyes, and different thoughts constantly appeared in her mind. Grand Elder, you must have foreseen that one day I would be expelled from the sect, so you passed the Tai Xuan Ice Heart art to me. A happy smile bloomed on her face. Then she glanced into the distance and smiled. But Grand Elder, rest assured, I've found a safe place to entrust myself. Found it. Changxiao's figure appeared right in front of her eyes. Dependable. He glanced at her with a perverted smile, as if admiring something. At this moment, on the other side, Luo Qiu's bust bounced incessantly. She aimed his handgun and fired quickly, extremely accurately. He stood on the side, bleeding from his nose, and praised her seriously. Headley, your gun skills are very talented. No, excellent. Tian witnessed the whole scene from above. She angrily looked at him and thought, Dependable, my ass. Then she sighed in a very strange way. Grand Elder, don't misunderstand. He's mostly reliable. He calmly sat at the table as if nothing had happened, sending out the iron bone tie. At this moment, Shangtian stepped forward and introduced himself with a smile. Sect leader Jun, I am Li Shangtian. I want to join the Ironbone sect to pursue my dream. Changxiao smiled and nodded when he heard him say that. Please tell me your dream. Then, he raised his hand high forward happily and told him his dream. I want to go to the sky. I want to become a strong man, standing tall between heaven and earth. Tian was a little speechless when she witnessed this scene. The thought appeared in her mind. Who would accept this kind of person with this IQ? Only an idiot. But Changxiao became very serious at this moment, staring at Shangtian. He quickly held up the notice board in front. As a fun-loving person, I appreciate you. Accepted. Grand Elder, he must have seen the other party's hidden potential. Immediately, he happily announced to him. Witnessing the whole scene made Tian even more confused. She was doubting her own decision. Grand Elder, he must have seen the other party's hidden potential. Another guy came forward happily to introduce himself. I am Ma Yige. Before he could finish speaking, Changxiao announced loudly, Accepted. Then he proudly held up the board with the words, I appreciate you. He smiled and announced to him. From now on, I am your main attack. Tian's face became stiff at this moment. She thought in confusion. Grand Elder, pretend I didn't say anything. Then she continued to look down at Changxiao, who was diligently blowing balloons right in front of her, trying to understand his feelings. But the sect leader is under a lot of pressure right now. Thinking of this, her face immediately became serious, and she sank into her own thoughts. The righteous sects now say they want to punish the Ironbone sect, and only a few disciples come to sign up. This is why he doesn't refuse anyone. Suddenly, Changxiao noticed her appearance. He waved to her. Tian, don't keep such a cold face. Then he proudly transformed into a woman and smiled, teasing her. Smile more. Seeing this scene, she became even more angry and glared at him. Immediately afterwards, she slowly drew out her great sword and said to herself, Grand Elder, I'm living very well, and there was just some good news. Immediately, Tian rushed towards Changxiao to attack, regardless of his miserable cries. I want to be the sect leader! After getting his ass beat by Tian, Changxiao waves his hand, telling everyone to keep recruiting. He's kinda smug, thinking, just a few more bodies and we'll have enough contribution points. Worth selling my crap to upgrade the sect? Screen pops up. Sect members, 227, 500. Contribution points, 222, 500. This girl, Ling Yuangshu, blushes and spills her guts. Everyone always says girls aren't as good as guys. I'll cultivate and show those chauvinist pigs. Ling Yuangshu suddenly realizes she screwed up. She awkwardly explains, I didn't mean you, sect leader, but Li Fan's a chill dude. Explaining, in this male-dominated world, women don't have high status. If you have ambition, I'll give you the space to use it. Some other simp shoves a business card forward. I'm the apothecary Sun Bukong. Here's my card. FYI, this apothecary isn't just some herb gatherer, he's basically a doctor. Changxiao grabs the card. It just says, heir of the medicine emperor, Sun Bukong. Changxiao's mind is blown. He squints at the guy, like, I just randomly accept disciples and I snag the medicine emperor's heir? A doctor? This kid isn't from the city, is he? Let me get my provoculars. Dude's acting sus. Gao Zhao frantically digs in his bag. This one's no good, I've got tons. See what suits your taste, sect leader. The table's now covered in business cards. Changxiao points and nods. Accept. Then, he adds, this kid's a freaking genius. Then, this other dude strolls up, all stoic. He tells Changxiao, sword cultivator, Zhao Hong. Changxiao's jaw drops. WTF? Zhao Hong's suddenly shrouded in mystery. Changxiao can't see his cultivation level, muscle mass, or power. A thought hits him. A real powerhouse is here. Changxiao's kinda shocked. Is this guy so strong he's unmeasurable? The system chimes in. Sword illusion light only works on martial artists, not sword cultivators, so it can't analyze him. Changxiao gets it. Oh, that's why. While they're standing there awkwardly, Zhao Hong's stomach starts rumbling like crazy, freaking out Changxiao. Zhao Hong can't take the hunger anymore and collapses. He manages to wheeze. Situation critical. Changxiao yells at his minions. Qing Yang, get him to the cafeteria, stat! He keeps shouting. Next? He sits there, but nobody else is lining up to join. He sighs. Bummed. Can't rely on any of these 5 bums. When will I ever upgrade the sect? He gets a determined look, staring ahead, and thinks, gotta solve problems one by one. He remembers the poison bug kneeling before him. According to the poison bug, CU Pavilion sent 3 waves of assassins, but I've faced 5. The poison lord looks up and spills everything he knows. My lord, some big clans also train assassins, like the Bei and Xiao clans in Liang City, the Wang clan in Shuyang City. Xiao clan's elder even disguised himself to buy assassin training methods from Jiyu Pavilion. Changxiao's confused. Xiao clan's elder? So the Xiao clan might be trying to kill me? He gets a sharp look and tells the poison bug. Also, the Beni clan might be involved in Lis City, or maybe enemies of the Beni clan are messing with us. Oh crap, he suddenly remembers, and informs the poison bug. Poison bug. Send some gold-level assassins to watch the Bei and Zhao clans like hawks. Time skip to evening in a giant hall. Changxiao's pissed and throws a punch. No idea why. Boom. He smashes something, and a machine shows his power stats. He's thinking, broke through to 9th grade, and my base power is already above 9th grade martial disciple. He stares at his fist, pondering. Next up is peak martial disciple. Still not strong enough to become a martial master. I need to make my disciple stronger within a year, then head to the Divine Spring Sect for a debate. He's conflicted. Like, WTF do I do? If I don't upgrade the sect, my reputation will suck, and I can't recruit good disciples, and I'll never level up. The Hyoki sect wants to punish my Iron Palm sect. He clenches his fist. Then come taste my power. He throws another punch, looking determined. If the Divine Spring sect is the final boss, the Hanoki sect is just an elite mob. Boom! Another loud noise. This dude is a menace. As the dust settles, Changxiao stands there, all resolute. I've got the Azure Dragon cultivation experience. I'll flatten the Hyoki sect in a month. Suddenly, a giant rock falls on Qingyang's head. The other disciples stare, shocked. Qingyang calmly pulls out his pen and jots everything down, including all the damages. Malicious destruction of the training hall increases expenses by 666 taels. Sect leader, sign here. Also, construction workers, remember to wear helmets, value your life, and stay away from the sect leader. Time skip to the test competition. A banner that says First Thigh Bone Sect Tournament is flapping in the wind. Su Xiaomo zooms forward with some serious speed. Qingyang's on the sidelines, waving a flag and yelling, hyping Su Xiaomo up. 6,000 jins. Seeing that, he turns back, smirking like a Chad. Speed is power. Another one training their punch power. Qingyang's still shouting, Zhao Zuiji, 9,000 jins. Su Xiaomo staring at Zuiji like, can't compare to Senior Xiao, he's trying to kill someone FR. Suddenly, a huge noise from behind makes him jump, eyes wide like, what the hell? Dust clears, and Yi Jingchen's standing there with a smug grin. Qingyang announces, Yi Jingchen, 10,000 jins. Su Xiaomo's speechless, just roasting himself. I'm the real clown here. Xingchen's grinning, plotting his world domination. Cultivating both Taishuan Zhen and Yi Jinjing, the advantage is showing. 4 meridians, broken through to 2nd grade martial disciple. Elsewhere, Changxiao's deep in thought, scheming something. He's drawing diagrams of everyone, planning his next move. Tiantian's good with spiritual energy. Zuiji's got a strong body. Xingchen's punch is solid. Xiaomo's got the agility. Li Fei and Tianqi ain't bad either. Then, a lightbulb moment. Got the meat shield. Got the ranged fighters. Just missing a healer. But wait, there's one more. Cut to someone with long, flowing hair. This sword-marked stone is the test. This person slowly reaches out with their long hands. Then Zhuhong draws his sword, gets into stance, and strikes. He dashes past the giant stone. And the stone reacts immediately. Qingyang's jaw drops, completely stunned. He reads the stone's power. 50,000. Changxiao's low-key hyped, gripping his wooden pen. This kid's strong. Xingchen walks up behind him, surprised. His strength isn't lower than Swordmaster 2's. Then, deep in thought, he spills his concerns. He's still got that sword cultivator talent, high sword Dao. If we don't want to waste it, we should focus his cultivation on the sect's sword Dao. Changxiao finally gets the idea. You mean, he continues, our Thorns sect can't handle this kind of sword cultivator genius. Sword cultivators are 1 in 10,000. Even though our Thorns sect has exploding fists and ego slash, it keeps going. But without sword techniques, it'll only hold him back. Before he can finish, Changxiao shoves a book in his face. He looks at the book Changxiao gave him, who tells him, take this sword technique and cultivate. Hearing that, he gives a creepy smile. Then he glances at Changxiao, thinking, the sect leader, a nobody who doesn't know talent, probably picked from a trash heap. Only someone like him, who's never seen the world, would think this is treasure. He seems hyped for this, reading the book intently. Thinking about the insanely strong sword techniques I used to cultivate. 9 Heavens cloud-piercing sword compared to these trash sword techniques. Suddenly, he's confused, staring at the book. 9 Heavens cloud-piercing sword is trash? He yells in disbelief. It's a god-tier secret technique? Changxiao notices Xingchen's weird reaction. He turns, surprised, and says to him, master this sword manual, then go kick the crap out of the righteous Qi sect, and make them beg for mercy. And he seemed supremely confident about it. He smirked and nodded. One move with one sword technique, and I alone will slay the righteous Qi sect. Enough. Seeing his confidence, he simply got up and slammed his hand on the chair. Too confident. Just 6 second-rate sects, bullying the weak. You won't be able to handle it. Then, he turns and announces to everyone, all inner sect disciples, listen up. He went on with his plan. Basically shape your bodies to reach the limit of your cultivation stage. Next. Focus on spiritual energy. Spiritual energy formation open 24/7. Everyone's all ears. He walks and greets everyone. Zuiji and Xingchen. Each of you gets a bottle of top-grade aptitude improvement elixirs. You two are the main offense and main defense. He also snatches the book from Xingchen's hand. Now, his face is dead serious as he announces to all. This month, This sect leader, will provide unlimited chi gathering pills. Changxiao's got both looks and brains. A grand plan's brewing in his head, making the human realm witness the rise of the Thorn sect. I'm about to get strong, my kids, go wild. His eyes lock on his target. A month later, he walks forward slowly, a rare look of determination in his eyes. The world will no longer have a righteous chi sect. Elsewhere, Changxiao's crying and begging for help. Wei, you gotta help me. He hugs Wei's leg, who looks shocked. He begs. I promised the disciples unlimited chi gathering pills, Wei. You can't let my sect leader reputation be ruined, right? Wei nods, confused. Sect leader, please don't kneel. I'll do my best to grow those herbs for you. Suddenly, he remembers something, turns to look into the distance, and reminds Changxiao. But this place has never grown herbs before, so the first batch will grow very slowly. Once the spiritual energy gradually gathers, the growth cycle will shorten a lot. Then we'll have a new batch of herbs every 10 days. But he doesn't seem to care much about these things. He immediately gets up, cheerfully asking the old man, 10 days isn't too long, but will it affect the efficacy? The old man smiles and winks at him. Wei Yao also comforts his worried mood. Don't worry about the effectiveness, sect leader. The medicinal materials I grow are far superior to the products on the market. Changxiao nods happily, agreeing. That's great. Hopefully the disciples will have the best medicine before they go and wreck Haoki sect. Time quickly moves to noon, in a large hall. Inside the room, a guest's voice rings out. As expected, sect leader Jun's demeanor is extraordinary, even more so than the last time we met. Inside the room, the old man introduces Shangni right in front of him. Let me introduce you. This is I Shangni, the head of the I family. He smiles and nods to Changxiao. Thank you, sect leader Jun, for taking care of the AI family. Thanks to your patronage, the AI family's auction house is shining like the midday sun. The Haipeng guy doesn't beat around the bush, so he reaches out and tells him everything. Sect leader Jun Changxiao told me last time. Sect leader Jun is hunting for some rare medicinal materials, so AI, have mobilized all the people of the AI family and gathered some. Please accept them, sect leader Jun. He laughs, takes the ring, and asks smugly. The AI family is really delivering coal in the snow. I really need it, but I don't know the price? The dude quickly replies. Sect leader Jun, don't mention money. Based on the good relationship between us, consider this a token of the AI family's appreciation. Seeing how generous he is, he says something confusing to him. Then thank you, head of the AI family. However, since the AI family is showing such sincerity, I can't just take it for free. Then, Changxiao pulls out a precious elixir and tells him what he's thinking. This is a new elixir I created while healing. I hope the AI family can organize an auction on my behalf. As for the split, you get 6, and I get 4. Hearing this, Shangni smiles thoughtfully. He quickly replies. As you wish, sect leader Jun. We were thinking of a 3/7 or 2/8 split. Who knew sect leader Jun would be so generous to give the AI family more? He nods, understanding, then announces, It's nothing actually, I have another request. I hope the AI family continues to help me collect these medicinal materials and deliver them to the immortal sect once a month. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately presents a red pill to him and introduces it. Oh, that's right. I've also researched a new type of elixir. I hope we can have long-term cooperation. His voice rings out, speaking to the two people in front of him. Body tempering pill. Instantly strengthens tendons and bones and increases strength. The two exchange glances and signal to each other. Shangni hurriedly praises. Sect leader Jun is truly divine. Shangqi immediately announces. Rest assured, the I family will do everything to promote it. Immediately afterward, the voices of the two people saying goodbye echo in the large hall. Then, sect leader Jun, take your time. AI, will go back immediately to prepare for the auction. The two leave, leaving Changxiao sitting there silently, as if thinking about something important. Suddenly, he speaks with confusing words. That old fox is too cautious. Come out. He glances at Luo Chu, who is standing still. Leader Lai. Seeing that he has discovered her, she smiles at him, praising. Sect leader, you are truly unfathomable. The dignified head of the AI family, highly respected, is actually so respectful and even flattering to the sect leader. Saying this, she becomes very interested and continues her thoughts. So the godly healing elixir that caused a stir throughout Qingyang County also came from the II family. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly says. Recently, Ji Hall was planning to steal the AI family's elixir. Luckily, they haven't made a move yet. He's speechless at these words. Then he coughs a few times and hands the bag in front of her to her. Next time, this kind of action must be discussed with me first. Otherwise, stealing from ourselves would be too embarrassing. I've prepared the healing elixir and body tempering pill for Ji Hall. Rest assured, I will never mistreat you when it comes to elixirs. Luo Chu immediately accepts it without hesitation, praising. This batch of healing elixirs is worth 6 million taels, and each person gets a body tempering pill. You should know that this thing is priceless right now. Then she smiles and glances at him, teasing. Sect leader, you're throwing money around like this? This leader is shaking so much I can barely hold it. Suddenly, a cough rings out, startling Changxiao with surprise. The two turn their heads before they can understand what's happening. Tian slowly walks over, saying to the two of them with extremely cold eyes. Sect leader. I'm here to get the chi gathering pill for today's inner disciples. I seem to be disturbing you two. He helplessly reaches out to Tian Tian. Before he can say much, she snatches the thing from his hand and scolds loudly. Thank you, sect leader. Carry on, you two. Seeing that Tian Tian seems angry and unforgiving, he can only helplessly say, Leader Li, please leave. I want to focus on refining pills in peace. Quickly, 10 days pass. Changxiao continuously presses the refining button. Old Wei smiles and comes over, telling him everything. Sect leader, I have not failed in my mission. The medicinal materials we talked about are all mature and ready for refining. 3 fingers on his hand are already injured. He says helplessly to the old man, Put them in the corner for now. I've been refining pills non-stop these past few days. I need to rest for a bit. I'll refine these medicinal materials tomorrow. The old man is immediately furious and scolds loudly. No way! I painstakingly prepared these materials to their most effective state. Refining them tomorrow will diminish their effectiveness. This makes Changxiao even more troubled. He quickly nods, agreeing. Okay, I'll do it now. I guarantee they'll all be refined by tomorrow, okay? A long time passes, and Old Wei slowly walks back to his palace hall. He walks and looks around, examining so many medicinal materials. Even a high-level alchemist would need several days. For the sect leader to want to refine them all in one night, his head must be messed up. On the other side, Changxiao continuously taps the screen and says smugly, Wei Yao would probably be scared to death if he saw me refining pills. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly asks the system. Hey system, why is the refining time for the old man's medicinal materials longer than the ones the AI family delivered? The system replies without hesitation. The quality of the medicinal materials determines the quality of the elixir. The higher the quality, the longer the refining time. Hearing this, he understands something, immediately puts the pill forward, and asks the system in surprise. In other words, Wei Yao's medicinal materials can be refined into chi-gathering pills of higher quality than mine? Let's try it. No sooner said than done, he immediately puts the pill into his mouth. Immediately afterward, his body undergoes a change. He cries out in confusion. What the hell is going on? The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is at least 10 times faster. Immediately afterward, his eyes light up with a stream of golden power. He smiles and praises. You're a god, my Wei Yao. The system immediately replies. How can someone the system values be trash like you, sect leader? On the other side, in the large hall, the voice of head Luo Chu rings out. She smiles, standing in front of Changxiao, praising endlessly. Your elixir is truly extraordinary. My internal organs, meridians, and flesh have been noticeably upgraded. Even my skin has become smoother. He stood there in silent contemplation. Her voice echoed. If the entire Tinyu pavilion is utilized, the overall strength will be upgraded beyond imagination. Hearing such praise, Changxiao smugly crossed his arms and said with amusement, Leader Lebei, your base is too small. Let me imagine. At that moment, a thought flashed in his mind, and someone quickly grabbed the pistol in Tu Pavilion's hand, followed by a legion with massive tanks in support. This legion looked incredibly badass, a full-scale military expedition. Thinking of this, Changxiao happily opened his mouth and praised. That's the perfect start to a hegemonic war. Remembering something, he immediately turned back to remind her. Oh right, didn't Leader Li say you had some disciples with assassin potential? I brought them here. Hearing his words, she laughed joyfully and nodded in agreement. Excellent! My subordinates are very welcoming to newcomers. Soon, his disciples were petrified by the scene before them. Luo Chu's subordinates were not as welcoming as she claimed. They looked extremely fierce and terrifying. Changxiao acted as if nothing had happened and walked on leisurely, while the voices of his disciples screamed from within. Master, we wanted to go to heaven, not to be buried. Time flew by, and 20 days later, they arrived at a vast grand hall. Changxiao sat there calmly, wearing sunglasses, looking incredibly badass, constantly thinking and scheming. Qing Yang was already a 7th grade martial artist, and Su Xiaomian had just upgraded to a 6th grade martial artist yesterday. He looked at the martial arts training ground and pointed to the disciples inside. Lost in thought, Lian Fei and Tian Qiling's spiritual roots weren't enough, only reaching 6th grade martial artist. Toki is now a 3rd grade martial artist. This kid surprises me the most. At this moment, he noticed Xing Chen sitting there intently, focusing. 6th grade martial artist will soon catch up with Xing Yang. If this kid isn't cultivating a top grade mental cultivation method, then it's some kind of dark magic. Then he reached out to Changxiao, making him a little confused. This kid needs something from me. Soon the two arrived at another vast grand hall to chat. Xing Chen held a martial arts book in his hand, happily approaching to inform him of everything. Master, I've carefully looked over this sword technique, it's really good. But immediately after, he immediately returned to his normal state, recounting everything he had read. The person who gave it to me was a sword technique, but I've been practicing empty-handed all day. Some senior brothers asked me if I broke through too fast, and it affected my brain? Changxiao didn't know what to say. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his head, and he explained to him. This seat has always had clear rewards and punishments. You only get rewarded for meritorious service. You haven't done anything meritorious since joining the sect, so the Han Feng sword cannot be given to you. Then he turned and walked inside, saying to him, But I gave you the new product, the Qi gathering pill. Look at your breakthrough speed. You know how powerful that elixir is. At this moment, he became extremely confused, and strange thoughts constantly appeared in his mind. The effect of upgrading spiritual power of that elixir is indeed crazy. I have never experienced such a powerful elixir even in my previous life. He stared at Changxiao's figure, surprised and thinking, previous life? Definitely previous life. Jun Changxiao must have obtained this magical cultivation method from his previous life, from sword techniques to elixirs. Thinking of this, he immediately understood something, and his eyes became even more determined. Because this emperor died too aggrieved in his previous life, is this why I encountered the Qixian sect in this life? Help me. Avenge my blood feud. A terrifying smile appeared on Xingqian's face. Jun Changxiao definitely still has a lot of things he hasn't revealed yet. Ling Xiao, wait for this emperor. On the other side, Changxiao's eyes lit up when he saw the item he was looking for, and he happily announced, "Found it!" Immediately after, he happily brought a large wooden stick in front of Xingqian with great satisfaction. Use this as your sword. He took the sword in his hand and looked surprised and confused. He hurriedly asked, "This strange weapon has the purity of grass and trees. Could it also be a kind of divine weapon?" Then he became a little curious. Seeing him so curious, Changxiao explained everything to him. "This is a wooden stick I just found in the grass. You can use it to practice swordsmanship." Who dares to say anything? Just use the stick to hit them. Hearing this, he became even more speechless and broke the sword with his bare hands. Changxiao sat high above, observing the situation and saying with amusement, "I really think comprehensively for my disciples." Then he slowly took out a piece of paper and decided to check the results of his disciples. On the paper were 2 lines of text, a challenge letter. Chang Chen was still speechless at all of this. Immediately after, Changxiao tossed the challenge letter aside, domineeringly, to signal the challenge. The city lord also immediately received his letter. His face suddenly turned serious. Tomorrow at noon. On the other side, Shang Ni also received the letter sent by Changxiao, a confrontation with the Tai Ya Zhang sect. Hao Ran became furious after reading this letter. But a strange smile quickly appeared on his face. He didn't forget to praise, "I didn't expect this kid to actually come." Immediately after, he reached out, recalling everything from back then. Last time, because this old man was careless, he only sent 2 9th-grade martial artist subordinates to respond to the challenge, and they were injured instead. Speaking of this, his face became extremely serious. This time, his eyes seemed to reveal clear anger, and he immediately made an important decision. "You're courting death." A gust of wind blew through this place. Today is a good day for travel, demolition, moving and opening a business elsewhere. Installing doors. The scene quickly shifted to a small city on the cliffs of Hao Qi Sect. This place was crowded with big shots from different places. Constant whispers and discussions echoed. That Qixian sect actually dared to challenge Hao Qi Sect. They must have come prepared. Right? I heard that the Xingyun sect was beaten by them 6 times recently, and even the elders were beaten unconscious. At this moment, the scarred face proudly recounted everything. "But our Bai Zong Lianmeng isn't a paper tiger either. Master Qin has helped more than 50 sects to arrive already." Suddenly, someone immediately recognized Shang Ni's figure and asked the others in surprise. The AI family head also came to help Hao Qi sect? He didn't forget to praise. With the healing elixir just released, the AI family is completely worthy of being the #1 pharmaceutical family. Everyone saw him appear and stand still, and they immediately crowded around, not forgetting to try and suck up to him. "Patriarch AI, when are you guys going to start the auction? Can that supreme body pill really enhance the physical body and increase strength? We're all from Qingyang County. Can you show us some love? Patriarch, would you sell a healing pill? I'm willing to pay." Hearing this, he coldly responded to everyone. AI is not here for business today, only to lend support. People still swarmed him like he was some kind of idol. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, startling him enough to turn his head. "Patriarch, your support really brings glory to our Hamuki sect." Hao Ran triumphantly gestured to his subordinates. "Someone, offer Patriarch AI a seat." Hearing this, he coldly approached and announced, "No need, AI can stand here." Seeing this, Hao Ran felt a little regretful. All right. Although he appeared calm, his mind was racing. Lord AI is the #1 sect leader lending support. How can he sit with you? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from their side. "Brother A." The city lord cheerfully stepped forward and said, "I happen to have an empty seat here. Come on over." He's the #2 sect leader, lending support, next to the city lord himself. Immediately, Shang Yi went over and sat with the city lord, and the two happily chatted. Seeing this scene, Hao Ran was speechless, thinking, "Aren't you supposed to be here to support me? You haven't even said 2 words to me." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind, leaving everyone confused. Voices rang in their ears. "Quat! Tra Fong Van, I charge freely, and all shall look up to me." Seeing this, the 2 big shots talked to each other in surprise. "Where did that music come from? I can't hear what they're singing, but it feels so hype." The singing continued. "Quat! Tra Fong Van, I don't care about the future." Hearing these strange sounds, Hao Ran immediately realized something was wrong. Could this be that demonic dirge? The singing kept blasting, turning the world upside down. At this moment, someone adjusted his collar and listened intently, the sound seeming to shine into everyone's hearts. Tilting the heavens and earth? I will write my own laws. Hearing this, the city lord immediately became angry. He turned his head and shouted, Jun old bro actually brought that crazy dirge with him, someone tie him up. But the singing continued, eyes flashing with savage ambition. Jing Chen was speechless, carrying the speaker, slowly stepped forward. Let the heaven guide me. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Hao Ran bristled like a hedgehog and shouted to his subordinates, Haoki Sect disciples, everyone be on guard. The music continued with the lyrics, arrogance is my nature, actions speak louder than words. At this moment, a very familiar footstep slowly appeared, and the singing continued. Following that, Changxiao and his troops domineeringly strode into the place in a very imposing manner. The weight of eternity. Changxiao stepped in front of everyone and greeted in surprise, Qin Sect Master, my Ironbone Sect is here to wreck the place. Seeing this, the others were confused and speechless, talking to each other. The attitude of the Ironbone Sect Master is a bit eager, but these 8 disciples of his are indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Hao Ran's subordinate, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, loudly cursed. You little punk, how dare you be disrespectful to Qin Sect Master? Let this Sect Master teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Changxiao looked at him questioningly and asked in surprise, Are you the Sect Master of the Jia Dao Sect? A hint of contempt flashed across the corner of Changxiao's mouth, and he didn't forget to sneer. The master hasn't even spoken yet, and the dog dares to bark first. At this moment, 3 giant footsteps appeared simultaneously. Xing Chen stared at the subordinate with furious eyes. If you're not convinced, then hold it in. Accompanied by his words, Xiao Mo and Zuiji were furious. Seeing this, the subordinate fell backward in fear, not knowing what to do next. Perhaps because he was too scared, the subordinate was so frightened that he immediately foamed at the mouth and lay rolling on the ground. Witnessing this whole humiliating scene, Hao Ran was a little angry and immediately attacked the subordinate, cursing, Trash! His eyes became extremely angry, and he looked regretfully at Changxiao and said, It's been a few days, Sect Leader Jun is still the same as ever. Then, he seemed to have become a different person and prepared to attack, recklessly attacking Changxiao. At this time, the system message appeared. Beep beep, first grade martial ancestor. Seeing the situation was not good, Changxiao stepped forward to protect Tian Tian. Changxiao stared at him in surprise, and thoughts raced through his mind. Wasn't he a 9th grade martial disciple last time I saw him? How could he become a martial ancestor in just over a month? As if reading Changxiao's mind, Hao Ran smiled evilly on his face and began to recount everything. The day we met, this sect master was using the secret technique of this sect to suppress my cultivation in order to accumulate a breakthrough in martial ancestor strength, not wanting to be exploited by you. Hearing this, Changxiao finally understood something. He smiled in surprise. It seems that I'm not the only one with fortuitous encounters. I really underestimated the martial artists of this world. If the difficulty of the instance has increased many times over. At this moment, Changxiao seemed to have become a different person, extremely terrifying. He smiled incomprehensibly and announced to everyone, I also have to use my real trump card. Seeing that Changxiao had made a move, the other subordinates glanced at each other with some fear and signaled, Qin Sect Master has broken through to martial ancestor, he's too strong. Hao Ran didn't say much. He slowly walked towards Changxiao and didn't forget to curse. Sect Leader Jun, you have been disrespectful to me many times, and today you want to strike as soon as you open your mouth. Extremely rude. Today, I, your grandpa, will teach you some manners. You'll kneel before me of your own accord. At this point, he's gone full-on berserk. Maybe his hatred is blinding him. Or should I force you to kneel? Sensing things are about to go south, Changxiao's got a plan B. Time to whip out the trump card. Just as he's about to make his move, someone zooms forward. Then, this dude gives a happy little introduction. Sect Leader Jun, we meet again. He's a little surprised, to say the least. Seeing this guy blocking his fight, Hao Ran, though a bit pissed, still manages a smile. Family head, I know you're mad at this arrogant punk too. I'll invite you next time. Hell, no need for you to get your hands dirty. I'll teach him a lesson myself. But the guy immediately shoots back. Sect Leader Jun is just bringing his disciples for a little friendly spar. Sect Leader Qin is just using the name of the martial sect to bully people. Then he turns, glares at Hao Ran with icy rage and barks. What a disgrace to the martial sect. Hearing this, Hao Ran can't help but drop to his knees on the spot. Changxiao's like, wait, hold up. His system's blowing up with alerts. Warning! Peak martial master detected. Warning! Peak martial master detected. Shang Ni comes over, spilling the tea. Sect Leader Jun, I came all the way from Huyang City to help you, and even invited some old friends. Then, the mystery man dramatically drops his cloak, revealing his face and announcing, I've heard so much about Sect Leader Junma Yongkang in the sect, and it's all true. This guy looks ancient, but you can tell he's a major threat. I'm Wang Donglin from the Kengshan sect. Seeing him jump in, Hao Ran's jaw hits the floor. Wang Donglin, one of the 4 great elders of the Kengshan sect. A peak martial exalted. The peanut gallery is losing it? The II family head is helping this trash sect? And there's even an elder from the Kengshan sect? Changxiao whispers to Shang Ni. I family head is legit. All these masters are his old buddies. Shang Ni just chuckles. He had to slip him a fat red envelope to make it happen. Suddenly, someone else steps up, and everyone's like, "Whoa! Aye, old buddy, that's cold. Am I chopped liver or something?" The city lord waltzes in, all smiles. "Old buddy Jun, hope you don't mind a martial exalted like me lending a hand. I'm here to help you too." Hao Ran's just standing there, totally sidelined, speechless. Changxiao smirks and says, "Sect leader Qin, I brought my disciples here to throw down with the Haoqi sect." Then, he turns to Hao Ran, all cocky, and throws down the gauntlet. "Now you can have a proper match. Dude's got 3 gods backing him up." Hao Ran is stunned. Then, rage takes over, and he grits his teeth. "The Haoqi sect accepts. Inner disciples step forward." His disciples slowly step up, with a never-give-up look in their eyes. Changxiao's a little nervous. Even with the shades, you can see the worry creeping in. The first one's a first-grade martial master. The second's a peak martial disciple. The third's a 9th-grade martial disciple. The fourth is an 8th-grade martial disciple. This sect is actually kinda strong. But who is our MC? Still smirking, he fires back. "My Thighbone sect will send out 7 disciples. You guys also send out 7 disciples. 4 out of 7 wins, how's that?" Hao Ran's stuck now. He nods. "Alright, let's head to the training grounds." Cut to the Haoqi sect's training arena. Hao Ran's voice booms across the massive circular arena. The Haoqi sect emphasizes real combat, so this training ground is modeled after a mountain forest. Something a small sect like sect leader Jun's probably can't even imagine. Hao Ran's super proud of his arena. Changxiao's taking it all in, then mutters, "This arena is kinda insulting." He then turns to Qing Yang and whispers, "It's almost as big as our stables. Let's build one too." Qing Yang nods, noting it down. Hao Ran is fuming, but keeps it cool and says, "Sect leader Jun is quite the talker. Let's add a condition. If my Haoqi sect wins, Sect leader Jun will stay here and clean the stables for a year." Changxiao just smiles. "Intriguing. My condition is that if sect leader Qin loses, he'll come to my Thighbone sect and clean the toilets for a year." Hao Ran's face twists in rage. "Fine. Anyone who breaks their promise is trash." Changxiao's glare doesn't back down. "A pariah, hunted by all." Suddenly, Li Fei chimes in. "Sect leader, I have an idea. If sect leader Qin is cleaning the toilets, I'll be too stressed to go." Changxiao's speechless. "Li Fei, your mental fortitude needs work." Hao Ran's had enough. He roars, "You foul-mouthed brat. Sun Yi, go teach them a lesson." Hao Ran leaps into the air, ready to rumble. Changxiao sighs and tells Li Fei, "Little Fei, this is all your fault. You took the trash talk too far. You take the first match." A dude drops from above, landing with a thud, cracking the ground. He's sweating a bit from the effort. He looks up and announces, "Sun Ye, 8th grade martial disciple, specializing in close combat. You insulted our sect leader, and I'll make you regret it." Ling Fei casually hops down, dusting himself off. "I'm Ling Fei, 5th grade martial disciple." He smirks, kicks a rock, and announces, "Specializing in soccer." The peanut gallery chimes in. "The Haoqi sect's disciples have endured harsh training and forged strong bodies." Another guy nods. "That's right, those soft, pampered kids from the immortal sects will be crushed in an instant." Sun Yi starts warming up, ready to throw down. He sneers, "You 5th grade chicken, today I will." He immediately lunged towards Lima Fei, ready to cripple him. But real quick, he pulled his leg back, ready to strike in a flash. His eyes were calm as hell, seizing the opportunity right in front of him, and went for the side foot instep shot. A second later, Li Fei decisively kicked Sun Ye square in the face, catching him completely off guard. Changxiao and his disciples watched this scene, speechless and facepalming. Dude just straight up used soccer moves on his face. Feeling like he hadn't flexed enough, Li Fei immediately conjured a stream of fire and charged forward. "Fire kick!" Before he could even process what was happening, Li Fei unleashed a barrage of attacks, leaving Sun Ye no room to react. He braced his hands against the ground, preparing to block the next blow. He was completely bewildered, blood dripping down his face as he wondered, "What the hell? How is he so agile?" Suddenly, Li Fei leaped forward, catching Sun Yi by surprise. Still sporting a stone-cold face, devoid of any emotion, he prepared his strike. Soccer secret art! Next up was his immortal shadowless kick. Hundreds of kicks rained down on him, leaving him no chance to retaliate. After easily defeating this guy, Ling Fei turned around and walked away like a Chad, not forgetting to check on Sun Ye's condition. "Should I swap shirts?" "Nah. His clothes are too tattered, I can't rock that." Quick explanation of Liu Fei's weird habit. And soccer, after the match, the players usually swap shirts with each other to show respect. The referee was stunned for a few seconds, but then he loudly announced, "Match 1, Li Fei wins." Sun Ye was still lying there, utterly speechless. Dong Lin was completely astonished by this scene, and couldn't help but praise. Although his cultivation is only at the 5th rank martial disciple, this kid can unleash such powerful kicks. The wonder. I wonder how sect leader Jun trained him. Shang Yi nodded in agreement. He must have used a body tempering pill, otherwise it would be impossible for a 5th rank martial disciple to defeat a disciple of the Haoqi sect, let alone win so decisively. On the other side, Hao Ran was lost in his own thoughts. still convinced that he was the strongest. He assumed that this Li Fei kid had received special training, and that his true cultivation was at least at the 9th rank. Yeah, they're definitely using a trick, man Tian Guo Hai, using the strong to bully the weak. Once I unleash my stronger disciples, he'll send in the weak ones to exhaust our forces. Let's briefly explain the meaning of this phrase. Man Tian Guo Hai means creating a smokescreen so that the opponent doesn't know your true intentions, making them lower their guard, and thus helping you achieve your goal. He immediately glanced back, harboring even more sinister intentions. Trying to play me? Too bad, this sect leader ain't fallen for the same trick twice. Immediately after that, he directly proposed to Changxiao. Sect leader Jun, for the sake of fairness, please have a disciple from your immortal sect go first in the next match. Changxiao turned to look at his disciple and signaled, Tianqi, it's your turn to shine. Hearing this, he immediately stepped forward and nodded in agreement. Understood. Hao Ran was still completely bewildered by this scene. This guy is straight up acting dumb. He was still lost in his thoughts. Another 5th rank martial disciple. I don't believe you can train all your disciples to challenge those above their level. But I can't let my guard down. Immediately after that, one of his disciples quickly entered the training field to face Tianqi. He smiled smugly as he stared at him and announced, Haoqi Sect, Tan Yongxing, 9th rank martial disciple. As soon as he introduced himself, Tianqi coldly threw a punch at his face, catching him slightly off guard. A loud bang echoed throughout the entire training ground. Everyone was shocked as they watched this fight. Yongxing used his trembling hand to block the full force of his punch, not forgetting to mock him. Although you're only a 5th rank martial disciple, your strength isn't bad, but I'm gonna end this match right here. At that moment, another punch landed right on his temple, catching him off guard. In just a split second, Tianqi completely defeated him with a powerful blow that sent Yongxing flying out. His eyes were filled with determination. He wouldn't show any mercy to any of his opponents. Following that, he relentlessly punched him, not giving him any chance to retaliate. Feeling that the situation was a bit unfair, the bald-headed man immediately pointed forward and angrily scolded, I object! Shameless immortal sect, using despicable tactics, daring to launch a sneak attack on the temple. Hearing this, Tianqi immediately stopped, and then he turned to face the bald-headed man who had spoken those words. Slowly raising his fist, a loud bang rang out, instantly terrifying and bewildering the bald-headed man. Just like that, he completely shattered the stone wall where the bald-headed man was standing. He unconsciously fell straight to the ground. It's only when you see the coffin that you start to cry, he shouted in despair. Tianqi didn't say much, easily achieving a double kill by punching both men. After he stopped, the referee loudly announced, Immortal Sect, Tianqi. I thought Tan Yongxing was something, but turns out he's just all talk. At this moment, Hao Ran witnessed this entire scene and gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing his crazed attitude, Changxiao immediately became smug and announced with a smile, Sect leader, there are only 2 matches left. Then he turned to face him and mocked, Toilet or doghouse? I wonder if Sect leader has made his choice. Quickly, the scene shifted to another match. Inside the arena, Xiao Mo ran forward as fast as she could, shouting to challenge her opponent who was dawdling behind. Too slow, too slow. Dude's shooketh when he realizes our guy vanished into thin air. He's fuming like, Yo, coward, come back and fight me like a real man. Our MC's just trolling him. Pops up right in front of his face, grinning like a Cheshire cat. You want a piece? Bet. MC's all business now, face set, ready to throw down. Time to crank it up to 11, he announces, all cocky. Then, bam! Xiao Mo zoomies at the dude so fast he can't even react. One move is all it takes. With a casual flick, he sends the dude flying. Talk about easy clap. But the dude's just smirking. Is that all you got? Full power? What a joke. Then he suddenly realizes something's mega wrong. Xiao Mo is now moving at warp speed, no one can even see him. He's whipping up a freaking tornado in the training arena. Dong Lin's like, damn, that kid's footwork might be basic, but he's fast. Shang Yi's eyes are shining. Gotta tweak my sales pitch for the nitty pill. This is some good SHT. Suddenly, Xiao Mo screeches to a halt. He's standing there, grinning like a maniac. Showtime, he announces, and BAM! A giant, pointy mountain of dirt just appears. The dude's caught in the tornado, foaming at the mouth, completely lost. Gravity does its thing. He's falling straight onto the pointy dirt mountain. Xiao Mo's all you wanted to go hard? Here you go, flower petals wither. Even I felt that one. Flower's gone. Everyone's just standing there. Mouths agape. Speechless. Just looking at it makes you cringe. Hao Ran's fuming. Turns on Changxiao like, Jun Changxiao, your disciple went too far. Dude sighs, he asked for it. Said he wanted it hard. First time I've ever heard that request. TBH. Hao Ran is now mega tilted. He orders his star pupil into the arena. Hu Zheng, go teach that Ironbone sect trash a lesson he won't forget. The other disciples are waving banners, hyped. Hu Zheng's a top-tier martial artist, with superior spiritual roots. Haoqi sect's about to serve. Hu Zheng dashes in, all smug. Feng Lei fist, I dare you to take this and walk away in one piece. This guy's lightning power is insane. You could power a nuclear plant for a year with that SHT. He's panting, but still smirking. Feng Lei Fist is a high-grade mid-tier martial art of Haoqi Sect, with 10,000 pounds of force. This fight is in the bag, the dust clears, and he gets a serious case of the oh crap face. Zuiji's voice cuts through the air. That all you got? He steps forward, all kinds of badass, and asks, was that your strongest attack? Hu Zhang's shaking so hard he's about to cry. Then he just turns tail and runs, screaming, Monster! Moonster! Hao Ran's losing it, screaming, get back here and fight! Counterattack! Counterattack! Changxiao's just chillin', smirking. Sect leader Hao, why so worked up? Are you seriously this pissed that I beat you to the branch leader position? He taunts. Hao Ran is sweating bullets. Changxiao waves his hand, signals his disciple. Zuiji, beat him, till he questions his whole existence. Zuiji nods. Got it! And slams his fist into the ground, creating massive, terrifying cracks. Zuiji's power is straight up OP. The ground splits in half, freezing Hu Zhang in place. He uses his earth powers to create a stone prison around Hu Zhang, then yeets the whole thing into the sky. Not content with that, he leaps after it at ludicrous speed. Now he's face to face with the boulder-encased Hu Zhang. He cocks back his fist. Bam! One devastating punch right to the face, sending teeth flying into orbit. Hu Zhang's launched into the stratosphere, screaming in despair. Goodbye, Sect leader. I'm never coming back. Hao Ran collapses to the ground, sobbing, blaming himself for his arrogance. I lost. I lost. Seeing him so pathetic, Changxiao steps up, dripping with sarcasm. Sect leader Hao, your sect's signboard looks pretty righteous. Doubt you wrote it, but don't sweat it. You're going to the immortal sect. You'll have plenty of chances to practice. His face turned dead serious, and he even teased the old dude with smug satisfaction. Want to dance barefoot in the rain? Take a stroll on the beach at noon? Listen to Sister Snail sing the Immortal Sect Chronicles? All that prime literature for you to practice calligraphy after those stressful cleaning shifts? Hao Ran, hearing this, couldn't contain his rage and shouted, Jun Changxiao, don't be so damn condescending. Then he suddenly froze, realizing something. Changxiao stood there, hiding the triumphant grin on his face, and even mocked the old dude. Scary. So scary. He had two major powerhouses backing him up. Donglin chuckled, questioning him. Qin Alliance leader, you lost and can't accept it, so you want to silence everyone? The city lord also turned and left, giving Hao Ran a smug jab. Elder Wang is too worried. He's the leader of a sect, and the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance. He wouldn't do that, would he? Seeing the situation was getting dicey, a grand elder stepped forward to mediate. Sect leader Jun, let's treat the bet like a joke. We all meet looking up, meet looking down, no need to be so extreme. Hearing this, Changxiao burst out laughing in surprise. He immediately retorted, a joke? Old man, I'm asking you again. His face became terrifying, and he pointed directly at the old guy's face, questioning loudly. If the immortal sect lost today, would you stand up and say these words? At that moment, others rushed forward to help Hao Ran up, and they loudly cursed. You wouldn't, he wouldn't, none of you would. Now, Changxiao's face was filled with rage. He loudly lectured the scheming bastards in front of him. Because in your eyes, the weak are born to be trampled on, born as fish on a chopping board to be slaughtered. You spout morality but are full of dirty tricks. What right do you have to call yourselves righteous? Remembering something he needed to do, he immediately turned back and signaled his subordinates. Zhao Zuiji, listen up. Blast that Haoqi sect sign to smithereens. Hearing his order, Zuiji immediately raised his gun, preparing to attack. His face was determined, aiming carefully and nodding in agreement. Sect leader's command is absolute. Immediately after, a loud explosion echoed, scaring everyone into covering their ears. Instantly, the Haoqi sect sign was shattered to pieces. Hao Ran was dumbfounded by the scene. He could no longer endure this humiliation. He angrily stood up and cursed. Jun Changxiao, you destroyed our sect's sign and trampled on the dignity of the Haoqi sect. This is a debt we will never settle. Hearing this, Zuiji pointed his gun directly at him and suggested to Changxiao, Alliance leader Qin thinks he's faster than my divine firearm? Come on, take a shot. Suddenly, Hao Ran shouted. All Haoqi sect disciples, listen up! His voice echoed, ordering his scheming subordinates to attack. As soon as he gave the order, hundreds of assassins rushed forward, preparing to attack. The disciples also gripped their swords, preparing for a final battle. Li Fei also summoned his ball, ready to easily take them all down. With no one to fight, his spirit immediately entered battle mode. Behind him, Zhao Hong coldly charged into the battle. The disciples quickly surrounded Changxiao, protecting him. She coldly smirked, questioning Hao Ran. Grandpa's here? Captain Qin wants to fight? Then let's play! Hearing these words made him even angrier. He cursed loudly and ordered, Kill! Kill them all! Suddenly, a hand slowly gripped his face, startling him. Donglin's voice rang out. Alliance leader Qin, calm down. He smirked, lifted Hao, ran up, and menacingly threatened him. You're causing such a ruckus it seems like I don't exist in your eyes? Sect leader Jun destroying your sect sign was a bit much. Seeing this, Hao Ran could only tremble in fear. He continued to propose an idea, his voice ringing out. Both sides are at fault, so how about this? Let's forget about the bet, what do you think? A sign for a year of cleaning toilets. Alliance leader Qin, what a steal. Hearing these words, Hao Ran was so frightened that he froze, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Everything will be arranged by Elder Wang. Seeing that Donglin had stepped in to help him, Changxiao bowed. Thank you, Senior Wang, for intervening. Then he slowly looked up, staring at him. However, I have another suggestion. He continued to stare at Hao Ran standing in front of him, and continued to suggest, we agreed to a 7-match series, and we've only fought 4. That's not in line with Jianghu rules. Hearing this, he became extremely angry. But he suppressed his anger. Even if we win the next 3 matches, we'll still lose overall. What's the point of fighting? Hearing this, he chuckled and snapped his fingers. That's easy. He had his own plans. He immediately announced a bold idea. Let's forget the first 4 matches, consider them a warm-up. In the remaining 3 matches, if the Immortal Sect loses just 1, we lose. How about it? Changxiao reached out and proposed. 10 million. He smiled confidently and announced to Hao Ran, let's use real prizes for these 3 matches. 10 million. If your disciple can win just 1 match, you'll save face and win 10 million. He was probably very confident in this bet. He smirked and mocked him. Alliance leader Qin, agree, this deal is a sure win. He had no choice. He could only helplessly shout and nod. Okay, the Hao Qi sect agrees to this prize. This time it was Qing Yang's turn to strike. He reached out his hand. His opponent, standing right in front of him, raised both hands high. He kept shouting at him, summoning a giant dragon. Roaring dragons howl! Immediately, a huge dragon was summoned in front of Qing Yang. But he wasn't afraid. He coldly reached out to retaliate. The dude's opponent froze, eyes wide at the scene. 1 hand? Seriously? He immediately got pissed and started trash-talking. Don't underestimate me. But Qing Yang was still chill, AF. No matter how many hits the guy threw, he calmly blocked them all with 1 hand. He tilted his head and asked calmly, Xin Yang, right? Feels like it's been too long. He immediately landed a decisive blow to the guy's gut, ending it all. Not bad. Keep him coming. Witnessing the whole thing, Hao Ran went ballistic, ranting. No wonder he beat the Saint Spring Sect disciple. This Li Qingyang is a beast, and his fighting style is off the charts. Changxiao sighed dramatically, like he was facepalming internally. Standing beside him, he kept muttering stuff that made Hao Ran snap to attention. Qingyang's, Mr. Nice Guy, act is incurable, isn't it? Him being all awesome just makes us look like chumps. He sighed in defeat. Cringe! The disciples behind him immediately looked away. Hao Ran's face lit up with smugness. He glanced at Changxiao and grilled him. Sect leader Jun, your best disciples from the Thistle Sect are all used up. Can you beat my next martial master disciple? Xing Chen was slightly surprised. He stepped forward and asked, out of elites already? Are you underestimating me, bruh? Then he stepped into the next fight with a cold, boss-like aura. Bring out your strongest leftovers. A smirk crept across his face. He even announced, we've been going back and forth for so long, I'm getting impatient. Very soon after that, the next match started instantly. The 2 opponents jumped into the arena, ready to brawl. The man stood there and loudly introduced himself. The strongest disciple of Haoki sect, Pei Jun. I will win this round. Immediately after, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Xing Chen was staring at him with a terrifying expression, making him feel a little confused and scared, thinking, that's too much killing intent. Suddenly, he uttered some cryptic words. Du bi yu, Yulong. Right after that, he rushed towards the guy to attack with an overwhelming force that seemed to crush hearts. In an instant, he completely struck the guy's weak spot, leaving him no time to react. His body was completely injured, even though it was only a scratch from Xing Chen. He was stunned by the scene, unable to say anything, and confused, thinking, too fast. And I didn't expect a kick to knock me off mentally. Feeling like he couldn't lose face, he immediately shouted, preparing to use his next move to attack. Huxiao Long Yin Zhang. But Xing Chen was not afraid at all. In fact, he smiled with amusement on his face. In his mind, thoughts kept flashing. In my previous life, I cultivated thousands of martial skills. Du Bi Yu Yulong isn't considered too great, but with my current cultivation level, it's a good time to practice it again. Thinking of this, he became very happy. He didn't forget to gloat, preparing to counterattack. I was once one of the top 10 martial emperors. In an instant, he completely created a red dragon, rushing straight towards his opponent to attack decisively. Who in this world can do anything to me? Dong Lin, who was standing on the side witnessing the whole scene, couldn't suppress the surprise in his heart, and exclaimed in confusion. A martial apprentice can achieve such a high level of movement technique, it's unimaginable. Truly unimaginable. Xing Chen's opponent kept reaching forward to attack, but it didn't seem to be effective. Why can't I hit him? At this time, he became very panicked as he kept getting hit by the other person's attacks. Why didn't I dodge all his attacks? He became even more confused to the point of anger. But what can anger do besides getting bullied? I'm a dignified martial master. How can I be beaten to the point of losing my mind by a small martial apprentice? At this time, the tail of the little red dragon immediately hit him. Xing Chen's voice rang out, you! He stood proudly on his giant dragon, not forgetting to torment him and mock him. Feeling hopeless? Is this your strongest disciple? Xing Chen's opponent became so panicked that he slowly collapsed. He couldn't believe it, and exclaimed in confusion. Xing Chen seemed very calm about this. He just slowly stepped forward and said, smugly, all trash. Seeing that everything was becoming easier, Changxiao smiled smugly, glancing at Hao Ran, who was standing there. Next, Sect Master Qin only has one 8th rank martial apprentice who hasn't gone on stage yet, right? Immediately after, he pointed to Tiantian in the back and introduced. The one who will go on stage in this match is the disciple of our sect. Hearing this, a disciple angrily questioned him loudly. Sending a woman to fight me? Are you deliberately humiliating my Hyoki sect? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck him, freezing him in place. Even Hao Ran, who was standing there, was confused and didn't understand what was going on. A small, delicate hand slowly raised forward. Tiantian slowly lowered her hand and coldly announced, "Shut up." Suddenly, at this time, the system continuously displayed different notifications, causing Changxiao to open his eyes wide and look at the screen in confusion. Ting. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, obtaining a complete victory, and receiving 200 contribution points. Ting. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, revealing talent, receiving 300 contribution points, and activating the hidden reward. The right to purchase services and the transformation of top-grade qualifications have been sent to the purchased items column. He still didn't understand what was happening. Immediately after, the system immediately displayed the next mission. Warning! Side mission activated. At this time, a familiar voice rang out, calling his name, Jun Changxiao. He turned his head to look at Hao Ran. At this time he had become very angry and questioned. The exchange between disciples is over. Next, his face turned into a roadmap of bulging red veins. He's all like, "I challenge you!" Meanwhile, the system throws up a quest. Defeat Qin Haoran, the Haoki sect leader. The city lord saunters up behind Li Fan, playing peacemaker. Sect leader Qin, isn't it a little embarrassing for a martial ancestor to challenge a martial apprentice? But Haoran ain't scared. He smugly retorts, "So? Sect leader Jun only has the guts to send his disciples out, but not to fight himself." This dude is straight up losing it. He yells, making sure everyone hears, "Since we're here for a martial arts exchange, a fight between sect leaders is a must. If sect leader Jun is scared, just admit defeat, and I'll spare you." Dong Lin steps up for Changxiao, chiming in. "Sect leader Jun, don't get heated, reject the challenge. Take back the reward, and return to the Tiangu sect. That's the best plan." You can't imagine the power of a martial ancestor. Li Fan nods, understanding, and glares ahead. "Thanks for the reminder, Elder Wang. I have my own plans." A mysterious smile creeps across Li Fan's face. Maybe he's cooking up something special. "Sect leader Qin, my Tiegu sect fears nothing. You want to fight? Bring it on." He gives him a cocky look. Li Fan proposes, "This daddy wants to settle this with weapons. What do you say?" A gentle breeze rustles the leaves. Haoran steps forward, muttering some nonsense, fueled by his ego. "I thought you were just a peak martial apprentice, but you chose a weapon duel with higher risks." He smugly summons his weapon, lecturing. "Looks like you got a super strong weapon, trying to use it to bridge the Grand Canyon of power between us?" At this point, Haoran's face is beaming with self-importance as he declares, "Your little tricks are gonna fail hard." He grips the weapon tightly. Something's off. Everyone shouts in confusion, "It's a weapon forged by Grandmaster Fan!" On the other side, Dong Lin realizes something's wrong. He stares at Haoran's weapon, commenting, "This is bad." It's a high-grade, early-stage, soul-snatching dual Jian, the only Jian Grandmaster Fan ever forged, made from 1,000-year-old heavy iron. Injecting spiritual power will cause a shockwave. Direct contact will lightly shatter the weapon or severely damage the mind. Hearing this makes Changxiao even more excited. He chuckles, surprised. Another Grandmaster Fan? Interesting. Ling Fan gradually summons his weapon before everyone's eyes. "It's my weapon's turn." Immediately, a massive dragon blade that saw 1,000 years of battlefields is summoned. He clutches his weapon, looking smug AF. Haoran looks worried, exclaiming in surprise, "The killing intent is too strong." Changxiao grips his weapon, challenging, "Taste the blade of your grandpa." At the same time, the system displays info about the dragon blade. Modified, Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, weapon used by Martial Saint Guan Yu, weighing 41 jins, killed countless martial generals. After modification, suitable for the world. Blade is tough, power is strong, drawback. Must take a body tempering pill, otherwise difficult to wield proficiently. Power determined by realm. Special effect. Summons the soul of Martial Saint for 30 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Price 200 contribution points. Rank unknown. Seems like Changxiao's going all in on this fight. He shouts, "Punk, I'll fight you for 300 rounds!" Hearing this, Haoran's eyes widen, not believing his ears. Both of them freeze for 5 seconds, staring at each other. Changxiao can't even lift the massive blade. He just hangs on it. Li Fan tries every way to lift the blade, but fails. Sensing something's wrong, he curses the system in his mind. "System, you're screwing with me. I can't hold this blade." The system retorts, "Although the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade doesn't require a cultivation level to use, it probably requires strength." Just then, Haoran charges towards Changxiao, announcing, "Take this." The system dips, saying, "Host, good luck to you." Seeing this, Li Fan freezes, not knowing what to do next. His mind is full of curses. "System, you son of a..." Immediately afterward, the weapons come crashing down towards him. Suddenly, the Huyet Dao's eyes glow ominously. A loud explosion erupts, Rocks and debris fly everywhere due to the fierce clash between the two. The sounds are incessant as the weapons fiercely clash, neither giving way. Seeing this, Haoran smirks, mocking. Haha, sect leader Jun looks so fierce. Are you hurt? Did your bones break? Suddenly, his eyes widen in disbelief. Changxiao stands calmly before him, holding the massive blade, and explains, You're overthinking it. It's just that the blade is too heavy. It has nothing to do with your weak sauce moves. Then, he uses all his strength to push him back with the dragon blade. Li Fan remembers something, panting, and asking the system in frustration. System, isn't the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade supposed to weigh 82 jins? Why does it feel like Sun Wukong's Ruyi Jingu Bang? He keeps asking the system, using a strength boost to amplify his power 5 times, and only barely manages to budge it. The arm holding the weapon is shaking. The system explains. It's a modified divine artifact, of course. It's gonna be extraordinary plus. Right then, the system couldn't help but praise. Host's love luck has been a bit heavy recently, huh? Hearing this, he was speechless with his system. What the hell does love luck have to do with it? The system chuckled and announced, Why not? The yin energy of women is too heavy, and will affect the speed of drawing the blade. On the other side, Haoran had an extremely smug smile on his face. He couldn't help but comment on the previous fight between the two. To be able to withstand one of my moves. It seems that the grade of your long saber isn't bad. But my strength is completely above yours, so the advantage is still mine. Immediately afterward, he used the Golden Radiance Myriad Laws technique. His weapons all lit up to an incomprehensible degree. He quickly grabbed his weapon and rushed towards Changxiao to attack. At this moment, he was completely in front of him, launching an attack with a smile that didn't change on his face. Dong Lin saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly shouted a warning to everyone. This is bad! Spiritual power combined with weapons and martial arts. The strength is at least 200,000 jin. But Changxiao shouted loudly, not willing to be outdone by him. He's petty like that, and didn't forget to say some nasty words. I'm gonna fight you to the death, second brother! Save me quadruple A. Immediately afterward, he used all his strength to create the Peach Garden Oath technique with his saber. A loud noise rang out, but fortunately, Haoran managed to block it with his weapon in time. Suddenly, his weapon immediately became chipped against the sturdy long blade. Changxiao smiled smugly, as he saw things were gradually getting better. Immediately afterward, he continued to swing the giant saber towards him, to use the fallen leaves slash through flowers technique. At this time, he used all his strength to control the saber right in front of him. An extremely smug smile bloomed on his face. In less than a second, he completely chopped his weapon in half. He still couldn't believe his eyes, and stared blankly at the weapon that he had chopped in half. How? How is this possible? Not giving him time to rest, he continued to swing his sword to attack. But very quickly, he used the remaining weapon in his hand to block it. 1,000 miles alone ride. Seeing that he was getting weaker and weaker, Changxiao smiled smugly, pressing firmly on his weapon with his hand. Feeling that his opportunity had come, he quickly swung his long blade forward with the single blade meeting technique to overwhelm him. In an instant, a loud noise erupted. Rocks and debris all around shattered one after another due to the fighting power of the two. Haoran seemed to freeze when he saw that the two weapons in his hand were instantly shattered. In contrast to his weapon, his saber was still unharmed, as if nothing had happened to it. He smugly held his saber and slowly walked towards him with an extremely domineering appearance. Immediately afterward, he strained his strength to continuously block the saber and showed a smug, boastful smile. Take this final strike from your second granddaddy, you little runts. Feeling that he still hadn't shown enough of his ability, Changxiao continued to use the loyalty and courage, Guan Yun Chang technique in succession. Haoran was frightened by this scene, and dodged each of his attacks. Loud noises continued to ring out, and a horizontal slash instantly split the entire city wall in two. Not only that, but the surrounding mountains were also immediately split in two by this sword strike. Everything gradually became more dilapidated, with rocks constantly falling. At this time, Haoran was completely injured on one arm. He still couldn't believe his eyes, and stammered in confusion. How is this possible? Changxiao slowly walked up to him. He domineeringly slammed the long blade on the ground, creating a huge earthquake. At this moment, he was like an extremely powerful god, smiling and speaking to the defeated Haoran right in front of him. Thank you, Qin Alliance leader. Can you start counting the silver? At this time, Haoran had no other choice. He slowly handed the 10 million liang silver note to Changxiao, and didn't forget to announce, My Haoki sect is rich, and has a lot of money. He tried to suppress his anger inside his heart. Just 10 million. Qin Haoran doesn't even care about it. Seeing this, he chuckled smugly, snatched the silver note from his hand, and didn't forget to announce, Then let go of your hand. Immediately afterward, he decisively snatched the silver note from his hand with ease. Remembering something he needed to say, he showed a mischievous smile on his face, and continued to say to him, Today, I came to your esteemed sect to exchange pointers. This Jun has gained a bargain, and the disciples have gained more confidence. Feeling that he had played enough today, he chuckled, waved goodbye to him, and turned to leave. I won't disturb you anymore. We'll take our leave first. No need to see us off. Haoran was extremely angry at this scene, and gritted his teeth, vowing in his heart, Jun Changxiao, my Haoki sect and your Thornbone sect are irreconcilable. Suddenly, Changxiao remembered something, and immediately stopped. Hey, Qin Alliance leader, feeling like he had been up since dawn, he didn't forget to turn around and ridicule him in a very enjoyable way. Your disciples were whipped like grandsons, and you yourself were beaten like a son, and you even have to offer 10 million to the evildoer. His voice kept ringing out, saying to him, if you want to cry, just cry, don't hold it back. This time, instead of being angry, tears appeared on his face with great helplessness. Just like that, he cried like a child there. Wah! He smiled smugly and turned to leave. Men, just cry, it's not a crime. The scene shifts to the great forest on the other side. Changxiao sat there wearily, panting helplessly. He could only breathe like a dog. Fortunately, I managed to hold on until I went down the mountain. The 5 torments consumed the blood spirit energy and physical strength in my chi ring. At this time, the system also rang out with a notification to him. According to my calculations, the host's strength needs to reach 75,000 jin to barely use the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. He still sat there, immersed in his own thoughts. Now he's already this OP. Just how badass is the martial saint's soul gonna be? Wait, hold up. Out of nowhere, some random dude jumps down right in front of him looking like he's about to pull some SHT. Li Fan instantly recognizes these two weirdos. He calls out to Changxiao, who's just chillin' and tired AF. They're disciples from Jiyutang, along with a killer's corpse. This assassin wannabe from heaven slowly introduces himself and spills the tea. Your subordinate is team leader Zhao Mifeng of Jiyutang, sect leader. Ever since you descended the mountain, 6 assassins have been tailing you in the shadows. Even though he's tired AF, Changxiao still understands what's up and stares him down. You're a gold-tier assassin, yet you only managed to keep one? Looks like these other assassins ain't trash. Hearing this, he bursts out laughing in surprise, then continues. HMPH, if I didn't let 5 escape, how could I hook the big fish? Just 1 earring is enough to expose the assassins hiding in the back. They freak out and bolt forward. One of them doesn't forget to hit up the dude below. Bro, Lao San got killed! Didn't expect these guys to have such strong reconnaissance skills. No wonder the other brothers who went before never came back. Hearing this, the head honcho gets mega pissed and starts yelling in despair. The hell? Jiyutang's assassin training clearly stated, we've reached professional assassin level, how are we still getting spotted so easily? Elsewhere, 2 assassins are perched in a tree, scoping out the situation. Seeing them run away so fast, the 2 assassins are kinda looking down on them, chatting. With that level, they dare call themselves professional assassins? What can you do? They're from GNU's Express class. We just gave them a little encouragement, and they actually believed it. At this moment, an assassin on high recognizes something, and immediately voices his suspicions to Ming. The direction they're retreating in perfectly matches one of the enemies of our Tiegu sect. A disciple from Yujitang immediately appears with a message for his 2 comrades, the Xiao family. Seeing this, the remaining assassin looks up at him. Team leader? He continues to look at them, and recounts everything he knows. Just received intelligence from the brother who was tailing them. On the day the sect leader went to Haoki sect, the grand elder of the Xiao family disappeared for a period of time. As he says this, his eyes become incredibly sharp. And the last place he disappeared from was this place he often visits. His voice continues to echo. Qingya Courtyard. The scene cuts to a huge grand hall. These assassins have arrived at this place. Mifeng stands still and announces to all his comrades. We've taken the Tisu pill. It's time to test our strength. Get your spirits up for me. Don't let anyone escape. The moonlight gradually rises higher, and everything gradually becomes quieter in this place. At this moment, the familiar figures of Changxiao and Zuiji quickly approach. Suddenly, he speaks out the question in his heart. Sect leader, I'm still part of the Zhao family's bloodline. Why would the Zhao family? He calmly explains everything to him. Because they're stupid. They're so stupid that they treated you, someone with spiritual roots, like trash, and kicked you out of the Zhao family. But your rise will make them feel like their stupidity is being seen by everyone in the world. Saying this, his face becomes incredibly serious, and he doesn't forget to educate him. In order not to be seen as stupid, they can only kill you to continue being stupid in their dreams. Zuiji, you must learn to accept reality. Sharing the same blood doesn't necessarily mean you're the closest people. He remains silent and contemplative as he listens to these words. The Zhao family's higher-ups have repeatedly tried to take your life. How are they any different from enemies? Changxiao decisively walks forward, and he doesn't forget to remind him. Today, let's remove this thorn in your heart. The 2 gradually enter the huge Qingya courtyard right in front of them. Quickly, the scene shifts to the underground secret chamber of Qingya courtyard. Masked subordinates stand outside, constantly keeping watch for any strange movements. At this moment, a man angrily slams his hand on the table, yelling, Steward Zhao, so many of our brothers have died, are we just gonna let it go like that? Shanhai sits beside him and smiles, trying to soothe his agitated mood. Let's just temporarily cancel all assassination plans. He is the grand steward of the Xiao family. Xiao Shanhai. Saying this, his face instantly becomes frighteningly calculating, and a plan is hatched inside his head. The family head and elders won't tolerate this thorn in their side forever. Besides, I've already come up with a perfect plan. Shanhai sits to the side and smiles, speaking the plan forming in his head. Is it possible to hit the Haoki sect B? Qin Ming was even killed. This Tiegu sect is really rare. He gives a smug smile and gestures for the subordinate to slowly approach. As long as we can invite Dong Ji Yutong to assassinate these trashes, just invite a trump card killer. Suddenly, a voice rings out from outside, causing the two to instantly become angry and glance at each other. Immediately after, the scarred face angrily curses. Who is it? No manners. Suddenly, the next scene makes him stand still in confusion. It's too quiet. At this moment, everyone is still standing guard silently, and nothing has happened in front of him, making him seem slightly puzzled. Less than a second later, all the guards here are quickly taken down, causing this subordinate to freeze. Luo Qiwan slowly walks forward. She smiles and says, I want to see if you guys will reveal any more secrets. Behind her at this moment are extremely high-level subordinates. Her voice rings out. Didn't expect to be fooled by these two idiots. Seeing her show up, the two immediately freeze and stutter. Ji Yulu, Pavilion Master? Immediately after, Shanhai hastily explains everything to her. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? This humble one, Xiao Shanhai, once passed by your esteemed pavilion with the Grand Elder many years ago. The scarred face hears this and puts his hand on his chest, introducing himself. Pavilion Master, I am the most outstanding student of the third batch of assassins. You even gave me an award. Hearing this, Luo Chu only smiles. Surprised, she slowly raises her gun forward and asks them. If I remember correctly, you're probably the chief of external affairs of the Xiao family. She doesn't directly take action, but only remembers something and repeats it. But Steward Xiao, I want to correct what you said. Hearing this, her face becomes incredibly serious. She only looks at all of them. My current identity is not Ji Yulu's Pavilion Master, but Tiegu Zhang's Hall Master. Suddenly, at this moment, the scarred face grips his weapon tightly in his hand. He yeets the weapon at Luo Qiu, adding, Gotta bounce, Chief. You escape through the secret passage, I'll cover you. And just like that, these two bros start nosebleeding and faceplant for absolutely no reason. Her face is stone cold. She tells them, Tang's sect said nope. Too bad you picked the wrong side, losers. Cue sparkly effects falling from the sky. Zui Ji and Changxiao roll up, ready to rumble. Our boy's still hesitating with the torch. Should I? Shouldn't I? Changxiao drops some wisdom. Zui Ji, torching this place cuts your ties with the Xiao family. Zui Ji's like, I bet. Yeets the torch. I, Zhao Zui Ji, am done with this family. Peace out. Fire intensifies Changxiao's already dipping. Zui Ji, he says, You're just a disciple of the Ironbone sect now. His voice echoes, Let's go. He smirks. Time to head home. The whole place is engulfed. People are screaming, Qingya Manor's on fire! We're doomed! Everyone's sprinting. Fire! Get water! Now! Chaos ensues. People are fighting the blaze, yelling, Water! Now! Who the hell brought wine? Morning arrives with a side of STOMP. Xiao Huang is pissed. He yells at his minion, Accident? You call this an accident? People died. How is that an accident? He orders, Investigate! Now! The minion sprints off. Then someone else pipes up, Elder. The second elder of the Xiao family shuffles in, exhausted. Blood in the secret room, but no bodies. He's all like, Duh, no investigation needed. Our assassins and Xiao Shanhai are dead. Who dares mess with the Xiao family? He's turning gray with rage. We wait for the patriarch to return. But I fear the fire at Qingya Manor is just the beginning. Scene change. We're at a huge hall. Changxiao's playing chess, monologuing. The Zhao family's strong, but not invincible. He smirks at the board. Jiu Hall Intel says their main businesses are iron mines, medicine, and herbs. Burning Qingya Manor? Just knocked out one of their teeth. Smashes a chess piece. Next move. Whew! This dude's chess game is savage, he mutters to himself. Snatch food from a tiger's mouth. Changxiao. Another day, another spending spree. Clicks Bo Y. 2 new weapons materialize. Your rewards for this mission. Li Fei snatches his sword. Jing Chen's stoked too. Sheng Chen is hyped, thinking. Finally, I can practice the energy sword art. He gazes at the wide open space, thinking of a perfect sparring partner. Meanwhile, Zhu Hong walks over, confused. You know swords, senior brother? Xing Chen grins. Just a little. Want to help me practice some moves? A sword lunge happens. They're duking it out on the arena. Zhu Hong blocks the attack. He's just standing there, unimpressed. 10 swords in one breath? Not bad. Xing Chen's all hyped now. Not bad? It's crazy, he decides. Try this. He spins, ready to unleash hell, warning Zhu Hong. Energy sword art. He's going for the one-word quick sword move. Zhu Hong's eyes widen. Oh, SHT. But Zhu Hong quickly regained his composure, dodging the attack. Now determined, he prepped to unsheath his sword for a showdown. His blade shot forward. Face to face they clashed, neither yielding, both smirking, eyes blazing with resolve. Zhu Hong complimented. Yo, senior bro, what kind of swordplay is that? You just busted out 24 strikes in a blink. The other Chad chuckled. Thought you weren't interested in anything. This is the Ling Sword divine art, passed down by the sect leader. Instantly, Zhu Hong's eyes lit up with a crazy idea. Emma, go find the sect leader and learn that SHT right now. Jingchen just laughed, spilling the tea. Too bad, bruh. He dipped to Huyang City right after handing me the sword. Cut to Huyang City, where a bouquet of flowers was being offered. A blushing cutie shyly presented the flowers to Changxiao. Sect leader Chang, please accept these. Changxiao smiled, accepting the bouquet. Thanks, I'll work harder for you guys. This Lil beauty totally lost her heart, blushing furiously. The sect leader is so sweet. Then, Changxiao swaggered through the crowd as girls gushed. Crush the Haoqi sect's disciples. Sect leader Chang is the king of Qingyang County. Sect leader, can I get an autograph? Sect leader is dazzling, but it was all a dream, while Changxiao sat there daydreaming. Passers-by were confused, whispering, Sect leader Cheng is acting sus. He's been squatting and giggling since that day. Maybe he went nuts after beating the Hanoki sect. Next scene. A massive grand hall. Shang Ni's voice echoed. Sect leader, what brings you here? I was going to send the newly gathered herbs to your esteemed sect. He chuckled, stepping forward. Don't tell me you've developed a new elixir? Changxiao sighed. Ugh, don't even get me started. Been dealing with some BS lately. He chuckled, glancing at Changxiao. Let I take a wild guess. Something to do with the Xiao family of Liang City? Changxiao nodded, pointing at him. Haha, I knew you'd know. Your patriarch's in the know too. Ahai's expression turned serious. He slowly explained. We heard about the fire at the Zhao family's business. That ain't no ordinary business, I tell ya. Plus, those outstanding disciples under your command. But the Zhao family can't wait to kill them all and ditch them ASAP. Hearing this, Changxiao was scheming in his head. No wonder he's the top businessman of Huyang City. He figured out most of it with just a few scraps of info and my visit today. Suddenly, AI smiled, glancing at Changxiao. The Zhao family's weaker than a seventh-rate sect, yet they dare offend your esteemed sect? They're straight up asking for it. Changxiao didn't beat around the bush, placing a vial of elixirs on the table. Heard your patriarch has some business ties with the Xiao family. This healing pill is a token of my gratitude. AI looked surprised, then grabbed the vial, smiling. Sect leader Chang, you shouldn't have. This pill's worth millions on the market right now. Changxiao bowed. Haha, sorry for troubling Patriarch AI with business. I had to compensate somehow. Suddenly, AI remembered something, turning to Changxiao. Rest assured, Sect leader Chang. You're our AI family's cash cow. We'll cut off all business with the Zhao family tomorrow. Changxiao grinned. Patriarch AI, you're the best. I'll be waiting. Elsewhere, a pile of documents was slammed onto Xiao Huang's desk as he roared, Second bro, what's the meaning of this? Even if we pay 10 times the penalty, you have to terminate our elixir contract? The second elder, panting, explained everything. They wouldn't say why, only delivering a letter from Patriarch AI. Xiao Huang stared at the paper, stunned. From now on, the AI family wants nothing to do with the Xiao family. Rage bubbled up, then slowly subsided. He sighed, muttering to himself. Our Zhao family. We've kicked a hornet's nest. The AI family wouldn't break ties for just anyone. The power behind this is unimaginable. The elder was shocked, guessing wildly. Who did we offend? The bone-piercing sect? Xiao Huang shook his head, then realized. Nah, they'd use force, but their overall strength is only 8th rate. They definitely can't shake the AI family. His face twisted in frustration. With this kind of power, and a feud with the Zhao family, it must be the Bei family of Liang City. Defeated, he continued, losing a top-quality supplier like the AI family. Even if we use herbs from other shops, many will pass us over. Our revenue will take a massive hit. The second elder chuckled, comforting him. Bro, don't worry too much. We still have the mineral vein, right? That's our main source of income. Suddenly, Xiao Huang realized something was off about his words. He immediately barked. Quick, send the family's main force to the mineral vein. We must protect our lifeline. Cut to a forest near the Xiao family's mineral vein. A bunch of beefy dudes with tools were gathered, complaining, the Xiao family's too stingy. We work our asses off day and night for peanuts. Old Mo, just get to work, stop whining. A guy ran up, warning, be careful. If the Zhao family hears you, you're gonna get your ass beat. Suddenly, they dropped their pickaxes in confusion. They stared ahead, eyes wide. Did we take the wrong path? No, we didn't. They looked at an empty pit, worried. Where's the mineral vein? They reacted in time, frantically running back, signaling each other. Quick, notify the Xiao family. M.I. Feng is perched up high, taking in the whole scene. Even with his face masked up, you can tell he's wearing a smug-ass grin. The plan to wreck the Zhao family? Mission accomplished. Fast forward to evening. A gnarly thunderstorm hit the Zhao family. Raindrops pounded the earth, foreshadowing some messed up stuff about to go down. Xiao Huang stood silently, watching the downpour. Suddenly, frantic footsteps rushed toward him. A subordinate, soaked to the bone, pointed back and blurted, Elder, the ore vein's been leveled. Everyone from our side. Gone. Not a trace. The elder went full-on rage mode, face twisted with fury. He roared, venting his frustration. First, Qingya residence goes up in flames. Then the Ai family cuts ties. Now this? Are they trying to wipe the Zhao family off the map? He broke down. weeping like a baby, wailing. "Who the hell is doing this to us? What are we going to tell the head honcho in seclusion?" Then the subordinate had a eureka moment. "Elder, I heard the Bei family's been buying up our medicine shops, and the Wang family sniffing around our iron mine customers." The elder's fist clenched till his knuckles were white. He bellowed, "Investigate! Find out which family's profiting from our misfortune. I want answers." The storm raged on, thunder echoing like a damn horror movie soundtrack. Just then, Luo Qiu's voice pipes up. "Sect leader, are you actually a demon, or what?" She stood behind Changxiao, blurting out her suspicions. Someone from Jiwu Hall spread rumors all over Liang City. Every family in Liang City has a motive, conveniently pointing fingers at the powerful Bei family. He remained chill, listening to her theories, a smug grin spreading across his face. He added, "The Zhao family's gone berserk, biting everyone like a rabid dog. We don't even need to lift a finger to make them enemies everywhere." Then, gesturing towards her, he said, "Hallmaster Lai, the operation against the Zhao family is on hold. Just keep monitoring." She nodded in agreement. Suddenly, ting! System notification. Member requirements met. Disciples all present in the sect. Host has also reached the peak of martial disciple, fulfilling requirements. Epic quest unlocked. Changxiao suddenly went silent, lost in thought. Confused, she stepped closer and asked, "Sect leader? Why the sudden silence?" Without turning around, he smirked and replied, "Hallmaster Lin, ever heard of Death Valley?" She pondered for a moment, then recounted everything she knew. Death Valley is the forbidden zone of Qingyang County. It's said to be swarming with high-level beasts, stronger than martial grandmasters. It's a death trap. Even top-tier martial artists are just snacks for the monsters there. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Master, why are you asking about Death Valley?" Changxiao turned, flashing a twisted grin. "I might just take a 7-day vacation there." At the same time, the system chimed in. Quest 2. Task. Host must take disciples to Death Valley for a 7-day trial within 1 month. Requirements. Kill a 1 fire dragon, 10 giant apes, 100 gale wolves, 500 poisonous spiders. Failure to complete the quest, not reaching 100 Beast Valley within the time limit, or not killing enough beasts during the trial will result in... Changxiao stood frozen, deep in thought. His mind raced. Recruiting so many disciples after kicking Hao Qi Sect's ass seemed like a good idea. But it triggered a damn suicide mission. Still sitting there, he pondered, who the hell do I even take? Suddenly, someone approached from behind. Without turning, he knew it was Zhao Hong. He asked, surprised. "Looks like you've witnessed the power of the divine sword art, huh?" Suddenly, Zhao Hong knelt before him, eyes blazing with determination. He declared, "Sect leader, please, teach me the divine sword art." He chuckled, glancing at Zhao Hong. "Wanna learn? Gotta contribute to the sect. How can I earn contribution?" Right after that, Zhao Hong looked up at him, his eyes filled with incomprehension. "This sword skill, I will learn even if I had to go through fire and water." Contrary to Zhao Hong's serious attitude, Changxiao grinned and spun his tail. "Soon, the 4 courtyards will take their disciples to a death trial. You're going too. If you perform well, the divine sword art is yours." Hesitation flickered across Zhao Hong's face before he voiced his thoughts. Sword cultivation is about need, but it's not the same. One is the sword, the other is the sword art. The sword is blood, the art is the soul. Then, his gaze hardened as he looked back at him. Even if it's hell, Zhao Hong will follow. Zhao Hong swiftly turned and left, leaving Changxiao sitting there, bewildered. Damn it, he saw right through me. He's even more skilled than I am. Suddenly remembering something, he smirked, hatching a plan. Time to help those newbies refine and upgrade some elixirs. First, to Wei Lao for some ingredients. Cut to the vast mountain range, where Wei Lao was carefully digging up herbs, lecturing. These are high-quality ingredients, with a longer growth cycle. Beaming, he elaborated. But the effects will be much stronger. Behind him, Changxiao listened patiently, then grinned. Perfect. Wei Lao never disappoints. His mind buzzed. Elixirs made with the first batch will have 10 times the spiritual power. Is this even legal? Suddenly remembering something, he asked. Right, Wei Lao. If you don't have it, my sect's supply definitely won't be enough. So I brought a small gift, as a token of my appreciation. Then, he smugly presented Wei Lao with a pill he had concocted, grinning. This is a body-tempering pill. It'll boost your health. Take it. Seeing this, the old geezer happily shoved the pill into his mouth, then gleefully thanked him. Haha. Thanks, sect leader, for caring about this old man's health. Immediately after, the old dude felt something was wrong inside his body. Then, a massive beam of light erupted, forcing Li Fan to dodge to the side. Wei Lao turned to look at Changxiao in surprise, praising him. This kid, your pills are too damn magical. Li Fan was utterly bewildered. He stared wide-eyed at Wei Lao, thinking, was I mistaken? Wei Lao's aura, it's like the Heavenly Ice Edition exploding in an instant. Changxiao was stunned by the scene, unsure what to do next. System? Did I just strike gold? No, I hit a whole damn mine. Wei Lao is seriously a treasure trove. He quickly bowed before Wei Lao. Wei Lao, I formally invite you to become the head of the Medicine Hall of the Ironbone Sect. I hope you become a true member, not just in name. The old man turned to leave, waving goodbye. This old-timer is half dead already. I ain't thinking about joining any sects. His face turned pensive. He gazed ahead and sighed. Me? I got no dreams, no goals. Just living carefree. Hearing this, Changxiao felt a pang of sympathy. He nodded, saying to the old man, You gotta keep striving in this world. Wei Lao is being too pessimistic. The old man calmly stood before him, then revealed everything. Little brat, when you've been through enough, endured enough, you'll understand. You can't help but be pessimistic in this life. Changxiao's face immediately turned serious, and he cut to the chase. Wei Lao, I can see you've been through a lot, but as long as you're still here, this path can still be walked, right? His voice echoed. So many people in this life are just passers-by. As joyful as the road is, there will be times of heartache. He said words that could touch Wei Lao's heart. But that's no reason for us to wallow. I only hope Wei Lao can stop shutting himself off and live happily. Hearing these words, the old man chuckled in surprise. It's not for myself, but for departed loved ones and brothers. Sensing the moment was right, a knowing smile bloomed on Changxiao's face. He continued. Elder Wei has a thorough understanding of medicinal herbs. You must have worked hard in your youth to get where you are today. The old man was startled and glanced at him with disbelief. This tone, this demeanor. Changxiao reached out to him, suggesting an idea. Why not rally yourself one more time and join me? At this moment, tears welled up uncontrollably in the old man's eyes. He recalled the person who once reached out to him, proposing to build a great enterprise together. The old man was filled with the energy of his youth as he shed those tears. He quickly nodded in agreement. All right. Wei Lao stood there, wiping the tears from his face, and told Changxiao, Child, your last words, someone told me that hundreds of years ago. Saying this, his face was filled with happiness as he glanced at Changxiao. I'll bring my old bones to the Iron Bone sect and contribute what little strength I have left. Child, tell me, what is your grand plan? Seeing his plan had succeeded, Changxiao smiled smugly and replied plainly. To make the Iron Bone sect the strongest sect, to make its name known throughout the world. The scene shifted back to the forest where Wei Lao and Changxiao were talking, and the old man's voice echoed. Your grand plan is much bigger than his. He clenched his fist and smiled with delight. But I'm very interested. Immediately after, a very smug smile appeared on his face, and he continued. It's just that a sect with only one medicinal herb master won't do. Changxiao slowly walked towards him and reached out, suggesting his idea. All right, I'm preparing to establish a medicine hall. Wei Lao, you will be the head, and you can choose a few disciples from the sect who you feel are suitable to be apprentices, and teach them how to grow medicinal herbs. Feeling he had proposed an important matter, he turned to leave, bidding farewell. Then let's decide that you'll be our head Wei. I'll gather the disciples tomorrow. The old man only smiled and praised with delight. Young people sure are full of energy. Immediately after, Wei Lao's face immediately turned serious, and he couldn't help but ask himself, Old man, tell me, is my decision right? Very quickly, the scene shifted to a large, spacious main hall. Changxiao stood inside the room, happily calculating. With a Tivu hall and now a medicine hall, the sect is becoming more complete. Suddenly, the system immediately displayed a notification. The sect's population has reached 500. Contribution points have reached 720, exceeding 220 points. If not used soon, they will be deducted. Seeing this, he squinted slightly, and said with a very puzzled expression, Today is a good day. Then he happily reached out, gleefully admiring the system screen, preparing to shop. I can go on a spending spree again. The system opened the sales interface very quickly. Time shifted to the next day in Changxiao's main hall. He quickly used a brush to write on paper. Drops of ink constantly flew into the air. Seeing this, he smiled with a very puzzled expression, with a hint of smugness. Right after, he stares at the signboard in front of him with a huge grin and shouts, Done! It's finally finished! Seeing this, his disciples below start simping hard. Whoa! The sect leader's handwriting is straight up alpha. It's overflowing with domineering energy. He smirks, feeling himself. Of course. My old man taught me back when we were in Hawaii. Suddenly, a voice screams, Sect leader, watch out! Immediately after, something flew over, heading straight for his face, causing him to confusedly yank the opening banner. Seeing this, the disciples below were startled. Immediately after, the disciples quickly ran towards the back of the main hall, reminding each other. The sect leader has pulled the opening banner. Hurry inside to the mission boards and see what's up. Changxiao crawled forward on his body and pleaded, Wait, I still wanted to read the opening speech. Immediately, the scene shifted to the inside of the large main hall, where the mission boards set up by Changxiao were located. The elders looked at the scene, surprised, and praised each other. Whoa, that's huge! The sect's mission board. At this moment, Changxiao proudly stepped forward and explained to everyone present. This mission board can automatically arrange missions. Disciples can directly accept missions with a tap. It automatically refreshes every day at a set time. He glanced at the giant mission board placed right in the center and announced, Moreover, there are solo missions and group missions with varying difficulties. Missions are recommended based on cultivation level, and there's a mission leaderboard. The more missions you complete, the higher your ranking, the bigger the rewards. Suddenly, he remembered something, and quickly turned his head. But before activating the mission board, there's one more thing. Immediately afterward, Changxiao angrily pointed at Li Fei, who was trying to leave, and shouted, "Li Fei, you ambushed the sect leader and now you're trying to run?" Seeing this, he trembled and turned back, explaining, "Sorry, sect leader. I was just momentarily careless." Hearing this, Changxiao was furious. He's about to use the ball to kick him. "You've, accidentally, kicked almost all the disciples in the sect. Experience a taste of your own medicine." Immediately, the disciples behind him angrily cheered. "Sect leader, put some power into it. Avenge us!" He quickly used all his strength to unleash a kick. At this moment, his face became terrifying. A grin stretched from ear to ear as his foot launched the ball. Seeing this, Li Fei remained calm, even commenting with amusement. Sect leader's cultivation is high, but his ball skills are just average, eh? I predicted the ball's trajectory as soon as he lifted his leg. Immediately afterward, the ball flew straight towards him. Suddenly, Yu Hua reached out and acted as a goalkeeper, blocking the ball. The force caused his feet to slide back slightly, affected unconsciously. Seeing this scene, Changxiao praised in surprise. "He can actually take my ball without budging an inch." Lin Yuhua used all his strength to block the ball that Changxiao kicked. Immediately afterward, he smiled and panted as he explained, "Sect leader's leg strength is too strong. I almost couldn't block it." Changxiao looked at the scene of Li Fei praising Yuhua right in front of him, lost in his own thoughts. "To teach Li Fei a lesson, I used the strength of a mid-grade martial artist to kick that ball. He's a new chi refiner, and he took it head-on without dodging." Thinking of this, a delighted smile spread across his face. Li Yuhua's inner body is truly a unique talent. He remembered the forest filled with terrifying monsters and bizarre creatures, and smugly thought, the Death Valley is fraught with danger. Relying solely on Zui Qi definitely won't be enough to protect all the disciples completely. But now, it's all good. At this moment, he was extremely pleased as he imagined the figures of Yuhua and Zui Qi together. Changxiao stared intently at his innocent smile right in front of him. "I've found the brightest candidate for vice captain." Changxiao walked forward, lost in his own thoughts. "My level is currently suppressed. To tackle the Death Valley dungeon, I need to try my best to raise the disciples' levels." Just then, Yu Hua's voice cut through his thoughts. "Sect leader, save me. I don't want to go into the muscle building room on the other side." Xiao Mo was forcefully stuffing him inside and ordering others. "Stuff him in! Yu Hua is too strong. Get 2 more people." Changxiao could only helplessly think. "Hang in there, Yu Hua." After stuffing him in, the other disciples breathed wearily. "Phew! Finally got him in." Suddenly, Xiao Mo realized something was wrong. Huh? The scene shifts to the body movement training room. The door slowly opens. Xiao Mo stepped inside to inspect the situation and exclaimed in surprise, "It's pretty spacious in here, huh?" Immediately afterward, the door slammed shut right in front of him. Next, dozens of windows suddenly appeared, revealing guns. These guns grew into extremely large cannons. All of them were aimed directly at Xiao Mo, preparing to fire. Witnessing this scene caused him to freeze on the spot, unsure what to do. His face contorted into a bewildered expression. He said to himself, "Crap, I asked for this." Immediately afterward, the guns rapidly fired forward in succession. Inside, his voice echoed in despair. It's okay, God bless me, God bless me." Changxiao witnessed all of this and immediately calmed down. A delighted smile spread across his face. He smiled and announced, "This body movement training room can also be used by members of the Jiwu Hall to improve their agility. And there's a mission board. Contribution points increase steadily, every day." Then he turned to leave, adding, "I can finally upgrade the sect's equipment comfortably these days." Soon, the scene shifted to another spacious room belonging to Changxiao. Standing before a strange wooden box, he exclaimed happily, "I actually found it." Then, he looked at the precious golden medicinal herbs placed in the box and calculated. Su Xiaomei, Li Yuhua, Ling Yuangshu, Tian Qi, Li Fei. Each person gets a bottle of aptitude-improving elixir. At this moment, Changxiao smiled with delight and immediately stated his plan. Give Yuhua 2 bottles. Let him directly reach mid-grade. 2 bottles down the hatch should be enough to advance to the 20th level of Qi refinement. After all, we need him to provoke enemies in the Death Valley. Then, he continued to look at the valuable items in front of him, and happily praised. "Contribution points! I should also change Li Tongju's equipment to happen to draw a silencer, which is perfect for her." Suddenly, the system announced, "Ding! Sect construction can be upgraded." Hearing this, he was startled in surprise. Then, he sighed and looked tearfully at the system screen. It wasn't easy, but we finally got the upgrade. At this moment, a notification appeared right in front of him. Second level sect construction is upgrading. He immediately reached out and confirmed the screen. Inside the room, the system's voice continuously congratulated Changxiao. "Ding! Sect construction upgraded to level 3. Ding! Sect member limit, contribution point limit, and prestige point limit upgraded. Ding! Unlock the forge." After leveling up for a while, the system finally popped up a new notification. Sect members 501 thousandths. Sect contribution points 451 thousandths. Sect reputation points 01 thousandths. Changxiao saw this and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, the limit of people has increased to 1,000. Our team, I mean sect, will become stronger and stronger. Then, he slowly held out a small item. Let's test this new forge first. Immediately, a giant forge appeared in front of him. Seeing this, he chuckled to himself as he approached the forge, muttering, only 3 weapons can be crafted at the start. Later, the Han Feng sword can become a mass-produced weapon. On the screen, new prompts appeared, guiding him. Han Feng sword, required materials. Han iron, ice water, fire type, spirit fire. Reading these instructions made him a bit curious. But I don't have Han iron or ice water. He continued to look at the information on the system screen. Tyrant spear, required materials. Black obsidian, also spirit fire. Then he sighed regretfully. This is badass, but I don't have black obsidian either. Suddenly, Changxiao noticed a peculiar item. Yo, this! He looked at the item displayed on the screen and excitedly exclaimed, talk about perfect timing! Brief product introduction. Iron shield, required materials. Iron ore, fire type. Spirit fire. A smug look appeared on his face. He felt that everything was not accidental. We just robbed the Zhao family's iron ore mine. What we have the most of right now is iron ore. Immediately, he happily grabbed the silver note in front of him and excitedly waved his hand at the system. System, directly produce 1,000 iron shields for me. I ain't short on resources or money. The system immediately responded. Please calm down, Comrade Zhu Taijiao. After a series of checks, the system issued a notification. Iron ore is a secondary ore that is essential for crafting many pieces of equipment. It is recommended that the host, Zhu Tai, use it sparingly. Hearing this, he felt a little regretful. Then, he made a decision. Then make 200 first, to equip those who enter the Valley of Death. Inside Changxiao's hall, his cheers echoed as he began forging. Quickly, time passed to 20 days later. Changxiao's footsteps slowly moved forward. Behind him, the disciples were already carrying their versions after a long period of training. Of course, the familiar balls for attacking were also indispensable. He smugly walked forward, not forgetting to announce to all of his disciples, "Let's go! Advance to the Valley of Death!" Changxiao was a little pleased when he looked at Qingyang and Ye Xingshen in front of him. Qingyang and Ye Xingshen were now both 9th-grade martial artists. Then, he continued to look at the mischievous trio behind him and fell into his own contemplation. Su Xiaomo, Li Fei, Tian Qi, these 3 are all 8th grade. And of course, we can't forget the 2 sets of armor that I forged. Zui Ji, 7th grade, Long Xiang, 5th grade, Li Yuhua, 4th grade. At this moment, he became extremely smug, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Most of the other disciples are 2nd and 3rd grade. This is all the Shi Liu sect can send out. Immediately, Tian's figure appeared before his eyes. He was still lost in thought. But in that case, the sect's defensive strength will be weakened. After all, we've offended so many people. He then led the group away, not forgetting to instruct Hallmaster Luo Quli, I'm leaving the sect in your charge. She smiled and nodded in agreement. I will protect the sect thoroughly, but the Valley of Death is full of dangers. I hope you can return safely. In hand, she held a huge cannon. Quickly, the scene changed to a forest where a Meng beast was happily eating grass. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling it and causing it to turn its head to look behind it. At this moment, a gun slowly raised, aiming straight at the giant monster, but it seemed like the bullet only tickled it. Immediately, Xiaomo grabbed his weapon and rushed towards the giant monster. He quickly swung his sword, not letting the monster be surprised. With just a few basic sword strikes, he quickly cut off all the fur on its body, leaving it feeling extremely confused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Hong rushed forward quickly, followed by hundreds of his sword strikes being brought down on the giant monster. With his skillful swordplay, he completely separated the meat and bones of the giant monster. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Tianqi quickly rushed forward with a very calm expression. He firmly held the skewers in his hand, and then he decisively threw the skewers straight up into the air. Talk about skill. These skewers immediately pierced through the giant pieces of meat that were flying in the air. Feeling that it was time for him to make a move, Changxiao smiled smugly and summoned his fire ability, raising it high in front of him. Spirit fire! Immediately, these flames quickly cooked the skewers. This aroma was, without a doubt, a high-class delicacy. The skewers were constantly burning just hot enough. He happily ate the skewers, while savoring the taste. This grilled skewer is amazing, Jing Shen angrily questioned. You said you were teaching the disciples in the sect to cooperate in a group battle, but we're just here making skewers? Immediately, Changxiao handed him a skewer to his mouth, stopping his mouth from running off. He tasted the delicious grilled skewers and constantly suggested an idea. Sect leader, I feel that there are still some holes in our coordination. We need to practice a few more times. Yeah. He gently wiped his mouth with a towel and smiled. So much practice is not as good as an experiment. At this moment, he became extremely serious as he looked at the strange, giant mountain range in front of him. The official dungeon is starting. This place is hella dangerous, but tons of disciples keep swarming in to check it out. Xiao Mo's like, wait, hold up, sect leader. Death Valley's a super sus place, so why are so many peeps waiting outside? Changxiao smirks, walking beside him. Danger comes with a price. He gestures forward. Thick skull sect disciples, listen up! Changxiao struts forward, all Chad-like, and announces, "Into the valley!" Seeing them all charge in, some random dudes outside are like, "No martial artists?" Thick Skull Sect's got a death wish. That Jun Sect leader might have beat Haoki Sect, but Qingyang ain't a joke. Another dude snickers. Last year, Qin Mingzhu brought his disciples here for training, and 10 of them bit the dust. But now we got these chumps as meat shields, we can totally tag along. Meanwhile, everyone's still booking it forward, and some creatures creeping up with claws sharper than my wit, paws blazing with fire. Changxiao hears everything. He smirks, signaling his disciples. Full squad, shield formation, now! Zuiji gets serious, hands out. Li Fei's stompers appear. Everyone's ready to rumble. Then, BOM, a massive, scary monster pops up. Scary for them, NBD for Changxiao. He smirks. Familiar face, then stares down the approaching beast. Earth Flame Wolf. Elsewhere, the two assassins in the trees are yapping, "Ha, just an Earth Flame Wolf? They're making a big deal out of nothing. Noobs, these meat shields won't stop the beast, they'll just slow it down." One warns, "It's coming!" The Mega Fire Wolf is rolling up with his homies, straight up a wolf pack ready to throw down. Changxiao's crew is like, "Wolves travel in packs, huh?" Suddenly, weird sounds echo in the forest, hyping up the wolves. After a sec, the wolves charge, roaring. The two outside are like, "What the hell?" One wolf's equal to a rank 2 martial artist, and there's over 100 of them. They're gonna slow him down, run! The wolves rush in but are quickly squashed by 2 shields. Zuiji and Yuhua are all too easy. Changxiao's feeling it. Inner disciples, unsheathe your swords. Qingyang and the crew draw their weapons, grinning like madmen. Qingyang announces, all hyped, "Senior brothers and sisters, let's team up." Then, bam, a lightning-fast slaughter, wolves dropping left and right. Tian's chill. Inner disciples, handle the rank 2 and 3 wolves. Let us outer disciples get some practice. Wolves get natting, wrecked left and right, piling up in seconds. The wolves are straight up shook. They never saw this coming. Next thing you know, they're opening their maws, ready to unleash hellfire. A massive, swirling inferno is about to torch the place. All thanks to the Wolfpack's teamwork. This firestorm is crazy. The 2 assassins are booking it, looking back like, dozens of wolves breathing fire? Thick Skull Sect's gonna be toast. The forest's turning into a wasteland, but a shield pops up instantly, keeping everyone safe. Zuichi and Yuhua are like, TRASH. The giant wolves are getting cold feet, backing away. Seeing this, the other wolves instantly froze in fear, unsure whether to continue or not. Xiaomo witnessed the whole scene, and stared ahead in confusion. Shixong, why did that alpha wolf suddenly scream like it was being plucked? Sounds awful. At this moment, Qingyang was shocked to realize something was wrong. Changxiao slowly approached and gave a delighted smile. "So," he said, having completely taken down a giant monster right in front of them, "should we grill the wolf meat or steam it? Which would be tastier?" Seeing this, Qingyang happily praised, "Headmaster is so mighty." On the side, Xiaomo excitedly shouted, "Grill it! I vote for grilling!" Changxiao, noticing the giant snake crawling on the tree, warned everyone, "Be careful, let's continue deeper into Death Valley." Soon after, everyone continued moving forward. At this moment, Xingchen's pace gradually slowed down. He stood still, watching everyone else move forward. He coldly said to the creature behind him, "No wonder I keep falling behind." His eyes turned furious as he looked back at the monster behind him. "It's all because of you, peak martial disciple level thing. So many fearless beasts who don't know death." He showed a hint of contempt towards the giant monster in front of him. Crude, mortal beast. The sword was swung decisively. After dealing with the monster blocking his path, Xingchen sighed and sheathed his sword. 30 slashes in one breath. I have a deeper understanding of the one-word quicksword. Immediately after, the bear collapsed to the ground, dying on the spot. Zhao Mo worriedly stepped forward and warned, "Yeshi Didi, be careful." Xingchen chuckled and explained, "Just a tiny peak martial disciple. I've already taken care of it. What's there to be careful about?" Immediately after, this giant beast instantly crushed Xingchen. In an instant, Xingchen used all his strength to crawl out from under the ton of monster. Feeling a little embarrassed, he coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. Then, he turned back to look at the monster he had defeated and cursed. "Trash mortal beast!" On the side, Xiao Mo was speechless, witnessing the whole scene. Yeshi Didi's idol baggage is a bit heavy. He got crushed like that, and can still pretend after getting up. Quickly, a bonfire was lit in front of Changxiao. He sat there silently, lost in his thoughts. Yeshi Didi's idol baggage is a bit heavy? He got crushed like that and can still pretend after getting up. Moreover, with my current strength, I still can't run wild in Death Valley. Suddenly, strange movements appeared in the forest, attracting his attention. He gently held his weapon and thought, "So, it's best not to attract too much attention from the beasts at once." He gave a smug smile, took out his gun, and made a decision. Still gotta be humble. Immediately after, he quickly fired the gun powerfully forward. The bullets strained towards the tree trunk, piercing through huge trees. These shots kept hurtling towards the giant beast in front of, but the giant beast didn't let it go. It quickly used the agility of its body and slowly disappeared. Seeing this, he opened his eyes wide in confusion. "I can't believe my eyes. It evaded it? Immediately after, he quickly disappeared from the spot at lightning speed. He rushed quickly towards the giant monster in front of him and thought, "The beast is so fast. If I let the disciples deal with it, there will definitely be casualties. Let this seat personally deal with it." At this moment, Zui Qi was preparing to attack when he saw Changxiao rushing forward. He smiled and gestured to him. "Zui Qi, lend me the sniper rifle." The monster kept hiding in the air, dodging his attacks. He aimed accurately and continued to fire forward. Target locked. Eliminate. Immediately after, a bullet was fired into the ground but still didn't hit the monster. Changxiao quickly jumped down to the ground decisively. He was slightly surprised, unable to believe his eyes. He looked up ahead in confusion. Not bad, so it knows how to hide its strength. It didn't have such incredible speed when evading the pistol. This guy. As the moonlight gradually rose, looking at the monster filled with dark energy in front of him, he also had to praise, "Worthy of being a beast of Death Valley. This leopard is becoming as cunning as a fox." Immediately after, he looked at the different monsters that were constantly going around Changxiao, and he was surprised to praise, "So it even has 2 accomplices setting up an ambush for me." At this moment, his face turned extremely gloomy to the point of ugliness. He immediately asked the system, "I underestimated this Death Valley. System bro. Now we're in trouble, 3 leopards that can dodge sniper bullets. How do we deal with this?" Fortunately, the system wasn't asleep. The system immediately explained to him, "Since you sincerely and earnestly asked the question, then I will show great mercy and tell you, in your space ring there's still the core of the Earthflame Wolf King that you killed earlier." Then, the system said a shocking news. "The stronger the core of the sniper rifle, the more exponentially the intensity and firing speed will increase." Hearing this, he was speechless, and put away the gun. At this moment, 3 huge ferocious bears rushed towards him to attack at the same time. He only revealed a terrifying smile on his face, and he didn't forget to announce, "All loaded!" Immediately after, a cannon appeared in his hand. He quickly used the gun to fire at these monsters. The monsters sensed something was wrong, and immediately transformed into flexible forms to dodge. Suddenly, no matter how much they dodged, the power of the huge bullet made it impossible for them to avoid. Just like that, these 3 giant monsters were completely obliterated in an instant. One giant bear was so scared that it foamed at the mouth, terrified. Seeing this, he was surprised, and asked the system, "System, you're saying this is a sniper rifle?" He was quite surprised to see it sitting there in confusion, constantly crying and trembling. Li Fan looked at the gun right in front of him in surprise. He sighed, and said to the system, "If you told me this was a Kamehameha, I'd agree with both hands and feet." A hint of worry flashed in his eyes, and he immediately voiced his thoughts. But this one shot has awakened quite a few ferocious beasts. Just as he thought, something extremely dangerous seemed to be appearing here. His bored voice rang out, "Sigh, this daddy is indeed a man who can't be humble." At this time, the scene shifted to inside the forest. A loud noise rang out, and a giant monster with a large hand slowly appeared. Li Fan witnessed this scene and forced a very twisted smile, surprised, and said, "I know that pretending to be a ghost in the middle of the night is not good. It must have awakened some weak-nerved, ferocious beasts." But in front of him at this moment was an extremely giant and terrifying ape. Seeing this, he was a little speechless. "This one seems a bit too big." On the other side, the system immediately analyzed the ape and informed him, "Rock-type ferocious beast great ape, belonging to the mid-5th rank, has a fiery temper, and its combat power will double when angry." Li Fan didn't know what to say in the face of this scene. He became even more surprised, and replied to the system, "System, is your description making you sound like you were set up by Professor Oak? But I remember the great ape is one of the 4 great ferocious beasts that I have to kill." Speaking of this, his face became extremely determined as he looked ahead. But with such a large build, the speed will definitely be limited. But it's still too big. The bear on one side was trembling with fear, not knowing what to do. The ape glanced at it. It only knew to fearfully turn around and run away in despair. At this moment, a large hand of the ape rushed over quickly. Immediately after, this hand gripped the leopard tightly in the blink of an eye, and the ape simply put the leopard into its mouth and chewed continuously. Immediately after, it immediately spat out a skeleton right in front of him. Seeing this scene, he froze and didn't know what to say. Li Fan was petrified by this scene, and he immediately asked the system, "System, would it be too much for me to kill this guy?" Standing in front of him at this moment was an extremely giant ape. It slowly moved towards him. Then it stared at the cannon in his hand. Its eyes became extremely fierce and angry at this moment. It roared loudly and frantically, roaring as if showing off its power. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Fan hurriedly aimed the gun forward and prepared to attack. Crap! It's discovered that I woke it up! The next scene made him freeze on the spot, his eyes wide with surprise. When he turned his head to look back, the ape had completely disappeared. His helpless voice rang out, "Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye?" But very quickly, his ears heard a new movement. Good thing his ears are sharp. He quickly raised the cannon high and shouted upwards. Looking at the giant ape thousands of meters away from him made him even more helpless. This jumping power is too terrifying. Immediately after, he quickly fired the gun at it and kept taunting, But even in the air, you can't escape the muzzle of my gun. The ape became extremely calm when it saw his cannonball coming. It just calmly and gently raised its tail forward. Very quickly after that, in just a split second, it easily dodged. Meeting such an OP beast for the first time, Li Fan was a little speechless and confused and asked the system, Darwin's coffin lid can't be suppressed anymore. Where did this great ape come from? This ape immediately jumped from the air and landed on the ground. The ground gradually crumbled because of its power. It was quickly searching for his figure, while he was sneakily hiding behind a large rock, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. Feeling that his opportunity was approaching, Li Fan quickly flew onto the rocks and decided to use the ghost step technique. He concentrated his fist with his hand and punched straight into the face of this giant ape. Suddenly, at this moment, his face became even more confused when he looked at the scene in front of him. Wait, hold up. This ape straight up armored itself in rocks before he could even throw hands. Rock armor? Something zoom in. At him faster than his Riz game. He whips around just in time. Oh, SHT, it's the tail. Bam! Changxiao gets yeeted across the landscape. He's tumbling ass over tea kettle, shouting. Okay, that had some oomph. But you think this Changxiao is gonna back down that easy? He stumbles back, ready to throw down again, announcing, Alright, watch this! Then his jaw drops. Changxiao is now a freaking hand-sized snack for King Kong. Suddenly, it's snowing? WTF. Changxiao's bugging. Out. Huh? Snow? Already? Then a familiar tiny figure pops up. Changxiao's still staring at the snow like he's never seen it before. Snow! Meanwhile, the ape's hand is iced up, frozen solid. Tiny footsteps. It's Tian coming to the rescue. She strolls up and roasts him. Sect leader, you looking kinda pathetic there. He chuckles. Just messing with him a bit. Didn't I tell you guys to stay put? She sighs. Shootin' him are you serious? Look. Then lays it down. You were causing a frickin' earthquake. Li Qingyang and the crew wanted to help, but I told them to stay and protect the outer disciples. He smirks. Heh, so you do care about yours truly. She deadpans. Just checkin', you ain't dead yet. Cue the ape crushin', them both in his fist. But hello? They're the leads. No way they're going out like that. Poof. They reappear on the ground, safe and sound. Ape goes berserk, swinging wildly. Tian steps up, shield in. Changxiao. I got this beast. Changxiao's still lost in the sauce. Tian. The monster's mouth is gaping wide, ready to chow down on her. She throws up a hand, channeling some kind of energy. Next thing you know, the giant ape faceplants like a chump. Then, she flicks a finger. Giant, spiky ice pillars materialize, pointing straight at the ape. He's screaming, internally. Tian stays ice cold, controlling those icy bad boys. Bam! The ice pillars slam into the ground, pinning the ape in place. He's officially stuck. Changxiao's jaw is on the floor. 2 moves and she's already got the giant ape pinned? Guess I underestimated Tian. Then it clicks. He gets all smug. That ice power is insane. No wonder she's so frosty all the time. The ape's thrashing like crazy. Tian walks up, all chill, and schools him. Don't bother. You can't break free from my ice imprisonment. She's ready to finish this. Next up, eat this. Eternal profound ice heart. She plants her feet like a freaking ice queen. Then, 1,000 ice daggers rain down on the ape's head. She's unleashed an ice burial barrage. In less than 5 seconds, the giant ape's a freaking popsicle. One-shotted. GGEZ. Changxiao's speechless. System, even I couldn't tank that. System replies instantly. Have some self-awareness, you'd get clapped. Xing Chen's watching, from the sidelines, all impressed. Never knew senior sister was ice-type. Then he remembers his past life. He smirks, thinking, elemental affinities are all over the place on this continent. Ice users ain't exactly rare, but they ain't not common either. Then he glances sideways, surprised. Ice energy users are actually pretty common among martial cultivators. At this moment, Zhu Hong, sitting on the side, was struck by what he saw. Not inferior to Wanli Taoyi of the sword cultivators. He stared intently at Zhu Hong right in front of him, then sank into his own thoughts. This tiny Shiji sect can gather so many talents. Immediately after, everything around was enveloped in the icy cold created by Tian. Changxiao, standing nearby, exclaimed in his mind. This isn't ordinary ice-type technique. Even the surrounding climate has changed. System immediately displayed a notification. Ding. Killed a giant ape 1/10. Tian slowly walked in front of him. He smiled and stepped in front of her, calling out, Tian. Immediately after, he questioned her. How are you going to get the core from this ape you froze solid? Its skin and bones are treasures too, all money. He didn't forget to scold. You haven't even passed the first stage yet. How can you accept such bankruptcy? Suddenly, a punch came flying towards his face. The last rays of the sun gradually disappeared behind the mountains, and Changxiao's voice echoed, You all saw that, right? This valley of death is dangerous everywhere. He raised a finger, warning sternly. So, you must be careful. You must protect yourselves well. Don't be like me. I just got careless for a moment, and got hurt by that ape. A group of people stood in a row, trying to maintain a serious expression, but unable to hide their amusement. Seeing this, Changxiao sulked. You like to laugh, huh? I'm sharing survival experience here. At the same time, the girl on the opposite side entered a state of alert, having encountered so many predators upon entering. This valley of death is truly as dangerous as the sect leader said. Above her head, a large spider was silently descending from a branch. The moment she spotted the terrifying creature, the girl screamed, simultaneously unleashing a palm strike. Spider! Witnessing the horrifying scene, Changxiao couldn't help but exclaim, WTF, when did the female disciples of my immortal sect become so violent? He quickly stepped forward to reassure her. Calm down, it's just a little spider. Then Changxiao stared intently at the ground. Besides, thanks to this spider, I've made a decision for the next goal. He gazed at the spider with a strange look. The quest board requires killing 500 small poisonous spiders. That's no small number. Immediately after, the system transmitted a notification. Host, I'm kindly reminding you, crushing a poisonous spider with your bare hands like that is an extremely stupid move. Immediately following were all crude but extremely solid cliffs around. Tian, having just appeared, cursed. Are you stupid or what? She kept scolding Changxiao. You keep preaching about the disciples needing to be careful, but you're the one who gets hit the most, he unconsciously complained. What the hell, it's just a little poison, isn't it? You've been nagging all day without getting tired? At the same time, Xiao Mo ran over with a worried expression. Sect leader, everyone has discovered a spider nest over here. The group immediately moved to the side of the mountain. Changxiao noticed a cliff. Is this the small poisonous spider? Truly ingenious. His gaze focused on the spider. The toxicity might not be low. Everyone, remember to prepare antidotes. A cold smile bloomed on Changxiao's face, filled with self-satisfaction. Let me kick off this game first. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the spider without hesitation. Just a bunch of small spiders. Watch me stomp them to death one by one. Just as Changxiao's foot was about to touch it, it suddenly transformed. Seeing this, he unconsciously froze, his forehead drenched in sweat. In the blink of an eye, the spider became incredibly large. Changxiao couldn't help but shout. Holy crap system, you scammed me again. This is the small spider you were talking about. Immediately after, it spat out a pile of spider silk. The spider immediately released a series of toxins. A moment later, dozens of its companions stood in front of Changxiao. Changxiao's group appeared to save the day. He turned his face away, simultaneously issuing an order. Zuiji Yuhua, go lure some spiders over here, these kinds of trash mobs. We need to wipe out the whole swarm at once to save time. The group immediately dashed off. Understood. Sect leader. Changxiao looked at them with satisfaction. Use Wang Yu Guai. This is the standard tactic for clearing the Valley of Death dungeon. His expression was somewhat surprised. Wait, they're back already? The group rushed out with extraordinary weapons. They stood in front of Changxiao. Sect leader, it's our first time kiting mobs. We don't have much experience yet. We lured a bit too many. Changxiao's eyes sparkled with mockery, his gaze as if observing a funny situation. You guys are such noobs. Look at how panicked you are. So embarrassing. Great. Let me see how many is. A bit too many. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of giant spiders rushed towards them with astonishing speed. His expression immediately became a mixture of panic and horror. WTF, this isn't a few spiders I asked for. What the hell did you guys do? Did you dig up their whole nest? Yuhua honestly admitted. After entering the cave, senior brother Zhao said something about an excellent angle to attack. Then he smashed the big mama spider's head in one shot. Suddenly, Zhu Hong's voice rang out. Sect leader, can I take on this battle? A magical aura surrounds him. Zhu Hong approaches Changxiao. I've just achieved minor success in mastering the Soaring Sword Divine Art. I want to test its power, especially after witnessing eldest sister's might last night. It makes me itchy for a fight. His eyes flash with coldness. Sword cultivator Zhu Hong requests a battle. Hearing this, Changxiao can't help but burst out laughing. By this point, the number of spiders has increased significantly. They glare at the group. The spider queen opens her wide mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Zhu Hong instantly activates Soaring Divinity mode. The sky is torn apart by rays of light. Immediately after, he darts through the swarm of spiders. In the blink of an eye, they are blasted into pieces. Witnessing this scene, Changxiao's group is left speechless. Sword art. His eyes are glued to Zhu Hong. This is still only considered minor success in the Soaring Divinity sword art. What does major success even look like? All sword arts are the same, but comparing your spirit, you're basically a 9.9 treasure. Just then, the system rings. Ding! Eliminated 500th poisonous spiders. Host has completed eliminating one type of local ferocious beast. Mission completion, 20%. Host receives 200 contribution points. Changxiao can't hide his joy. Zhu Hong is truly a sharp and exquisite weapon. He carefully calculates. Adding the 400 points just received after killing the spiders, that's 1,000 points now, exceeding 25 points. Changxiao immediately starts begging. Come on, Qian, give me the luck of a goddess. This daddy needs to hit the lottery. However, she vanishes into thin air. My arrogance is unleashed. Yeah, his crotch is sweating buckets. Looks like this daddy's gonna die again. Changxiao's eyes widen in extreme surprise, as if witnessing something beyond expectation. His mouth curls into a smile. a mix of excitement and admiration. Qian, you truly are a goddess of luck. You've refreshed this type of divine artifact. Immediately after, Changxiao shouts out an announcement. All members of the bone-piercing sect, listen up. His eyes shine brightly with a sharp, knife-like glint. We need to take down a peak-level martial master ferocious beast. At the same time, a strange figure has been constantly watching Changxiao. It's a tiger with an extremely valiant appearance. Just then, Changxiao suddenly appears from behind, as expected of a peak-level martial master ferocious beast. Truly majestic. Seeing him, it immediately shows its displeasure, while letting out a piercing growl. The little tiger stomps its foot on the ground, creating a terrifying force of friction. It frantically charges towards Changxiao. At this moment, Changxiao clenches his palm. This kitty is pretty hot-tempered. Fierce sounds suddenly echo between the desolate hills. All that can be seen is little tiger sitting silently in place with a swollen face. Changxiao sighs. Forced to spill blood, before being willing to listen, he gently brushes dust off his hand. Good. Now the conditions for using this divine artifact are met. Peak martial master level tiger cub. Thinking about it is glorious. Then, Changxiao takes out a strange object. The system is indeed abundant with everything. There's even Zijia's treasure. He excitedly holds the capture ball. Let's make this daddy's first magical treasure. This is the first item ball. Its function is to throw it at a ferocious beast, to lock it, and directly subdue it. Advantages. The captured beast will become a contracted beast and can be summoned immediately after throwing. Disadvantages. Only usable by the sect leader and can only subdue low-level ferocious beasts. Costs 100 contribution points. Immediately after, Changxiao retreats backwards. It's decided! It's you! He decisively throws the ball hard towards little tiger. The entire tiger is immediately sent flying backwards. Changxiao puts on a bewildered expression. Shouldn't the system flash 3 times and then successfully subdue it? How did it just fly away? You sure you didn't give me a dumbbell? The system speaks up to explain. The martial arts level is not high enough. The initial Pokemon item cannot subdue it. Hearing this, he puts his palms together and chants Buddha's name. Tiger bro, I'm truly sorry. May you be spared from meeting this daddy in the next life. Then, Changxiao voices his question. So, system big bro, can this Pokemon be automatically retrieved? It replies with dissatisfaction. You really think I'm Professor Oak? Go find it yourself after throwing it. Hearing this, his face darkens. This vast and misty mountain, where am I supposed to find it? At the same time, the system rings. Subjugation successful. Faced with the sudden announcement, Changxiao can't help but feel stunned. How was it subdued successfully? Did the Pokemon bump into some weak chicken or something? Can't be wasteful like that. This Pokemon is a limited purchase. Can't just waste it like that. He immediately runs quickly into the depths of the mountain. System, it's all your fault for not explaining clearly. You have to compensate me for another one. Immediately after, little tiger clenches the ball tightly in its mouth. It opens its eyes wide, and a fierce light radiates from deep within. All that can be seen is Changxiao constantly crying miserably. At the same time, Changxiao kicks the beast flying. Dude's face is chill, no hesitation. This is the last ape around here. Changxiao's eyes flash sharply, but he also just completed the mission requirement. System immediately announces, killed giant ape 10 out of 10. It sends a bunch of messages. Host completed the number of ferocious beast preys. Completed epic mission progress. Host receives 200 contribution points. Suddenly, Zhao Mo appears with a black rock. The sect leader found the ore in the giant ape's lair. Looks like good stuff. According to the system, it's 10 jin of black jade stone, 5 kilograms of ore. Changxiao smiles with satisfaction. Too good. Now I have enough materials to refine a low-grade overlord spear. Then he goes solo, charging into the mountains. Changxiao's figure flickers in and out of sight. Only see a lion-like beast, desperately running away. System broadcasts. Hunted Gale Wolf, 12/1. At this moment, Changxiao appears with a sharp spear. This overlord spear can even use spiritual energy to attack. Truly, the spear comes forth like a dragon. He throws it to Zhao Mo. Little sis, this overlord spear is yours. Go lure a bunch of gale wolves over here. She doesn't hesitate, and runs into the cave, making sure to complete the mission. Zuichi is bewildered. Sect leader, didn't I and Li Yuhua always lure the monsters? Why is it little bro this time? Changxiao patiently explains. The gale wolves are too fast. Only our greased-up, unkillable little bro has the chops for this. At this moment, Zhao Mo's screams echo from deep within the cave. He immediately runs out. Wolves appear one by one, constantly growling. Changxiao pulls the trigger. Zuichi, it's our turn. At this moment, the system doesn't forget to send a message, intimately reminding the host. Your magical treasure. Ah, no, your contracted beast is approaching. Hearing this, he glances around. Where? Sensing something unusual, Changxiao immediately looks up, only to see a beast flying by. He stares blankly at it, confirming. This is this daddy's contracted beast? This isn't. Changxiao stares intently at the beast. Peppa the pig? It rubs its face against him like it's sniffing its owner. Remembering his dream, he collapses. This daddy's dream of riding a wolf, a tiger, a dragon. Zuichi pokes his head in. Sect leader, where did the little pig come from? Is it your mount? Changxiao has already been defeated by reality, riding a pig. He raises his gun and pulls the trigger. Changxiao decisively points the gun at the pig. Sorry, for this daddy's last bit of dignity, I must send you on your way. The system immediately speaks up. Please consider, host. Haven't you noticed since this Pipa appeared, it's been constantly persuading? These Gale wolves have been restless, but they don't dare to come forward. True to the system's words, they really don't dare to approach. Suddenly the pig twitches. It turns sharply towards the Gale wolves, roaring, and immediately they scramble to escape. Changxiao tilts his head, confused. Scaring the Gale wolves? Just with that noise? Besides being kinda cute, I don't see anything else. Immediately after, the pig roars, and its whole body radiates shocking heat. Changxiao's group instinctively cover their ears. Now he's gradually changing his view of it. He didn't expect the power of its cry to be so great. Changxiao glances at the wolves lying scattered around, and this illusion. The pig's appearance seems to have overwhelmed everything, its body constantly emitting heat. The system then explains. Beasts on the star continent are divided into fierce, spiritual, and holy. But there is actually a type that very few people know about. It acts as an encyclopedia called a joy beast. Hearing that, the corner of his mouth slowly curved up. This daddy, am I pulling a blind box and hitting the jackpot with a hidden item? A small, chubby pig, with an innocent expression, is floating in midair. The system immediately mocks. See that? The phantoms emanating from the piglet's body are like illusions. Changxiao's eyes dart around, a sheepish grin on his face as he catches the creature. Okay, stop bragging, let me study it. He turns his head to look into the deep, dark cave. No wonder it can survive in the depths of Death Valley. It's extraordinary after all. The piglet in Changxiao's hand suddenly becomes alert, immediately followed by a dire warning from the system. A 10th grade ferocious beast is appearing. All that's seen is a foot, with long, gnarled claws stomping heavily on the ground. The surroundings are suddenly enveloped in a tornado. Changxiao looks up in bewilderment. This aura has at least surpassed Qin Mingzhu of the Haoqi sect. In the thick smoke, a majestic giant wolf slowly walks forward. From afar, Zuiji firmly grips the modern rifle in his hand, his eyes flashing with determination. Gale Wolf King! Zuiji doesn't hesitate and pulls the trigger, the bullet immediately flying towards the wolf. However, as soon as it gets close, the bullet is destroyed. Witnessing that terrifying scene, Changxiao's group doesn't even have time to blink. The system also frantically warns. Wind Spirit Armor! This Gale Wolf King has reached the martial sect realm. A sniper rifle can't even scratch it. You guys probably killed a lot of wolves earlier and disturbed the Wolf King, so its target is only. In the tense atmosphere, the Gale Wolf King growls, revealing its sharp, powerful teeth. The little pig's whole body starts twitching. It suddenly unleashes a hidden power, opens its mouth wide, and roars. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion shatters the silent atmosphere. At this moment, the Gale Wolf King becomes alert. Changxiao sees its action, and even sneers. This martial sect Wolf King must be getting cunning. It suddenly raises its head high. Its fur also begins to shake. Immediately after, glittering white lines tear through the air. They easily break through the defense created by the piglet. It can't believe its eyes. The scene is too shocking. Seeing the piglet faint, he angrily curses. Damn it, system. Don't tell me this pig is gonna kick the bucket like this. The system immediately reassures. Relax. It's just a cub. Very weak. Its illusory soul was broken, so it fell into a coma. His astonished eyes reflect undisguised surprise. Changxiao glances around. Where's the Wolf King? At this moment, it appears from behind and sends Zuiji flying. Seeing this, Changxiao rushes towards the Gale Wolf King. Dare to bully this daddy's pet, and even hit my people. He sees it open its mouth wide behind him. Changxiao's steps also stop. Yo! He only manages to yell, damn, this beast knows how to use wind to attack sneakily. Changxiao is sent flying straight into the opposite wall. After a while, the Gale Wolf King slowly approaches. It roars deafeningly. Changxiao starts casting magic. The difference in strength is too great. He has to use the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. Suddenly he stops. His eyes also look behind him, only to see Tian Ran flying towards the Gale Wolf King. Changxiao calls her name in shock. Tian, Tian! Then Tian Ran erects a defensive barrier of ice shields. The ice suddenly cracks. The cracks gradually spread. Realizing the dangerous situation, he rushes over. No! Changxiao immediately stands in front of Tian Tian, using his body to shield her. Just as Jin Tang swings his claws to attack, Changxiao holds up a scroll of cultivation methods to block it. With an indifferent expression, he coldly says, System, enhance. This sect leader's self-cultivation is indeed tough enough. I can take a martial sect-level attack unharmed. After blocking the attack, Changxiao coldly springs back to avoid the explosion caused by the scroll. As soon as he stands firm, he summons another cultivation method. As the Gale Wolf King prepped to flex even harder, Changxiao chuckled. Looks like you need a taste of the power of knowledge. Dude was at peak confidence when BAM! Something stopped him dead in his tracks. Out of nowhere, Zhu Hong appeared, all cold and menacing, slamming the Fierce Clarity sword down. He challenged, Sect leader, you ain't seen all my sword moves besides the Ling Chen sword art. As if Changxiao was too dense to get it, Zhu Hong clarified. This swordplay's power is off the charts, might even hurt our own disciples. While Zhu Hong was being all serious, Changxiao was just standing there like a goofball yelling, "Yo!" Right then, behind Shi Tang, Zhu Hong was channeling mad magic, unleashing some epic move. Shi Tang turned around and was instantly sweating bullets. Like, oh hell no. Scared out of his mind, Shi Tang blasted back with his own magic, and they clashed. The magic collision was heavy, but Zhu Hong didn't even flinch, just gripped his sword tighter. His attack was brutal, straight up impaling Shi Tang, who could only stare at Zhu Hong, clueless. While Qin Tang was still tripping, Hu Chengxiang got sliced in half like a loaf of bread. After a moment of WTF, Qi Tang poofed into nothingness. Changxiao, hyped, exclaimed, "I already thought Zhu Hong was OP, but damn." Then, he casually held up his card, even more excited. "He even left a sword mark on my card." Mission accomplished, Changxiao announced loud and proud, "System, I've been kicked off the top spot again." But his joy was short-lived, and he started bawling like a baby. The system, feeling bad, consoled, "Don't cry, host. Once we upgrade your sword cultivation aptitude, we can pull off some cool moves too." Changxiao, still sad, retorted, "I'm not crying, I'm just giving my eyelashes a bath." Unable to watch his host cry anymore, the system generously offered, "Alright, I'll tell you something good." Before Changxiao could even process, a chime went off, and the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for killing a hidden beast. Corpse disposal task completed 80%, earning 200 merit points." Merit points. 1151,000. Hearing that, he jumped up, hyped, and exclaimed, "Hidden stuff, huh? Does that mean hidden rewards?" At that moment, the system chimed again, "Congratulations, host, you've triggered a hidden reward." Chengxiao's face went pale and blank. Seeing his reaction, the system presented a talisman and announced, "Received. Talisman of seal opening X1. Hearing that, he looked dead inside. Adding a blade to the seal is hard. You're truly is the biggest simp for this trash sect. Right after that, Changxiao blurted out, "Today's my lucky day, and I've got merit points to burn. Let's go on a shopping spree and find some godly loot." With that confident declaration, the system juiced up the upgrade machine. But of course, his luck was garbage, and his shiny new book turned into a tattered, cobweb-covered mess. Seeing that, Changxiao just stared blankly, muttering, "What's with my luck? It's kinda sus." Ignoring his host's despair, the system continued its announcement. Ninefold Ice Seal Palm. Created by an Ice Element Master, each level grants new insights. Collect Ice Elemental Energy to freeze targets. Reaching the 9th level allows you to freeze the heavens and earth for miles. Suitable for Ice Elemental martial artists. Those with special ice constitutions will progress rapidly. Cons. Non-ice users can't cultivate it. Price, 100 merit points. Grade, mid-level divine. Hearing that, Changxiao crossed his arms in surprise. A mid-level divine skill created by the Ice Emperor? Must be Tian Tian. But looking at the book in his hand, he complained, "What suits me is a high-level, fiery ruler fist." After complaining, Changxiao glanced at Tian Tian, pondering. Her ice wall got smashed by the Gale Wolf King. I wonder if that hurt her confidence. Just as he was considering how to help, and this divine martial skill could help her improve, Tian Tian marched up to him like a robot, making Changxiao wonder, why is she coming here? Putting on a bossy act, Tian Tian loudly demanded, "My ice wall broke. Ice skills suck. Give me that divine grade technique." Seeing her attitude, Changxiao was stunned, and thought, huh? Despite his surprise, he handed over the item, but before he could finish his sentence, Tian Tian snatched the technique without a word, and turned away. Unable to believe what just happened, Changxiao looked dumbfounded, wondering, what kind of development is this? Does she think I'm just peddling divine techniques? Plus, she skipped the whole forceful acquisition act. Just then, Tian Tian's voice floated back. "I overheard you mentioning Tian Tian and a divine grade ice technique, so I came to get it myself." Hearing that, Changxiao looked confused and replied, "A divine grade technique? You're not even going to pretend a little? So cold." After hearing that, she muttered, "Since joining the sect, countless divine techniques, pills, and weapons." Suddenly, Tian Tian turned back around. Flashing a gentle smile, her clear voice rang out, "We're all family here, so I won't stand on ceremony." Changxiao was completely dazed seeing that side of her for the first time. Fast forward a few days, and that poor beast had been beaten into absolute witness protection. Once the beast was dealt with, the system popped up with a notification. Ding! Host has slain a hidden beast. Epic quest completion, 180%, rewarding 200 merit points. Hearing the notification, Changxiao smirked and commented, "Wiped out 4 peak rank 1 beasts for a 180% completion rate, and still, no? Quest clear? Signal? Looks like this epic quest won't end until that fire dragon beast is toast." Without waiting for an answer, he glanced around casually and muttered, "Probably over there." Right on cue, a volcano in the distance looked like it was about to blow. As Changxiao stood there in silence, a voice called out from behind, "Sect leader, we've got something to discuss with you." He turned around, surprised, and gave a nonchalant, "Oh?" Just at that exact moment, the volcano gave a slight tremor, like it was sighing in its sleep. Right there on the glowing red mountainside, a massive creature was curled up, dead to the world. That was the fire dragon beast, a legendary spirit beast slumbering peacefully, its breath mingling with the scorching steam rising from the crater. Suddenly, steady footsteps approached from behind as a figure slowly emerged through the hazy heat, muttering in a low voice. A peak rank 5, fire dragon beast. The guy picked up a spirit core, infused it with energy and said, "Using a great ape core as a shield should be enough." The newcomer was Zhao Zuiji, and with eyes full of hype he yelled, "Fire dragon beast!" He shouted so loud the sleeping beast jumped out of its skin. Woken up from its nap, it let out an annoyed roar, basically saying, "Which one of you brats disturbed my siesta?" Without wasting words on logic, it opened its maw and spat out a massive fireball, looking to turn the whole world into a barbecue. A world-shaking explosion followed immediately after. Feeling like it had finally vented its anger, the beast puffed out some hot steam with a look of pure relief, looking like it just walked out of a satisfying sauna session. Everyone thought the kid was a goner, but as the smoke cleared, Zhao Zuiji's voice rang out again. "Not bad for a peak rank 5, that one move ate up a quarter of my Iron Shield's energy." Despite being blasted, he didn't look worried at all. He just calmly remarked, "Now this is a real challenge." After the hype talk, Zuiji charged in and unleashed a fierce assault, but no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't land a solid hit on the fire dragon beast. Its defense was like a fortress made of fossilized magma, blocking every strike the second it got close. Seeing his attacks doing 0 damage, he frowned. Sect leader said it right. "I can't break your defense, and if I can't break it, I can't keep your aggro." Right then, Xiao Mo and Li Fei suddenly appeared. Zuiji finished his sentence. "So, I brought the 2 most punchable guys in our sect to settle the score together." With that, the trio didn't hesitate for a second, launching a synchronized raid on the fire dragon beast. Caught in a pincer move from all sides, it couldn't react in time, and could only howl in pain. In a blind rage, it swung its tail wildly, crushing rocks and earth like a blender. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed as the beast's impenetrable molten steel armor began to fracture, revealing a faint crack, the first sign of real trouble. Seeing this, Xiao Zuiji cheered. "After that hit, the shield's energy is down to 1/4, he confidently declared. "More importantly, our aggro is definitely maxed out now." Hearing Zuiji's arrogant talk, the fire dragon beast let out a low, pissed-off growl, its breath hot enough to vaporize the air. Reaching its limit, it roared and charged at them like a literal hurricane. Suddenly, it lowered its head and delivered a full-power headbutt right where they stood, sending boulders flying and tearing the ground apart with raw violence. Amidst the thick dust, Zhao Zuiji coughed out, "Cough, cough," then said with total confidence, "I, Zhao Zuiji, might not have any other strength." Taking the hit all by himself, he shouted, "The sect leader fell into the abyss for me to forge this body of steel." Because the beast's strength was so insane, Zuiji's legs were buried deep in the ground. He called out, "Sect leader, senior brother!" Quote, his eyes filled with the resolve of a man ready for the ultimate sacrifice. Zuiji vowed, "I'll give everything this broken body has left." After that heroic line, he didn't wait around. He lunged forward and buried a fist right into the fire dragon beast's face, letting his actions do the talking. Thinking one punch wasn't enough, Zuiji shouted, "For everyone, I'll endure the thunder and lightning." He gritted his teeth and prepped another swing. Meanwhile, the system felt so bad for him it commented, "Only 3 hits, and Zuiji is already critically injured." Post. It hesitated for a long time before asking, "Can you really keep holding back without stepping in?" Even though Changxiao really wanted to jump in, he could only grit his teeth and reply, "This is our decision," since they already had a plan. He suddenly remembered a conversation a few hours ago, before the battle, when Zuiji came to find him and negotiate. "Leader, we have something to discuss with you." Not giving him time to refuse, Zuiji continued. "Since entering the Death Valley, although we've fought a lot, basically all the dangerous stuff has been taken care of by Leader when done, whether it's the Shadow Leopard, the Earth Star, or those martial sect-level beasts after that." His face was extremely determined as he continued. "We know you're worried about us getting hurt, leader." But Changxiao frowned slightly, surprised by his words. Even a well-protected eaglet needs to face the open sky to truly grow its wings. Ignoring his surprised expression, Zuiji continued to voice his thoughts. "Therefore, we want to try this fire dragon beast ourselves. We hope that unless absolutely necessary, you won't step in to help." After a moment of thought, Changxiao replied softly, "All right." Back in the present, Zuiji was pouring all his spiritual power into an attack on the fire dragon beast. The surrounding rocks shattered into fragments, swept up by the violent aura radiating from his body. With a surge of power, Zuiji clenched his fist. Zuiji forcefully grabbed the fire dragon beast's head and slammed it into the ground, creating a thunderous explosion. But the fire dragon beast wasn't about to take it lying down. It immediately opened its mouth, spiritual power surging, preparing to unleash a counterattack of flames. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed forward. The demonic energy in his hand condensed like dark water, raised a block for Zuiji. Xing Chen appeared, standing in front of him, his eyes firm, his whole body radiating a blazing aura. He roared softly, unleashing his technique. Universe Shift. In that instant, the fire dragon beast spat out a fierce flame. But fortunately, the entire attack was blocked by Jing Chen, creating a brilliant barrier between the flames and the breath of destruction. But the fire dragon's attack was too strong, causing Jing Chen to spit blood, inwardly screaming, "With my current realm, I still can't completely shift the fire dragon beast's attack. Even 3/10 of the force is enough to seriously injure." While he was still thinking, the fire dragon beast was already preparing a new attack. It opened its massive mouth, and a series of lava pillars immediately rose from the ground, piercing through the earth. Immediately after, it quickly lunged toward Zuiji's group. Seeing this, Zuiji didn't hesitate to stand in front of everyone and said, "I'll take it." Seeing this, Jing Chen was incredibly surprised and exclaimed inwardly, "Zuiji just took a full-force attack from the fire dragon beast, yet he can still protect us." Zuiji immediately rushed forward, shielding everyone, unhesitatingly taking the full force of the attack. The scorching lava pillars surged towards him, radiating incredible heat, but he didn't back down. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Yang silently flew high into the sky, the sword in his hand emitting a faint blue light. He raised his sword, roaring like thunder. "I slash!" An extremely powerful sword energy erupted, carrying the might of the heavens, spiraling straight down at the fire dragon beast's body. The moment the sword touched the outer skin, a chilling cracking sound rang out, and the fire dragon beast's entire body suddenly shook violently, cracks spreading across its body like a spiderweb. A brilliant golden light burst from within, spilling out through each crack, as if something was trying to escape. As soon as he saw this, Qing Yang frowned and said, "It's finally here!" The fire dragon beast had completely enraged, its entire body bursting into flames, forcing Qing Yang to jump back to avoid it. Seeing this, he said with satisfaction, "This fire dragon beast has finally entered its enraged state." Then he took out a spirit stone and called, "Senior sister!" Zuiji also took out a spirit stone. Smiling with satisfaction, Jing Chen said, "Next, it's your turn." Even Li Fei exclaimed, "According to our plan." Hearing the call from his teammates, Qian appeared. She called out her incantation indifferently, "Ninefold Ice Seal Palm." As soon as Qian finished speaking, countless large ice blocks suddenly descended from the sky, quickly surrounding the fire dragon beast. Before it could react, bone-chilling cold had spread throughout its body, causing ice to begin to solidify in patches. The fire dragon beast only had time to let out a miserable roar, the sound echoing as if to crack the sky. A few minutes earlier, despite the system complaining, Changxiao was still very confident in his plan and said, "After the fire dragon beast is enraged, its body will burst into flames, and its body temperature will increase several times." He continued to talk about his plan, adding the ice seal at this time, smiling very confidently. Changxiao continued, "This extreme heat and extreme cold are enough to severely injure the fire dragon beast. Feel the physical power of 9 years of compulsory education." Back in the present, a few fragments of ice flew out. That was also when the fire dragon beast was completely frozen, its entire body lying motionless in the freezing ice. But small cracks began to appear on the ice surface, gradually spreading like a spiderweb. The backlash from the powerful spiritual energy transmitted back, affecting the caster. Tian shuddered, her face paling slightly, her spiritual energy a bit unstable. Seeing this, she frowned and said, "I can only freeze the fire dragon beast for a maximum of 5 breaths." Suddenly, she called out, "Zhao Hong!" As soon as he heard her call, Zhao Hong appeared instantly. Without even glancing at him, Tian coldly asked, "How long do you still need to charge up that move of yours?" He didn't answer immediately, just nonchalantly chanted the incantation, "Sword Domain?" Zhao Hong slightly opened his eyes and continued chanting, "Annihilation!" After finishing the incantation, a black light immediately enveloped Zhao Hong's sword. The light was chilling, as if it came from the abyss. The sword key moved extremely fast, tearing through the air straight towards its target. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Zhao Hong swung his sword straight at the giant ice block, decisively splitting both the ice and the fire dragon beast inside in half with a single strike. Sealed in the ice, the fire dragon beast only had time to widen its eyes in horror, its gaze freezing in the moment, as it stared directly at the descending sword. As soon as the ice shattered, the fire dragon beast's body was completely frozen, unable to move. The flames that once blazed around it had also gone out long ago. Finishing his move, Zhao Hong landed gently on the ground, the longsword still faintly radiating cold air in his hand. After regaining his composure, he sighed with difficulty. "With my current cultivation, using this move is still too forced." But before he could rejoice, a scene that shocked Zhao Hong unfolded. As soon as it woke up, the fire dragon beast was even angrier than before, causing Zhao Hong to exclaim in surprise. All the trump cards had been played, but the gap in strength was still too great. But Tian had no intention of giving up and retorted, "Not necessarily." As she reached out to use her spiritual energy to check, she said, "I can sense that this fire dragon beast has exhausted most of its power. Prepare to capture the fire dragon beast." Unable to dodge, it was quickly captured. Seeing this, Tian frowned slightly and said, "Freezing a high-level 5th grade beast consumes a lot of energy, but I can still hold on." Qing Yang, little sister, and even Li Fei still have the strength for another fight. "This battle belongs to us." While imprisoned, The fire dragon beast still had the strength to open its mouth angrily and attack everyone. Suddenly, the rocks in the cave naturally began to bubble and boil. From below, a pair of horns gradually appeared. As soon as he saw this, Qing Yang cautiously observed and warned, "Concealed its aura with the rocks. No wonder we didn't notice." From under the rocks, many small fire dragon beasts appeared, causing him to blankly say, "This volcano still has so many little fire dragon beasts?" As they came up, they roared threateningly, causing everyone to panic. More than 50 of them, including a few high-level ones, were all in a state of rage. A small fire dragon beast opened its mouth and roared fiercely. But before it could even make a sound, Changxiao slapped it flying for being noisy. He appeared coldly and praised, "To force a high-level 5th-grade beast to call for reinforcements, you have truly performed perfectly, worthy of being disciples of my Ironbone sect." Afterward, while beating up the demon beasts, Changxiao sighed, "I used to protect you too much, not paying attention to your growth. From now on, I can let go and let you give it your all," he said very coolly. But there's one point this old man needs to emphasize. Meanwhile, Changxiao had beaten the group of small fire dragon beasts into fleeing. At the same time, he smiled evilly and said in a very gentlemanly manner, "I will always be your strongest support. Who dares to hurt my Heavenly Bone Sect's disciples?" Hearing those words, the fire dragon beast panicked. Before it could say anything, it was sent to the Yellow Springs. Every part of its body was cut into pieces, as he wielded his sword with great skill. Changxiao said, "Be buried here with your fire dragon army." Changxiao kept swinging his sword and said, "You dare to scare my cute disciples." Seeing this, Xiaomo praised, "Sect leader is so savage, that 40-meter-long blade is wielding so mightily." As soon as he finished dealing with the group of fire dragon beasts, Xiaomo continued to praise non-stop, solved more than 50 fire dragon beasts, with just a few slashes. Sect leader's strength is unfathomable. Before he could be cool for long, Changxiao suddenly tripped and fell. Seeing this, he panicked and called out, "Sect leader!" His whole body was covered in sweat, and he complained with difficulty. Forcibly grasping the weakness of the great Daio is difficult. The old method is still the way to go. Seeing that Changxiao was too unstable, everyone had to wait for him to rest. 30 minutes later, as soon as they saw that Changxiao was healthy, the system appeared with a notification. Killing all the fierce beasts is complete. Meeting the conditions for the definition. The Scavenger Hunt 2 mission is complete. Completion rate 200%. Host receives 1,000 merit points. Hearing the notification, he laughed proudly and said, "Completing the mission has also lifted the restriction on my realm. Keep going." The system continued to announce, "Host has over-completed the Scavenger Hunt mission, receiving a mid-grade Pokemon X1, a mid-grade Power-Up Talisman X1, a grade-level Transforming Liquid X1, an Ice-Cold Bracelet X1, Nation Seal Opening Talisman X1, and 10,000 experience points." After that notification, Changxiao sat in meditation and began to cultivate. After a while, the system rang with a congratulatory message. "Host has completed a breakthrough to a 4th-grade martial master." Hearing those words, Changxiao laughed confidently and replied, "As expected, over-completing the Scavenger Hunt mission yielded such abundant experience." Then he suddenly called out, "Tian Tian, come here for a sec." Changxiao suddenly pulled out a bracelet and gave it to her. Before Tian Tian could say anything, Changxiao cut her off. "This cold ice bracelet is a top-tier ice treasure. Ice-type martial artists can increase their ice affinity by 20% after wearing it." Hearing those words, Tian Tian blushed shyly. Just then, Qing Yang's group showed up, and they all went, "Ooh!" in unison. The scene of Changxiao giving the bracelet to Tian Tian looked like a romance novel's male lead proposing to his destined female lead. Suddenly, Tian Tian blushed and stammered, This is useful to me, so I'll accept it then." In a corner not far away, Xiao Mo put her hand on her chin, looking all-knowing, and said, "Now she's called senior sister, later she might be called Xinyang." Hearing that, Qing Yang lamented, "Senior sister? I'm not saying anything." But alas, they were discovered by Tian Tian and frozen solid. She blushed and shouted, "You're laughing behind my back." After a while, the wind started to pick up. Qing Yang followed Changxiao to record everything. He ordered loudly, "Sort out this batch of income properly." Hearing that, Qing Yang wrote it down and replied, 1 rank 5 core, 4 rank 1 cores, over 30 rank 5 cores, 500 Jin of Fire Dragon Stone, 600 Jin of Fire Dragon Bone. Sect leader, we also found a special item. He then brought an egg to Changxiao and said, "A fire dragon egg. Because it's a living thing, it can't be put in a spatial ring, so we can only bring it back." Hearing those words, Changxiao teased, "Since entering the Valley of Death, Qing Yang, you've worked hard managing so many things. This bottle of fertilizer is your reward." Qing Yang protested unhappily, "But I'm already a high-grade spiritual root." Moreover, Zhu Hong and Zui Qi had more merit in this battle. Hearing those words, he nodded and said, "Then let your spiritual root advance another level. I've already made arrangements for the others." Not letting Qing Yang say anything more, Changxiao shouted, "Zui Qi, share it!" Then the whole group drank the water he gave them. Immediately after drinking it, the group's spiritual power increased like crazy. Seeing that magical scene, Xing Chen wondered to himself in surprise. this spiritual power fluctuation. 3 top-grade spiritual roots appeared in one breath. A few minutes later, the system rang with a congratulatory notification. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to rank 5 martial master. Hearing that notification, Changxiao smiled evilly and exclaimed, Rank 5 martial master. My strength must have reached over 80,000. At the same time, Zuichi clenched his fist, feeling the transformation in his body. He exclaimed happily, I've reached top-grade spiritual root again! Awesome, I'm definitely going even further. The only one who wasn't tested, Jing Chen, was looking at the group in front of him in a daze, resentment rising in his heart. Each and every one of them is breaking through realms and raising their spiritual roots like it's child's play. Even the injuries caused by the heavily wounded fire dragon beast were healed by a tiny healing pill. Clearly, I'm the one cultivating a super divine grade cultivation technique. A few hours later, the sky had turned to evening. From inside the bushes, Changxiao said unhappily, Although the mission has been completed, I still can't figure out how to ride a pig in peace. As soon as he heard those words, the system replied, Then I can only say that the host is truly an emperor of luck. In this low-level ferocious beast valley, you will encounter a rare purple lightning-type cub. Seeing the tiger walking nearby, Changxiao couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, It's already over 2 meters tall and it's still a cub. When it grows up, wouldn't it be 89 meters tall? But then he still stood up, preparing to catch it, constantly brainwashing himself. It's a bit fat, but it can replenish the sect's physique. After making up his mind, he threw the beast-catching ball straight out. His voice was too loud, startling the tiger. Then it's decided, it's you! But before he could catch it, the cub darted away. Seeing that, Changxiao quickly rushed after it. He didn't forget to shout, Bi-chi, don't run! Changxiao was so busy chasing the tiger that he didn't realize danger was lurking. On a rock, a very large eye was watching him. In the forest, a squirrel was picking up pine cones to eat. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared, blowing away the pine cone the squirrel was holding, leaving it dumbfounded. The purple tiger glanced unhappily at Changxiao, who was smiling wickedly beside it. He declared, Bi-chi, you're mine now. Changxiao smiled sinisterly and said, Don't worry, master is very gentle. After speaking, he hit the purple tiger, causing it to open its mouth wide in shock. The purple tiger was speechless after being hit. Its eyes were slightly teary, and Changxiao jumped to the ground. In his hand he held a glowing ball with exquisite patterns. He smiled. The tiger is rushing towards me. Make a move. As Xiao happily struck a pose, a stone man appeared behind him, repeatedly calling, Human? Human? The stone man continued to call, Human, causing Changxiao to turn his head in confusion. What's that sound? Changxiao's eyebrows furrowed. His sharp eyes looked down, his face blank. Squatting down, Li Fan admired the round rock. Aw, so cute. Are you a mini version of Xiao Yishi? In the middle of the round rock was a deep black hole with a yellow dot in the center, still muttering. The yellow dot inside lit up slightly, the rock's voice trembling. Killer! Changxiao's face changed. After hearing the warnings from the system, it cautioned. The host is in an extremely dangerous place. Warning! Host is in an extremely dangerous place. Before the system could finish its warning, a burst of power was released right in front of him. Changxiao just sat there, dumbfounded, listening to the system. A rank 6 ferocious beast. Small rocks flew up, piecing themselves together to form a giant foot. Changxiao couldn't believe it, his eyes wide. Xiao Yishi evolved? Before him was a gigantic rock golem. He wondered. After Yi Snake turned into a rock golem, but the monster kept repeating, Kill! Kill! Its long arms slammed into the ground, cracking the dry rocks into countless lines. Changxiao summoned his sword, a golden light flashing across the monster. He used ninefold wave slash, swiping the sword across its body. The rocks on the monster remained unharmed. Changxiao turned his head, not believing his eyes. He heard the system report. Extremely rare rock-type ferocious beast, extremely strong defense, low-grade Hanfeng sword can hardly shake it. The monster watched Changxiao jump on its long arm. As he leaped, he said, This huge thing is even stronger than the fire dragon beast. Not something I can deal with right now. Li Fan flew past the giant monster's eyes. Changxiao darted around the monster's small arms and eyes, confused. Can this beast's eyes rotate all over its body? Changxiao glanced around. Using phantom step, he laughed like a maniac. Can't fight anymore. Changxiao's gaze suddenly turned astonished. Before him were towering rocks. Changxiao punched a high rock hard. Behind his bewildered expression was the monster's wide-open black maw. It slammed its arm where Changxiao had just been. He quickly landed on the ground, saying, Luckily, it's not fast enough. I can still escape. A stream of purple light flew sinuously in the air. Changxiao stood below, looking up at the monster, shouting, Escape my ass! His expression was drained as he listened to the system's announcement. Timed mission activated. Changxiao's face darkened as he looked at the monster above him. The system declared, Persist for 5 hours in the locked valley. Changxiao shot off the ground. The system announced the mission time. He flew around the monster a few times, then landed on the ground with a helpless expression. The system kept saying, Persist in the valley for 5 hours. The system displayed a time of 5 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. The monster stomped its giant foot, where Changxiao had just been. He quickly moved aside, saying, "System, isn't 5 hours a bit much? Even though this guy isn't fast, I still have to use phantom step to dodge." Changxiao slammed his foot on the ground, creating 2 streams of power beneath him, his voice serious. "Use the others to block those contouch bin." The monster swept its arm at Changxiao again, forcing him to fly high to dodge, crying out helplessly, "Although I can let it appear anytime, anywhere, I still have to use 120% of my effort for phantom step to stay safe." Changxiao looked at the monster and sighed. "At this rate of consumption, if I can persist for 2 hours, I can be considered a man among men." Changxiao flew up. All around him were rocks piled up, figuring running away was useless. He grinned mischievously. "Then I'll take the hard way to kill you and wait for the mission to end." A large blade with a sharp edge appeared. Changxiao slashed the monster with the blade, shouting, "Warmly slicing flowers bear!" A crack from his slash was clearly visible. Changxiao jumped on the monster's arm, holding the blade with a sly grin. "Finally broke through the defense!" Changxiao held the blade high above his head with both hands, looking at the monster with a threatening half glare. "Next up, harvesting wheat. Take my slash!" He roared angrily. "Slay Yan Liang!" The blade pierced through each row of rocks, stabbing straight into the ground. Changxiao slammed the blade down hard, shattering the rocks on the ground. His face darkened. "Even though you weigh 60,000 pounds, thanks to the talisman power, I'll have 40,000 pounds of force next, accumulating power to kill you." Changxiao chuckled, watching the shattered rocks fly up and converge at a single point, reaching a crescendo. As he finished speaking, the system chimed in. "Friendly reminder, host, the power boost talisman has a maximum limit of 30,000. Before the system could finish, the monster appeared behind Changxiao, who was dumbfounded, still holding his blade, wondering, "So my combat power is only half of that?" His eyes suddenly shone like stars. He spun around, blade in hand, and slashed a mighty stroke at the monster. Despite the force, it only left a small scratch on the monster. Changxiao stood frozen before the monster, utterly speechless. His face was a picture of disbelief. "Even with the Qinglong Yanyu blade, my speed hasn't slowed down. Did I just use up my only advantage?" Without batting an eye, Changxiao teleported away from the monster's attack, his face twisted in annoyance as the system announced. "Another friendly reminder, host, you also have the special effect of fusing your intent into the blade, exchanging with the martial saint's soul within the blade." Changxiao dashed forward like a whirlwind, suddenly finding himself in another universe. A force surrounded the giant monster's head, causing the rocks to gradually shatter. The monster's head was shrouded in a cloud of dust. Suddenly, it opened its eye, staring straight at Changxiao's running figure. Out of nowhere, a blue eye opened, saying, "It is I." A giant blue figure appeared, resembling Changxiao's stance. "Hanxiao Tinghao Guan Yunchang." Changxiao swept the ground with his blade, creating a circle of white dust. His entire body was black, except for his bright eyes, surrounded by streams of power. Changxiao's voice was disdainful. "Where did these vermin come from?" Changxiao was enveloped in power, solemnly declaring, "Dare to cause trouble before me." The monster, missing half of its face, stared at him. The power continued to surround the monster's head, instantly turning its head into a solid stone wall. Rocks like long silk ribbons surrounded Changxiao, who stood tall gripping his blade, shouting, "Be gone!" Changxiao looked at the monster with contempt. Such a weakling, all hype and no substance. Changxiao frowned, observing, "Where is this?" He looked at the desolate scene before him, like after a war. "This is the conceptual space of the Qinglong Yanyu blade." A voice came from behind. "To think I'd meet a descendant of the Han in this different world." Changxiao glanced back, acknowledging, "Han, I am indeed of the Han race." He was startled to see the stone statue behind him. Changxiao quickly clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "This humble one, Changxiao, greets Guan Erye." The statue's eyes lit up, scolding, "How can my descendants be so weak?" His eyes gradually turned black. "In that case, I must protect you completely." White lines immediately appeared on Changxiao's face. He was draped in a mystical blue robe, wielding a spear with a heroic stance. Changxiao placed the bottom of the spear on the ground, calmly looking up, ready to fight. He powerfully swung the spear, creating a wave of power that spread throughout the space. The earth and rocks were blown off the ground. A tiny Changxiao soul praised, "Guan Erye is mighty. One slash to eliminate the enemy." But he was extremely cautious, for these vermin to force Guan Erye to use his full power in one slash. The little Changxiao next to him widened his eyes. This is the earth and rocks being controlled, moving to one side, recondensing into a giant stone mass, with 2 black eyes, with gold pupils in the middle, and something that looks like its hand is surrounded by a faint purple light. From that spot, an ice spike just yeeted itself out. Changxiao, being the mad lad he is, throws down the gauntlet. "Yo, Guan Erye, this is Stonewall territory, all made of rock. Can you even handle this?" The rock golem gives 0 FCKS and attacks. Changxiao plants 1 foot solid and just casually blocks the hit with one hand. Dragon vibes intensify on Changxiao's spear hand, looking like a dragon. about to chomp down. Even the blade's getting a makeover. Dude and his weapon are now rockin'. A full-body green dragon wrap. Changxiao roars an order, and the rock golem's eyes go wide like, "Wait, hold up!" The dragon yeets itself at the golem's head. Stone Dude gets sliced from bottom to top like a loaf of bread. Changxiao jumps and slams a rock into the ground. It's the golem's freaking eye. All it can manage is a shaky, "Humans! Scary!" Behind him, the whole thing crumbles. Changxiao's like, "Sap Xiao, bury the loot!" The green aura around him vanishes faster than your paycheck. Xiao Mo finally zooms in. "Chief, you soloed that huge-ass beast." He's all smiles, gassing him up. "Your combat power was so OP we couldn't even get close." Xiao Mo's face just dies when he sees Changxiao. Huh? Sees our guy foaming at the mouth. "Brothers, sisters, get over here. The chief's got something in his mouth." Li Fei, seeing Changxiao stand in, all majestic with his spear, wonders. "Bro, what's the chief doing?" Xiao Mo's like, "Just reliving the victory, duh." Sunset hits, other dudes are chowing, down on some roasted meat. Changxiao's still standing, there. Night falls, tents are pitched, still no movement. Finally, when everyone's asleep, Changxiao faceplants. He finally wakes up. That Azure Dragon Crescent Blade special effects are a pain. Didn't think it'd give me muscle spasms for 2 whole hours. Voice replies. Across 2 world boundaries, the host's current state is, tragic. Changxiao glances at the sleepy tents. Wow, so much filial piety I could die. No one even noticed I was gone, just straight to sleep. He's smirking at something in his hand. But snagged a stone-type core, so profit. Stone type's as rare as lightning type. Can rebuild and upgrade the sect in a heartbeat. Changxiao raises his hand. Stone, ice, and lightning. All can be upgraded to suppress enemies. Didn't expect him to slaughter stone beasts of high-grade martial sect level. Xing Chen ain't sleepin'. Just pops out of nowhere. He eyes the spear Changxiao used. That blade's gotta be peak-grade quality. As expected of my chief, a true Chad, Xing Chen finds it amusing. If the chief whips out a lightning-type core, I might think he's a martial emperor reborn or something. He suddenly stares. In front of him, a purple tiger cub. That's a purple lightning cub, a lightning attribute beast. Changxiao's stoked. You're the biggest win of this whole battle. He reaches out to boop its nose, but before he can, tiny lightning bolts start zapping. The area around them explodes. Changxiao's still got lightning bolts making, his hair stand on end. Points at the tiger like, "Good! Spirited!" Xing Chen watches the duo bonding, wondering, is that the beast he contracted? Since when did he contract such a good pet? The tiger's licking Changxiao's face. They look so happy. Reminds me of you, my little punk. Xing Chen remembers his azure feather jade eagle. You doing okay? He and that bird fought more than they chilled. Back then, I was on some random hill in Qingyuan. Fought you for 3 days and 3 nights just to beat you. Eyes bloodshot. Exhausted. Then waited another 49 days before forcing you to agree to a contract. After that, you went with me all the way from martial saint to martial emperor. The sacred beast, azure feather jade eagle, was the title of the night emperor. They had walked together, Xing Chen recalls. Since I died, and my body dissipated, I haven't been able to contact the azure feather jade eagle anymore. He clenched his fist, full of determination. Kid, you goddamn better be a divine beast. Even after 1,000 years, you're definitely still alive. Wait for me, Xing Chen reminded himself. My soul hasn't been extinguished. The contract imprint is still there. As long as my cultivation gets stronger, I can definitely contact Qing Tian Yu Diao. He put his hands on his hips. My contracted beast, Yi Xing Chen's, just you wait. Xing Chen raised his finger to calculate. After drinking those aptitude improvement potions, I'm now a top-grade spiritual root. Time to cultivate my way to the Saint Martial continent. A yellow bottle of potion suddenly appeared next to him, given by Changxiao, and the tiger opened its mouth wide, affectionately nipping at his head. Xing Chen fought the fire dragon beast. You risked your life to protect me from getting hurt? Here's a reward. Advanced aptitude improvement potion for you. Xing Chen looked excited. Talk about getting what I wished for? Am I just that lucky now? Is it 'cause I'm kinda a big deal? Xiao Mo popped her head out of the tent, confused. The sect leader also worked really hard to attract the fire dragon beast though. Changxiao laughed, throwing him a bottle. Not bad for you. Xing Chen comforted himself. As the sect leader, of course he's the important one. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Changxiao looked at the notice board in front of him. I was too hyped up just now. He poked his fingers together dejectedly. Why is the ultimate aptitude improvement potion still friggin' restricted for purchase? Only 3 bottles a year, the system explained. To prevent the host from creating too many top-grade disciples and disrupting the balance of the Star Cloud continent, the advanced aptitude improvement potion is already messing with the order, so restrictions are necessary. Changxiao seemed indignant, confused. You give me a system. Isn't the whole point to disrupt the balance of another world? A golden light appeared, gathering and absorbing spiritual energy in a virtuous cycle. If too many top-grade spiritual roots appear, the competition for resources will intensify. Changxiao watched it fade away. Once Cheng Xinghuang rejects it, the spiritual energy of this world could dissipate and vanish. He covered his face, pondering. If that's the case, I should spend the contribution points I have left, Changxiao demanded with sharp eyes. System, refresh the trade system for me. He pressed the confirm button on the system panel. Today, even if it bankrupts me, I'll refresh all the heaven-defying items. Otherwise, I can't compensate for the sadness of my all-faction aptitude improvement plan. Changxiao sweated, covering his eyes. The system announced that continuous refreshing had cost 500 contribution points. He pried his fingers open a crack to peek through and said, "System, I don't dare to look. Did I get any god-tier items?" The system's next words made Changxiao lose all color in his face. "Congratulations, host. Maintain a stable output." Even one high-quality item is good, but he recovered when he heard the system continue. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the extravagant spending task, gaining 100 achievement points, and also obtained the title, Prince of Wastefulness." Changxiao looked at the label floating above his head and asked, "Does the title have any added attributes?" The system showed Changxiao his attribute panel, showing that the title added a luck value. In addition, the Sect system increased by 3 levels, activating the host's luck point check function. After refreshing the shop, more good things will appear. Changxiao yelled in annoyance. "After adding 1 point, my luck points are only 1. Has my luck always been running away?" The system, seeing the host complain, had to encourage him. That's why the host, even with 0 luck, was still able to refresh and get a sniper rifle and the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. You must have saved the entire galaxy in your past life. But maybe because of 0 luck, you might wake up in the middle of the night and have your head explode, meaning supremely unlucky. Changxiao only heard sarcasm in the system's words. He tried to convince himself, "I can't let this system ruin my mood. This world is so beautiful. Sooner or later there will be some luck." Then Changxiao looked up at the night sky and cursed the system. "System, I thank your whole family." The next day, under the starry sky, a group of people moved non-stop. Finally, after a period of moving, they arrived at the entrance of Death Valley, chatting with each other as they walked. Someone asked, "Have you caught any valuable beasts recently?" One person replied, "I don't know what's been going on the last 2 days, but going 100 miles into the valley, I haven't seen any mid-level ferocious beasts." A young man sighed. "Even if you catch a valuable treasure, the Black Eagle gang will snatch 7 portions." The young man chatting with him felt sympathetic, then remembered something. Life isn't easy. That's right, the bone-piercing sect has been in the valley for over a week, and they still haven't come out. Could they all have died in Death Valley? As soon as he finished speaking, a growl echoed from behind, startling the group. The young man who mentioned the bone-piercing sect was so scared that his face turned pale. Could this tiger's roar be from a high-level beast trying to escape from Death Valley? A beast with purple fur, emitting lightning, appeared before their eyes. On its back, Changxiao was lying leisurely. Next to the beast was a pig that was much smaller. The crowd marveled. This is a lightning attribute violet electric cub." The young men were stunned, especially when they recognized the identity of the person on the beast's back. "The sect leader of the Ironbone sect." Changxiao sighed, and then smiled. "It's a pity that the system doesn't have a value for style points. Otherwise, this move would definitely need to add 666. Then, he waved his hand, signaling the crowd to follow him in droves. "Disciples, let's go home." The young men before stared at Changxiao's group of disciples and whispered, "This Ironbone sect, is everyone safe? Also, look at what they're wearing. They're all materials from high-level ferocious beasts." Ferocious beasts with lightning attributes are famous for their hot temper on the Star-Cloud continent, yet the sect leader was able to subdue it. From surprise, the young man's attitude turned to admiration. "Is the Ironbone sect that strong? I want to join them." Suddenly a voice rang out. A person standing far away from the crowd shouted, "Ironbone sect? It seems you have reaped quite the harvest in Death Valley. You should also pay respects to those who protect this place in peace, like us." Behind him were dark shadows lurking in the foliage. Their eyes all flashed strangely. "Black Eagle gang business, irrelevant people scram." The young men panicked. "The Ironbone sect is too flamboyant. They really attracted the Black Eagle gang. Everyone hurry and escape." "Run!" Changxiao yeeted himself off the beast, landing next to his disciple Qing Yang. He grilled him for intel on the newcomers. "Who the hell is this Black Eagle gang?" Qing Yang replied, "Sect leader, they're a trash sect from Huaying County next door. Their strength is alright, like a 7th-rate sect or something." The leader laughed. "Alright? You tiny Ironbone sect are 8th rate, but got a big mouth." His homies emerged from the bushes, all looking menacing. The leader threatened, "We've got 60+ martial artists here against you wounded dogs fresh out of Death Valley. I suggest you leave behind all your gang cores and that thunder leopard." He kept talking, but his face changed when he saw Changxiao and his disciples' chill vibes. "This daddy vice leader is in a good mood. Maybe I'll spare your lives." Changxiao stroked his chin. Huaying County. So they're in league with the evil sects? At least they're more upfront than the 100 Sect Alliance. Let's get this ugly business done right. Ye Jingchen asked Su Xiaomo, "Who's going first?" He replied, "Guess it." These two looked like they were about to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. LOL. The Black Eagle gang leader's face and neck veins popped. He roared, grinding his teeth. "I'm a top-tier martial artist and you dare look down on me! Wipe them out!" On his command, the The goons charged with fierce looks. The leader lunged forward, but a hand grabbed his wrist, stopping his attack. Changxiao used one hand to slam the leader into the ground. He turned to his disciple and chuckled, "Qingyang, what do you think about opening a branch in that evil sect's territory? Double dipping, black and white." Qingyang could only force a smile. "Sect leader, sometimes your actions really fit their style." The goons were shitting themselves. Changxiao grinned, telling his disciple, "Xingchen, go for it. I saw you win the rock paper scissors, and you just leveled up to top tier. Perfect time to warm up." Perfect. Ye Xingchen drew his sword. "These small fries? Can't even warm up the match." He got into a fighting stance, saying confidently, "One sword is all it takes." One dude gets a live sword to the face. Another gets a bump on the head. One after another, dudes were sent flying by Ye Xingchen's sword. He slowly walked past the group, until all the enemies were on the ground. Changxiao pointed at the enemies, urging his disciple, "What are you doing standing there? Don't you see all that loot dropping? Stuff it in your bag." So the disciples ran over and stripped them of their clothes and belongings. Changxiao held a stack of crisp new bills, waving them and clicking his tongue in disappointment. So poor, only over 30,000 taels of silver and some low-grade medicinal herbs. Oh well, can't be poor if no one robs you. Then he shook some kind of string triumphantly, but instead found over 60 small space rings. In other words, our sect's space rings all come from the people we rob. Afterwards, Changxiao jumped back onto Zitian Yuhu's back, leaving his enemies with only his silhouette. But he still waved goodbye. "Thanks for patronizing the Ironbone robbery group." The Black Eagle gang were stripped bare, lying on the ground, trembling and crying. Finally, Changxiao and his disciples returned to the city. He lay down, crossed his legs, and let out a sigh of relief. Changxiao couldn't help but feel happy to be lying down in a familiar space. Still, our sect is the comfiest. He also took the opportunity to think about his disciples' achievements. "After this training, the average strength of our sect has improved a lot." The system chimed in. "Fighting with ferocious beasts can only improve your all-out effort." It recalled what its host had experienced. In the Xingyuan continent, martial arts were colorful, and compared to ferocious beasts, martial artists could better refine the comprehensive abilities of disciples. Changxiao somewhat agreed with this. Seems like there's some truth to it. However, the Haoqi sect's elite martial artists gave both money and experience. 1 in a million. Otherwise, I'll travel around provoking strong enemies. The system hesitated. "I really don't doubt your ability to cause trouble, host." Changxiao, hearing its sarcasm, said with a dark face, "Consider it a compliment." The system continued. "It's just that there's no need to be so troublesome." It suggested another way to achieve his goal. "In the mall, there's a product called the Sect Training Tower. You and your disciples can train here without going out." The system also didn't forget to say a few more words. "You're not the god of bad luck from the past anymore. You're a bit luckier now, and you've reached level 3 for sect establishment. The probability of refreshing the training tower in the mall isn't small." Changxiao quickly interacted with the system screen. "Let's gamble." He felt an immediate change, exclaiming in surprise. The system announces the popular extended magazine, which can be equipped on handguns, greatly increasing the number of bullets it holds. He also received a skill quality called Seal Incantation. This skill quality is top-grade elementary, creating a seal with spirit power to form a defensive shield, a sect defense martial technique. Changxiao's eyes lit up. This is the most important. He happily made a 3D model presentation. The name of this structure is the Sect Training Tower. It's a type of cultivation pagoda for martial artists to train, with a total of 9 floors, each with a corresponding training color. The higher the sect establishment level, the stronger the training intensity. Its advantage is that it's suitable for sect members to enter for training. It can conduct comprehensive martial arts training, but it still has some shortcomings. Those who enter the training tower will begin training in a soul state. Although they won't die after failing, they'll be weakened for a period of time. Its price is 200 merit points. The sect's current merit points are 300, 1/1000. Changxiao picked up the model and examined it. "But how do I get the disciples to enter training?" The model seemed to have its own brain, and was dissatisfied with his actions. "I called you, and you dare answer back?" The system was silent for a moment before saying, "Host, just place it in an open area." So Changxiao went out to wander around the sect grounds to find an open space. Then he placed it down, and a towering pagoda suddenly appeared, startling the disciples. Qingyang wondered, why did a pagoda pop up in the backyard? My blueprints didn't design this place. Yi Jingchen's eyes widened, but he noticed something. This feeling. Yi Jingchen could feel the level of the pagoda. Holy crap! This tower is definitely a treasure. The disciples crowded in front of the newly spawned tower, energy swirling around the entrance. A voice boomed from inside. Jun Changxiao, challenge the first level of the trial tower. Qingyang raised an eyebrow, questioning. The sect master went in? Tian, standing beside him, pondered. Trial tower? Is it like the extreme cold trial formation of the Taishuan Holy Sect? A gust of wind whipped around the tower, and another announcement blared out, stunning the disciples. Jun Changxiao has cleared the challenge. The wooden door creaked open, and a hand shot out, gripping the frame. Changxiao wheezed, clinging to the door for dear life, face contorted. That was exhilarating. Xiao Mo blinked, confused. Sect Master, why do you look like you just got wrecked by a dozen martial grandmasters? What's this trial tower even for? Changxiao chuckled weakly, sweat pouring down his face, eyes darting around. It's for some hardcore training, obviously. Gotta hand it to the system, it sure has some interesting tastes. The door opened a crack. 2 hours prior, Changxiao had strode in, yelling, "Hello? Anyone there?" He shielded his eyes, squinting. This trial tower is massive. Bam! The door slammed shut behind him, making him jump. Trial! Start! Changxiao's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. He squeezed them shut, shaking his head, trying to identify something with his ears. Why does that sound give me such bad vibes? Changxiao touched his face, feigning composure, but his eyes betrayed his anxiety. Something felt off. Red blocks rained down, forming an endless staircase. Welcome to the first trial. Changxiao glanced up, then smirked, a cunning glint in his eyes. Let the games begin. Without hesitation, he bounded up the stairs. Suddenly, zap! He jumped and almost peed his pants. Stepping onto the staircase, his soul popped out, leaving behind a pale, stiff husk. Reacting instantly, Changxiao looked back, staring at his motionless body. My soul just got isekai'd on a budget. He stroked his chin, musing. So, the trial tower is actually a soul trial, I guess. Changxiao cheered and did a little jig. So, does that mean I've achieved soul projection already? Riding the sword, vanquishing demons under the heavens with a jug of wine? System prompt. Please calm down, host. You're learning martial arts, not cultivating immortality. Changxiao frowned, confused. System, if I train my soul, will it boost my physical body? System replied, you will understand soon enough. The trial tower tests both body and soul. He stomped his foot, testing something. Changxiao kept walking, surrounded by a glowing red aura. This soul state thing combined with the feeling of solid ground is kinda freaky, not gonna lie. A circle on the floor suddenly spurted water. Start now, the system urged. Before Changxiao could react, a massive geyser erupted from the spot. He barely dodged it. Changxiao, with a wet arm, stood there, grinning wryly. The first trial is a fountain, huh? Fast, but it just feels like normal water. No lethal force. Suddenly, his wet arm buckled, slamming down on the floor. Changxiao trembled as he lifted his arm. The wet spot felt heavier. This is gravity. The arm is surrounded by gravity energies, the system responded. Correct. The water eruption has stopped. Endure for half an hour to clear this level. Other spots are just waiting to erupt. Hang in there, host. Changxiao closed his eyes in defeat, sighing wearily. Even though he tried to dash quickly, those streams still sensed it and gushed out fiercely. He walked and watched to dodge the water, finally stopping with a bit of remaining energy. Because he got wet, his body heavily stopped, and he revealed a terrifying smile. This is a test of both speed and strength. With my speed, I still got sprayed 4 or 5 times. System announces. Training schedule adjusts intensity based on the participant's strength. Changxiao paled, sweat dripping down his face. Heh. With my current intensity, lasting half an hour isn't a big deal. Seeing something, he cursed. What the hell? System. A powerful torrent like a surging tide appears before him. Luckily, it doesn't reason. Changxiao seems smaller before the power of the massive torrent. The water crashes to the ground, but he still stands firm, facing the wave. You can actually stand firm? His face darkens, showing disdain. System, what gravity am I under right now? System replies. 10 times. He smirked. You're training me to be a drunkard? Now he seems to realize something. I know why the physical body is discarded, leaving only the soul. 10 times the gravity. If it were this body, I'm afraid the internal organs would be directly crushed into powder. The system unabashedly says. To be honest, I hoped you could barely hold on at 10 times the gravity, but you can still stand, which is something I didn't expect. He frowned, asking aggressively. System, with my strength, what's the highest gravity I can withstand? Give me everything you've got. The system asks back with some doubt. Are you sure, although it won't damage the physical body? The suffering under the pressure of gravity? Your soul will continue, without missing a beat. The rushing water continues to attack. Are you sure you want to try 20 times the gravity? Changxiao smiled confidently. I am the sect leader of the like-bones-snapping sect. His eyes revealed determination. A man destined to overturn the entire continent. Immediately, the system creates a stronger and more rapid torrent. Not bad for the host I chose. Changxiao still tries to stand firm in the stronger torrent than ever. His feet stomp heavily on the floor. Sure enough, he doesn't have the strength and falls headfirst forward. 20 times is still too much. Changxiao laughed helplessly. This kind of power is what you call training. He frantically tries to grab onto the ground, using all his strength to create force for his legs to stand up. Changxiao uses all his strength, determined to stand up. This body training method is much more excessive than the shaping room. He tries to stand still on the floor. Half an hour may have passed, but the longer the persistence, the greater the reward the host will receive. He smirked awkwardly. If I don't persist for double the time, how can I show the strength and willpower of this sect leader? Someone said. So the first group has 5 second-year students entering. Only 7 inner disciples persisted for half an hour. Changxiao worriedly pursed his lips, thinking. Li Fei and Tianqi persisted for more than half an hour. Su Xiaomo, almost an hour. He looked at Tiantian and judged. Tiantian lasted an hour and a half. It seems that physical strength is still Tiantian's weakness. Qingyang and Xingchen were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Qingyang and Xingchen both persisted for 2 hours, seeing Zuiji still calm. The scariest is Zuiji. He actually lasted almost 2.5 hours. 5 hours. A cold wind blew, making him realize. This makes this sect leader desperately try to look handsome, only lasting more than 2 hours. If I could do it again, I'd choose Lingsa by Zuiji. The system said in his ear. But with the strength of their disciples, the limit is 10 times, still far behind you. Moreover, in just 2 hours, you must have felt the upgrade in yourself. He was delighted, his eyes somewhat sharp. Just tested a bit, the strength has increased to 90,000 jin. Not only strength but the intensity of the body has also changed significantly. This training tower really improves effectiveness immediately. Changxiao stood seriously with his arms crossed, analyzing. However, if you don't reach half an hour, the participants will be punished for a whole day. It seems that disciples whose physical strength does not meet the standards are restricted from entering the tower, charging energy for 2 hours, talking for 5 minutes. This training rhythm is unacceptable. The night sky is dark with a bright moon. Changxiao is sweating all over, panting. Congratulations, host. He stopped, leaning against a rock to rest. Broke my record. Lasted for 2.5 hours. Changxiao frowned in annoyance. Being suppressed by my own disciple. I can't figure it out, man. System replied. Didn't realize the host's desire to win was so strong. Suddenly, some random foot stepped on a branch, breaking the silence of the night. Noticing the noise, Changxiao wondered, there are still disciples coming to the trial tower at night. His eyes gradually glazed over. Crap, my soul and body are overloaded, I'm about to pass out. He plopped down onto a soft, fluffy pink cushion. Changxiao lay face down in bliss. So satisfying, so soft. Dusk was gradually casting shadows over the mountains. Changxiao was frowning when he heard 2 guys beside him chirping. As expected of the senior disciple, she's already surpassed 2 hours. Little Mo stood there staring ahead. The sect leader must be giving her special treatment. Turns out they'd been waiting under the trial tower for 2.5 hours. Little Mo clutched his head in admiration. No wonder the senior disciple never used the shaping room. Turns out she already has a super strong body. While he and Li Fei were staring intently at the tower, Changxiao blurted out, I didn't expect Tian to adapt to 10 times the gravity so quickly. Last time she only lasted an hour. The 2 of them jumped, startled, and looked at him. Sect leader. Upon closer inspection of Changxiao's face, Little Mo burst out laughing. What's wrong with your face? He pondered for a moment and then honestly told him. My face, now that you mention it, it feels a little... He looked straight at Little Mo and continued. Painful. 2 red handprints were now visible on Changxiao's face, with 2 streaks of dried blood flowing from his nose. As for why these things were there, we have to rewind to last night. After finishing his training, he was wearily trudging along when suddenly Tian appeared before him. Sect leader, why are you still here? At this time Changxiao was exhausted, and he didn't recognize her presence in his daze. He kept walking forward, but right in front of him was a protruding rock. Changxiao tripped and fell right into Tian's chest, startling and embarrassing her. Not only did he not recognize her, he even said so soft at the time. Back in reality, Little Mo recognized the handprint on his cheeks immediately. This strength, this hand, it's definitely the senior disciple. He immediately teased Changxiao. Sect leader, if she's going to be the sect leader's wife sooner or later, don't be so impatient. I have experience. Not letting him gloat for long, his hand quickly smacked Little Mo on the head. Then Changxiao left him lying on the ground and strode towards the tower, leaving only the instruction. I'm going into the trial tower to check on your senior disciple. Qingyang, throw Little Mo into the body cultivation room for me. 4 hours. The door of the tower quickly opened. Inside was a mysterious space, different from the outside. And on the highest step was the figure of someone sitting in cultivation. Changxiao saw her and quickly spoke up. Tian, that. She turned around, shyly covering her chest with her hands. Seeing this action, he couldn't help but feel awkward. I think I understand what I did. Changxiao raised his hand and scratched his face, hesitantly explaining. Ahem. That, yesterday I overdid the training a bit, so I almost passed out. And then I touched something I shouldn't have. I really didn't know. I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, Tian just gave him a cold glare, not understanding what he was saying. The feeling of guilt just kept haunting him. Changxiao walked towards her, advising her without noticing that the ground had been crushed by his feet. But Tian, you've been on this floor for almost 3 hours now. Changxiao stepped closer to where she was cultivating and assessed. Extremely strong body, saint-grade spiritual roots, an extremely rare ice-type attribute. He immediately mischievously teased. Which major sect are you from exactly? At least a third-rate sect or higher. Tian was startled by what he said. She turned around and warned, it's best for the sect leader not to know about my affairs. Changxiao still looked at her provocatively. It's not hard to guess. You must have made some mistake in a major sect, and could only be forced to leave, joining the thriving corpse sect just to escape. Then he turned his back, leaving only a reminder. Tian Tian, once you are a disciple of the thriving corpse sect, you are one of us for life. If your enemies come knocking, I will stand up for you. She heard this and probed. If my enemies are martial emperors, martial saints? Tian Tian asked, can the sect leader stand up for me? Changxiao immediately froze after hearing those words. Suddenly he said sternly, Lu Tian, listen clearly. Changxiao turned to look at her, his eyes sharp, his words full of power. Even if your enemy is a martial emperor sitting high above, I will beat him to his knees begging for mercy. And finally, he patted his chest and declared, in this life, I will definitely protect you. She was surprised to hear Changxiao say that, and then she giggled. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel awkward. Tian, you? She teased while laughing. Sect leader. You're still not suited for this righteous persona. He stood there stunned looking at her, smiling, and couldn't help but praise. You look really beautiful when you smile. Suddenly, Changxiao realized. Crap, hold up, I forgot I'm still under 10x gravity. As soon as he remembered, he started sinking like a rock, which surprised Tian Tian. In a flash, he crashed through the floor of the training tower. Tian stared blankly at the hole, speechless. Turns out he fell right out of the damn tower. Changxiao sat awkwardly under a tree, whining. Where's the dignity of this sect leader now? Suddenly, the system chimed in anonymously. You never had any to begin with. Changxiao resentfully thought. You won't even give me a shred of face. But the enemy system directly went from martial master to martial emperor, speeding up the sect progress. A foot stomped on the training tower, shattering it, and a voice boomed. 10 days! It was Li Fei. He struggled to reach this floor, proudly announcing, I can finally withstand 10x gravity for 3 shichen. Xiao Mo, who was with Li Fei, pointed ahead. Since senior sister lasted 3 shichen, the stairs to the second floor appeared. Xiao Mo looked back and asked, Tianqi, Li Fei, want to try the second floor with me? A long staircase appeared before them. Finally, the 3 of them decided to go up. Xiao Mo's hand struggled to grip the second floor. They finally managed to climb up, panting and sweating. Xiao Mo complained. As soon as we get to the second floor, the gravity disappears. Suddenly, heat waves appeared around them. Xiao Mo tugged at his clothes and whined. It's so hot! Even though climbing was a lot of exercise, it feels like we're in a fire pit. He turned to the 2 behind him. Tianqi, as an herbalist, what do you think of this heat? Before he could finish, Tianqi's head evaporated. Xiao Mo panicked. Oh crap, Tianqi evaporated. He turned around, wondering, what kind of training is this second floor? Then his eyes lit up. Xiao Mo shouted the training chant of the second floor. Flames of bone refinement! But after that shout, his head also evaporated. So, Xiao Mo, Li Fei, and Tianqi quickly evaporated from the training tower. They were flung outside, and the tower announced, Su Xiaomo, Tianqi, Li Fei, second floor challenge failed. Xiao Mo was thrown out, foaming at the mouth, when suddenly 2 feet appeared in front of him. It was Changxiao. He looked at them lying on the ground and scoffed. You guys think enduring a few shinchen on the first floor means you can keep training? You need to be able to move freely, completely unaffected by gravity. Then suddenly his eyes turned sharp. But this training tower. Changxiao looked at the tower and thought, it really inspires the disciples. Crazy cultivation. Before the sect mission board, a voice said, according to the mission board, more disciples are getting high scores. Then the person ordered, reward them with aptitude enhancement fluid to increase their emotional intensity. It was Changxiao, standing with his back to them, announcing, our thriving bone sect is on the road to sustainable development, smoother and smoother. In this golden age, suddenly someone flew over and kneeled, reporting, Sect leader, the clan head has something to report. But Changxiao coldly refused. What is it? Today's auction is open again. I said I'm not interested in these things, no need to invite me. Seeing his firm refusal, the person explained. After the buzz of the previous auctions, tomorrow's auction has attracted the powerful figures and forces of the counties. Moreover, he hit Changxiao's weak spot. Gong Zhu of the Four Wonders sect is coming too. But Changxiao still didn't care, looking down on it. So it disturbed a fourth-rate sect. This clan head is doing a great job with publicity, but I'm not going to suck up to them. Nope. Not going. Just as he turned to leave, the person said, Gong Zhu is known as the Star Abyss Continent's extraordinary woman, and like the sect leader, she led a sect at a young age. Hearing that, Changxiao couldn't help but turn back, probing, Gong Zhu is a woman? How old? Beautiful? Too. Seeing he had softened, the person revealed all the info. Gong Zhu is just 20 years old, with outstanding looks, a beauty like no other in 10,000 miles. At this point, Changxiao changed his attitude, expressing his intention to participate. The clan head has invited me so many times, it would be inhumane for me to refuse again. Then, not wanting to lose face, he made up an excuse. In order to strengthen communication with the major sects, I will attend the auction today to guide them. Suddenly a voice rang out. Mostly to see what Gong Zhu looks like, what it means to be one in 10,000 miles. A great beauty? That's right, a beauty. Changxiao, still immersed in joy, casually replied. Jiayu district is good. Before he could finish, he realized who the voice belonged to and turned around in shock. There, it was Tian. She heard everything he said, her face darkened, and her voice turned cold. I also want to broaden my horizons with the sect leader. Not letting Changxiao set the agenda, Tian immediately pulls his hand. Let's hit up the auction. The disciple sees this and is like, WTF? Safe travels, sect leader. After being dragged away, they enter a forest, and Changxiao's voice pipes up. Tian, you tired? Wanna chill? A stone-cold voice replies, nope. Turns out Changxiao's feeling guilty, so he keeps hovering and bootlicking. Thirsty? Hungry? But Tian's still ice-cold, not budging. Nope, and nope. Then she starts roasting Changxiao. The Misty Flower Palace, a newly risen fourth-rate sect. Their palace master only takes female disciples. They're one of the few girl power sects in the Starfall continent. The princess, Shi Jingxuan, is known as the world's most exquisite woman. Then she warns. Sect leader, you knowing too much about other powers on the continent? That's just gonna stir up the peeps behind the scenes. Our Ironbone sectlet's got potential, but we're still a long way off. Sect leader needs to think twice. Hearing her nagging, he suddenly sneers. Yang, the puppet master behind us is already shitting bricks. Useless? That's me, alright. At the Grand Prosperity Lake auction, a hand's checking a customer card. The checker's all smiles after the inspection. Welcome, gold card holder. Please, come on in. Turns out today's the auction. Outside the AI family auction house, a long-ass line of people are queued up, eager to get in. Tian and Changxiao are in the crowd, and he's already showing off his genius. Looks like Master AI listened to my advice and set up a tiered membership system. Someone in front overhears and snarks. Oh, it's sect leader Jun. At the AI family, you gotta spend over 5 million to get a gold card and join this auction. Looks like you gotta wait till next time. The guy next to him's curious. Zhang, is this sect leader Jun the big shot from Qingyang County? He quickly replies, yep, it's sect leader Jun, with his 8th-rate sect that wiped out the 6th-rate Haboki sect. Who knew he'd be all dismissive? Qingyang County's just a small fry place. Looks like that 6th-rate sect was all bark and no bite. Bet a 7th-rate sect from my county could wipe out your whole Qingyang County. Haha. He's laughing his ass off but suddenly chokes. Haha. Cough. Turns out a platinum card's flashed in front of his face and the card's in Changxiao's hand. The dude's face turns pale with shock. Ah, a platinum card. Only 5th-rate sect leaders and elders can get those, Changxiao brags. Master AI basically begged me to take it. Can we go in now? Suddenly, a red carpet appears out of nowhere. The carpet's neatly laid out in front of Changxiao. 2 auction staff are there to greet him warmly. Welcome, platinum member, sect leader Jun. Only now does Changxiao finally stash the card away, satisfied. Wanted to keep it low-key, but I'm not pretending anymore. I'm playing my hand. Tian and him stroll down the VIP lane. Changxiao sneers. Enjoy waiting in line, gold card trash. Seeing him get the VIP treatment, the dude's green with envy. Zhang, did Qingyang County rank your sex upside down? 8th rate's the strongest and most savage. Zhang's grinning from ear to ear. Sect leader Jun is the goat. Tian and Changxiao are led to a private room on the 2nd floor. He plops down in a chair. Changxiao leans back in the cushioned chair, sighing, damn, these platinum rooms are bougie. Then he scurries to the railing. The view of the auction hall from here is primo. Suddenly, a strange voice surprises him. Didn't expect Qingyang County's venue to be so decent. Changxiao stares blankly at the person walking in, just admiring the view from behind. And he blurts out, so beautiful. Oh snap! Tian standing right next to him, giving him a killer glare. This is the Misty Flower Palace Master, Shi Jingxuan, beautiful as a goddess, right? Not only that, she pinches Changxiao's hand hard. Suddenly he grabs her hand and spins around. Changxiao simps. Tian, I've finally met a beauty who's only slightly less gorgeous than you. While he's talking, the system suddenly chimes in. Liking the host's reflexes and thick skin, he's like, gotta fool this ice queen first, or I'll be watching the auction from an iceberg. Shi Jingxuan now notices someone's in the room and asks, is the person in the room the Ironbone sect's sect leader Jun? Changxiao puffs out his chest, striking a cool guy pose. That would be me. I've heard for ages that Palace Master Shi is a rare beauty of the Starfall continent. Meeting you today confirms the legends, she humbly replies. I'm impressed that the Ironbone sect, led by sect leader Jun, managed to defeat the Hawanoki sect. Lai Nhi, standing next to her, has been observing the whole time and reminds her. Palace Master, the great elder told you not to talk to this kind of indecent man who dares say someone's not as pretty as that girl. She purposely says it loud enough for him to hear. Changxiao angrily retorts. Who's indecent? You ever seen an indecent person as handsome as me? Tian's sarcasm silences him. You're a good judge of character. Changxiao angrily returns to his chair, complaining. This woman's got some serious willpower, facing someone as deeply handsome as me, and she still won't look me straight in the eye. Truly a rare woman. Hearing him being so smug, Tian reminds him. Even though the Misty Flower Palace Master's strong, too bad she's got a birth defect in her eyes. Only now did he realize and stammer, you mean her eyes are blind? Then he guessed AI family's intention. So she must be here for healing pills. but she's gonna be disappointed. Jing Quan was busy trying to soothe her little maid. Changxiao, looking at Jing Quan, commented, "Healing pills only work on new injuries, not old ones. Too bad." He lamented with a frown. "Such a beautiful young lady, with a lovely voice and a sweet smile. What a pity." Tian, seeing him all poetic, chimed in, "What you see is just the surface. From what I know, that palace master Shi is a wicked person." She quickly spilled the tea. Rumor has it that after she became the palace master, she ordered her disciples to find her biological parents, and after they were found, she sent them straight to hell. Hearing this, Cheng Zhao was shocked. Tian, seeing his expression, added, "There's another rumor. A few years ago, a sixth-rate sect offended Miaohua Palace. 3 days later, all 5,000 members of that sect were heavily injured in the training grounds. Even the livestock were slaughtered." The cries of sorrow never ceased. He exclaimed in horror, "That's way too cruel." Tian gave him a cold side-eye. This woman looks harmless on the surface. Looking at Jing Quan's innocent face, she judged, "Turns out she's a yonder." Tian continued. After that, the backer of that sixth-rate sect, the sect leader of a fourth-rate sect, was seriously injured for sticking his nose in it. Changxiao shuddered, thinking, "Such a hardcore yonder, don't mess with her." Incense began to fill the air. Jing Quan sat down and started praising Changxiao, ignoring her maid's annoyed expression. "Liver. The Ironbone sect leader's voice is so nice, so young." The maid curled her lip in disdain. "HMPH, that smooth-talking brat probably only looks 18, she defended. "To defeat a martial ancestor expert at 18, he must be a Chad. It's just a pity that her innocent eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by coldness and cruelty, unable to see what he looks like in person." Liver sneered. "An 8th-rate sect dares to make a 1-year duel agreement with Holy Spring sect? They're probably about to get wiped out." Jing Quan was intrigued and ordered, "Oh, then linger. Find out the specific time of their duel for me. If I'm free, I'd like to go and listen." At this time, the auction began. Shangye straightened his clothes, then he stood up to auction. "Thank you all for attending the auction organized by our AI family despite your busy schedules. Next, we will auction the healing pill. In the middle of the hall is the healing pill for auction." Today, he pointed to it and ordered, "You all here must understand the efficacy of the healing pill. Amo won't introduce it any longer. Let the auction begin." The precious healing pill was placed on velvet cloth, and someone immediately bid 300,000. Changxiao looked at the arrangement with disdain. This AI family had really dares to auction. Half the cost must have been spent on putting the pill on this display shelf. Truly a flashy but old-fashioned facade. The audience was already clamoring with bids. Everyone wanted to own this healing pill. 400,000, 500,000, 650,000. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, 1 million. The entire audience froze, and people began to whisper, directly offering 1 million. This is a must-have. It's the price offered by Miaohua Palace. Without delay, AI Shangye quickly hammered the deal. He looked pleased. "Congratulations to Palace Master Ji for winning the healing pill. Imo, will send someone to deliver it." Immediately after selling the first pill, Shangye happily continued to auction the next one. And below, the auction for the second healing pill continued, starting the bidding. Before everyone in the audience could do anything, a strange voice rang out. "I bid 300,000. Someone in the audience bid 400,000. As soon as he finished speaking, he was patted on the shoulder by someone next to him, reminding him, "You still dare to bid? Don't you want to live? Didn't you hear who bid?" It turned out that the one who arrogantly bid 300,000 just now was Tingyu Pavilion. The audience in the room was in an uproar. The young pavilion master of the 5th-rate sect, Tingyu Pavilion. That's a lawless pavilion master. He smiled sinisterly and brazenly ordered, "Thank you everyone here for giving Tingyu Pavilion face. I family head. Announce it." Shangye looked at him with extreme anger but could do nothing. A 5th-rate sect couldn't be offended. Probably no one would bid. I can only suffer the loss." In the end, he still followed the auction procedure and continued to hammer. 300,000 once, 300,000 twice. Suddenly at this moment, a voice rang out. 500,000. Shocking, everyone in the room waited nervously for the situation. Someone actually dared to openly bid against Tingyu Pavilion. Jing Quan already knew who it was. Looking up, sect leader Jun. After knowing the identity of this person, he couldn't help but panic. "Are you crazy?" Tingyu Pavilion was angry and resentful. "Who ate bear heart and leopard gall?" The servant next to him quickly reported. "Young Pavilion Master. It's the sect leader of the 8th-rate sect." Hearing this, he disdained. "An 8th-rate sect dares to be arrogant in front of me. Haven't they heard of the methods of our Tingyu Pavilion?" Changxiao ignored his expression, smiling sinisterly and threatening. "I am Jun Changxiao, and I absolutely cannot stand those who bully others and act arrogantly." He sat there dissing Yu Gay, a dignified 5th-rate sect. "Doing such low-class things, this seat really can't tolerate it. I can only bid frankly." Changxiao looked at him with satisfaction. "Want to scam my money? How can I not make you cough up some blood?" Tingyu Pavilion gnashed his teeth in anger. 600K. Changxiao ain't backing down. 800K after all, you're just a young master from a fifth-rate sect. Your vision's kinda trash. Dude couldn't hold his anger anymore and stood up, flaming. 900K, you little punk, you're mad arrogant. The servant beside him saw him like that and whispered to advise. Young master, chill a bit. We still need the money for the next treasures. Yuge stood tall, still threatening. Daring to provoke the prestige of my listening rain pavilion, we must teach you a lesson. Bro held up the cash, gloating. Hayoki sect got scammed 12 million earlier. This cautious, incremental bidding style of yours, young master, I'm really not keeping up. 1.2 million. Yuge got triggered by his provocation and raised the price. Looks like he really wants it. Dares to use 10 million to pressure me? Then I'll definitely make him spend even more. 1.4 million. Just when Changxiao was expected to raise the price again, he slapped the money bond on his hand and leisurely sat down, putting the money away, and said sarcastically. Listening Rain Pavilion really got the vibe. Willing to pay for bonds exceeding half the market price. You young masters throwing money around like trash, I admire and surrender. Already achieved my goal, so Changxiao signaled, I ain't bidding anymore. This sentence made Yu get dumbfounded. He still didn't know he'd fallen into his trap. Didn't you say you had 10 million earlier? What's up? Didn't you want to compete with me till the very end? Looking at his bewildered face, Changxiao smugly said, I just have too much money. Gotta take it out and count it sometimes. Young master, hurry up and pay. He flopped down on the chair and even kicked his legs. Listening Rain Pavilion wouldn't want to cancel the deal and do something this shameful, right? By this time, he had realized Bro's trick. But it was too late. He could only grit his teeth in anger. Sect leader of Ironbone Sect, you deliberately raised the price, didn't you? The servant whispered beside him. Young master, should I teach him a lesson? Yuge, being the prideful Chad he is, immediately refused. No need. It's just getting the bond devalued. Gonna make trouble over a little bit of anger. I don't want to do things that lower my status. But this sect leader's interesting. Doing that so we won't bully others with our power. Threatening the AI family. Lowering the negotiation price. Daring to use our listening Rain Pavilion as a shield. Warning the other forces. He even dares to outbid a fifth-rate sect, the next auction. I'm afraid no force will dare to use their power to pressure prices anymore. Hearing his boasting, Bro just laughed disdainfully. After what happened, Changxiao turned to her and said, Qianqian, has the fourth-rate sect leader arrived yet? The auction house thing is settled. Next up is the auction for the pure physique pill. Our sect has tons of that toy. It's not interesting at all. Seeing her startled like that, he raised the sheet of paper to signal. We have to go do the main thing. The sheet said Black Eagle Hall has movements. Qianqian read the words on the paper and reminded him. Black Eagle Hall, that seventh-rate evil sect. The two quickly left the auction house. Qianqian and Changxiao strolled leisurely in the forest, she said. I wanted to remind you a few days ago, the Black Eagle Hall won't silently let that anger go. Bro calmly replied to her. After all, they're an evil sect. Cruel methods. Keeping them will definitely be a huge threat to the lives of our disciples. Suddenly, Qianqian pulled out her sword. She was full of determination. Then let's you and I eliminate that Black Eagle Hall first. Seeing her react so strongly, Changxiao approached and lifted her chin to tease her. You're a girl. Don't always be chopping and killing people. Then he grinned wickedly. I've already arranged everything. Let's go out. In the dense green forest, a peaceful atmosphere enveloped the place. Suddenly a noise broke the atmosphere. A foot stepping on a branch. This guy quickly rushed down. Changxiao looked ahead, seemingly realizing something. My sharpest sword. Assemble. At this time, a group of people appeared in front of them. Li Luoqi, representing the group, reported. Hallmaster Ji Yu is leading 50 assassins to pay respects to the sect leader. She immediately commanded, Target. Black Eagle Hall, let's go! Also in this garden, Huaying County, the assassin climbing the tree earlier was punched in the head by a hand. This guy looked at the person in front of him with painful wails. Snake bro, be gentle. After all, I was personally summoned by the sect leader. Poisonous Snake was still monitoring the situation, warning. Li Shangtian is an assassin, you're too loud when you act. This guy didn't believe it, and wanted to show off himself. Snake bro, haven't we entered the Black Eagle Hall's territory yet? We're going there. Lend me your wings temporarily. I'll prove to you that Li Shangtian can definitely fly into the sky. Poisonous Snake couldn't stop Shangtian's intention, only reminding. You little punk, don't drag me down at that time. At this time, at Black Eagle Hall, in a majestic mountain setting, a scream broke the peaceful atmosphere. Hallmaster, spare me! It turned out to be the guy from Black Eagle Hall who was defeated by Changxiao a few days ago. He was kneeling down and begging the Hallmaster, I was just careless, and fell into the hands of the Ironbone Sect. His face was swollen, but he was still talking big. Give me another chance, I'll definitely get it back. The person opposite him listened to him, looking down on him. Shut up with that noise! A hand slammed onto the Vice Hallmaster's head as a voice rang out from above. Hallmaster, I've been telling you for ages this Vice Hallmaster is nothing but a piece of trash. With a sudden flex, an explosive force ripped through the air, and just like that, the Vice Hallmaster's head completely vanished. The powerhouse behind it was Dao Hen, the leader of the Hunter Squad, looking smug as hell. Hallmaster, just leave it to our squad. Some trash sect from Qingyang District actually dares to mess with our Black Eagle Hall. Yang Ji, The strategist of the Black Eagle sect, standing beside the hallmaster, cautioned. Don't sleep on this Ironbone sect. They aren't that simple. He smirked. Being able to take down the Haoki sect in a one-on-one fight, they definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. The hallmaster swirled the wine in his glass. The Haoki sect is just some low-tier 6th grade sect. The Ironbone sect probably just used some cheap tactics to cheese a win, even though our Black Eagle Hall is known to the world as 7th grade. He didn't drink, instead tilting the glass 90 degrees and letting the liquid spill onto the ground. But the number of 6th grade sects we've wiped out isn't just 1 or 2. The hallmaster stood up. As for that trash vice hallmaster, it's no big deal if he got his ass kicked. His eyes widened, flashing a wicked, greasy grin. What matters is making those weaklings see exactly what happens when you mess with our Black Eagle Hall. He walked ahead, barking orders at Yang Ji. Yang Ji, I don't care what dirty tactics you use, I want the Ironbone sect erased. Don't kill them too fast, though I want them to die in absolute despair. The hallmaster glanced back with a sneer. Black Eagle Hall hasn't bared its fangs in a long time. Don't disappoint me. Yang Ji and Dao Hen cupped their hands and bowed, accepting the mission with total resolve. Now that they were alone, Yang Ji ordered Dao Hen. Dao Hen, take the hunter squad and start with the families of those Ironbone sect disciples, then wipe out any disciples who get lured out. He let out a loud laugh, acknowledging the order. Wind whistled through the endless mountain ranges as silhouettes with distinct markings appeared. A group of men dressed in matching uniforms marched forward. It was the hunter squad. One of the lackeys asked Dao Hen. Chief, an 8th grade sect is actually hidden in a middle-of-nowhere place like this? He chuckled. This sect has some tricks, but even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Our job is to crush them. Dao Hen then turned back to the group, sticking out his tongue like a total creep. The girls in Qingyang district are top-tier beauties, so the Ironbone sect must have some fine female disciples. Do the job well, and you'll all get a taste of the rewards. The green leaves rustled loudly. Someone's there! Dao Hen went on high alert instantly. We're spotted! Do! She turned and snapped. We're busted! Li Shangtian, didn't I tell you to stay quiet? Shangtian jumped. Sorry, brother Shi. I just can't control myself when I'm pissed. A flurry of flying daggers rained down on their hiding spot. Du Shay waved his arm to deflect the volley of attacks, while Shangtian stared at a dagger tip right in front of his face. The guy froze up, breaking into a cold sweat from pure fear, urging himself, Move, damn it! Stop shaking! Dude! She swatted the dagger aside, grabbed the kid by the collar, and hauled him away to another spot. This is why the sect leader pairs a veteran with a rookie. You've only had training. Facing a bloody battlefield for the first time makes it way too easy to mess up. Shangtian's eyes welled up. My bad, brother Shi. My body just won't listen to me anymore. Du Shi kept sprinting. Stop apologizing. Get your head in the game. You're the best assassin I've trained. Don't embarrass me. He knit his brows tightly, glancing at the pursuers behind them. Crap, they're getting too close to the ambush point. I need to lure them away fast. But Dao Hen wasn't letting them escape. He leaped into the air, catching up to them, and sneered. Carrying a dead weight like that must be exhausting. Du Shi was stunned. This speed. He's a martial master. Dao Hen's eyes flared with killing intent as he raised his blade-clad hand. Let me help you cut off that dead weight. Shangtian stared wide-eyed as death closed in on him, but Du Shi moved a step faster, shielding the kid. Both of them were slammed to the ground by Dao Hen, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Shangtian cried out in a panic. Brother Shi, Du Shi said coldly, you've got some nerve trying to kill my disciple right in front of me. His robe was slashed on the right, but he was holding up. Do you think I, Du Shi, am just a ghost? Dao Hen's blade was stained with fresh blood, lurking around Black Eagle Hall territory. He looked down at them arrogantly. Do you have a death wish? Dao Hen's eyes went cold as he licked the blood off his cheek. In just a split second, you actually managed to wound me. Not a bad assassin at all. Which sect are you from? As the two crouched on the ground facing Dao Hen, he added, Give me an honest answer, and I might give you a quicker death. Du Shi wheezed to Shangtian. Kid, scram! I'll hold him off. He stared at Dao Yin, not turning back, but knowing what the guy was thinking. No time to hesitate. I already taught you this lesson. Shangtian said. As an assassin, you gotta stay calm no matter how screwed you are. If your buddy's in trouble, first make sure your own ass is safe. No blind saves, or you'll both end up screwed. This dude yeeted himself into the air. G-E, hold on, till I bring backup. Du Shi gasped. Brat, I can't hold out that long. Dao Yin was already in front of him. That decisive about ditching your partner? That's rare, he huffed. Just looking at you, I can tell you're a pro assassin. Getting intel from you's gonna be a pain. But Shangtian hadn't left. The dude zoomed back. A strong gust of wind brushed past Dao Yin, and he felt a breeze, bewildered. What the hell was that? Gone in a flash. Shangtian had snatched Du Shi and ran. Sorry, Shi Ge, gotta break your assassin code. If I left you behind, the sect leader would kill me. In a blink, this dude was zigzagging through the hunter squad. So damn fast. Carrying a whole-ass person and still that nimble. Shangtian smirked. My ghost shadow steps are too fast, even the sect leader can't keep up. But the hunter squad ain't no noobs. 3 of Vladium jumped to intercept Shangtian. The 3 swung their swords, hitting this dude's legs. Shangtian nearly collapsed, slowing down. Dodging multiple stronger opponents at once was pushing it. This time the two stopped completely. Shang Tian looked around warily, whispering, "She? G.E. You still there? I'm almost at my limit. The whole hunter squad's in front of me, but I still did a good job completing the task you gave." Shang Tian, panting, said sternly, "Welcome to the Shura battlefield of the Tiegu Sect." One of the squad raised a huge axe. "You're about to die. What are you babbling about?" Suddenly, arrows rained down, wiping out 3 of them. Dao Yin immediately sensed danger. "Crap, we're ambushed. Fall back to the canyon." A foot appeared, eyes widened, and the spirit appeared at the right moment. Have you guys ever heard the sound of death? The remaining members of the hunter squad were quickly slashed to death. Luo Qiu also appeared with her white gun. Dao Yin ordered his men, "The rest of you, charge with me." Luo Qiwu looked at the sea of people charging towards her. Human wave tactics? She tossed out a whole bunch of white guns. Luckily, the sect leader said to equip us to the teeth. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, like a blooming garden, and without another word, she opened fire on the hunter squad. Dao Yin was stunned, as his brothers were taken down one by one. His eyes welled up, and he said in fear, "What kind of monsters did our sect defend?" No clue. Before Dao Yin could think further, Luo Qiu tossed the gun in her hand into the air. They immediately spun around a few times before falling, and she quickly fired a series of bullets at the surrounding crowd. This is the gunfighting technique that the sect leader praised as top-notch. After dodging the barrage of bullets, Dao Yin shouted, "Focus fire!" But as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body froze for a moment, and in an instant, a sharp spearhead stopped right in front of his pupils, causing Dao Yin to widen his eyes in horror. He quickly leaned back to dodge, but it was too late. The sharp spearhead immediately slashed across his face, splattering blood. Dao Yin didn't stop, but jumped backward. At this time, one of his eyes had a large, eerie gash. Dao Yin cursed angrily, seizing a good opportunity. Back on the other side, the spearhead was still dripping with warm blood, accompanied by a deep, husky voice. The red-haired dude roars in anger, "Long Zijiang!" and starts slamming his spear, wrecking the ground. Without a word, he throws out moves non-stop, forcing Dao Yin to backpedal like crazy. Dodging the spear tips, he grumbles, "This kid ain't as OP as that female assassin. Gotta stall him and find a way to escape." Red hair narrows his eyes. "My Zan Yan spear technique." As soon as he says it, a million spears shoot out from behind him. Faced with the incoming spear barrage, Dao Yin's eyes widen, muttering, "Mama, I want to go home." He frantically dodges while yelling, "Are all you guys from the Thornbone Sect freaks?" Meanwhile, Dao Yin's hunting squad is getting wrecked by the Thornbone Sect. While everyone's busy fighting, in a quiet corner, Shang Tian's hugging Du Shi tight, repeating, Shi-Ge, wake up." Just then, a voice pipes up. "Realizing you're not strong enough now, huh?" Changxiao walks over, gently saying, "Leave Du Shi to us. Go kill some enemies for your Shi-Ge," he smirks. "Go on, Du. She always said you were the strongest student of Jiyu Hall. Prove it." Shang Tian doesn't reply, pulls out a dagger from his shoe. A dark cloud surrounds him. Shang Tian glares, declaring, "You little SHTS, it's your turn to pay in blood." He instantly channels all his power into his legs, cracking the ground below. Changxiao's jaw drops as Shang Tian zooms off. Seeing the lingering smoke, he mutters, "Sometimes I wonder if he's taking revenge for Du Shi's strict training." After the smoke clears, revealing a small mound of earth, Changxiao sighs. His kick just built Du Shi a whole damn grave. Then he turns and grins. "Tian Tian, use your ice to stop the bleeding for Du Shi, then give him this healing pill." Tian Tian rolls his eyes. "And what about you?" Changxiao cracks his knuckles cockily. "Now that I'm here, gotta stretch a bit." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shang Tian's red-eyed, finishing off dudes one by one. He frowns. "You're next." Shang Tian charges forward. Dao Yin and the red hair, busy fighting, both stop as Shang Tian approaches. In a flash, Shang Tian teleports in front of Dao Yin and throws a fatal blow, which Dao Yin barely blocks. Seeing this, the red-haired guy questions angrily, "Li Shang Tian, why are you stealing my kill?" But Shang Tian just furrowed his brows and barked back, "My bad, but this clown's gotta go down by my hands." He funneled a massive surge of power into his palm, and before Dao Hen could even blink, a gargantuan hand glowing with a blinding golden radiance materialized right in his face, the mountain-splitting palm. One strike, and the red wounds under his bandages are revealed. Dao Yin grits his teeth, thinking, what kind of martial arts is this? Body art? Martial skill? Spiritual power martial skill that doesn't use up spirit energy? Are these guys printing money? Just casually throwing out powerful skills? Guess I don't need to hold back either, he thinks, then immediately opens his mouth, channeling power like the blood-grade art, veins popping all over his body before exploding. Dao Yin self-detonates into a weird blood mist, forcing Shang Tian to retreat. He smiles sadistically, eyes red. The slaughter has just begun. The bandages around Dao Yin's arms unravel in that instant. He appears with a new form, crimson arms revealed. Dao Yin looks up, face red, and cackles. Having fun fighting, are we? He instantly rushes at Shang Tian. Shang Tian frowns, yelling, what kind of evil art is this? This aura is almost at high-grade martial master. Red Hair replies, he's risen at least 3 realms. Dao Yin, charges at them with a crazy smile. He slams his hand into the ground, shattering it. When the smoke clears, Dao Yin freezes in surprise. Turns out Shang Tian opened up a defensive barrier at the last second. He frowns. To block attacks this strong, as expected of the sect leader, must be top-quality stuff. Hearing that, Dao Yin laughs mockingly, ignoring the guy behind him. Defensive martial skill? So what? Power is suppressed. If one punch doesn't work, I'll use two. I can still blow you up. No sooner had he spoken than Changxiao slapped him across the face, yelling, "So what if you're a martial artist? What's with the attitude?" Ignoring Dao Yin spinning behind him, he stroked his chin in annoyance, muttering, "I'm still just a martial artist. Wouldn't I laugh at myself then?" Turned to pinch Dao Yin's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. "You dare laugh at this, master? Eat my infallible dragon claw hand." Seeing this, the red-haired guy was speechless. No wonder the senior brothers all say master's fighting style is indescribable. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, clenched hands crushed the glass in a display of the owner's rage reaching its peak. The sect leader gritted his teeth, questioning, "Yang Ji, is this the plan you arranged? Causing my entire Lisha squad to be wiped out?" Yang Ji tried to explain. "Sect leader, we received intel that the enemy force numbered 70 or 80, all with extraordinary strength. They had the advantage of darkness and powerful hidden weapons, which is how they ambushed the Liansha squad." He paused for a moment and continued. "I'll arrange for several altar masters to secretly descend the mountain from the back tonight. The shortcut behind the mountain is my top secret route. There will definitely be no mistakes, and we'll counterkill the enemy." After hearing everything, the sect leader pondered deeply. "I will trust you one more time, if you screw up and kill the altar masters too." He opened his hand, revealing a stream of black, viscous liquid flowing out, accompanied by the threat, "I will let you experience the blood demon sutra of Lai Heisha." Yang Ji, though terrified, still had to reply, "There will definitely be no mistakes. I will go along too, guaranteeing to capture the enemy in one fell swoop." Night gradually fell. The crescent moon illuminated the entire silent mountain range. In the dark night, a mysterious person was secretly doing something. That person was Yang Zihe, standing on a cliff face, muttering, "This falling wing armor is a secret weapon researched by the early sect leaders. It will definitely make the enemy tighten their mountain gate. Then we'll go around via the back mountain and catch them off guard." Then, Yang Zi turned his head and asked, "Are you all ready to drink your fill of enemy blood?" At this moment, behind him were countless people waiting for orders. After asking, Yang Ji immediately jumped off the cliff. Following his action, the people behind him also quickly jumped down. A series of figures flew across the sky, mixed with the sound of wind and the command, "Prepare to attack!" But before they could fly far, Yang Ji suddenly stopped because of the scene below. Seeing a row of figures waiting below, he panicked. On the ground, Changxiao and the others were raising their guns in unison, aiming at the sky. He coldly smiled and ordered, "Special training, moving targets, first round, fire." Yang Ji froze in place, his eyes wide, not knowing how to react. Then, in the blink of an eye, the sky that was once bustling with people was now only filled with white smoke trails. Changxiao then said, "The Blackhawk gang spends all day robbing other factions. Do they only have one mountain gate?" He frowned, put away his gun and said, "With the strength I showed today, you definitely wouldn't attack head-on, so your sneak attack tonight was too predictable." Halfway through, Changxiao suddenly laughed coldly. "But seeing Ho Tuang Wai in the blink of an eye, I'm a bit disappointed. Am I the only one who transmigrated?" Without thinking further, he clicked his tongue and turned to leave. "Whatever. I'll personally meet the Blackhawk gang's sect leader." Not long after he finished speaking, Changxiao teleported to the front of the cave. The sect leader sat on the high platform, coldly questioning, "Yang Ji, why are you back so quickly?" It seems the mission went smoothly. But the strange voice from outside quickly startled him, and he looked over. "Yang Ji is the one who led the way into the trap?" Changxiao sneered as he walked in. "This master is the sect leader of the Ironbone sect, and this master likes to help people." Then he glanced at him, smiled slightly and asked, "Shall I send you down to ask about your Yang Zihe?" At this point, the sect leader stood up abruptly, his face darkened, questioning, "You're the Quan sect leader? You dare to barge into my Blackhawk gang? You're too bold." He frowned and shouted, "All altar masters, gather in the main hall." Then, the sect leader raised his hands to both sides, summoning power. "If you can wipe out my hunting squad, I will acknowledge your strength. But the people in my evil sect don't care about one-on-one fights." He laughed maniacally and declared, "We have so many martial artists. Even if you're a top-tier martial artist, you'll have to fall at my feet." But after that wild laughter, the hall still only had the figures of the two of them. The altar masters had seemingly vanished from the world. Changxiao picked his ear and muttered, "That's a big lung capacity." Seeing no movement, the sect leader immediately shouted again, "Why haven't you arrived yet after so long? Are you all dead?" After he finished yelling, Changxiao cleared his throat and said, "Now, I officially announce." He flashed back to the scene when he single-handedly annihilated the entire gang. Changxiao smiled lightly and announced, "The Black Hawk gang dungeon is 99% complete." At the same time, Tian Tian had frozen all the altar masters. Elsewhere, Shang Tian was kicking ass and taking names with the small fries. Back in the main hall, Changxiao raised his hand and pointed at him, smiling arrogantly. After I deal with you, the boss, my Ironbone sect can smoothly inaugurate the entire Huaying County. At this moment, the sect leader's deep voice echoed. You dare destroy my Black Eagle sect? His hand suddenly melted away. The blood-red sect leader angrily clenched his fist and declared, Today, all of you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone floor beneath his feet caved in, revealing a large pit. The sect leader swiftly used the bloodburst step technique to teleport in front of him. Closing in, he sneered, raising his massive, crimson arm. The bloodburst palm technique. Seeing the grotesque face suddenly appear before him, Changxiao's cat-like eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Then he immediately raised his hand to form a seal. But even so, with a single punch, the sect leader successfully sent Changxiao flying. After regaining his footing, he waved his hand while muttering, So much flashy fanfare? And you're just a kamikaze warrior? Didn't the system check that he wasn't a top-tier martial artist? That force was almost catching up with Qin Mingzhu. Hearing this, the system replied. After he activated his power, an inspection showed his blood flowing in reverse at a very fast rate, increasing his power by at least threefold, giving him the strength of a martial sect for a short time. Changxiao's eyes widened as he looked at the sect leader and that strange arm, the system's voice still ringing in his ears. Host, do you want to use the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade? As soon as the system finished speaking, the sect leader let out a maniacal laugh and rushed towards him. In that instant, Changxiao just smiled faintly and replied, No need. He channeled his power into his legs and said, There's no need to always use the weapons the system provides. After all, Changxiao grinned excitedly, rushing forward. I've always been cultivating with all my might. Seeing him act like this, the sect leader also grinned triumphantly and accelerated towards him. At this moment, Changxiao swung his leg, using the exploding kick technique. The impact of the two instantly created a shockwave, shattering all the surrounding bricks and stones. Seeing that he was unharmed, he laughed and praised. To think you could scratch me a little. Changxiao, after that kick, immediately jumped back, trying to calm himself down. Ignoring the mouthfuls of blood that were spurting out, he sneered, commenting, Indeed, your strength has surpassed mine greatly. The system hesitated and asked, So, does the host want to summon the Azure Dragon? Changxiao stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied, The weak will take summoning weapons for granted. I'm afraid I'll gradually not understand what normal combat is anymore. Moreover, we're both transmigrators. Isn't challenging someone stronger than us just a piece of cake? Then he reached out and channeled his power, ordering, System, I've always been researching your power level. A wave of pressure suddenly appeared around him, shattering the surrounding scenery. Changxiao chuckled and said, This time, facing a half-assed martial sect guy, let me show you the results of my cultivation. In an instant, Changxiao's eyes suddenly became sharper than ever. Then he suddenly swung his hand, slicing the ground beside him, muttering, Ngazan. Seeing this, the sect leader sneered mockingly. Martial skill in the form of spiritual power. This is the source of your confidence that dares to challenge me alone. Such weak spiritual power will be crushed into dust by my blood demon meridians before it even gets close to me. While he was glancing at him with disdain, the system's voice rang out. Host, why? Witnessing the hazy white aura surrounding his arm, the system inquired. The Enga Zaihan ability is actually condensing on your hand? Looking at his hand, which was radiating heat, Changxiao chuckled and replied. Although Nga Zaihan consumes little energy, its damage is quite low with my current realm. If it's a martial skill created by a super powerful being, then the realm of Nga Zaihan is definitely not just that. After that, he swung his hand and cast Nga Zaihan, saying, If 1 slash has low damage, then what about 100 slashes? What about 1,000 slashes? Seeing this scene, the sect leader sneered disdainfully, but just a few seconds later, his face suddenly went blank. His eyes widened in horror, and the dark auras also withered. His eyes were about to pop out, and his voice trembled, stammering. This is because what he saw before him was Changxiao and a giant blade of energy. He chuckled and continued, This move is indeed quite difficult to withstand with my current abilities, even though his body has reached its limit. Changxiao still sneered and challenged. It just so happens that your demonic art can't be maintained for long either. Let's make this a quick battle. Looking at that strange scene, the sect leader frowned and wondered, what kind of martial skill is this? It can actually increase infinitely, and absolutely cannot be cut by that spiritual power blade. Thinking about it, he suddenly opened his mouth as if wanting to do something. Then in an instant, the sect leader suddenly burst his body, his whole person swelling up like a balloon. He gritted his teeth and declared, Such a big blade! When you swing it down, the speed will definitely be very slow. Let me tell you what true power is. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles on his thighs suddenly tensed up, as if they were about to explode. Hearing this, Changxiao just smiled lightly and replied, Why do I feel like you're misunderstanding something? Without waiting for him to say anything more, the sect leader shot towards him. Seeing this, Changxiao just rolled his eyes with disdain and said, Spiritual power has no weight, so... As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade and severed his arm. Changxiao smirked. My hand speed is the sword speed, fool. The sect leader, bisected, stuttered in disbelief. My blood demon meridians. Instantly suppressed. I can't move a muscle. He face-planted. Changxiao sheathed his fallen slash. Gotta thank you for not interrupting when I was going all out. The sect leader was KO'd, his blood demon essence escaping. Seeing him unresponsive, Changxiao clicked his tongue. This place isn't too trashed, a little cleaning and it's good to go. Meanwhile, the blood demon essence booked it out gotta there. It beelined for a rotten, giant tree. The crimson essence hovered before a spooky figure in the tree hollow. Sensing the familiar aura, its eyes snapped open, filled with rage. Staring at the floating essence, the figure stammered. This is Lai's soul fragment? The figure roared. Dared to kill my disciple. An oppressive aura exploded. He seethed. My Lai, I just broke through to martial ancestor rank 3, rest assured. All that remained where he stood was a giant crater. Only a scarlet miasma and an enraged roar echoed. The murderer of my disciple shall suffer a fate worse than death. Exterminate the 9 generations. He blasted towards the cave, cursing. Eternal damnation! Meanwhile, Changxiao sneezed. He stood akimbo, muttering, Who's bad-mouthing me? Oblivious to a creepy shadow lurking behind the ruined wall. The mysterious figure peeked out. Scared, speechless. He was sweating bullets as he heard Changxiao's excited voice. Clean this up, then we're going home. Dai Liv's eyes widened in horror. I'm Dai LV, a disciple of the former Spirit Spring Sect, now an entry-level disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect. I have an irreconcilable feud with the Ironbone clan. Dai LV whimpered, hugging the ground. I was just visiting my cousin's sect. Went for a midnight pee and the Black Hawk sect got wiped by the Ironbone clan? He clutched 2 branches as camouflage, raging internally. They killed my cousin's son, the son of my second uncle, my father, my mother, my grandma. This is an unforgivable vendetta. After crawling and slithering, he finally escaped the forest. Dai LV gasped. Finally out! He frowned, muttering. Revenge is one thing, but Jun Changxiao is leveling up too fast. He can already beat top-tier martial masters. I'm just a Sacred Spring Sect scrub, barely past chi refining. Mid-sentence, he realized the surroundings were eerily quiet. Huh? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Not even crickets. A blood-red flame burst into existence before him. A grotesque shadow suddenly appeared, probing. You, from the Black Hawk sect? Dai LV screamed, bloody murder! A ghost! Before he could say more, a bony hand clamped onto his throat. The figure slammed Dai LV against a tree, raging. Then, he cast a spell. Soul Devour! Grotesque monsters poured from his eyes and mouth. They burrowed into Dai Liv's body through every orifice. With each wave of soul absorption, Dai LV could only groan in agony. Dai LV slumped to the ground, an empty husk. After gleaning the information, the figure snarled, Ironbone clan, Jun Changxiao! Not only did you kill my beloved disciple, but you also destroyed the Black Hawk sect. I'll repay this debt 1,000-fold. He glanced at Dai Lef's empty shell. So, you also had a grudge. But you're afflicted with Soul Devour, doomed to die in agony. I'll speed things up. Though his body was paralyzed, he desperately thought, I'm dying. The revenge of the previous sect leader, my cousin's revenge. I don't want to die. Dai LV thought furiously. I can't die. With sheer willpower, he regained control. Seeing his eyes snap open, the figure hesitated for a split second. Then, a strange green light enveloped Dai Liv's limp body. Wherever the green light touched, life withered. After expelling the light, Dai LV fully regained consciousness, yawning as if waking from a nap. Seeing the weakened figure, he mused, You survived my soul devour, kid? You're not so simple after all. Dai LV finally looked up, dumbfounded, and called out, Senior. He tilted his head, staring intently, and asked with extreme suspicion, Do you have some kind of protective treasure? Or some miraculous cultivation technique? Not wanting to wait any longer, he suddenly flashed a demonic smile and offered, Let me use my soul-devouring technique to probe you more thoroughly, dear. Seeing that expression, Dai LV screamed in terror, Senior, don't kill me! But before he could finish, a new wave of soul-devouring immediately rushed to engulf his entire body. While the dude was laughing excitedly, Dai LV screamed tragically. A tragic scream suddenly echoed through the dark, dense forest. Then the scream abruptly stopped, followed by a loud thud. Just a few minutes ago he was healthy, but now he was just an empty husk, his body falling heavily to the ground. Dai LV stared blankly at the dried-up corpse before him, stammering, What? What the hell? He was so scared that tears welled up in his eyes, and he kept asking himself, How did this old geezer suddenly become a dried-up corpse? As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Lishev's eyes widened in shock at the strangeness occurring in his body. In an instant, a deep blue light suddenly burst forth and enveloped his body. When the hazy smoke cleared, Dai Lifev's powerful figure was clearly visible. He gasped for breath, trying to sense the mysteries within his body. With just one palm strike, I broke through to martial disciple level 7. Dai L5 looked at his hand, which was radiating a powerful force, and wondered, could it be? As if thinking of a possibility, Dai LV laughed joyfully. I can absorb the spiritual energy of others. Dai LV tried again with a flower, but absolutely no miracle happened this time. He complained in frustration. Why is there no more green light? Could it only appear when I'm in danger? Glancing at the person lying there, he sighed. I don't even know who this old ghost is. Maybe one of the supreme elders of the Black Eagle sect? But in consideration of him having contributed all his power to me, I'll forgive him. Dai LV stood up powerfully, straightened his clothes neatly. Not only has my cultivation increased, but it seems I've also comprehended his cultivation technique. He stomped heavily on the ground and activated the Bloodguard Steps technique. With incredible speed, he darted forward. Looking at his impressive skill, Dai LV was extremely confident. With a godly skill at this level, I'll find Jun Changxiao and get my revenge soon. But before he could get too smug, a rock under his foot shut him up. Due to the sudden loss of balance, he crashed straight into a cliff face. He groaned in pain. I'll wait until I've fully mastered it before I go and get my revenge on the Ironbone sect. At the Ironbone sect, Changxiao was reviewing documents when a guest arrived. He feigned enthusiasm and said, "What an honor, old Wei. You've actually taken the initiative to come to me for funding. Just tell me how much you want. We just got a big payout." He replied. Sect leader, the mountain of our Ironbone sect is really too ordinary. The growth rate of the second batch of medicinal herbs has decreased a lot. Wei Lao offered an idea. This old servant suggests planting more medicinal herbs with spiritual energy around them. It should be able to increase the attributes of heaven and earth somewhat, which will also be very beneficial to the disciples. Cultivation. He excitedly clapped his hands, praising. Great idea. Changxiao's eyes clearly showed the word seeking fame and fortune as he said, "Wouldn't Ironbone Mountain become a blessed land then? This sect leader fully supports your reforestation efforts." Wei Lao gave him a list, instructing, "This is a list of spiritual tree seeds that I have compiled, and they all need to be of the best quality." He nodded in agreement. "Understood. If you want to get rich, you have to plant trees first." As soon as he opened it, the scroll rolled and rolled, at least twice as long as him. Changxiao sweated and asked for clarification. "Old Wei, do I have to buy all the seeds on the list?" Lao shook his head and explained with a smile that all the seeds listed on this list needed 10,000 seeds, which meant a total of 100,000 seeds for this number of spiritual trees. "I can arrange a worm-stopping formation. Ironbone Mountain will become a land of outstanding people within 3 years. The market price for these seeds is probably around 20 million. Changxiao was suddenly flustered by his words. The Ironbone sect might have to sell everything we have. Sect leader. What do you want to choose? After a moment, he finally said, I choose. He threw all the papers behind his head, saying in a cool tone, blow the budget. The next morning at the II family, Changxiao gave him a heavy object. Esteemed family head, there are 2 million taels of silver in this ring. I hope you can help me buy 100,000 high-quality seeds. The old man hesitated and said, I can, but... The old man tried to snatch the item from his hand, but was completely powerless, so he had to say, Sect leader Jun, can you let go? Changxiao whined pitifully. This is all my accumulated wealth. If I let go, I'll go back to before. Finally, he let go of it, reluctant and teary-eyed. Take the money and go. Remember to return the empty ring to me. Now I have to start saving money again. Shang Ni couldn't help but say after seeing this scene. The next auction will really take a while. If the sect leader needs money, I have a suggestion. Pingyang County next door will hold a large-scale sect competition in half a month. He listened attentively, unable to resist the greed that arose from the sentence. I heard that the prize for first place is quite generous. Suddenly, a ding sound from the system rang out. System Elite Quest. Send a disciple to the Pingyang County competition and grab the championship. He continues. From what I know, the sects entering this time are mostly 6th or 7th tier. The strongest fighter is just a 9th grade martial apprentice. He lets out a massive sneeze, jump-scaring Shang Yi. Changxiao says with a meaningful smirk, my disciples are built different absolute units and invincible. His eyes gleam with pure vanity. Well, if they're handing out cash, I guess I'll take it. Time for Pingyang County to feel the power of poverty. He laughs like a straight-up maniac. The guy watches him and thinks, is it just me? Or is the sect leader's villain energy reaching new levels? Xing Chen asks, totally done with this. So, this is the reason you dragged me all the way to Pingyang? To be your cash cow? Changxiao clicks his abacus. Look, we're talking 100 spirit stones. It's all on you. Next month's groceries for the entire Ironbone sect depend on your performance. Xing Chen sighs. Even though it's a bit humiliating to hustle for pocket change, his eyes light up with pride. I actually don't mind the feeling of being relied on. Shang Chen asks, Sect leader, you said we're practicing movement techniques while traveling? He complains. The only one practicing is me. You're just chillin' while I do the work. White Tiger lands smoothly. Both master and mount look at him mockingly. I've got a summoning skill. If you're salty, go train your own pet. Xing Chen feels bullied. Too much. If my Imperial Jade was still with me, I'd have kicked you into next week. Xing Chen is fuming but has no choice but to follow. He grumbles. My dragon stepping move is way too fast for an unreliable leader like you to keep up anyway. The brush suddenly stops writing. He looks at them in shock. Wait, you're the Ironbone sect from Qingyang? You actually came to Pingyang for the competition? Changxiao is confused by the reaction. Is it that shocking? Xing Chen explains. Between 3rd, 6th, and 9th tier counties, Xingyang is rock bottom. Pingyang is 8th tier economy sects. Even the spiritual qi is a level above Qingyang. Shang Chen keeps grilling him. So why would they respect an 8th tier sect looking down at a bottom tier 9th tier one? Changxiao complains to the system. So not only are we the lowest tier, but we're the trashiest of the trash? System, you're a real piece of work. He continues. You can enter, but as outsiders, you're gonna get a lot of hate. Besides, the tradition here in Pingyang is chaos outside the city, and a full-on battle royale in the arena. Sarcastic voices chime in. Hear that? Someone from Qingyang actually showed up. Those low-tier bums are a total disgrace to this competition. Everyone stares at him with the same thought. Let's take this guy out first. Xing Chen sighs, his gaze turning sharp as he claps back. Just started, and I'm already getting trash-talked by actual trash? The crowd is stunned by his audacity. Kid's got a big mouth! Don't you know the rules? In this arena, anything goes as long as you don't kill him. The bell rings, and the referee shouts, match start. Suddenly, a giant with sharp eyes looms behind Xing Chen. He turns around and gives a backhanded compliment. Not bad for an 8th tier county. Even with all that extra chi, you still managed to grow a complete idiot. The giant grabs him and lifts him high, looking smug. Qingyang brat, remember the name of the man who's about to turn you into a cripple. He launches a Hishan sect move. But before the punch lands, Xing Chen counters. I'm not interested in hearing a nobody's name. He activates his power, an aura enveloping him that shocks the giant. He takes Xing Chen's hit full force, and blood starts spraying. The big guy goes down. A total KO. Xing Chen yawns. Yi Xing Chen of the Ironbone sect. All of you just come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Hearing his arrogant words, the crowd's eyes burn with rage. They charge all at once. You're asking for death, kid. One guy lunges with blade Q, but Xing Chen blocks it effortlessly. With his other hand, he turns the guy's face into a bloody mess. He follows up with a kick, making the buzzcut guy scream in agony. His foot bones were cracking like twigs, and Xing Chen was all like, with skills like yours? I don't even need to use my martial arts. Then, bam! He kicked the dude into orbit. Dude went flying, making a pretty firework display. Xing Chen's killer gaze swept the rest, a sarcastic grin plastered on his face. This grand melee is such a joke. Xing Chen's face oozed arrogance, saving time and energy, all in one go. He threw a punch, and the other dude couldn't take it, flying away from the force. He clapped mockingly. Not bad, not bad. Xing Chen, looking all kinds of sinister. Forcing me to use explosive fist. The 8th level town is seriously something else. Everyone in the stands watched Xing Chen standing amidst a mountain of barely breathing bodies, and couldn't help but be impressed. This guy's from the Qingyang County's 8th-rate sect. No one in our county can take a single hit from him and get back up. The dude couldn't believe his eyes. How the hell did their sect leader train such a monster? His eyes widened as he watched Changxiao sleeping like a log, totally oblivious. Sect leader Long Jun is so chill, he doesn't know a thing. Just sleeping away. The loud shouting jolted him awake from his sweet dream. Sect leader Changxiao groggily opened his eyes to find Xing Chen shoving a bag of goodies in his face. Sect leader, 100 spirit stones secured. He smiled at Changxiao. Let's go home. I have a ton of bros waiting to be fed. Xing Chen dumped the pile of spirit stones from the bag. The disciples swarmed, each showering him with praise. Wow, our junior brother just went out for a few days and already earned so many spirit stones? The little stick pointed to a spot on the map. Changxiao said seriously. This is why I called you all here. He pointed at the map, explaining. I've heard that the counties around ours are hosting sect competitions recently. Our sect's income is about to explode thanks to this. Everyone listened intently to Changxiao's words. Each of you is responsible for a county, with one goal. The champion's prize. If the prize isn't up to par with our sect's martial arts, then just rob them blind. Zhao Mo's eyes flashed with triumph. No problem, watch us stomp them. But Changxiao quickly shot down his idea. This is the second point I want to make. Absolutely, do not make it look too easy. Even if the opponent is trash, you have to act like it's a close fight. He asked, confused. Why? Changxiao emphasized. If I doze off for a second and Xing Chen beats hundreds of their people, Pingyang County will blacklist our sect, and we won't be able to sign up for any of their competitions in the future. Changxiao said with pride. Act natural. You learned this in acting class, remember? Making money isn't embarrassing. His eyes flashed sharply. But if anyone's itching for a beating, we don't need to hold back. Then, Changxiao yelled out the order. Set out! He sat in the middle of the main hall. After a moment of contemplation, he called out, Li Shangtian! He quickly jumped out, obediently responding, Yes. Changxiao carefully instructed. For the disciples who just left, assign 5 gold medal GU Hall members to each of them, secretly following and protecting them when needed. He nodded. Yes. He frowned seriously, saying, After all, they are going to a foreign county among their peers. I believe they are invincible, but I'm afraid some sect elders might disregard their reputation and personally interfere. Changxiao smiled gently. You are all my treasures. Don't be careless, even for a moment. Shangtian nodded. Thank you, sect leader. Bright spirit stones rained down. Xiao Mo reluctantly hugged the bag, crying crocodile tears. I didn't even get to count this petty cash. Changxiao threw a spirit stone at the little rascal, scolding. What's with the crying? Those who contribute more get more rewards. He embarrassedly scratched his hair, fake laughing. I just thought crying a bit might get the sect leader to give me extra rewards. Shang Tian landed and saluted him. Sect leader, he carefully reported everything to him. Just as you predicted, there's indeed a problem with Huayin County, where Qingyang Shixiang went. An elder from the Gishu sect, a high-ranked martial artist, ambushed Shixiang several times on the way because his disciple was defeated by Shixiang. Luckily, the Jiyu Hall guards arrived and saved him before he reached the foot of the sect's mountain. Changxiao smirked devilishly. Looks like the destruction of the Black Eagle Hall wasn't enough of a warning. Purge the heretical sects of Huayin County. He immediately cast a spell and took off. He zooms off, saying with a knowing look, "Dare to cause trouble in my territory? Let's see how many heads you've got." Their footsteps pounded frantically on the ground. Yin Long turns to look at him. "Qingyang, I've informed the sect. Reinforcements are on their way." Another voice suddenly retorts, "Just a small 8th-rate sect, and those 6 high-level martial disciples are supposed to be the elite? Of the elite?" The 4th elder stands above, observing their movements, arrogantly thinking, "Even if your sect leader brought all his disciples here, I could still take your lives." The 4th elder says smugly, "A mere 8th-rate sect. Even if your sect leader is strong, he's just an elementary martial master. You can't bridge that gap with numbers against high-level martial masters like us." He starts unleashing his moves. Purple rays begin to emanate. The feet began to break suddenly. Qingyang, sensing the situation, raises his hand and starts unleashing his palm strike. A giant hand formed by everyone to resist his attack. Mountain opening palm. When the two collide, an earth-shattering explosion occurs. Landing on the ground, he slowly approaches. "Every time I see your weird martial arts, I get so damn impatient," the 4th elder says to them with arrogance. "I wouldn't have bothered coming here just for that trash disciple. To get your martial arts, this trip is worth it." He flashes an evil grin, starting another attack. "Hand over your martial arts, and I might help you die a little faster." The smoke in front of him gradually dissipates, and he's shocked to see everyone is close. The 4th elder looks forward with bewildered eyes. Something is rushing towards him. The 4th elder quickly dodges to the side, only to see Changxiao raising his leg towards him. Changxiao grins wickedly. Not bad reaction speed. Changxiao contorts his body and jumps. He forms a tornado with terrifying power, shocking the 4th elder. Waiting for his moment of panic, Changxiao unleashes a palm strike, kicking him down. The 4th elder is plunged into the ground, with only half of his body sticking out. The 4th elder covers himself in pain. He was too shocked to speak. The 4th elder is in disbelief. "How is this possible? I'm a high-level martial master. My body can withstand nearly 10,000 pounds of force. How can I not withstand even one hit from you?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Changxiao's foot steps on his face. He smiles smugly. 10,000 pounds? I, your daddy, have been carrying more than that for days. In game terms, the normal attack. He panics, and hurriedly says, Wait, you are the sect leader of the Ironbone sect? I am the 4th elder of the Ghost Hand sect. Songzi, you can't kill me, or the Ghost Hand sect will not let you go. A cunning look appears on Changxiao's face. Spare you? Then the Ghost Hand sect will come looking for trouble. Why would I spare you? The 4th elder screams in fear. Sect leader, spare me. I am willing to hand over my soul origin, to be your servant for life. Changxiao asks, soul origin? Another new setting added? The system immediately responds, it's just that the host doesn't know enough. The system explains to him. The soul origin is a command pulse of the martial cultivator. If you grasp it, a single thought can make the soul fly away and dissipate. Changxiao's eyes show even more cunning after hearing the explanation. Then hand over your origin. If you dare to play tricks, I'll crush you to dust with one kick. The 4th elder reluctantly extracts the origin from his head. The light floats in front of Changxiao. He quickly grabs it. The light is like a liquid forming. Changxiao mutters, this feels a bit like silicon in my hand. The 4th elder anxiously reminds, Master, be gentle. He smiles contentedly. Then Songzi, you go back to the Ghost Hand sect and be an elder. If I need anything, I'll call you. He answers helplessly. Yes, Master. Changxiao urges, go home and eat. Toot Toot has to wait for Qingyang to get home before eating. Suddenly there is a earth-shattering shout. Changxiao suddenly gets angry. He scolds the system in his heart. System, if I had handled those opponents before and controlled their soul origins, wouldn't I have a super strong squad? I'm missing out. The system replies. Are you willing to contribute your own soul origin? It is just a minority in an infinitely small number. The system's question makes him pause. Besides, has the host forgotten that saying? The system reminds. Going dark makes you 10x stronger. Going white makes you 3x weaker. Changxiao is disappointed, not expecting that he could not refute. He sadly realizes, I should just stick to raising disciples. The system announces. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Wei Mingkong earned 100 contribution points. Contribution points 1051,000. Sect contribution value exceeded. Changxiao stared at the screen, a smug grin spreading across his face. Not bad, not bad. Just wanted some contribution points. And I rolled a new divine eye. The system displayed a message. Egg incubator. Description. Just provide enough core energy and you can hatch any kind of egg, especially beast eggs from high martial worlds. Bonus. After hatching, the newborn beast will automatically form a contract with the host. Special effect. During incubation, there's a chance for the beast to mutate, greatly increasing its strength. Bird Beast chimed in excitedly. So, my fire dragon egg could mutate? He replied to the bird beast. It's this design. Why do I get the feeling my wallet's about to get violated? He held the beast egg in his hand. The bird beast raised its hand and absorbed the ferocious beast egg. Buying something? Nah. Just fill it with the corresponding core energy. Changxiao frowned. Do you have to say everything on your mind? The bird beast chuckled. Hatching this fire dragon egg requires 10 top-grade core stones. Not bad, not bad. Unlike the pay-to-win garbage games from my past life. Changxiao grabbed its hand excitedly. Then it settled. His face was filled with joy. Fire dragon beast. It looked at Changxiao and responded with a smile. He asked curiously, why isn't it hatching? Glitch in the matrix? A signal appeared above it. Egg incubation requires up to 15 days. Mutation rate, 1/100th. Changxiao's face changed, a little worried. Mutation rate is only 1%? Even if I'm lucky, there's no way I can get the fire dragon beast to mutate with that, right? The bird beast replied. Want to increase the success rate of mutation? Changxiao was stunned. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? It continued to urge. Buy stuff. Young man, adding core energy during the incubation process can increase the mutation rate. Changxiao was haunted by its voice. You can't become a big shot without spending money. A mutated fire dragon beast will be OP as hell. Only when you start wailing will you truly feel the joy of spending. If you don't get it to 100%, even if you throw in a bunch of stuff, the rate is 0. He held a stack of red stones in his hand, his eyes shining. Let's gamble! My ride's gonna become a motorcycle. System notification. Mutation rate. 3/100th. Changxiao's face froze. He raised his hand and clutched his chest in dismay. 50 mid-grade core stones only increased it by 2 points? Are you robbing me? The bird beast quickly replied. I wouldn't swindle a kid. Besides, if you give up now, wouldn't everything you put in before be wasted? He grabbed the bag and poured it into its hand. Notification. Mutation rate. 8/100th. Changxiao continued to pour out the entire bag of stones. System. Mutation rate. 22/100th. His face went blank as he handed it the whole rock. System. Mutation rate. 72/100th. He unconsciously touched his pocket. Empty. Nothing left. System notification. Mutation rate. 85/100th. Changxiao collapsed to the ground, screaming, It's over! It's all gone! I don't have a single core stone left. Suddenly, Lu Qi's voice came from behind. Sect leader! A major event has occurred in Heyang County. Having just received the news, Lu Qi rushed in with momentum. Xiao Zui won the championship of the Sect competition and is on his way back when he was ambushed by several experts in the forest. Among them, she frowned, there are martial Sect powerhouses. The Sect leader, who was calmly meditating, replied. Heyang County is at least 1,000 miles away from Qingyang County, and it usually takes at least 2 or 3 days to travel. Summon the Jiwu Hall members and follow me to Heyang County to rescue him. We must arrive before nightfall. He smirked. Since they've brought the money to our door, we must treat them well. In the forest behind the mountain, Zuiji was bandaging the wound on his hand. He sat on a tree and thought. The situation isn't optimistic. Luckily, I brought my hunting rifle. A voice echoed outside. Kid, you're surrounded in the valley. Give up resisting. He sat on the tree, holding his gun, still silent when he heard the voice. Obediently hand over the divine might firearm, and you might save your life. The third elder and his disciples stood below. The disciple shouted. Liao's sect leader is a martial sect expert, and you, a small martial apprentice, can't escape. You used hidden weapons to kill many of our people. If we catch you, there will be a big reward of 8 silvers. Suddenly he was shot backwards. The third elder gritted his teeth. Easily killed a peak martial apprentice. I must have this divine weapon. Zuiji jumped down from the high branch. He ran with the gun, leaping from one side to the other. His feet landed on a branch. He stood firmly on the branch, holding the gun tightly, aiming. Zuiji placed his index finger on the gun, squinting his eyes. The valley was not large. Although he kept eliminating enemies, their encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. I wonder if the sect leader has received the news. A flash of fire appeared in his eyes. They're quite sensitive, killing one person with a shot and then changing hiding places. But to strike at such close range, catching you, is a piece of cake for me. The space was silent. Zuiji raised his gun and pulled the trigger. But unfortunately he fell from above, lying motionless. The ground cracked as if shattered. Third elder struts in. That punch packed at least 100,000 yun of force. He crosses his arms, smirking. And you're still standing? What the hell? From the rubble, Zuiji plants his gun, voice strained. Don't underestimate me. He looks up, blood dripping from his nose. Third elder stomps the ground. Gotta see what you're made of. He lunges at Zuiji like lightning. Let's see how much punishment an ironbone disciple can actually tank. A single palm strike from the third elder sends him flying. Zuiji furrows his brows. bracing his entire body. He digs his heel into the ground to keep himself from being knocked flat. Zuiji stands tall, muttering to himself. 3 bones snapped. This Qishan sect leader is a second-grade martial sect. My sniper rifle is useless now, might as well put it away. The third elder eyes him. Surviving 2 of my hits and still standing? You're actually a decent seed. He raises his hand with a smirk. I'll give you a chance. Quit the Ironbone sect and join our Qishan sect, and I'll let you live. Blood leaks from the corner of Zuiji's mouth, but his eyes are pure defiance. I'm Ironbone in life, and I'll be an Ironbone ghost in death. Purple chi radiates from third elder. He snarls. Turn down an offer from a 5th-rate sect without a second thought? Whatever. I'm more interested in that divine might fire gun of yours anyway. Zuiji makes a move. A blue barrier appears around him, forming seals. He thinks. Gotta stall. Wait for the sect leader to reinforce. Lightning fast, he attacks. Zuiji uses the barrier to suppress third elder. Zuiji raises an arm to defend, shocked to see his afterimage. Third elder's already behind him, whispering in his ear. Even the most refined martial skills crumble before absolute power. He palms Zuiji in the back. The sneak attack makes him cough up blood, teeth gritted. All you are is trash. Third elder throws a punch, sending him sky high. The punch leaves Zuiji battered and bruised, ribs probably broken. Third elder presses his advantage. He delivers a decisive blow, leaving Zuiji motionless in the rubble, blood spraying like a rainbow. Zuiji lies on the pile of rocks, head tilted back. He smiles faintly. Sect leader, I'll have to repay your kindness in the next life. His body goes limp on the pile of rocks. Zuiji looks up at the sky, eyes welling up. He still hasn't had enough good food, still kinda misses those muscle rubs from the massage parlor. Suddenly, something sparks in his eyes. He sees people rushing towards him from above. His eyes blaze. He involuntarily screams, "No!" Something red erupts from the rubble. Dark clouds gather in the sky, thunder cracks, and third elder freezes. Luo Chu and Xing Yang are dumbfounded. The disciples behind whisper, Sect leader, why did you stop? Changxiao growls. Next, I have to go full speed to catch up there. You follow behind. Only one mission, kill all those surrounding my people. He frowns, eyes full of resentment, teeth clenched, not letting one go. His eyes burn with hatred. I want them all to be buried with them. All the disciples died, all the people of the sect except one. The ground cracks and shatters. The third elder rushes over. That punch just now weighed about 100,000 Van. He crosses his arms, grinning like a Chad. You can still get up after that. Awesome. From within the rubble, Zuichi props his gun up, growling, Don't underestimate me. He looks up, blood streaming from his nose. The third elder stomps his foot. I want to learn something. He attacks Zuichi with lightning speed. Just how much can a disciples of the Tiesha sect take? The third elder's palm sends him flying. Zuichi furrows his brow, tensing his body, digging his heels in to keep from falling. Zuichi stands tall, muttering, 3 bones are already broken. This Qishan sect's sect leader is supposedly a rank 2 martial grandmaster. The sniper rifle is useless now. Gotta put it away. The third elder eyes him. To withstand 2 of my punches and still stand, not a bad seed. He raises his hand, a grin spreading across his face. I'll give you a chance to leave the Tiesha sect and join the Qishan sect. I can spare your life. Blood trickles from Zuichi's mouth, but his eyes are fiercely resistant. I live as a member of the Tiesha sect. I'll be a ghost of the Tiesha sect in death. Purple spiritual energy radiates around the third elder, he snarls. To reject an invitation from a 5th-rate sect without a second thought. Well, whatever. I'm more interested in the power of the fire gun in your hands anyway. Zuichi casts a technique. A blue barrier appears around him. It's the kanji seal. He thinks to himself. The main thing now is to stall. Wait for the sect leader to arrive for support. Fast as lightning, he rushes to attack. Zuichi uses the barrier to suppress the third elder. Zuichi raises his arm to block, stunned to see a phantom of him. The third elder circles behind him, whispering in his ear. No matter how exquisite your martial skills, you're nothing before absolute power. He slams a palm into Zuichi's back. Ambushed from behind, he coughs up blood, gritting his teeth. You're all trash! The third elder swings, punching him into the air. His punch leaves Zuichi battered and bruised all over. Right rib is broken. The third elder presses his advantage. He rushes forward, delivering a decisive blow that leaves Zuichi motionless in the rubble. Blood sprays out like a rainbow. Zuichi lies on the rubble, his head tilted back. He smiles weakly. Sect leader, I can only repay your kindness in the next life. His body goes limp on the rubble. Zuichi looks up at the sky, his eyes tearing up. I still haven't had enough good food. I still miss the feeling of a massage in the muscle massage parlor. Suddenly, something compels him from his gaze. He sees people rushing down from above, his eyes blazing. He involuntarily shouts, No! Something red erupts from the rubble. Dark clouds gather in the sky. Lightning rips through the heavens. Suddenly, the third elder stops dead in his tracks. Luo Chu and Xing Yang are bewildered, not understanding what's happening. The disciples behind them whisper. Sect leader, why did you stop? Changxiao growls. Next, I must rush there at full speed. You follow behind, with only one mission. Slaughter everyone surrounding my people. He frowns. his eyes filled with fury, grinding his teeth. Don't let a single one escape. His eyes burn with hatred. I want them all buried alive. All disciples who died in battle. Except for one member of the sect. The sky turns pitch black. The thunder rumbles deafeningly. A pool of bright red blood on the shattered ground. Zuichi is severely injured, his face still stained with blood as he lies on the ground, his eyes vacant as he looks ahead, his mouth still mumbling. Qin-Li. Shitty. No freaking way. Qin-Li just ate a fatal blow to the chest for Zuiji, and the others are straight up clamping down on that third elder. Dude's coughing up blood but still manages to tell Zuiji, "Bro, you're the freaking defense of our sect. You can't fall here." Third elder's cackling like a maniac. "These guys are assassins, for real. Super sneaky, I didn't even notice them before they made their move." Holy SHT, he just flicks his hand and sends Qin-Li and the other bros flying. Well, at least you won't be lonely in hell having your bros with you. Qin-Li slams into the ground, blood just pouring from that chest wound. Ouch. Zuiji slowly sits up, staring at his bros with a blank look, muttering, "Brothers?" Then his eyes snap open and he roars, "I'll make you pay with your life!" Zuiji instantly knees him in the face, straight up charging. Third elder's like, "Wait, hold up. Your bones are basically dust, and you're still trying to fight? Whew, guess I underestimated you. But if I can't control you, I sure as hell can't let you live." Dude's pissed and throws a punch, but third elder just smirks like, "LOL. You thought?" They both throw punches, and the impact is so huge it shatters everything around them. Zuiji gets rocked by the punch too. Looks like his blood vessels are exploding, blood everywhere. But Zuiji doesn't give a damn, pulls back his arm and unleashes a flurry of palm strikes. Huge explosion. And they both jump back. Third elder's all, "Dude, are you even feeling this? Your arm is basically broken, and you're still using martial arts." Zuiji's arm is covered in blood, but he's still standing his ground, not giving up. What a Chad. Looks like he's lost it. Eyes glazed over, muttering, "Kill, kill, kill." Then he charges again like a freaking rocket. Third elder's just chillin', smirking. "If you were a top-tier martial master instead of just a martial disciple, I might actually get hurt." Then he raises his hand with an evil grin. "Let me show you the real power of a true martial sect expert." Just a wave of his hand and the ki blasts out, shattering the ground in front of him. Martial sect guys can control some of the power of the world, damn. Zuiji's pinned. Can't move under all that rubble. Third elder's gloating. "You've got talent and willpower, but this is where you end. And your bros are pinned too. Like some invisible force is crushing them. These guys are all super talented. Ironbone's sect is just a trash sect, but it's full of geniuses." Third elder keeps roasting them. But Ironbone's sect is carrying a treasure they can't protect, so this is the end for you all. Suddenly, Zuiji looks up and screams, "Sect leader!" Third elder jumps, and a figure suddenly appears in front of him, saying, "Zuiji, I'm late." Zuiji's tearing up, calling out, "Sect leader!" He just loses it, and starts crying. "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect the brothers." Changxiao grabs his blade and tells Zuiji, "I'm here to avenge you guys." Third elder points at him, taunting, "You're the Ironbone sect leader, right? Your spiritual energy is just martial master level. Big talk about getting revenge, looks like you're just here to die with your disciples." Changxiao calmly replies, "I've been thinking the whole way here. How should I deal with you?" He raises his blade and says, "And I've figured it out. I want you." The aura around Changxiao is going crazy. He turns, staring at him like a madman. "Ling Qi." The purple energy is being gathered into Third Elder, he said with emotion. "Even though you are only a martial artist, the aura emanating from you has made me look at you differently." His fist instantly creates a powerful ball of power. "You can force a second-grade martial artist like me to attack with all my strength. You should be proud of yourself." Then the hands of Third Elder look like two chimes, grinding all the rocks under their feet. Third Elder's face is ecstatic, still mocking. "Changxiao, daring to appear in front of me to protect your disciples, I admire you as a man, and I will let you die a little faster." Changxiao is still standing calmly, waiting for him. At an astonishing speed, Third Elder rushed over with interest. He turned his back to him, blocking Zuiji. Suddenly sensing it, Changxiao turned to look at Third Elder, and he immediately raised his hand. The talisman glows, then shatters. The whole forest went kaboom with a massive explosion. Changxiao blocks his attack with one hand, the impact blasts everything around. He casually crushes the Third Elder's power orb like it's nothing. Dude's sweating bullets, channeling all his power, but still gotta be cocky. "Didn't think you could block 300,000 jins of force with one hand. You're stronger than I thought." Third Elder, still smirking, throws another move. "See if you can handle this second palm strike." But before he can even finish, his arm gets lopped off out of nowhere. Changxiao just turns his back, doesn't even give a damn. He rushes to Qin-Li, touching him all worried. "Qin-Li, sorry, your boy's late." Changxiao's kneeling, apologizing to him. What a simp. But this Third Elder ain't given up, still charging like a madman. "You cut off my arm, I'll make you die a horrible death." Changxiao turns around, pissed, plants his foot hard on the ground, then just slices him horizontally with his blade. Red blood sprays everywhere. Third Elder's freaking out. "I'm a freaking martial overlord, and I'm getting sliced by some martial master with a knife?" Changxiao says coldly. "You're just a martial overlord." Tears streaming down, Changxiao glares at him with hatred. "You dare hurt my man?" Then bam! Knee strike incoming. He slams his knee into the dude's face, sending third elder's jaw flying. Not stopping there, Changxiao raises his blade straight at him. The blade whizzes through the air at insane speed, then chops off third elder's other arm. Dude's drenched in sweat but still gotta run his mouth. You missed! Without your fancy weapon, I could kick your ass, even with just my legs. Changxiao just stands there, mocking him. Missed? I'm gonna beat you, cut you into pieces. With that, Changxiao leaps forward like a rocket. Third elder still manages to conjure a power orb with his leg, taunting him. You're just asking for death. He pours his power into it, the orb getting bigger and bigger. And Changxiao just charges straight in, head on. Changxiao throws a punch straight into the orb. His eyes are cold and locked on. Third elder's still smirking. Charge right in and get disintegrated by my spiritual energy. But Changxiao's fist breaks right through. Third elder's jaw drops. I can only use my feet to block his incoming attack. Changxiao's clothes and hair are flying in the wind, like he just finished some epic move. Someone slams their hand on the ground, sending pebbles flying everywhere. Changxiao and third elder are locked in combat, both with insane power. He raises his leg for an attack, face full of rage. Changxiao's just as strong, blocks it with his hand. Sparks fly from his hand. Changxiao strikes him right in the gut, catching him off guard and spitting blood. He says softly. Violent burst kick. Xinlai's favorite move. Elder's eyes roll back, soul leaving his body from that attack. He doesn't stop, keeps landing blows on his face, eyes looking terrifying. Changxiao seized the moment, unleashing a flurry of attacks like a machine. He paused, stomping his foot so hard that the ground erupted. He finished with a punch that sent the elder flying. The elder flew hundreds of meters before stopping. He slammed his head into the ground, and silence fell. He raised his blade heroically, his face dark, and said softly, Qin Li. He looked down, a pensive look in his eyes. Let's go home. The scene shifted to a peaceful setting, a voice saying, Wei Lao said, this place will be the most spiritual place in our sect in the future. Zuiji sat next to his brother's grave, sharing unspoken words of longing. Duo said, these are the vegetables you loved. I'll bring them to you often from now on. He felt guilty, his eyes looking into the distance. As brothers, I've failed, letting you shield me. I've implicated you. He looked up at the sky, his face full of determination, his eyes filled with loneliness. Shidi, for an unlucky person like you, I will continue to live well, will strive to become stronger, use my life to protect the Iron Bone sect, protect my fellow disciples. Amidst the vast scenery, the surrounding ancient trees, the boundless sky, Zuiji promised his brother a sincere vow. Qin Shidi, just rest here. Witness the Iron Bone sect gradually grow stronger, step by step, becoming the strongest sect. I don't know if you'll be like what the headmaster predicted. Spiritual energy will gradually gather, becoming a spirit monster. He poured the wine he was holding onto the ground. If that's true, let's have another drink together then. The wine poured out, spilling onto the floor. Changxiao was sitting, chugging bottles of wine, surrounded by empty ones. Tian slowly entered from the door, looking at him sitting gloomily. Changxiao's face was flushed with alcohol, his eyes indifferently looking at her as he said with a depressed voice, Tian, if you're here to tell me that you're dead and can't be revived, don't bother. He sat on the chair, dejectedly holding a glass of wine, his face sadly lamenting to her, his words full of regret. If I hadn't stubbornly wanted to earn some spiritual stones, if I hadn't underestimated their unwavering will to resist. He was about to down another glass of wine. If I hadn't been a step late. Tian stepped forward, her face darkening, and immediately knocked the glass out of his hand, stunning Changxiao. She took it and put it all in her mouth. Even though it was a little uncomfortable, she still drank it. He sat there looking at her, his face speechless. Tian strongly repeated his previous words. Hall Master Li once told me that when she trains the disciples of the Jiwu Hall, she will teach them to understand the top rule. She stood firmly in front of him, speaking clearly and decisively. As a true assassin, when the strength between the enemy and us is too great, you must immediately hide and find an opportunity to escape. Tian softened her voice, persuading and comforting him with convincing words. But when he rushed out, his identity was no longer an assassin, but a member of the Iron Bone sect. He was protecting the Iron Bone sect, protecting everything that you established for us. Her voice still echoed, while he silently listened in contemplation. She gently placed her hand on his cheek, which was about to tear up, soothingly. I still remember one of your sayings. Dignity is only on the tip of the sword. He suddenly realized something. Tian hugged him, stroking his head. You are the person I care about. Today we mourn for Qin Shidi. He bit his lip and cried miserably, finally releasing his feelings. Tian's voice became firmer. Tomorrow, we will continue to strive for the growth and dignity of the Iron Bone sect, never shedding tears because of our own weakness again. He cried and spoke, tears falling to the floor. Tian, it's bright noon outside, signaling that everything will be all right. Thank you. Changxiao was writing the names of the disciples on the straw dolls. The current 7 inner disciples have gone through several rounds of assessment to improve their aptitude. Except for Tianqi, they have all reached the level of top-grade aptitude. He opened his eyes with a satisfied smile, continuing to plan for the future. Next, I should open a small kitchen specifically for Tianqi, otherwise it will not be good for the child's healthy psychological development. Moreover, new inner disciples should also be selected from among the outer disciples. He thought of the 2 disciples he had the highest expectations for. The 2 of them appeared mighty and brave. Currently, among the outer disciples, Long Xiang and Yang Yuhua are the most outstanding. It is said that this Long is also a large family. Suddenly there was a sound. He turned around, his eyes full of vigilance. The shape of a penguin was emitting smoke from its body. The 15th has arrived. Today is the day the egg hatches. A golden egg appeared, with white patterns on it. The egg began to crack gradually. He stood in front of it, clasping his hands in extremely earnest and sincere prayer. It must mutate. It must mutate. He frantically watched the egg suddenly fly up, emitting an alluring and weak light, all white smoke. He was utterly shocked when he looked at it, his eyes widening in surprise. He awkwardly looked at the broken egg. Where is my fire dragon beast? Where is my mutation? You mutated into 6 for me? Suddenly, the remaining eggshell shattered into hundreds of pieces. A giant dragon appeared. Flexing its power like that froze him in place. He recognized that vibe. His eyes lit up with excitement. Oops, too loud, a voice called out. Sect leader Zhao Mo and Li Fei stared at the dragon, unimpressed. This is your divine dragon? He laughed, super proud of his new dragon. Isn't it obvious? Look at that majesty. Those claws. The divine dragon showed off its paws, sharp and shiny, its head and horns sparkling as Changxiao spoke. Those horns are so majestic. Zhao Mo cautiously approached, commenting hesitantly. It is kinda cute, I guess, he said, touching the dragon with a dismissive tone. But it's so tiny. He pointed at it, scoffing. With that body, I believe it's a mutated lizard. As if understanding, the dragon bit him, but he just treated it like child's play. You wanna bite me, you little runt? He yelled, feigning pain. The divine dragon slammed him to the ground, thrilled, and started breathing fire to show off. Tiny body, but those flames ain't no joke. Burned 7 portions. Awesome, he shouted, while Zhao Mo was blasted, face all black, hair all frizzy. It's a mutated dragon beast, real name Fire Dragon, nickname Little Dragon, and it hates being called a lizard, Changxiao confirmed, and it smartly jumped onto him. My 3rd beast pact, a voice called out, making them freeze. Lil lizard, your food's here! The divine dragon turned around, face twisted with anger, eyes blazing. Suddenly, its expression changed, eyes sparkling like diamonds. It turned out to be Wancher bringing it food. A steaming roasted pig appeared. Okay, Lil lizard, that tickles. The 3 of them thought the same thing, so it's not that it dislikes that name, it just doesn't like guys. Changxiao doubted the dragon's appetite. Little dragon's still growing. That pig you prepared seems a bit too big. She didn't care, asking the divine dragon, Lil, lizard, or rather, little dragon. You got a big appetite, right? The divine dragon devoured the whole pig in one go, and his eyes widened in disbelief. See? She said calmly. It finished it all. And Changxiao was still trying to process what just happened. He wondered. What the hell just happened? Did it even chew? Is my pet a dragon or a house cat? She looked at the dragon adoringly, asking, Lil, dragon still hungry? Want big sis to get you more? He zoned out, thinking about how much it'd cost to feed this divine dragon. At this rate, it's not even a question of whether he can afford it anymore. Even his immortal firmament sword might not be enough to fill its belly. His face was grim, a thought flashing through his mind. Is it too late to shove it back into the egg? At lunchtime, everyone was excitedly gathered in the dining hall. Let's eat! The 2 junior disciples eagerly looked at the spread, drooling. What a feast! But before they could grab their chopsticks, a gust of wind swept through, and all the food vanished, leaving only empty plates. They were dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. What the hell was that? It zoomed by, and where's my meat? Why is there only vegetables left? Everyone else was in the same boat, that strange wind cleaning out everything in its path. What is this sorcery? Where's my meat? Not even the skin was spared. Zhao Mo smugly held a chicken drumstick in his hand. Lucky I secretly stashed one, but before he could take a bite, something zoomed by, and the drumstick in his hand was now just a bone. His face contorted, eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhao Mo and all the other junior disciples went berserk, chasing after the food thief. Little dragon, you've gone too far. It's been 3 days, and we haven't even had a sliver of meat. They chased the little dragon out of the manor gates. We swear we'll fight to the death for our right to eat meat. The little dragon quickly flew to Changxiao, who had just returned to the manor with supplies. Everyone started snitching. Sect leader, you're finally back. Changxiao scolded. What's with all the fuss? So what if the little dragon stole some meat? Changxiao's nonchalant face looked down on his disciples with disdain. I've filled my spatial ring with tons of meat, plus this big bag. Over 10 million tons. Making such a commotion over a bit of food will embarrass our Ironbone sect. But Zhao Mo pointed, stunned. That, sect leader, unbelievably. The little dragon swallowed the entire bag in one gulp, to the point of bloating itself. After eating, it even jumped onto Changxiao's shoulder and started licking him, shocking him. Couldn't hold back anymore and went on a rant. You eat so much every day, but you don't seem to grow at all. You're gonna bankrupt me. That meat bun was over 1,000 taels of silver, and you even swallowed the wrapper. Zhao Mo desperately hugged his leg to stop him. Sect leader, calm down! Breaking it will only make us sadder. The little dragon innocently chirped back. Bao Chengxiao was furious. He went berserk and turned into a villain, chasing after the little dragon. You're deliberately asking for a beating, aren't you? They chased each other from the ground to the rooftops. Wait till I catch you. I'll give you the beating of your life. At that moment, a delicious, tempting chicken drumstick appeared. The little dragon spotted it and started drooling. It zoomed towards Tian Tian. She raised her hand towards the little dragon, unleashing a freeze-in-place attack. The little dragon was instantly frozen solid and plummeted to the ground before he could even yawn. Tian Tian looked down and scolded. You dare steal food that's already in my mouth? You're just as bad as your master. At the same time, Chengxiao appeared and grabbed the little dragon. Gotcha! He pointed at Tian Tian and lectured the little dragon. You dare steal her food? Do you have a death wish? Listen up, my allowance is in her hands. If we offend her, we won't have any meat to eat and we'll be sleeping in the living room. Instantly, a wave of icy aura erupted, freezing Changxiao in place. Tian Tian looked at him mockingly. Talking nonsense with your slick tongue, then casually continued her meal, saying, half of this month's allowance is confiscated. A moment later, the ice melted. Changxiao sighed. Why is it so limp? Did it break from being frozen? Tian Tian was puzzled. How could it? I was very gentle. He pouted and complained. Look, it's not even working anymore. It's probably broken. Our future kids won't be able to ride it. Hearing that, she didn't hesitate to punch him, giving him a huge bump on the head. Then Tian Tian explained, I saw in ancient texts that this state is very similar to evolutionary sleep. Chengxiao was surprised. Evolutionary sleep? She continued to explain. Some special fierce beasts of the starry sky continent will fall into a state of periodic deep sleep. During this deep sleep, the fierce beasts will comprehend the world and increase their strength. This is called evolutionary sleep. His face went blank when he heard Tian Tian's words. Sect leader, your long worm is about to become a real dragon. Then Chengxiao hesitantly called out, Tian Tian. But he was immediately teased. Are you trying to flirt with me? Chengxiao fiddled with the dragon in frustration and asked the system. System, how long does the little dragon's evolutionary sleep take? Probably about 3 to 5 months. He froze when he heard the long-term answer. Or 300 to 500 years. He thought of the image of the big dragon wrapping around everything and said, looks like my dream of a guardian beast for the sect will have to be passed down to my great-great-great-grandchildren. Changxiao tearfully locked the little dragon in the safe. I'll put the little dragon away and treat it as a family heirloom. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke erupted from behind, startling him. It was Duo-Du, with a supersized food bowl on her head, running towards him with bright eyes that made him feel chills. Sect leader, my experimental dish is a success. She placed the seemingly poisoned bowl on the table, excited. I've created a dish that can increase strength in a short period of time. Changxiao's face darkened in despair and helplessness, but Duo-Du was still very excited. Duo-Du, I didn't expect you to be able to make such a dark dish with your skills. Are you sure this dish can increase strength? Sect leader, try it quickly. Changxiao picked up a piece. A strange smell wafted out, and he cautiously put it in his mouth. Changxiao's eyes suddenly lit up with fire. He slammed his hand on the table heroically, his whole body exuding a powerful aura. Changxiao picked up the bowl of food and quickly shoved it into his stomach. His muscles bulged, tearing his clothes. He swung his hand to test the move, and a burst of smoke was released. The move hit Ye Mo, who was passing by, but he was still full of energy, and shouted loudly, his whole body full of strength. From the perspective of the power of this lightning-fast punch, the strength has increased by at least 20%. Chengxiao looked at his muscles and praised Duo-Du. Even the system was surprised. Just one bowl of rice can increase strength by more than 2,000. That's really amazing. You really created a treasure. It's great. The experiment is a success. Hearing the foreshadowing, Chengxiao immediately lost interest and turned to ask her. Duo-Du said without hesitation. Experiment, that's right. Before, I only fed it to the mice in the kitchen. Today is the first time I've fed it to a human. His eyes almost popped out in shock. The news hit him like a goddamn lightning bolt. His face turned pale, and he even let out some freaky noises. Then he just zooms off somewhere, leaving Dodo confused AF. Dodo, assassinate the sect leader? You're gonna pay for this. Still a fail. Those little rat bastards even had the runs for 2 whole months. Guess the sect leader being OP will sort things out. Later, Changxiao's shadow lurks near the tower. Turns out the sect leader spent a month chilling in the toilet. Apart from Dodo being banned from inventing any more culinary monstrosities, everything in the Ironbone sect was business as usual, except for the system panel showing everyone's stats. On the Ironbone battle power ranking voted by the disciples, the sect leader dropped a spot. That morning, he called up the system. He leans back casually, poking at the system panel and begging, have mercy, I'm in a tight spot here. Let me scan for some new god-tier items. The system pops up, looking pissed, and Changxiao reluctantly agrees. Didn't you already scan 2 powerful cultivation methods? All I can say is those techniques had a serious, kick me, sign on their backs. This time it's a book, The Soaring Cloud Steps, a martial arts footwork technique created by some unknown powerhouse. It's super insightful, one leap can send you flying, 10 zang. It's one of those must-have, top-tier movement skills. The system's explanation gets him hyped. He's staring wide-eyed, imagining the possibilities. No flaws at all. High-grade beginner footwork. It can even let you master the art of controlling the air, I know. But this cultivation method, stepping on your left foot to lift your right? Let's not even get into whether Brother Ninggu approves. Isn't this Zhang Zhenren's signature light footwork? He closes the book, already dreaming of the future. This high-grade intermediate mental cultivation method, basic sound transmission, is comparable to 1,000-mile sound transmission. The Iron Bones sect can start a gossip club. He clicks excitedly, let's pick some more useful stuff. Something appears on the screen that makes Changxiao satisfied. This is exactly what I need right now. On the screen is the text, middle-grade pill healing palm. This is an upgraded version of the low-grade pill healing palm, capable of rapidly healing martial artists and martial grandmasters. Changxiao stares at it for a long time, thinking, the safety of the disciples is more guaranteed, and I could also auction it off for a higher price, attracting more high-level forces. The only problem is, I've never even heard of these 8 medicinal ingredients, and after buying it, I'll only have 5 contribution points left. Finally, he decides, screw it, I'll earn the points back after promoting it. I should let the disciples broaden their horizons with these 2 new sect martial arts first. No sooner said than done, he immediately broadcasts the announcement. Everyone, gather in the main hall. This master has new sect martial arts to impart to you. Everyone can hear him no matter where they are. Of course, this sound transmission technique is one of the secret arts I'm passing on to you all. One of the sect members wonders in surprise, huh? Why is the sect leader's voice echoing in my head? How is that possible? He thinks in frustration. In my past life, I only managed to condense spiritual power and transmit my soul when I reached the martial king level. The sect leader is letting a martial apprentice like me grasp it? My past life was a waste of cultivation. The crowd below asks each other, hey, where's the sect leader? Didn't he say to gather here? He orders all sect members to listen immediately. Kids, look up! Changxiao stands on the highest point of the tower and shouts, today, this master will teach you the ultimate running technique. He steps into the air, plummeting down like a gust of wind. The sect members are terrified. Even a martial master would be severely injured from this height. Changxiao flashes a wicked grin, Newton suppression version. He stomps his foot in midair, blasting off and soaring high into the sky, leaving a cloud of smoke for the students to choke on. From the rooftop, someone keeps jumping back and forth, so fast that their figure can barely be seen. The disciples follow curiously. Little Mo says, is the sect leader's life sign the 5 elements of a dung beetle? Little Mo turns to ask Ye Jingchen. Junior brother Ye, share your thoughts comparing the sect leader's drunken dragon steps to this footwork. Xingchen, still watching, replies, as painful as it is to admit, mine is trash. Suddenly, Changxiao unexpectedly crashes down to earth from above. He flashes a strange smile, commanding, all Ironbone sect members, listen up. Training begins. The entire Ironbone sect starts buzzing more than ever before. After a few impressive jumps from rooftop to rooftop, Shangtian also lands. Soaring cloud steps and sound transmission are definitely tailor-made for the ritual hall. Soaring cloud steps can not only unexpectedly change positions in the air, but the speed is also double that of the ghostly steps. Shangtian suddenly remembers his senior brother asking, Junior brother Shangtian, do you want to have lunch with me? At that time, he enthusiastically agreed. After Zhao Long hibernated, the kitchen had hope again. Little Mo is lying lazily, complaining, my dear senior brothers, get me a lunch portion. I want stir-fried beef with water spinach. The two glance at each other and shout in unison, get lost. Cut to Jun Changxiao, sitting alone on a green lawn. At this moment, someone's footsteps approach. Sect leader, why are you sitting here alone? It's Xing Yang who arrives, standing next to Changxiao. He rests his chin on his hand, looking into the distance. After learning the soaring cloud steps, our sect disciples are like Spider-Man, jumping all over the place. Only this hillside is quiet. The system announces that he only has 5 contribution points left. Changxiao stares blankly at the system and sighs. It's been a while since I recruited new disciples. No new people means no contribution points. Xing Yang is also wealthy in Xingyang City and Huyang City. The teenagers who have just come of age have either been recruited by other sects or are people who don't even have low-level spiritual roots. If the sect leader wants to recruit new disciples, he must start taking action in the 8 major cities around Xingyang Prefecture. Hearing Yang Qing's plan, Changxiao immediately perks up. He excitedly says, that makes sense. Then let's immediately go to other cities to advertise. Xingyang, go call Zuiji and a few other disciples to prepare a bit. Tomorrow we'll go to Linyang City. That will be the starting point for the new recruitment. And why Liang City? Changxiao smirked. Because it's where Zuiji was yeeted from. Xiao family's loss, Changxiao's gain. He's already at the gates of Liang City. Changxiao tells Zuiji, Zuiji, today's your time to shine. Put on a good show, don't disappoint me. He replies, no problem fam. Suddenly, he's all surprised. Someone's coming. Who could make Changxiao this shocked? It's none other than Liang City's City Lord Ao, with 2 masked guards flanking him. He greets him with a super enthusiastic smile. Sect Leader Jun, you've traveled so far. Ao couldn't welcome you sooner, hope you don't mind. Changxiao returns the pleasantries. City Lord Atao is too kind, your personal welcome is already giving Jun a lot of face. He laughs heartily, exchanging some social niceties. You're too kind. Sect Leader Jun has been leading the immortal sect to crush strong enemies, and even had his disciples sweep all the martial arts tournament championships in Pingyang and Heiyang. He's getting extra friendly, showering Changxiao with praise. Such a talented young sect leader will definitely achieve great things. May I be so bold as to call you Old Bro Jun? Changxiao maintains his polite demeanor. Old Bro Ao is too kind, Zuiji silently observes. City Lord Alo never acted this chummy with anyone before, especially not with powerful figures. He seems to get it. Without even realizing it, the sect leader has grown the immortal sect to this level. Even the city lord is offering gifts, even personally welcoming us. Keep in mind, this is the kind of treatment that only 5th-rate sects receive. Changxiao smiles at him, hinting, Old Bro Ao, as I mentioned in my previous letter, I hope the immortal sect can recruit some new disciples in your Liang City. City Lord Ao keeps the smile plastered on his face. Of course this is very beneficial for Liang City, I must fully support it. Only, he leans in close to Changxiao's ear with a serious expression. Liang City has an agreement with Qin, the alliance leader, that the youth in the city can only join sects under the 100 Sect Alliance banner, and my Alayo family has some connections with the Hanoki sect, so I can't openly oppose them. Hearing this, Changxiao eyes him, probing. So, for Old Bro Ao's sake, it wouldn't be good if I directly slapped their faces, right? City Lord Ao is being sus. Not exactly. He forces a smile. That 100 Sect Alliance relies on their friendship with the Ao family and acts as they please. Even this city lord gets bullied sometimes. If Old Bro Jun can spare some time to teach them a lesson, I'd be eternally grateful. The negotiation is complete with a cheerful handshake. Deal. Zuiji stands beside them, dumbfounded as they shake hands. How did a couple of sentences turn into this? Has the sect leader finally revealed his street thug nature? Just then, someone shows up, calling Changxiao by name with a bitter tone. Jun Changxiao, not bad, daring to recruit disciples in Liang City. A dude with purple hair tied in a bun, looking fierce. You've left the alliance, so you must abide by the rules of the Jianghu. You can't recruit disciples in cities under Qingyang County. Saying that, he gets so angry that the veins on his forehead pop. Unless you want to turn the entire Qingyang County into your enemy. On the other side, the two of them are exchanging sly smiles. City Lord Ao smiles with glee, name-dropping, Cao Cao. Speak of the devil. Changxiao also smiles sinisterly. This rambling fool is definitely the token punching bag, and he's totally playing along. Then I wish Old Bro Jun a good time. Remember to be gentle, don't cause any fatalities. The purple-haired dude looks at the two of them, sweating bullets. What the hell? Why is the atmosphere suddenly so bone-chilling? Changxiao raises his hand, cracking his knuckles to warm up. When it comes to rules, I only follow one tenet. Might makes right. He looks at him, smiling sinisterly. The purple-haired dude is starting to get spooked, but still tries to put on a brave face. He points at him, yelling, Jun Changxiao, you dare to make a move in Liang City. Are you disrespecting City Lord Ao? The lackeys behind him nervously chimes in. Big bro, to be honest, where we're standing is just outside the gates. It's not technically Liang City territory yet. At this point, the purple-haired dude is still clueless that he's being stared down by Changxiao's sinister face. Danger is imminent. The purple-haired dude is bowing. He's showing his fear. Quick as lightning, Changxiao is already in front of him, delivering a powerful slap that sends him spinning. The purple-haired dude is so dizzy from the slap that he's seeing stars. Changxiao says coldly and disdainfully, sending a bunch of small fries to test the waters. You guys are underestimating Jun Changxiao too much. He raises his head to the sky, saying with a challenging tone. He stands in front of the city gate, deliberately shouting so that those who need to hear will hear. Step it up a notch, you sect leaders of the 100 Sect Alliance. The scene shifts to a high vantage point, overlooking the city. The sect leader of the Huxiao sect is terrified by the scene below. He asks the master of the Jinlong sect, Master, did you see how this kid made his move just now? Truthfully, he didn't see it at all. The master of the Changdao sect is also scared shitless. Sect leader Huxiao sect tries to find some hope in the master of the Jinlong sect. Even a third-rank martial artist like you? Are we just gonna back down like this? From the 100 Sect Alliance? He answers cowardly. It's better than being beaten on the streets. How many faces can we afford to lose? Back to the situation below. Changxiao glances at the guy blocking his path. The next second, he stomps his foot with force. He uses the ultimate skill of the soaring cloud steps, leaping into the air. In the blink of an eye, Changxiao's figure is seen flying up to the city wall. The people above are shocked. The city wall is hundreds of feet high, and he only needed one leap. He gently lands one foot on the city wall. Standing in front of the group, he arrogantly declares, Today I'm here to recruit students. I'm not interested in playing hide and seek, so as long as you sect leaders here can beat my disciples. The sect leaders are scared shitless when facing Changxiao's imposing figure right in front of them. Immortal sect, we'll retreat on our own. As soon as he finishes speaking, The disciples who followed him also leap up to the city wall. They gently landed people like Changxiao just demonstrated. The master and disciple were standing side by side on the city wall, looking hella badass. Changxiao smirked. So, sect leaders? What's it gonna be? Arena fight or straight up get your asses whooped? His tone was straight up savage. Cut to a one-on-one battle in the arena. A spiky ball thing was slammed down. A sect leader holding a mace stepped forward. I am Kui Shun, leader of the Golden Dragon sect. I heard you little punk won the sect tournament. Kui Shun was talking tough, but he was still hesitant. Just a martial disciple with such feats. Hoot. Am I even worthy of stepping in? Zuichi was just warming up when Kui Shun couldn't hold back anymore. What the hell are you doing, kid? Zuichi nonchalantly replied. Can't you see? The sect leader said we gotta warm up before fighting so we don't injure ourselves. He scoffed. Looks like you little shits like to show off just like your sect leader, huh? Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today. He yeeted the spiked mace in his hand towards Zuichi. Zuichi calmly faced the oncoming weapon. His gaze was focused and unwavering. He recalled Changxiao's words. Zuichi, I know you're used to taking hits before counterattacking because you're afraid of your own strong physique. He playfully lectured Zuichi. But we're recruiting disciples this time. We can't have the new disciples thinking they're just punching bags. So you need to show off some badass and handsome vibes. Don't worry, I've designed a sick strategy based on your strengths. A fire blazed in Changxiao's eyes. Have you ever heard of something called a meteor? Back in the arena, the opponent's weapon was aimed straight at him. Zuichi casually took a few steps forward, then used the momentum to launch himself into the air to dodge the attack. As Kui Shun retrieved his weapon, he sneered, You dodge fast, I'll give you that. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide. He watched Zuichi leap higher and higher until he was out of sight. Just dodging? Did he really have to jump that far? Then he saw Zuichi's shadow high above. Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. Just then, Zuichi plummeted straight down from above, bringing with him a surge of power. Kui Shun panicked, sweating buckets. What the hell is this? Why do I feel like my body is suppressed, unable to move? Zuichi was close, carrying an immense amount of power. His fist was cocked back, ready to smash Kui Shun's face. Something massive, carrying inner power, crashed down in the middle of the arena. The ground shattered, and from the dust and smoke, a figure emerged. Kui Shun was scared shitless, almost crying. Time seemed to slow down. He stood frozen, unable to react. Zuichi powerfully punched down right in front of him. The accuracy wasn't great. Just like the sect leader said, this move is almost useless in real combat. The next second, he looked up with a dazzlingly handsome face. Just as Changxiao said about this move, it's only good for looking cool. If you look down at the arena from above, you'd see a rather large hole. Kui Shun was so scared he couldn't even stand properly. He knelt down, looking at Zuichi, unable to cry properly. Zuichi loudly proclaimed, If the sect leaders are all as strong as Kui's sect leader, then come at me, all of you, he shouted. The crowd of sect members below raged. This is too arrogant. You're asking for death. Seeing this, Changxiao turned back and said to the crowd, You all should carefully consider Zuichi's suggestion, because my demand for him is to show no mercy. A one-on-one might get someone killed. His tone was carefree, yet contained a hint of coldness. Hearing his words, the loudmouths who were cursing just now were stunned, and no one dared to say a word. Suddenly, there was movement. Someone was stepping up. A leader said some inflammatory words to get others to follow. For a sect that doesn't follow the rules, don't bother with one-on-ones. Everyone, attack together. We have to teach this brat a lesson. The crowd eagerly followed him. Zuichi looked at the rioting crowd before him without flinching. He calmly cracked his shoulder joints. Even some bystanders could tell that this Shige sect must be OP, making so many sect leaders deal with just one of their disciples. Someone next to them chimed in. As long as this disciple doesn't get trashed too hard, I'm definitely joining the Shige sect. The audience was watching with admiration, constantly praising the Shige sect disciple for being so handsome and awesome. Changxiao was visibly pleased. This recruitment ad is working its magic. This dude below shouts real loud. Zuichi, get ready for an acre. Action up top. Zuichi has focused his battle power. With just a flick of his wrist, he sent the previous leader flying. Another beefy guy angrily charged in, swinging a fist down at Zuichi. His fist suddenly punched straight towards Zuichi, but he was able to easily subdue the fist, grabbing his hand and spinning him around like a tornado. Finally, he KO'd the guy with a punch to the face, grabbed his collar, and slammed him onto the floor decisively and powerfully. But wait, hold up! From behind Zuichi, another huge dude was holding a big rock, ready to smash him. Zuichi reacted quickly, and gracefully spun his foot around. Capitalizing on the momentum, Zuichi delivered a face-numbing punch to the sneak attacker. With just one palm strike using the defense-breaking technique, he shattered the giant rock. Damn, the sect leader's requirements are too strict. I still can't reliably withstand attacks that can't break my defense. Suddenly, Zuichi noticed something. Huh? Looking over, he saw the people from the other sects getting into formation. One leading the charge, with the others backing him up. They were burning with fighting spirit. Because one person can't defeat your move, we've concentrated everyone's spiritual energy. The leader's face was flushed as he smirked deviously. Let's see how you resist now. Outside, Changxiao put on some shades and observed. So cocky. Let me see how strong you really are. He watched, filled with confidence. Still just 5 wastes. Well, let's see how Zuiji uses his imagination. He better surprise me. The leader, triggered, challenged. Come here and die. Zuiji looked at them with cold eyes, raising a leg for leverage, then stomping down hard on the floor. Looking back, they were all blasted into the air by the broken stone floor. Zuiji extended his palm, I'm focusing my luck, then clenched his fist and growled each word. Sect leaders! At this moment, a powerful force had gathered in Zuiji's fist. He aimed straight at the 5 guys being blown away in the air. Thank you for your efforts in supporting Shige's sect's recruitment ad. Xiao Zuiji punched the ground, everyone on the arena flew up, his eyes were sharp, he rushed forward. 1 got kicked, 1 got a palm strike to the head, and the rest were knocked down to the arena floor by palm force, crushing the ground. Everyone in the arena had been defeated. Footsteps, flags waving. Suddenly, a guy ran in from somewhere, holding the sect's flag, waving it around confidently. Join my Shige Zhengjing sect, young ones. Xiao Zuiji is your role model, he announced in the middle of the arena. The Shige Zhengjing sect recruitment officially begins. Any youth over 14 can register, don't miss out. Everyone in the audience was wide-eyed with shock. A trash spiritual root like Xiao Zuiji can be cultivated to this level. I want to join the Shige sect. The Shige sect is in Xingyang City. We can stay there. Mom, I won't have to clean my own room anymore. It was so lively that even the birds were looking. Just kidding. But they lined up to register like worms. Haha, everyone come register. My name is Shangwan Shuo, 14 years old, spiritual roots. Before the applicant could finish, he was already stamped as accepted. The applicant was surprised, because he didn't expect to be accepted so quickly. That was fast? Ao Lao Bro was also surprised by these selections. Junbro just keeps bowing. Mumo didn't even look at their aptitude or martial arts. Just crossed his arms and praised. He's definitely got his own way of doing things. He smiled confidently. Our bone appreciation sect only looks at fate. Whether they're a genius or not, we can train them into super geniuses. Suddenly, an old geezer walked over. Ahem. Sect leader Jun. He turned around, surprised. The old man carefully asked him, Ahem, I have a question. Can someone join your sect even if they're, way too old? He replied respectfully. Grandpa, you're not suitable. Seems like a massive understatement. The old man chuckled. Sect leader is joking. How could an old fossil like me join a sect? This little orphan girl is a bit young though. The girl hid behind the old man. Her eyes were bright and clear. Following me around the streets will only lead to starvation. I hope sect leader Jun can show some mercy and accept her into the sect, he replied. Old sir, this girl is way too young. Our sect can't take good care of her. Here, I'll give you some silver to improve your lives. The girl looked at him affectionately. Grandpa, I don't want to go. I want to stay with you. The girl turned around and stuck her tongue out at him. I don't want to join your sect anyway. I'll follow Grandpa Lu. The old man bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your help, sect leader Jun. After they left, he felt sympathy for their plight. Sigh. There really are too many orphans in this world. I can only try to help a little. He looked thoughtfully. Are we short on manpower? Akao Lao Bro, is he stuttering? Yeah, Akao Bro is also staring at that old man. Am I imagining things? That old man looks familiar. Scene cuts to the old man, who asked the girl, Meng Ying, do you still want to wander around with Grandpa? The girl said excitedly. Grandpa Lu is the closest person to Yinger in this world. Wherever you go, I'll follow. The old man smiled kindly at the girl. Good. Then let's go to Sunyang City together. Back with the sect leader Kukold. Zhao Zuiji was reporting to him. Sect leader. The disciples are almost done collecting the new recruits' belongings. We'll be at the next stop soon. He smiled with interest and praised him. Not bad today. Once this batch of disciples reaches the 12th stage of Qi ignition, we can comfortably invite other sects over. He held up a letter for him. Oh right, Qingyang Shixiong said he has a friend in Sunyang City. He said he wrote a letter and can definitely rope this guy into the sect. He laughed with a devilish glint. Good, next stop, Sunyang City. A 9th-rate sect. He held a wooden abacus and calculated the sect's numbers. Requirement is a martial master sect leader, 50 Qi ignition stage, 12th level disciples. Right now our sect has 501 disciples, all martial apprentices. He smirked confidently. Just waiting for this batch of newbies to reach Qi ignition stage 12th level. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from deep within the forest. Help! He immediately went to the rescue. A ferocious beast is attacking people. Let's bounce! Zhao Zuiji followed him. He and the sidekick quickly sped into the forest. A scream of terror. Triple A! Triple A! When he arrived, all that was left was a pool of blood and the monster. He clicked his tongue, blaming himself. TCH, one step too late. You bastard! The monster's mouth was still covered in blood. Its eyes were bloodshot. It was gnawing on someone, whose back was covered in claw marks. He rushed over and grabbed its jaws. BAM! It opened its mouth, trying to eat his arm. He used a technique to squeeze its mouth shut, making it a little scared. You dare open your mouth! He crushed its mouth. Pretty confident in your teeth, huh? He angrily killed it. Here's a firework for ya. I admire your ignorance and courage. Its head exploded. Xiao Zuiji checked on the victim. Sect leader, this old man has stopped breathing. He suddenly realized that he was the same man who had asked him to take in the orphan girl earlier. His face darkened, feeling guilty. It's him. Ferocious beasts are scattered throughout the mountains. If you come in here, you should be prepared for unexpected things. He felt pity. Sigh, he was fated to die like this. Let's bury him. Suddenly, the sidekick reported to him. Sect leader, please take a look. The old man hugs the baby inside, and the baby is crying. Lu family, gee! He ordered the disciples to take the little girl away for treatment. Then, he and his disciples buried the old man. The girl knelt in front of his grave, crying loudly, Grandpa Lu, wah! Don't leave Meng Ying alone. He gently patted the little girl. Meng Ying, you and I can be considered to have a connection. Today, the Lu family also wants to send you to me. From now on, let me go on with you. He respectfully said his last words to the old man. Grandpa Lu, I guarantee that I will protect Meng Ying safely. Rest assured and go. He hugged the little girl. Let's go, Meng Ying. He told his disciples about their next target. The next target is Sunyang City. After he left, the old man's grave suddenly stirred. At night, he jumped out of the grave. The attendant respectfully said, Protector Lu, when are we going back to Mara Mountain? He's eating the monster's flesh. Not in a hurry. Wait for me to finish eating that beast. It entangled me for days. And it was pretty painful. So, young master, can we understand that everything that happened was controlled by this old man? He's been speculating about his sect for a long time. My speculation is correct. The Ironbone sect is not simple. In the future, the young master can gradually become stronger in this sect. He ordered his subordinates. Everything has been arranged properly for the young master. Just need to take care of those trivial matters. His eyes were bloodshot. Very strange. I will wash May Mountain with blood again, with the Demon Lord. After a few days of travel, his sect arrived at Sunyang City. The person Qingyang introduced to him in Sunyang City is now happily talking to him. Sect leader Jun. Qingyang has told me everything. I am really very grateful to you. Without you, I, Song Xuan, would have to live in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. He didn't understand what was going on, and turned to ask Xiao Zuiji. Who is this kid? I'm so confused listening to him. I don't know if he's praising me or scolding me. He looked at him incomprehensibly. He is Qingyang's friend, and he was the first to try the sect leader's healing pill. He is the second young master of the Song family. Looking at him, we can also see that he is a two-faced person. He's trying to remember who he is. Is he the genius that I accidentally saved? But why don't I have any memory of it? Did he change his hairstyle? He looked at him and said, Qingyang has mentioned to me that sect leader Jun has come to Sunyang City to recruit disciples, and it just so happens that my Song family has some influence in Sunyang City. He enthusiastically introduced to him. So I took the liberty to promote the glorious deeds of the immortal sect to everyone. Behind him is a strong team of candidates. Currently, Yang City has established a reserve team for the immortal sect. If the sect leader wants to recruit disciples, just say the word. He paled in shock at the sudden turn of events. WTF? Is this kid a CEO who transmigrated? He bowed to him. We have all prepared our luggage carefully and said goodbye to our relatives, just waiting for your sect leader to give the order to go to the immortal sect together. He was so surprised that everything happened so suddenly. Quick is good too. But let's go to the next city first. Xiao Zuiji felt bored. Sect leader, why do I feel like it's all so perfunctory? He patted him on the shoulder. That's good too. Did you want to fight in every city? Let's go. Suddenly a hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. He looked back and saw Meng Ying. Are you tired? He picked up the little girl. Come on, let big brother lull you to sleep. Xiao Zuiji was also surprised that the little girl refused to open her mouth. Sect leader, since Meng Ying followed us, she has refused to open her mouth, and only you can lull her to sleep. He couldn't blame her. It's no wonder she had to witness such a terrible shock at a young age. Waiting to go back to the sect, she can play with Duz and her peers. He felt sorry for the little girl. Meng Ying should feel better. The little girl gradually fell asleep, but she also remembered the previous scene. The image of the monster opening its mouth, the image of him crushing the monster's head. Remember his words. I will protect you for a lifetime. He was also unexpectedly disgusted with the little girl's snoring. Only, why does this little girl snore so loudly? It was said that the voice of a little loli is gentle and smooth. I must get a new headphone next time. He ridiculed him, threatening that Lu Tiantian would mistake her for his illegitimate child. Meng Ying clings to you so much. Eldest senior sister won't think she's your illegitimate child, will she? Sect leader, I think you should start writing your will. He was speechless at his sarcasm. You stinky brat, you don't learn my good qualities, but you learn the backstabbing habits of that Su Xiaomo. He kicked him into the bushes. Quickly prepare some snacks for me, so Meng Ying has something to eat when she wakes up. After that, his sect passed through the cities. Sunyang City, Miaoyang City, Huayang City, Zhengyang City, Shuyang City, and now they are on their way back to the sect. Well, the 100 Sect Alliance, which is usually fierce, actually didn't stop us from recruiting soldiers in several cities along the way, which made me not have the opportunity to act tough and slap others in the face. He sighed. Finally home. He smiled because he had a great harvest. In addition to the sect members 999 1,000ths, sect contribution points 501 1,000ths. He dreamed of a bright future for the sect. This way, I can trigger a new sect mission. Just wait for the disciples to complete it, and the sect's buildings can be upgraded to level 4, opening the talisman pavilions, killing talisman, damage resistance talisman, run fast talisman, etc. Suddenly the little girl said to him, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Sect leader big brother, can I join your sect? He smiled kindly at the little girl. You are very welcome. Wait a moment. I'll take you to meet your little sister Dudu later. Now that the sect members have met the requirements of 1,000, cut to the kitchen. After successfully recruiting 1,000 disciples, he entered the cultivation room, reshaping his spiritual energy which then spread throughout his body. Whoosh whoosh. A month later, he completed his cultivation. A whole month already? He grumbled, feeling like his level up took way too long. I only went from 6th rank to 7th rank martial master. How am I supposed to reach martial grandmaster like this? The system, seeing his ridiculously high standards, retorted, You're not satisfied with this? Normally, even outstanding martial artists need at least a year or two. Helpless, he asked. Opening meridians to martial apprentice required chi-gathering pills. Does that mean there's also a pill that can help me advance to the martial master realm? The system didn't deny his lazy, get-rich-quick scheme. There is, but it depends on the host's luck. He was surprised when he checked his contribution points. Damn, my contribution value is already over 600. Gotta hold back and accumulate those contribution points to go on a 10-match winning streak. His face darkened as he continued cultivating. At this rate, judging by my cultivation progress, breaking through to 8th rank will probably take another 2 months, double the time. Then when I reach Holy Spring, won't I already be a peak martial master? He felt bored. Being a martial master still doesn't feel safe enough. Suddenly, news arrived from his disciples. Sect leader, the envoys from the upper sect have arrived. His eyes sharpened. Oh? Prepare to welcome the 7th-rate sect. It's just the right time for me to stir things up a bit. 2 guys arrived at the main gate to pay their respects. Envoy, we're not a 6th-rate sect, so we came in person to verify. Taiji Yu sect is just a small 8th-rate sect. How dare you let them stand outside and discuss before entering our sect? Verification standards are like, set in stone. That's why we've recently been compiling stats on the sects. With Taiji Yu sect's achievements, you could even say they're underestimating you as a 7th-rate sect. The envoy calculated. Already knowing all this, that's why the headquarters decided that even if Taiji Yu sect doesn't have enough people, we can't make an exception to promote them. Since you're destined to become a top-tier sect, we're giving you a heads up to build good relationships. It's an investment. Ditch that snobby attitude. He advised him not to underestimate them. He revealed a surprised expression. Haven't you noticed? Their progress is insane. Your disciples. After I arrived, 9 out of 10 disciples I saw were at the martial apprentice level. He was amazed by Taiji Yu sect's training. Hundreds of martial apprentices. That's something even a 6th-rate sect would struggle to achieve. He continued to elaborate on the Ironbone sect. The potential that headquarters has allocated to Taiji Yu sect is roughly 1 jia, which I still think is a bit low. The guy beside him panicked when he heard that. 1 jia? The envoy lightly reminded him not to underestimate Taiji Yu sect. Now do you understand how much headquarters values Taiji Yu sect? We divide sects into jia, yi, bing, ding. Jia is 7th rate, and even then it's divided into top, middle, and bottom tiers. 3 jia is the limit. He could only stare in stunned disbelief. 1 jia is rated as the 3rd highest potential. This shows that Taiji Yu sect is definitely going to become a sect of at least the 5th heaven. Li Fan stepped out, releasing a bit of his aura, and smiled at the 2 guests. Welcome, envoy. Li Fan didn't greet you from afar. My apologies. The envoy greeted him back. Sect leader Lai, I've heard your name for a long time. Your sect is truly thriving. Your disciples all have vigorous spirits and extraordinary strength. He opened his book and went straight to the point. I heard from your disciples that sect leader Lai has been in closed-door cultivation recently, so I won't waste any more time. The book generated strange symbols. Let's begin the verification. The book recreated a stone for measuring strength. He explained to Ling Fan and the disciples. We have this special testing stone. Please have a 12th level meridian opening disciple come forward first. After the 1,800th person passes, next up was Zhao Zuiji, who was the first martial apprentice to try. Pass! By the 5,400th disciple, the stone was starting to show signs of cracking. The envoy realized the extraordinary strength of sect leader Li. This disciple is already a martial apprentice, right? Li Fan thought he was complaining that there were too few. My bad, Li Fan sighed. We only have 50 12th level meridian opening disciples. We just recruited them last month. The remaining 450 disciples are just martial artists. The envoy stammered, not knowing what to say. Oh, okay. He shakily wrote his assessment. 12th level meridian opening, sufficient quantity. Next, have the martial apprentices come forward to verify their strength. The envoy was terrified by the size of Taiji Yu sect. 450 martial artists? What the hell? This is still an 8th-rate sect? Li Fan signaled to a disciple. Have our strongest martial apprentice show them what's up. Tianqi, come here. Tianqi stepped forward and punched the stone with all his might. Thud. The envoy stood there, mouth agape. Over 10,000 units of strength? This is a martial apprentice? What the hell, he's practically a martial master. This was the moment he was most curious. Next, let the sect leader demonstrate. Before he could finish speaking, Li Fan quietly tapped the stone with his palm. The force shattered the strength measuring stones. Seeing that he had broken the envoy's tool, Li Fan offered compensation. My bad. I thought the upper limit of this testing stone was 100,000. But I forgot that I just leveled up, so my strength is a bit off. Do I need to compensate you for this? The envoy swallowed nervously and marked it in his record book. Tai Gu Sect. Second Jia. After the sect's rank was verified, the system appeared. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to 7th rate. Reward: 500 achievement points. 500 contribution value. Li Fan jumped for joy. Awesome! Upgrading to 7th rate, plus the system leveled up to level 4? Too easy, it wasn't even that hard. He happily went to claim his rewards. System bro, quick, show me what new features have been unlocked, the system demanded. Get rid of those unlucky spirit tablets for me first, then I'll tell you. Li Fan began to fantasize about the future. Haha, with this talisman pavilion, I can mass produce these 3 types of talismans. Dominating this continent will just be a matter of time. He laughed gleefully. LOL. Suddenly he smirked when he saw the Thoth's Dao amulet, an energy buff that's supposed to be 5 times stronger. Wait, hold up, why did it turn into 2 times? Did you make the description so small? Because you were afraid I'd see it? Too bad, I caught you. Even though the multiplier got nerfed, the duration's longer. Can last for 120 minutes with 0 side effects. The burst ain't great, but the extended buff duration's a W. Plus, there's that one speed-related point from earlier. I think that needs some tweaking too. Xingyun continent. The world's divided into 12 parts, with 9 of them connected and complementing each other. The system's also curious about where that is. You want to talk about the 3 kingdoms or something? He immediately lost interest when the system spoke. Don't interrupt me, you're ruining the vibe. The other 3 continents are seemingly isolated from the world, because they're separated by endless seas. Each continent has its own culture. Most continents don't establish countries. They're mostly divided into prefectures, and Zhenyang prefectures, in the southwest, closest to the southwest direction. Within its borders are 2 or 3 counties, each with a population of over 10 million. But this prefecture's in a remote location, and its strength is bottom tier in Xingyun continent. Qingyang County is the trash county that's most looked down upon in southwestern Yang prefecture. The system scared the hell out him. And you still dare to say you want to stand on top of Xingyun continent? His jaw dropped when he heard about the might of Xingyun continent. I'm off to a terrible start. Screw it, I'll just call myself a disciple of a disciple. So what was the point of waking up and challenging Holy Spring then? A fight at the village entrance, or what? He collapsed to his knees in regret. 0 gravitas. The system popped up again to encourage him, giving him new hope. Don't underestimate yourself, host. Even though your strength is weak, your face is thick. Paired with the strongest system, which is me, we still have a lot of hope. At the same time, in southwestern Yang prefecture, inside the strongest Tianyu county, the sect leaders are holding a meeting about Zhao Zhishi's report on the news he brought from Qingyang County. The old foothead is also curious about the elders' opinions. What do you, esteemed elders, think? The turban boss doesn't believe the news Zhao Zhishi brought. Could the assessment be wrong? The old poker spoke up to clear Zhao Zhishi's name. Zhao Jingming has been an enforcer in the Qingyang County branch for 50 years. Even though he doesn't have any outstanding achievements, he's done his duty, so he definitely wouldn't misjudge. Suddenly someone else spoke up. TCH, Elder Zhu. Of course you'd say that. The opposite old fart said vaguely. Elder Zhu. Zhao Jingming was promoted by you after all. He's your guy. The surrounding elders are used to this. While these two are at it again, he forced the old poker to provide evidence, to provide a certified alliance document before they'd acknowledge it. Truly unreasonable to the extreme. The old man grumbled. No wonder he's a talent brought in by Elder Zhu. Birds of a feather, equally untrustworthy. The old poker was annoyed when he was blamed. Old foothead, you looking for a fight? Wasn't it just that I didn't let you take back a move this morning? The 2 old geezers started bickering. This old man just accidentally twitched while dealing with your stinky chess pieces. And I need to take back a move? The old poker didn't want to lose either. Stinky chess pieces. Don't forget our score right now is 3,580 to 3,549. You only won 1 game against me. The hallmaster couldn't take it anymore. Elder Zhu, Elder Zhen, can't you have a bit of the poise of grandmasters? Regarding Zhao Zhishi, we can't deny his work without evidence. This will disappoint the enforcers of other counties. We all need to send someone to verify things clearly. Suddenly, the 2 elders who were arguing jumped up. Hu Dongqing's opinion, then let this old man go verify the Ironbone sect. The old poker continued to needle. So eager, old foothead? You want to go there and interfere with Zhao Mingxing's career, don't you? The old man didn't want to lose. TCH. This old man is the fairest law enforcer. On the contrary, you probably want to cover up bribery and fraud for him. The 2 elders continued to bicker. HMPH. Then let's go together. I want to see clearly this disrespectful to the elderly guy of yours. Let's go then. Afraid of you? The hallmaster hasn't made a decision yet. Hey, I haven't said I'd send you 2 clowns. However, although the 2 elders often act excessively, their strength and certification is indeed impeccable. But if the matter of the Ironbone sect is indeed true, Qingyang might be about to turn itself around. With an opportunity like this, Qingyang County might be able to save itself. Zhao Zixi was dragged away by the two elders without understanding why. Esteemed elders, what brings you here? And why are we in such a rush? The old poker laughed strangely. Of course, it's to prevent you from colluding with the Ironbone sect ahead of time, a 9th-class county producing a second-rate sect. You think our HQ staff are all idiots? The old man also couldn't believe it. This is indeed a bit hard to imagine, but don't worry, little Zhao. I trust your character, and won't give those messy old men a chance to harm you. The two elders grabbed him by the collar and flew straight to the Ironbone sect. Let us go and take a close look. Find the root of the Ironbone sect. The city lord's face darkened, and he spoke up. Esteemed elders, why do I have to follow you here? Elder Zhu turned his head and smiled. This matter concerns the upcoming fate of Qingyang County, so of course we have to invite City Lord Xie to bear witness. Elder Zhu shouted, We're here. This immortal sect's vibe is still pretty good. The city lord noticed the abnormality. There's also a great sect-protecting barrier formation. The old foothead carefully cast a spell to create an aura that enveloped the four of them. Good. Let's sneak in quietly. Don't alarm them. Elder Zhu observed and reported to everyone. Ugh. There are so many sentry posts inside. Just a small, 7th-rate sect. Yet they're so careful. Little Zhao, I'm starting to believe your second-class assessment. Elder Zhu looked down and was shocked to see someone standing below. Is that little Zen looking at us? Probably not. Without the strength of a martial sect, one couldn't possibly break your concealment spell. Maybe it's just a coincidence that he's looking this way. The two elders breathed a sigh of relief. He's gone. Zheng Shen turned a blind eye. These two old men don't have any killing intent, and they're with City Lord Xi, so they probably aren't enemies. No need to alarm the whole sect. The surging aura of the two elders. Alright, let's get this inspection started. The two elders exchanged glances, and the glasses-wearing one clasped his hands in prayer. Amitabha, please, Buddha, let's hope those disciples from the last assessment weren't just paid actors. The glasses guy was sweating bullets, scared shitless. No, it can't be. I saw those same disciples who participated last time. Sect leader Jun, you guys gotta show your full strength, or my elder seat is gone. Suddenly, the two elders, hands, shot out towards the glasses guy, with murderous intent. What kind of elder are you? Is this the Tier 2 standard you reported? Elder Zhu said with a serious face. 50 peak martial disciples, most of whom have combat power on par with first-rank martial masters. Old man Zen chimed in right after. The remaining 550 disciples are all at least martial disciples, and all of them have incredible potential and physique. The glasses guy, hearing this, got nervous. More than 30 disciples comparable to martial masters, and the other 550 are all martial disciples? Did they hide their strength during the last assessment, or what? Changxiao appeared out of nowhere. Spot on. Showing off too much gets you unwanted attention, so I told the disciples to tone it down last time. Who are these two geezers? The glasses guy was dumbfounded. Sect leader Jun. These two are Elder Zhao and Elder Zhen, both from the southwest Yang province headquarters. Elder Zhao was surprised and stammered. You're clearly just a 7th-rank martial master, yet you can see us? The two attendants below shouted at Changxiao. Sect leader, do you know these guys? The blonde guy wondered. Senior brother Ye, is someone next to the sect leader? Why can't I see anything? The two elders were once again gaping in astonishment. So that kid can see us too, and he's just a disciple. Demonic! Simply demonic. Changxiao felt something was off. I only noticed these guys because the system warned me. But Ye Jingchen can see them too. Did he turn on some kind of hack? He was hype AF. Nah. This must be related to his past life. The two elders dropped the stealth. Old man Zen spoke up. Sect leader Jun, Tier 2 sect certification is a big deal, so we apologize for barging in. Elder Zhu followed up. After observing, I see that these disciples are indeed extraordinary, but there's still one last step to make the certification valid. Changxiao was clueless about what the two elders were saying. Sect leader's strength. The two elders started attacking Changxiao. That's right, Sect leader Jun. Please forgive us. Changxiao, with a confident expression, provoked. Good, come at me. Changxiao unleashed a killing move, creating a gust of wind that pushed the two elders back. Exploding fist, mountain splitter palm. Changxiao had some difficulty blocking the two elders' moves. My whole arm is numb. If you two hadn't pulled back in time, I'd probably have exploded and died. Didn't expect you two to be high-rank martial sovereigns? My bad. The two elders were in awe after Changxiao's display. To be able to block one of my moves without spitting blood. Sect leader Jun is indeed no ordinary martial master. Old man Zen assessed Changxiao's strength. Based on your power, your true strength is at least first-rank martial sovereign. The glasses guy and the city lord were shocked to hear this. First-rank martial sovereign? Elder Zhao and Old Man Zen praised Changxiao. To have martial sovereign cultivation at such a young age, certifying as Tier 2, is actually unfair. The two elders smiled excitedly. Your sect is the first ever 9th grade district to have a top-tier Tier 3 potential. Elder Zhao and Old Man Zen wanted to record and spread this information. This unprecedented event must be written into the records back at headquarters tonight. If this gets out, it will definitely spread throughout the Southwest Alliance. Sect leader Jun, just wait for the good news. But Changxiao didn't want this news to leak out. Elder, can you keep this tier 3 thing a secret? My thigh-bone sect is just starting out, and doesn't want to be exposed to the top sects just yet. Elder Zhao said to Changxiao with regret. This is such a good opportunity to raise the sect's reputation. However, an extraordinary person will do extraordinary things, so our certification hall guarantees that we will not disclose it to the outside. Changxiao happily nodded. If that's the case, then you two elders don't need to rush back, stay and have a meal at our sect. At the table, everyone was eating with Changxiao, and the city lord was delighted. Lucky I didn't leave, or I would have missed this delicacy. The two elders also praised Changxiao's meal. Everything I've eaten before and after this meal has become bland gruel. The city lord was a little jealous of Changxiao. Sect leader Jun. Qingyang City is so lucky to have a sect with such unlimited potential. I'll toast you one. Suddenly, the city lord's expression turned serious. This is the first time I've seen a sect that can develop so strongly. My Qingyang district may be able to overcome its current calamity. Changxiao didn't understand what the city lord meant. Calamity? Elder Zhao explained the situation to Changxiao. It seems sect leader Jun is focused on cultivation and doesn't understand much about the situation in Southwest Yang province. This world is not only about sects fighting each other, but also about real wars. Each district of Southwest Yang province is actually equivalent to a country. Wars are frequently launched for resources. The city lord's expression was serious. 9th grade Xinjiang district is the weakest in Southwest Yang province. I fear that some powerful districts will expand their territory and swallow our small Xinjiang district. At that time, hundreds of miles around here will definitely be barren. The people will face hardship. Thousands of years ago, Southwest Yang province had more than 500 districts in total. And now there are only more than 200 left. More than 300 other districts. Old man Zen sipped his wine and continued. In war, our martial artists are just weak existences like chess pieces, Elder Zhao sarcastically said to Old man Zen. Old man Zen's hometown district was destroyed by the powerful districts next to it. He wasn't even a martial sovereign at the time, so protecting his hometown was just a joke, the city lord also said. Not far from our district is Zhenyang district, a powerful 6th grade district, and the district lord of Zhenyang district is extremely ambitious. Once he launches a war, let alone Xinjiang district, even 8th grade Henyang district will be destroyed. Changxiao spoke up. City lord Ji, my thigh-bone sect is in Qingyang City, and is a part of Qingyang City. If a war breaks out, I will definitely fight for my homeland. The city lord toasted Changxiao a cup of wine. Xie Mao toasts sect leader Jun for these words on behalf of the 600,000 people of Qingyang City. Changxiao suddenly remembered something important and asked the city lord. By the way, city lord Xie, who is the district lord of our Qingyang district? City lord. Our Qingyang prefecture's prefect, dude's like a dragon. You see the head, but never the tail. Since I took over as city lord, I've only met him twice in like decades. He's so mysterious, hasn't asked about anything in the prefecture for ages. Changxiao, dumbfounded. The whole Jiajing area? City lord. But hey, Jiajing, the Ming dynasty's emperor, didn't show up to court for 20 years. The prefect's crazy strong. Way better than the prefects from decades ago who got their asses kicked by 8th rank prefecture lords. The prefect's name is Yun He. Gotta be at least an 8th rank martial ancestor. But looks only 30 or 40. A total martial arts prodigy. Changxiao, shocked. Yun Ye chilling? That name totally fits his vibe. City lord happily shares prefect goss. Prefect Yun loves wearing hemp clothes, never without his booze gourd. Not old, but got a full head of white hair. Changxiao smirks. Being a prefect and still being a freeloader traveling around? Respect. Idea strikes. After ditching the gunpowder soul, Qingyang can handle things while I go sightseeing across the Starfall continent. Changxiao, plotting. Protecting Qingyang prefecture. Another reason to get stronger. Months later, a punch with insane speed slams into Bao Gai. Turns out Jing Chen's training, testing his power. Yep, cultivation stable, 6th rank martial master. Dunno if it's the Taishuan true scripture or the Bone Piercer sect's magical formulas, but my power is a million times greater than my past life. At the same level, Sheng Chen determined. This life, I'm the main character. Revenge is coming. Elsewhere, Changxiao screws up, can't control his power, yells for Xing Chen, catch me! Xing Chen's done with his sect leader. This unreliable sect leader, can't figure him out. Changxiao laughs awkwardly. Leveled up too fast, just broke through to peak martial master, can't finesse my power. Guess just meditating isn't enough. Otherwise, can only use 7 or 8 parts of strength instead of 10. Suddenly, Changxiao loses control and slams Yang Chen into the ground. Was gonna stay a few days to get used to the body. He stutters an excuse. Whoops, didn't mean to. Figured you're the strongest disciple, could tank my new force. Those Qingyang inner sect disciples are only 4th and 5th rank martial masters. Changxiao's face changes. Right, wanted to tell you something. In 10 days, it's our fight with the Holy Spring sect. Time to roll out. Hanao ran, fired up. The Bone Piercer sect's heading to the Holy Spring sect to die. They teamed up with the 100 sects to take cities. We gotta personally see Changxiao off. At the Myriad Blossom Palace, Lear announces. The Bone Piercer sect leader's on his way to the Holy Spring sect. Jing Quan smiles gently. Then what are we waiting for? Lever. Liquor, let's go watch. In the Joy Harmony Sect's prefecture, two sisters are shopping. Senior Sister Murong, Junior Sister Murong, heard some trash sects challenging a fifth-rate sect. Wanna watch the drama? Think it's the Bone Piercer sect or something? Murong realizes. Oh right, that trash who is engaged to you is in that sect. Ironbone Tough Guy Sect. Or some weird name. Training's done, got time, and it's on the way, so let's go. Senior Sister eggs Murong on. You crushed the trial and broke through to 9th rank Martial Master. Fastest of the new disciples, a total chosen one. Lucky you dodged that trash from Xingyang City. Canceling the engagement was a smart move. Murong hesitates. Senior Sister, what if he becomes a genius again? Changxiao trains. Xiao Mo admires his power. Sect leader's destructive powers still at the martial master level? Jing Chen analyzes Changxiao's attack. Still too much power scattered, can't fully focus it. But still, his power control's at least doubled since he was in the sect. Changxiao's honest. Just wanted to be a normal martial master but gotta reveal my hand. I'm the strongest. Sheng Chen's done. Can't control his power, but his BS skills are still top-notch. System notification. Host has officially reached peak martial master. Meeting requirements. Starting the corpse disposal mission. Corpse disposal mission 3. New mission details. Host must lead disciples to Holy Spring Mountain within a month to challenge the Holy Spring sect. Mission conditions. No more than 3 disciples must defeat Holy Spring sect's personal disciples. No more than 10 disciples must defeat Holy Spring sect's inner sect disciples. No more than 30 disciples must defeat Holy Spring sect's outer sect disciples. Mission failure. Failure to reach Holy Spring sect within the time limit. Failure to defeat Holy Spring sect disciples in the mission. Mission rewards. Changxiao looks at the mission board. Figures he needs to angle for a competition with the Holy Spring sect to complete it. But he's already pissed at this mission. Gotta bring over 40 people at least. You know how much that costs? I spit on you. You know how much effort it takes to manage these noobs? Xiao Mo sees Changxiao muttering. Sect leader's laughing to himself again. Senior brother Ye. Think we'd have a chance against a fifth-rate sect if we were still reserves? Sheng Chen strategizes. Sects care about face, so since we're reserves, they won't use their home turf advantage to bully us. To show off, they'll probably send out disciples at our level first. Martial arts realms also have detailed divisions. Basic, intermediate, advanced, and extreme. Take the peak martial apprentice realm for example. In terms of strength, an extreme level martial apprentice is at least twice as strong as a basic level one. A lightning fast kill is no problem. With the strength of a fifth-rate sect, they mostly cultivate intermediate-level disciples, and advanced-level ones are rare. So, in the early stages of the battle, we can easily gain a superior advantage. Xiao Mo confidently shows off. So, we're all advanced level, so can't we just trash those noobs? Didn't expect that even an inner disciple second from the bottom like me can go around killing people. Xing Chen says sternly. The advanced level I'm talking about means that every disciple we have here is below the extreme level, so that still counts as trash talking. At the Holy Spring sect, sects are heading this way. Lin Fang stands before the city gates to welcome them. Welcome everyone to the Holy Spring sect. I, Kan Lin Fang, a direct disciple of the Holy Spring sect, am ordered to welcome you here. Come and see the battle between my Holy Spring sect and the Ironbone sect. Hao Tian is thankful. Sorry for the trouble. This must be the rumored Lin Fang, who single-handedly wiped out over 3,000 bandits at Jiaolong camp with a sword each. His spirit is extraordinary, his whole body strength is powerful. Truly a hero emerges at a young age. I can't wait to see the Ironbone sect running away in panic. His disciples say, Sect Master, we only have one intermediate apprentice martial artist, but those guys just now seem to be Hao Tian's so-so. This must be the secret of a fifth-rate sect. Suddenly his face changes. That's the fourth-rate sect. The Wonderful Flower sect. A fifth-rate sect teaching an eighth-rate sect. How did they alarm the Wonderful Flower sect? His disciples panic, stuttering in fear. Sect Master, it seems that's not just a fourth-rate sect. If I remember correctly, that attire is from the second-rate sect, the 100 Flowers Holy Sect, isn't it? Lin Fang steps out, greeting them warmly. 2 senior sisters, I've specially prepared tea and pastries for you inside. You can come with me to rest for a while. The Ironbone sect doesn't even know if they have the guts to come. This must be Murong Xin, the favored daughter of heaven of Tianhai County. My master often mentions you to me. You and I both have top-grade spiritual roots, but Murong is even more outstanding. I, Khan, have long admired your name. I wonder why Murong came to watch the battle. Could it be that your esteemed sect hopes to test my Holy Spring sect a bit? As a direct disciple, I can personally take you 2 around. The senior sister interrupts Lin Fang's spiel. My junior sister is the closed-door disciple of the 11th elder of the 100 Flowers Holy Sect. If you want to woo her, you have to prove your strength a bit. Among the Ironbone sect people coming to the preliminaries is my junior sister's fiancé, senior sister. Let the young man prove that he is qualified to pursue my junior sister. Lin Fang looks at her with a perverted gaze, saying, Of course. Lin Fang turns his back and walks forward. The 2 ladies watch his figure walk away. The senior sister says to the junior sister, I've seen plenty of your type. The senior sister continues. If I didn't use this to divert his attention, you definitely wouldn't be able to live in peace during their duels in the next few days, the junior sister timidly replies. But once he and Xiao Zuiji clash, wouldn't everything be exposed? Xiao Zuiji is no longer my fiancé, why cause him more trouble? The senior sister looks at her junior sister, smiling. He won't find it troublesome. Someone as excellent as you, he definitely won't want to give up. Don't worry, if they fight, we can be at peace too, the junior sister says worriedly. But Xiao Zuiji, in my impression, isn't that affectionate with. Xiao Zuiji appears with a cool expression, but after a while, he gets depressed. They are training with the sect leader. The sect leader is demonstrating the moves. Okay, I emphasize the key points of the move again. The left leg is bent. The right leg is on the ground. The right fist punching down must be strong. At this time, Xiao Zuiji raises his hand with a frightened expression to express his opinion to the sect leader. Well, sect leader, isn't this posture a bit harmful to the knees? Zhang Men frowns and says to Xiao Zuiji, Zhao Gangtai, you have no right to raise this suspicion. The sect leader shows a confident smile, exuding a murderous aura around him, ready for battle. Okay everyone, prepare to enter the arena. At the Holy Spring Sect, the thief and his subordinates are laughing triumphantly. Tomorrow is the appointed day, but the Ironbone Sect is still nowhere to be seen. Surely they regretted it and ran away on their way here. A bird sound comes out. The two thieves are confused. His subordinate speaks up. It seems there are many bird sounds. The thief starts to worry. Could it be that a flock of demonic beast birds are attacking? A stream of air escapes from the sky, and a black shadow appears in the sky. The thief focuses his observation. It's people! The blonde panics. They're all people! All the people of the Ironbone Sect are swooping down on the Holy Spring Sect from the sky. Leading the way is the sect leader, Jun Changxiao. With a triumphant smile, a dive from above pierces the roof and smashes into the ground, causing a cloud of smoke, causing everyone present to scream in shock. This is the Ironbone Sect! Jun Changxiao flashes a smile. He lands with his fist slamming into the ground. Beneath his feet is the shattered floor after the earthquake just now. He introduces everyone to the superhero landing. He stands up amidst everyone's worries and shouts out the Ironbone Sect slogan, here to ask for guidance. The bandit leader gets pissed. TCH, what a tryhard. His subordinate is already mesmerized by the Ironbone Sect leader's handsomeness. So handsome. Hearing this, the bandit leader glances back, but his subordinate pretends he said nothing. The blonde guy is worried. This is just a 7th-rate sect, this much is too much already. He fakes a cough. Cough, Lin Fang, introduces himself to the Ironbone Sect. Everyone from the Ironbone Sect, Holy Spring Sect, I believe you've prepared accommodations. I am Lin Fang, a direct disciple of the Holy Spring Sect. I am here on behalf of the elders to welcome you. Xiao Zuiji and Ye Jingchen glare at Lin Fang. Only sending a direct disciple to welcome us? The Holy Spring Sect is going too far. Lin Fang is trembling at this point. A voice speaks from behind. Apologies, everyone's arrival was a bit sudden. Forgive us for not coming out to greet you. Lin Fang turns around and recognizes him as Elder Jin. Elder Jin instructs Lin Fang. Lin Fang, the Ironbone Sect has traveled far and is tired. Take them to the bone room to rest first. Don't lose the face of our Holy Spring Sect. Lin Fang immediately obeys the elder's words. The blonde guy invites everyone from the Ironbone Sect to rest. Suddenly, the Ironbone Sect leader's attitude changes. He turns his face back. Su Xiaomo is confused. Sect leader, what's wrong? Jun Changxiao replies as he walks. Nothing. My heart suddenly beat fast for a moment. Maybe it's just an illusion. Outside, two guys are watching the Ironbone Sect's movements. Ironbone Sect? This isn't simple. A 7th-rate sect with such momentum, I think they might be taking some kind of face-boosting pill. Hidden behind the two is a dark figure with a murderous aura and eyes full of hatred. He calls Jun Changxiao's name. Dai Lu uses his hand to shrink Jun Changxiao's receding figure in his fingers, muttering. Jun Changxiao smiles sinisterly, with a pale face, muttering to himself. It's time to make you feel the pain. As Dai Lu is muttering, someone appears and hits him on the shoulder. Ouch! Dai Lu, I bet you're here, he says, patting him on the shoulder as he talks. Some time ago I heard you specifically ask the elder for a challenge slot, so I knew you valued the Ironbone Sect. Speaking of this, Dai Lu grits his teeth when he hears him mention the Ironbone Sect. I and the Ironbone Sect are sworn enemies. The guy next to him nods in agreement. Bearing such a big grudge, no wonder you're cultivating so hard. Now you're at the peak of martial disciple. In fact, this guy's martial arts are much higher than that, but Dai Lu's every step is extremely cautious. Peak martial disciple. That's because I'm afraid of making the elder suspicious, so I deliberately suppressed my cultivation. After absorbing the life force of many fierce beasts and plants in the back mountain, my realm has also gone from martial disciple to first-rank martial master. Speaking of Changxiao, this guy's eyes light up with excitement. But with my current cultivation, there's still no way to cause any danger to Jun Changxiao. But for his disciples, even if I can't kill them, I must let him experience what it feels like to be in pain. Dai Lu becomes even more disdainful of him, carrying a deep hatred, only wanting to kill him for revenge. If it weren't for waiting for you guys, I would have left the Holy Spring Sect long ago, gone out to plunder at will, and taken the strongest disciple of the Ironbone Sect as my challenge target. Jun Changxiao, You and your disciples are destined to be stepping stones on my path to becoming the ultimate powerhouse. Over here, Xingchen widens his eyes in astonishment, whispering to the person next to him, Sect leader. After all, it's another sect's place, you should pay attention to your image a little. But Changxiao is still too busy to miss this, telling the person behind him to keep it down. This opportunity to sit in the front row and push stocks directly is not easy to come by. At this time, Rongxin is concerned about Zuiji. The aura on your body is much more condensed than before, and stronger too. She even goes to measure his height. It seems like you're a bit taller than before, but he jumps back, to the point where Changxiao gets angry. His fist even cracks a section of the wall. Xiao Gangti, are you serious about taking that half a step back? Rongxin also realizes his indifference, and changes the subject. Your sect leader is here to challenge the Holy Spring sect. Are you going to follow him around like a headless chicken? Zuiji raises his eyebrows and coldly reminds her. My affairs are none of your business. And also, my sect leader's affairs don't need you to order me around. Changxiao is still observing with fascination. A more interesting emotion arises in his mind. Damn, there's actually a feeling like a domineering CEO. An uninvited guy steps in to ruin the mood. Zhao Bro's tone is really offensive. Murim girl. He frowns and sneers. Zuiji, a rude and boorish guy like that, is really not worthy of you. In the back, Changxiao grinds his teeth. Damn, the golden-haired guy is on stage. The Asura field has finally begun. Xingchen also joins in, shouting in support. He's charging in, Zuiji. Pin him to the ground and beat him up. But Zuiji doesn't want to challenge them. Turns around and leaves. Your new lover has arrived. I won't go with you. I still have to go back and prepare for tomorrow's challenge match. New lover, my ass. I'm not your ex. Rongxin argues with wide eyes. As soon as she says it, Rongxin knows she's slipped up, and quickly covers her mouth. Zuiji glances over and ambles forward, not bothering to care. These things will only affect my acceleration. I'm leaving first. But the golden-haired guy still doesn't let him go. You want to leave so soon? Are you scared? Suddenly, his body trembles violently. A punch sends him flying into the wall, falling on his back. He screams in pain, muttering with a frown. Damn it, I was careless for a moment, sorry. After he's done, Zuiji smiles sinisterly. I was absent-minded for a moment. I didn't see you standing in front. Rongxin in the back had her eyes popping out too. Changxiao and Jing were stunned, clapping like statues. Chad, move! Zuichi's got like 70% of my flair for the dramatic. If I'd pulled that stunt back then, I wouldn't have. Snapping back to reality, Changxiao smirked. Zuichi's kinda set us up for success, NGL. Can't wait for tomorrow's showdown. The next day, at Holy Spring Sect's arena, Changxiao and the Holy Spring Sect glared at each other. They didn't expect Sect leader Jun to actually show up for the challenge. The third elder looked down on them. Didn't think Sect leader Jun would actually have the balls to come. Changxiao's been waiting for this. Perfect timing. Let's start with the outer Sect disciples. He grinned, holding out a number. 30 matches first. Winner takes all. The third elder flinched. A little panicked. 30 matches? Changxiao gets it, but he's got a system quest to complete. You think I want to? If it wasn't for the quest, no way I'd fight this many rounds. The third elder chuckled awkwardly, agreeing. If Sect leader Jun likes getting his face smashed repeatedly, I won't disappoint. You send out your disciple first. Changxiao's already picked his first fighter. People rely on food, so let's send out our fierce bone sect's strongest chef. The guy was confused. Kitchen? Chef? Changxiao ignored him. Get up there, 47. Hearing his name, he gulped. Still holding the ladle he uses in the kitchen. 47 trembled on the stage. I used to be an assassin, then quit to become a chef. But fighting in front of a crowd? Not my thing. If it wasn't for Chef Dudu wanting to watch the drama, I wouldn't have asked the sect leader to come along. Another guy stepped onto the stage, oozing confidence. He introduced himself briefly. Holy Spring Sect, Lu Yanqiang. The chef awkwardly scratched his bald head. The confident one sneered. 47, peak martial disciple. Don't want to be known as a bully. Surrender now while you still can. Down below, Dudu cheered. Go 47! He glanced down, then waved his hand. Gotta put on a show, or the chef will be disappointed. Yanqiang got into position, smirking. You want to die? Don't blame me for not holding back. He shifted his feet, then suddenly lunged forward. He was gonna use the minor 9 steps kick, but 47 casually dodged it. Oh damn, quick reflexes. 47 glanced over, his eyes full of complicated thoughts. Below, people chatted excitedly. Lu Yanqiang's only at the peak of the martial disciple realm, but his speed is almost comparable to a martial master. Of course, the minor 9 steps is Holy Spring Sect's unique footwork technique. Extraordinary. Holy Spring Sect disciples laughed. Yao Yao underestimated us. Look, the immortal sect disciples are so shocked they're speechless. The fierce bone sect disciples stayed silent. One of them whispered to Xiao Mo. Senior brother, you've fought people from other sects before. You've got experience. Do you think all sects' peak martial disciple speed is that slow? We're new disciples, but we're not that bad. Yanqiang saw him dodging his attacks, looking down on him. You can keep up with my speed? Guess you're an elite immortal sect disciple? Fine, I'll show you my true speed. Yanqiang split into multiple afterimages, all charging to defeat him. But 47 just gave him a suspicious look and threw a punch straight into Yanqiang's face. Anlu was immediately struck in the cheek. 47 muttered. If the chef didn't want to see a dramatic fight, I wouldn't bother pretending to be slow and playing this boring chase game. Followed by a ladle to the face, knocking out a tooth. Yang rolled across the stage in humiliation, while 47 was just worried about his cooking weapon. Gotta replace the ladle. The Holy Spring sect was stunned, everyone's eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. A mid-level martial disciple was defeated in one move. The old guy gnashed his teeth. Thinks he's so smart, this must be a disciple the immortal sect secretly trained to boost morale. The third elder nodded. Sent out a strong disciple in the first match. Let's see how many they've got left for the other 29. He frowned sinisterly. One's enough. Don't let them show off anymore. Next match, send out an outer disciple with mid-grade spiritual roots. Crush their morale. In another match, a Holy Spring sect disciple got a blow from Changxiao's team. He was panicking, apologizing. Sorry, I think I overdid it. The third elder's eyes widened again and again. Next! Again and again, Fierce Bone Sect kept their winning streak, just calmly stepping onto the stage and slapping the other guy. They didn't lose a single time, winning 20, 23, 26, and even all 30 matches. The third elder's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, panicking and wondering. All 3 matches were a complete and utter stomp. Changxiao had been waiting for this moment. He waved his hand from the other side, demanding more. Changxiao sneered. Elder Jin, the outer disciples are done. It's the inner disciples' turn, right? He chuckled with glee. I didn't expect the first round to be faster than I imagined. It's still early. Hurry up, who knows, we might even make it back to the sect in time for dinner. The third elder was seeing stars. He raged. Summon all the strongest inner disciples for me. He gritted his teeth, full of resentment. We must protect the last shred of Holy Spring Sect's reputation. The system popped up with a barrage of congratulatory messages. Total victory for the Holy Spring Sect's outer disciples. Host receives 400 contribution points. Filthy Sect elimination task progress, 20%. Because each match was a one-shot KO, meeting hidden conditions, an additional 200 contribution points and 10% progress are awarded. Filthy Sect elimination task progress, 30%. Changxiao grinned, nodding excitedly. Making a fuss actually triggered a hidden quest. Not bad, not bad. Then there must be a hidden quest for the inner disciple battles too. Gotta figure out how to snatch the reward from it. Changxiao's antics left Tian dumbfounded, clueless as to what he was up to. On the other side, the inner disciples were already eager to fight him. Jun Changxiao. He smirked wickedly. Recognize me? Changxiao thought hard. You are? Chimu Yuchun? Suddenly, he yelled out in bloodthirsty rage. I remember now. You're the guy who messed with me. No, teased my senior disciple Tian in Qingyang City last time. Xing Chen muttered, daring to tease senior apprentice sister. All the sect disciples stared up at the arena with the same thought. This guy deserves to die. Dai Lu still looked down on them, cocking his head and ordering, Heh, dare to send your strongest disciple to fight me? Everyone frowned, not giving up on the idea of killing him. Still acting arrogant, must die. Xing Chen stepped forward, volunteering, sect leader. Since they've called us out by name, then let me go and take him on. All the disciples wanted to tear him apart. You dare claim to be the strongest disciple, senior apprentice? Sister hasn't even spoken yet. Xing Chen didn't wait for the sect leader's agreement, and jumped onto the arena, not forgetting to scold them. What are you all complaining about? How can we let senior apprentice sister get involved in these brawls? The disciples clapped half-heartedly. Damn, bootlicking, such an annoying attitude. Ye Jingchen stepped forward, smiling at him. The main force isn't feeling well. I, Ye Jingchen, will take your challenge instead, but judging by the aura on your body, you're not qualified for me to take seriously. At this moment, Dai Lu was daydreaming of glory. The Holy Spring Sect just lost 30 matches straight. If I can defeat their strongest disciple, I'll definitely catch the elders' eyes, maybe even be directly promoted to a personal disciple. Personal disciples have a lot of resources to cultivate. Then I won't need to go out and train anymore. Dai Lu smiled sinisterly. Good, then open your eyes wide and feel my true strength. The guy stomped his foot, causing the entire arena to crack into large pieces. The third elder was stunned, realizing this guy had changed. Unexpectedly, the inconspicuous Dai Lu had become a martial master. The broken pieces rushed towards Xing Chen's feet. He gulped, feeling a little scared. This is bad. Not just Xing Chen, Changxiao also looked flustered, cold sweat pouring down. He's just a first-grade martial master, he gasped in shock. I've been tricked. Isn't this overkill? Wasting a strong disciple. Seeing them speechless, Dai Lu became even more aggressive, glaring with murky eyes. Shocked by my true power, huh? No, be sad. At least you have the honor of paving the way for me. Suddenly, a violent shaking came from the ground. Xing Chen exploded, finally channeling his energy and shouting, You dare challenge me with this little strength? Heavy footprints were imprinted on the ground. Xing Chen angrily jumped towards Dai Lu to settle the score. I'll stomp you to death! Before Dai Lu could react, he took a solid punch and fell to the ground in agony. A large bump swelled up on his face, bewildered. This strength is at least a high-grade martial master. Before he could recover, he stomped on Dai Lu's face. Xing Chen's eyes were full of anger as he shouted, This emperor didn't come all this way to fight some random trash. This guy still refuses to accept the truth. No, I haven't lost. I still have the devouring power. As long as I'm near death, the devouring power will automatically activate. Never seen a coffin, never shed a tear. Dai Lu was still itching for a beating. Is this all your strength? Xing Chen gritted his teeth uncomfortably. Still talking tough? Then I don't mind letting you experience my true strength. He raised his foot and stomped again. This time, the entire arena was shaken to its core. The guy went limp, but still loudly criticized. Is that all? Why do I feel itchier the harder you try? Xing Chen had to curse a few times. This is the kind of cannon fodder character the sect leader once talked about. Why am I so unlucky? Just entered the arena, and already encountered one. The more he was provoked, the more he stomped his foot on the ground. Dai Lu could only withstand the powerful attacks on his face, still foolishly muttering to himself. Here it comes. I can feel the devouring power about to awaken. All your spiritual power belongs to me. Seeing Dai Lu's power surge, Xing Chen raises an eyebrow, confused AF. In the end, Dai LV is carried away, leaving Xing Chen utterly bewildered. Before his devouring power could even wake up, he straight up fainted in front of Ye Xing Chen's arrogance. LOL. But even in his dreams, he's still chomping down on opponents. Xing Chen gives him a look of admiration. Dude's getting his ass kicked and still smiling? This guy's seen some shit. Well, my shoe's a goner. Burning it when I get back. The third elder, witnessing the scene, bursts a blood vessel. This is outrageous. They turned our disciple into a damn pig's head. The old geezer next to him scoffs. Wasn't it that weirdo disciple who asked to get beaten up like that? He then whispers, Shh, you want to embarrass us even more? He points a finger. Inner disciple Lanjing, you're up. Win or else. A dude with a sword swaggeringly steps into the arena. Holy Spring Sect Lanjing, who wants a piece of me? Changxiao's already made his choice. A swordsman. Zhu Hong, you're up. But the orange-haired dude jumps in, begging, Sect leader, can I have this one please? Changxiao frowns. Ma Yongning smiles, patting the little girl beside him. Duo wants to see my awesome saber skills in action. Duo nods enthusiastically. Ma Yongning is immediately trashed by his opponent for entertaining a little girl before a match. You lack the heart of a strong man. You're not worthy. Yongning nonchalantly places his hand on his saber hilt, offering, You go first, because once my blade is drawn, you won't get a second chance. Changxiao's eyes widen in confusion. This dialogue? Did my goofy disciple somehow wander into a Jiu Long novel? Zhu Hong smirks. Ma Yongning won't lose. Because he is the ultimate saber wielder. Changxiao gasps softly. Almost forgot. Zhu Hong's also a Jiu Long type. Gotta find a way to correct these two after the fight. That art style can't overshadow me. Above the arena, Lanjing yells, unleashing his first sword move. Surging wave swordplay! The Holy Spring Sect disciples gush with confidence. It's the superior sword technique. Surging wave swordplay. They say this swordplay is like a violent storm, uniquely flamboyant. He skillfully channels his energy from the sword. Lanjing confidently attacks, riding the wind and breaking the waves, creating a huge gust that swallows Yongning whole. Changxiao mutters, Ma Yongning's giving off Jiu Long vibes. The opponent is even more exaggerated. This unmatchable style, I'm about to lose my roasting abilities. Yongning finally draws his sword. Sorry, I don't like so much drama. The arena falls silent as his saber flashes. Yongning's sword intent shatters Lanjing's stormy attack, leaving him stunned as his sword chi dissipates like that. Yongning's sword intent grows even stronger as it devours Lanjing's spiritual power. Lanjing dodges a few times, even managing to counterattack. But it's useless against Yongning's sword intent. His face is filled with horror, his breathing heavy. If I had hesitated a moment longer, I would have lost my life. He's no ordinary saber wielder. He's a demonic saber cultivator unlike any other. Like sword cultivators, they are the strongest cultivators of the Xing continent. Yongning doesn't want to fight anymore and immediately retracts his sword intent, concealing it within the saber. The sword intent gradually dissipates in the arena. Yongning casually walks back. Is our sect's average really this strong? Before Yongning returns, Zhu Hong speaks mysteriously. Our future will definitely have a battle. Ma grins, eager for it. Can't wait for that. Zhu Hong also smiles with excitement. Changxiao stands there, frozen. He looks sad and wonders, what talent do I have that I can be the main lead of this series? A chicken stands in a flock of cranes, noted for his ordinary people. Jing Quan says amazed. She has a different view of the Thynchkant army. Thynchkant faction is very strong like that. Until now, all the matches are overwhelmingly winning. So losing this match won't affect a lot. Currently, Dian that is in the arena and is being overwhelmed by his opponent. He reaches back with his hand and keeps his strength steady. Dian, that's hand scratches hard, forming a line on the arena. His face is all scratched up. My power is about 60,000 pounds. But although he has a normal aptitude, he is an 7th stage martial artist. His power must be at least over 80,000. He didn't expect a low-level martial artist to withstand his blow like that. He teases Dian that. If it were normal, I would definitely advise you to surrender. But today, for the honor of the sect, I'll snap your tendons and bones. You hear me? One move straight to his face. Tian Qi quickly blocked with his arms, just like his bros said. These guys from Shi Ji Yu sect, Everyone's so damn tough it hurts your hands, and the disciple just keeps hitting harder. Tianqi's steps are getting wobbly, but this dude knows how to seize the moment. He returns the favor with a haymaker. His face swells up like a balloon, pissed AF, but still got the energy to fight back. Tianqi stumbles back a few meters, smiles, and compliments himself. You hit me 5 times, I hit you once, seems fair. His body's covered in wounds. As long as I can land a hit, the last man standing will be me. Tianqi keeps throwing punches. He jumps back into the fight. His opponent scoffs at him, calling him trash, so arrogant. He quickly punches his waist, and the two continue to fight fiercely. Headmaster Zhao Mo, worried, runs to Changxiao and asks about it. The opponent's headmaster is much stronger than Tianqi, and both are focused on fist techniques, so they can only clash head-on. Tianqi is at a disadvantage. Changxiao frowns and replies, among your inner disciples, Tianqi is the most mediocre. He doesn't have Qingyang's abundant power, can't match your speed, can't compare to Zuiji's defense. I can see Tianqi's strengths that few others have. This usually silent guy has the most extraordinary endurance among you all. The opponent can wound him, push him back, but absolutely can't knock him down. The opponent over there has limited patience, you peasant. He keeps throwing punches at Tianqi, sending him flying across the ground. Luckily, Tianqi lands safely. His whole body is covered in scratches. His clothes are torn to shreds, and yet he still yells, keep going! As soon as he finishes speaking, Tianqi spits out a mouthful of blood. Down below, a Holy Spring Sect disciple shouts, you still haven't lost at this point? Shiji Sect is finally going to lose. Blood drips onto the floor, and he kneels down on the arena. How is this possible? You've taken over 100 of my blows, and at most only hit me 5 times. How could I be the one who can't persevere? He falls, slamming his face into the arena, unconscious. The tattered Tianqi slowly walks back, muttering the words, Shiji Sect, then tears off the cloth on his back and yells, victory! All the disciples cheer along with him. Tianqi walks back to the stands, where his bros are already running to support him. Bro, go and rest. Tianqi, all snotty-nosed, still smiles and jokes with him. Headmaster, Tianqi didn't disgrace our mission. Changxiao winks and smiles, patting his shoulder. Tianqi, you've made us proud. After resting, drink this ultra-premium modification solution. On the empty arena, the old man frowned and said to the third elder, although the Shiji sect is arrogant, having a disciple with such a firm character is truly extraordinary. He also nodded in agreement, unwilling to admit it. But their disciples, whether in cultivation or intelligence, are top-notch choices. The disciples standing next to him gnashed their teeth, objecting loudly. Sect master, this Shiji sect has nothing to do with what you described before. They're just a bunch of shorties mixed in with the big guys, and it doesn't change their vulgar nature. Jingquan also has a different perspective on the opponent. To be able to nurture a disciple of this caliber, Headmaster Jun's sect really has a background. Her maid also nodded in agreement. I also have a different view of this young master now. Jingquan blushed shyly and called out to her maid. I really want to see Headmaster Jun's appearance in person. Li frowned and described. Isn't she tall, thin, white, with a high nose? Jingquan was stunned, a scene appearing in her eyes. Changxiao, standing on this side, also looked over to eavesdrop. Is it so lively at Headmaster Xi's place? The next match begins. Holy Spring Sect's Xing Linfeng versus seeing Rongxin leaving. She hinted and called back. Junior sister, aren't you watching anymore? He's your admirer. But Rongxin was bored and uninterested. Shiji sect is winning everything. What's worth watching? Shiji sect is a sinner. Rongxin immediately turned 360 degrees back to look at the arena. She was speechless at her junior sister's two-facedness. Junior sister, you, WTF, Qing Linfeng stepped onto the arena with an air of disdain. I was careless before, and let you successfully ambush me. I'm a freaking direct disciple. My strength is on another level, compared to those previous inner disciples. Zuiqi didn't even bother listening to his intro. Just yelled, stop yapping! Kan Lamfong, triggered AF, couldn't swallow this humiliation, so he immediately rushed forward to engage. Zuiqi also jumped into the fray, shattering an explosive punch. Lamfong smirked, feeling like he had their weakness figured out. You think watching so many matches, I didn't notice your sect's disciples are just about having strong bodies? He dashed behind, planning a sneak attack. Ain't no way he's fighting you guys head on like an idiot. He unleashed the Great Spirit Gathering Seal, instantly tearing a piece of Zuiqi's clothing. 2 girls below were closely watching the fight. Turns out that's a top-tier martial art. This 5th-rate Holy Spring Sect ain't as trash as we thought. The torn clothes revealed Zuiqi's bulging muscles. Lamfong still disdainfully praised. Top-tier martial skills can't even scratch your tough skin. But I planned this all along. The Great Spirit Gathering Seal isn't just a sharp weapon for attacks. Zuiqi smirked slyly, even thanking him. A vibrating wound, huh? Unexpectedly attacking me so my chi and blood can't stabilize. Quick reaction. Let's see how many hits you can take. His Spirit Gathering Seal technique landed a violent blow right where he was standing. Yet Zuiqi shattered the water-like barrier that appeared before him. Lam Fong chuckled, and then started to unleash a new move. Perfect timing. Both spirit-gathering seals appeared simultaneously, pinning Zui Qi inside. The third elder nodded in praise. To use 2 spirit-gathering seals at the same time, Lam Fong's strength has improved again. Crushed inside, all his muscles were working at full power. Levers shattered the spirit power of the spirit-gathering seal. That all you got? Quote. Lam Fong also predicted the result, calmly explaining to Zui Qi. As expected, you exceeded my expectations. But do you know why this martial skill is called the Great Spirit Gathering Seal? He was stunned for a moment. The entire venue was covered by the Great Spirit Gathering Seal. The Spirit Gathering Seals that were just broken began to rise, forming a towering Great Spirit Gathering Seal right above Zui Qi's head. Seeing his chance, Lam Fong used his strength to push the Great Spirit down. He excitedly watched the Great Spirit fall from the stage, plummeting down, creating a smoky, explosive martial arena. Lam Fong remained vigilant, not taking his eyes off for even a second. Yet seconds later, Zui Qi appeared, supporting the Great Spirit Gathering Seal with just one hand. It's heavy, but not enough. Hearing this, Lam Fong smirked with satisfaction, increasing the weight even more. Oh, really? He yelled. The Great Spirit Gathering Seal seemed to be infused with more spiritual power, sinking Zui Qi down. This time, Zui Qi had to use both hands to support it, his legs kneeling on the floor. Changxiao angrily cursed him. Beat him! This guy stole the moves from the 4 peaks! Beat him! Beat him! Zhao Mo had to rush out and pull him back to stop him from causing trouble. Sect Master, calm down. Afterward, Headmaster Jun regained his composure, adjusted his clothes, and said, This isn't good. Looks like we'll have to register copyrights for all kinds of martial arts, or else we'll be turned into poor ghosts by these pirated bastards. But does the Starry Sky continent have an agency that handles monopolies? The third elder patted him on the back while reprimanding him. The size of the Great Spirit Gathering Seal is so big, the force must be at least 150,000 caddies, and there are 2 of them, which means 300,000, yet he chose to confront them head-on. 150,000 caddies is nothing compared to his maximum strength. The third elder quickly realized this. This kid's strength can be considered genius level, it's just a pity his brain isn't too bright. The leader of the 100 Sect Alliance's laughter kept erupting, making the third elder uneasy, muttering, Danger! Danger! Look! This immortal sect disciple is about to be crushed into minced meat. In just a moment, he'll definitely beg for mercy. The disciple, exasperated, didn't bother to say anything. It seems like the sect master says this every match. The third elder appeared behind them and yelled, You shut your mouth right now. Every time you open your mouth and comment, my disciple loses the battle. Shut your mouth or die. Zui Qi's arm pierced into the ground. He had switched to using his back to support it. Both arms were already bleeding. He still insisted on commenting. Just a coincidence. Look, he can't take it anymore. The third elder trembled, staring wide-eyed, then grabbed his collar and yelled repeatedly, You hate living too long, don't you? These guys really haven't experienced 12 years of literacy. Can't they tell what Zui Qi is about to do from that posture? The third elder had timely gagged the alliance leader, muttering Changxiao's words with an unpleasant expression. Is 12 years of literacy some kind of magical cultivation technique? What he's holding is a magical artifact. He's planning a sneak attack. Changxiao raises the whistle, ready to remind. Student Xiao Zuiki, get in position, get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Zuiki heard the command and started to get up with the 2 spirit convergence seals on his shoulders like an athlete. Lin Feng's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. He can even push back the 2 great spirit convergence seals? Does he have no limits? What the hell? Changxiao starts blowing the whistle hard. Receiving the order, Zuiki's eyes light up. He pushes himself up, and the great spirit convergence seals also fly into the sky. At the same time, Zuiki waves his hand, unleashing a punch straight at the 2 seals. Break for me. His heavy footsteps also shatter half of the martial arts arena floor. Zuiki withdraws his fist and says to him, If you only know how to do these tricks, then you can just lie down and wait to be beaten. Lin Feng panics and continues to use his spirit energy to activate the hidden great spirit convergence seals. But his spirit energy disappears before it can even form. He trembles in even more panic. Crap, just now I used a lot of spirit energy to summon the 2 spirit seals, and I haven't even recovered yet, and he's already jumped ahead to intercept me. Lin Feng screams in horror. Wait, I surrender! A punch still appears before his eyes. He takes a heavenly blow, and Zuiki innocently says to him, Oops, sorry, tell me sooner next time. This dude's face is frozen, with snot running down his face, looking so pathetic. Zhao Zuiki still maintains a calm but powerful demeanor. Chad, not done yet. To finish it off, he throws a decisive punch that sends his opponent flying far away. Mu Rongxin's eyes sparkle, watching intently. Next to her, someone shouts, He's back to his senses! In contrast to Rongxin, her older sister next to her says with a straight face, Nothing special. A direct disciple of the Holy Spring sect is all hype. He can't even handle a dude who only cultivates his body. Rongxin is startled, then smiles meaningfully. Those hidden spirit seals, did you notice them, elder sister? She replies, Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I did. Rongxin then stares at Zuiki's broad back, secretly cursing this little Zuiki. Her mischievous eyes then move down to his 6-pack abs, filled with delight. He's actually quite interesting. The younger sister is lost in love. while the older sister looks bored, as if she's lost all her rice supply. Xiao Zuiki feels a fiery gaze watching him, so he suddenly turns around. The two Murong sisters are startled, and look away. Rong Xin covers her face with her hands, hiding her blushing cheeks. Flashback time. 10 years ago, Murong enters the main palace hall. Rong Xin's grandfather says in a loving voice, "Jun Care, Grandpa has taken the liberty of finding you a good son-in-law. Xiao Zuiki of the Xiao family. His talent isn't bad, and he cultivates very hard." Rong Xin was just a little girl at the time, and when she heard about these things she refused. Xinqier hasn't even met him yet. How can Grandpa arrange a marriage so casually? Little Rong Xin struggles. Bad Grandpa. Elder Mularong is surprised by her reaction. Jinner, don't you trust Grandpa's judgment? Then he winks. That kid has extraordinary potential, and he also has a rare endurance. In the future, he will definitely become a dragon among men. Elder Mularong wasn't lying. Behind his scholarly appearance, Xiao Zuiki is indeed a calm and strong man, worthy of being relied upon. He probably noticed the two Mularong sisters a little, so he glances back slightly, but his eyes change a few seconds later, and he even wags 2 fingers provocatively. 2 years later, I will trample over all 100 sects and reclaim my dignity. Rong Xin is stunned for a moment. His words of challenge somehow become a vow of love in Rong Xin's mind. In my eyes, there is only you. So she falls backward in a daze. A moment later, a light white smoke surrounds the wide courtyard. The smoke dissipates, and the third elder appears. He's glaring at his subordinates. You guys are here? The reputation of our Holy Spring sect is about to be torn to shreds. The subordinate is so scared that he's sweating profusely. He's already informed them to come out of seclusion quickly. A few seconds later, another subordinate speaks up. Elder, who caused such a big commotion? Why are you calling us over so urgently? Hearing this, he grins. Standing from afar, the third elder raises his voice. Sect Master Quan, he took the initiative to challenge. For the next match, can we have some fun? As soon as he finishes speaking, people start discussing. Why are we suddenly playing 2v2? Su Xiaomo and Li Fei are stepping onto the stage. While Li Fei walks calmly, Xiaomo warms up and smiles expectantly. Moreover, the sect master's words from before were so hurtful. What's with calling us extremely lowly concubines? So he's looking for teammates to go into battle. Hearing him say that, Li Fei gives a judgmental expression. Aren't you always proud of that? Xiaomo covers her face shyly. But being named in front of everyone, I'm still embarrassed. These dudes look down on them, all while trying to catch up on their junior brothers. Fight. Figures. Everyone from your Ironbone sect is a hard ass. Looks like these guys are twins. Faces identical, and their trash talk is on point. Now please, show some mercy, don't let us little nobodies lose face too badly. Then they smirk, and introduce themselves. Holy Spring Sect. Jiyu Chaojiu. Jiyu Wanwu. Xiaomo squints. Twins? First time seeing that. I'm Su Xiaomo, Li Fei. Xiaomo's battle spirit is flaring up, goes wide stance to flex. This thing called face? He grins, emphasizing, you gotta grab it yourself. Right after, Xiaomo and Li Fei are zooming around the twin bros. Chaojiu's shook. Damn, so fast. Xiaomo kicks Chaojiu in the head. Li Fei knees Wanwu hard. Xiaomo smirks, all smug. Can't even keep up with our speed, that's all you got. But Changxiao, who sees through this, looks horrified. Ye Jingchen's thinking the same thing. We're screwed. Looking at the divine power radiating from the twins, they shout in fear. Li Fei and Xiaomo, and seeing the sinister smiles of the GU bros, they're internally screaming, this is gonna be bad. Xiaomo still hasn't caught on, keeps kneeing forward, but this time, one of them dodges. He's starting to get confused. It's been this weird feeling since the beginning. Something feels off about his foot. Li Fei's also flying back. He turns and stands next to Xiaomo. Xiaomo whispers, Fei, something sus, you notice it? Li Fei's a little worried too. I'm not dumb, these guys are kinda sus. I feel like those two have some spice. Chaojiu claps, but his smile is dripping with disdain. Your speed is truly amazing. Much respect. Much respect. Light is radiating from his hand. Xiaomo's super confused. I feel like our attacks aren't breaking their defense, but it's almost like we aren't even touching them. Changxiao and Jingchen are watching and commentating. If these kids can't figure it out, they're dead meat. But I can't blame them. Xingchen grits his teeth slightly. Even if I figured out their tricks, my chances of winning are still less than 30%. Streams of spiritual energy swirl in the air. As the fight continues, Li Fei drops to one knee, reminding his teammate not to play around anymore. Time for skills. Xiaomo zooms forward. The two opponents are still standing casually, unfazed. Xiaomo yells out the Ironbone skill, then uses Shadowless Kick repeatedly. Flashes of light intertwine. Xiaomo is now right above the GU bros' heads. He lands with a powerful impact. The ground cracks open. One of the GU bros waves his hand. Xiaomo freezes, looking dumbfounded. Turns out the twins weren't affected at all, still standing calmly, even enjoying it. I really do prefer a slightly stronger opponent. Yeah. No brains, just wasting energy. Dealing with them takes no effort at all. The ground exploding wasn't caused by Xiaomo, but by the two of them using their power to break it. They smile and say softly in unison. Li Fei decides to charge. He uses exploding kick. Xiaomo yells a warning. Li Fei, be careful, I figured it out. But before he can finish, The GU brothers throw Li Fei into the fire. Luckily, Li Fei still has the strength to struggle out. He falls right in front of Xiaomo, who breathes a sigh of relief. I caught you. But maybe he used too much internal energy. Instead of landing in his arms, Li Fei falls to the ground with a thud. Xiaomo's face goes blank. Sorry, miscalculation, missed a step. Li Fei is like, dude, you're totally doing this on purpose. Wait, hold up, you peeped their deal? Xiaomo sits down, all serious. Yep, we walked right into their trap from the start. He's even pointing at the trap on his face. Some GU dude's like, I thought you'd be total trash and not even notice. Then BAM! He's swinging his arm like a maniac. Xiaomo and Li Fei, caught off guard, jump back. Next thing they know, they're trapped. These two chuckle evilly. Welcome to our meticulously crafted web, aka the spider den. Looks like normal spider silk, right? Nope. Touch it and BAM! Instant dark magic beatdown. These thin threads are secretly super dangerous. Li Fei finally gets it. It's spiritual energy turned into spider silk. Were they just playing defense earlier? All to set this up? Wanwu's cracking up. Even a speedy bug is still a bug. But damn, you guys wasted our time. He casually wraps a thread around Li Fei's leg. Li Fei kicks out, trying to break free, but it's no use. Now the GU dude's shooting silk from his whole hand. These bros are grinning like madmen. Ready to dance like moths in a web? Xiaomo suddenly smirks. Silk? Sweet. He zooms forward, hyped. I happen to have a shovel. Chaoju's all. Our serpent dragon silk is gonna be way more elastic than you think. Xiaomo doesn't give a damn, he just charges. Silk starts flying everywhere, trying to block him. He dodges like a pro. Fire kicking up from his feet. He spins around, blasting fire downwards. The silk's looking a little weak against this. GU dude's surprised. Not bad, actually. Time for plan B. They slam their hands together, unleashing purple energy. The silk from both of them combines, and Xiaomo's fire's gone in seconds. They're back in control, laughing like maniacs. Xiaomo's backing off. It's sharper than my blade. How am I supposed to deal with this? Suddenly, something zips past his head. Xiaomo's stunned. What the hell was that? A tiny ball moving at light speed. The GU bros stare as it approaches. What is this thing? It won't break? They start freaking out and try to retreat. Lin Fei sees his chance and goes for the aerial hook kick. He sends the ball back at them. Chaoju and Wanwu scream, again? Are we just target practice? One of them swats the ball back at Li Fei. He jumps up, does a sick spin, and grins. Li Fei's loving this. Xiaomo, what are you waiting for? He launches himself higher, kicking the ball. Xiaomo catches him, bows low, legs straight out, eyes gleaming. Just a freakin' soccer goal gone wild, thinking it can mess with us. He kicks with all his might, chanting, Fierce Tiger Spirit Cannon. A tiger appears with a mighty roar. The ball carrying Meng Hu's divine sense flew forward. Meng Hu appeared right after, baring its sharp teeth like it wanted to tear the silk net in front to shreds. And it actually did. It was about to puncture that spiritual power net. The GU brothers were dumbstruck, like, damn, this ball's power is off the charts. These two, one jumped up, the other leaned down slightly, while Xiaomo was still focused on pouring all his firepower in. This time, he used a different move, exploding ball, and Li Fei was unleashing the ground-shattering kick. The two of them tag-teamed with perfect coordination. Their opponents started to lose their composure. One of them gritted his teeth and cursed, Are these two treating us like punching bags? The GU bros hurriedly cast another silk technique. But a cornered dog will jump over the wall. We just need to close the net. So Xiaomo and Li Fei had to stop. The threads connected to form a circle, trapping them both. The two couldn't struggle free. Not only that, but the silk even cut their clothes. The GU brother was a little flustered. It only tore it? The defensive power of these two is already catching up to high-grade defensive equipment. Xiaomo and Li Fei raised their hands to defend. Xiaomo worriedly asked, Li Fei, can you still hold on? Remember that goal-scoring move we secretly created together? Hearing Li Fei's question, Xiaomo nodded. I was thinking the same thing, but this place needs space to unleash it. Li Fei glanced and smirked, simply standing up and forcefully breaking free from the mess of silk. Just a few seconds later, they both broke free. Escaping the tangled mess of threads, they immediately flew up to play with the ball again. Their eyes were sharp and bright. The two looked at each other, subtly signaling something. One tossed, the other caught. Xiaomo and Li Fei skillfully combined to tease their opponents. They created a combo move called Sword Blade Storm. The ball spun in the air, creating streaks of alternating gold and white light. It created a tornado that rushed straight towards the two GU brothers. The light and vortex became more and more turbulent. Just looking at it was enough to see how dangerous its pressure was. Even Changxiao was startled by their breakthrough. They actually simultaneously compressed exploding fist and ground-shattering kick into the ball. Wind enhances fire's power, and fire enhances wind's might, complementing each other like that. How is this like scoring a goal? He even blurted out when he saw the surging divine power. It's clearly a meat grinder. The two GU brothers also turned pale. Facing the explosion and the ground-shattering kick at the same time, our Panlong silk can't withstand it. This time we're facing a mama's boy's wrath. Seeing the tornado right in front of them, they could only helplessly shout, Killing the calf! Xiaomo and Li Fei stood calmly in place to control it. They threatened their opponents. You won't last a second. The pitiful GU brothers were beaten to a pulp, without a single stitch of clothing left. This isn't even soccer, this is being minced into 1,000 pieces. The ball returned to normal, falling to the ground with a thud. It rolled a few times on the ground and returned to Li Fei's feet. Xiaomo stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets. I didn't expect our move to have a stripping attribute, so calling it Swordblade Storm isn't appropriate anymore. Then he looked gleefully at Li Fei. Let's call it Shameless Blade Storm. Li Fei also came up with a few other funny names. Underwear Destroying Welfare Ball. Jinan Study Ball. After speaking, the two naturally looked at each other awkwardly. The two brothers, Chao Jiu and Wu Wan, sprawled on the ground, still couldn't close their mouths. The third elder came forward with an angry attitude. Originally, we didn't want the trump card to be revealed for the sake of the Sect's promotion, but it seems we can't hide it anymore. He decided to go all in. This final match, we must win at all costs. Go, strongest disciple of Holy Spring Sect. Replacing the two GU brothers was a man with extremely sharp, slanted eyes, whose demeanor was also extraordinary. Holy grade spiritual roots. Jian Feifan. As soon as Feifan appeared, he asserted his authority, his whole body radiating spiritual power, declaring clearly, although I am humble and don't want to bully the weak, if I don't do it today, the Holy Spring Sect will have lost dozens of matches. What face will we have left to exist? As soon as he finished speaking, Tian passed judgment. You men are really a bunch of useless people who only know how to use force. Such a beautiful arena has been plowed into this state. Tian spoke and waved her hand lightly, her two hands summoning divine artifacts. Such a serious attitude. I'm very displeased. She gently recited the incantation. Ninefold ice sealing palm. The arena's instantly blasted with a THICK layer of ice thanks to Tian. Farah fans just standing there like, PSH, a little ice? No biggie. Wait, hold up. A few seconds later, dude's rethinking his life choices. Ice spirals out of nowhere, converging right above Tian, then zeroing in on all the cracked parts of the arena. Talk about targeted destruction. Boom. Instant ice sculpture garden. Everything's crystallized. Third elder standing there with this total WTF just happened? Face. You can practically see the steam coming out his ears. The ice seals everything, including people, in a frosty tomb. Fei Farron didn't even have time to rage quit before he's frozen solid. Tian, Ice Queen mode activated. Hey, I'm done here. She casually strolls off, leaving the arena looking like a winter wonderland. As she leaves, she yells, Hey, Holy Spring Sect, come get your strongest disciple. He'll thaw out in half an hour. Savage! She breezes past Ye Jingchen, who's still shell-shocked. Damn, that ice power's OP. Who is this senior sister? Is it just me, or does her power completely suppress mine? Suddenly, a hand shoots out, and Changxiao's hugging Tian and kneeling down like a total simp. Tian, you're my lucky goddess. Ding ding. New achievement unlocked. Corpse disposal mission 3 complete. 120% progress. Reward. Kai Spirit Pill. Aptitude upgrade. And 1,000 contribution points. Jackpot. Tian straight up vibrating. Get your hands off me. Changxiao's grinning like an idiot, so proud of Tian's badassery. Overachieving at its finest. Tian shoves him away, voice dripping with ice. Changxiao, your hands are already frozen for being a creep. If you pull that stunt again in front of everyone, you'll regret it. Changxiao whimpers. I'm sorry, big sis. Even frozen, he can still see the good news. Corpse disposal mission completed. Realm seal lifted. Changxiao casually shatters the ice, like it's nothing. He grins like a loon. Finally, I'm breaking through to Martial Grandmaster. He's feeling it. I can feel a core forming inside me. This is the sign of a Martial Grandmaster. The spiritual nucleus. Spiritual energy compressed to the max forms the spiritual nucleus. It multiplies your absorption, recovery, and release. Before Martial Grandmaster, it's just a queue of vortex. After, that vortex evolves into a nucleus. In the 10,000-year history of the Starfall continent, every martial artist only has one. No exceptions. Changxiao's kinda bummed. System dude. Why is there a second SWAG vortex appearing next to my nucleus? Seriously, a cool-looking golden magical vortex is popping up inside Changxiao. His face goes blank. A voice pipes up, all encouraging. It's fine. An extra one won't kill you. Probably just 'cause your cultivation was suppressed for so long. Changxiao's less relieved and more annoyed. Easy for you to say. It's not your body. The ice on the arena suddenly shatters. Purple spirit energies converging on one spot. Third elder swoops down, blasting the ice into oblivion. That energy. Grandmaster Jun must be celebrating a breakthrough. A martial grandmaster. His face is a mask of seething rage. Today, my disciple Jinmu was enlightened by your noble sect more than once. If I don't repay this debt, I'll be a laughingstock. He's clearly pissed. Jinmu will be so bold as to use his experience as a martial grandmaster to repay Grandmaster Jun. Please, Grandmaster Jun, step onto the stage. Third elder's voice is stern. This lowly Jinmu has cultivated his entire life and only reached 8th grade martial grandmaster. According to the aura just now, Grandmaster Jun is at least a 2nd grade martial grandmaster. He dramatically rips off his robe in a show of defiance. Come, let this elder experience the immortal sect's high art. Xing Chen, stone-faced, states. An 8th grade martial grandmaster has a combat power of at least 300,000. Changxiao, equally deadpan, drops the bomb. 30,000. This old guy's that weak? Xing Chen gives him a side eye. Of course, high-grade martial grandmasters are very strong. Huh? Sect leader, who are you calling weak? Changxiao starts cracking his knuckles. Xing Chen's hyped AF. 30,000, you say? Heh. He strides onto the stage, radiating battle intent. I literally just crossed that threshold 10 seconds ago. Suddenly, the arena's got 2 evenly matched contenders. Third elder takes the initiative, unleashing an energy blast that shatters the remaining ice. He throws a fistful of firepower, then rushes at Changxiao, using his subduing dragon fist. But dude's unfazed, just casually whistling a tune. Even with the opponent showboating, he stands there chill, and still manages to land an invisible punch on the third elder, messing up his face. He can't believe he already got punched and is spitting blood. To top it off, the force of the punch sends him sliding back. The third elder stares in disbelief. How is this possible? My basic power is already 320,000. Combined with the high-grade subduing dragon fist, the power should be at least 400,000. Changxiao is now grinning slyly, slowly approaching. Watching the disciples compete earlier got me all excited, and I accidentally broke through my bottleneck. He laughs smugly. Blame me for being untalented, just naturally gifted. Why are people so different? But don't be too discouraged, Elder Jin. Good news is, I managed to hold back. I only broke through to 2nd grade martial grandmaster. While Changxiao is rambling, the third elder rushes forward, trying to land a counterpunch. Changxiao casually raises his hand to block it, then chuckles mockingly. Trying to sneak attack me? Elder Jin, you're so sneaky. Then he replies casually, continuing. After breaking through, my basic power reached 350,000, and conveniently, my martial arts are power-based. Right now my attack power is pretty impressive. 480,000. The third elder loses his balance, flying backwards uncontrollably. Changxiao casually delivers the finishing blow, a flurry of attacks, but it seems like he's not satisfied. He raises his knee, cocks his fist, then gently punches the third elder upwards from below. He gets launched straight into the sky with the rising dragon move. Now the third elder looks pathetic, covered in bruises, and his teeth are almost gone. He bitterly wonders, who's the real high-grade martial grandmaster here? Changxiao is hyped seeing him fall. Looks like the trump card that Jun Mu prepared didn't impress Elder Jin. Thanks for the assist. The third elder probably can't even hear him. His eyes are glazed over, devoid of spirit. His soul is shattered. Changxiao grins widely. That was so satisfying. Xiao Mo and Li Fei raise their hands high, chanting, Sect leader is mighty. Just like that, he's the only one left standing on the arena. But suddenly, Changxiao's body falters. Warning! Peak martial grandmaster detected. Warning! Peak martial grandmaster detected. He curses inwardly. This protagonist cheat is so annoying. After defeating the elder, he looks at the newcomer and mutters, the sect leader's here for revenge. Feeling the pressure radiating from this guy, Changxiao almost loses his footing. The newcomer is none other than Huang Quan, the sect leader of the Holy Spring sect. Like the others, he immediately puts on a show, not letting sect leader Jun have his fun and bring out his trump card. Others might misunderstand and think our Holy Spring sect isn't properly hosting our guests. Changxiao is a bit surprised, but a confident smile remains on his face. Holy Spring sect leader Huang, I've heard a lot about you. Are you saying you want to exchange pointers with me? He pauses, then stares directly into his opponent's eyes. Do you want me to bring out my trump card? He takes a slow, powerful step towards his opponent. Forgive me for being blunt. Under a cold, sharp gaze, Changxiao declares, You're not worthy. Huang Quan, with his arrogant aura, flicks his fingers. To be able to defeat my sect's elder at such a young age, you're truly a hero among the young. He summons the subduing dragon demon fist, and smirks. I also want to have a match with you. While releasing the subduing dragon demon fist, he provokes. Do you accept? Changxiao stands there stunned, whether real or fake. He continues to reach out. A strange demonic spiritual energy surrounds Changxiao. Under Huang Quan's scrutinizing gaze, Changxiao says jokingly, Old Huang, you're underestimating me a bit. At this moment, another member comes out, also a peak martial grandmaster. You've made us lose all face. This person looks at Huang Quan and says condescendingly, Wang Donglin, I can't just stand by and watch you humiliate my friend Jun. The next person to enter the scene is Elder Wang of the Kengshan sect. He lands in front of Changxiao and encourages him. Our Kengshan sect definitely has to support the Ironbone sect. I had some matters to attend to earlier, so I was delayed, but luckily I made it back in time for the finale. He seriously expresses his integrity. But now that I'm here, that sneaky old Huang definitely won't be able to run rampant. Huang Quan's face darkened, and he said unhappily, Didn't expect that sect leader Jun has the backing of the peak martial sect, but slapping Holy Spring sect in the face like this won't be easy to get away with. Dong Lin rolled up his sleeves, revealing another layer of clothing, and said with a grin, Old Huang? You're still so energetic, huh? Come on, let this old man teach you a lesson. But Changxiao smiled. Elder Wang, I accept this battle. Hearing this, Dong Lin turned serious and asked, Little friend Jun, are you sure? Although old Huang is acting old, he is a legit peak martial sect. Changxiao slowly summoned his weapon. Trust me, my trump card is still very durable. Deng Lin thought to himself. First time seeing this green dragon crescent blade at such close range, the sharp aura hits straight in the face. No one can stop this military spirit. Then he praised. Little friend Jun is really energetic. Can't deny, I really like you more and more. Changxiao casually replied. What's the point of being young if you're not energetic? Deng Lin subtly reminded. That's right. Old Huang's forest dragon subduing fist is different from Elder Jin's. His powerful and grand fist technique is very insidious and unusual, unparalleled power, he emphasized. Because of this technique, he sacrificed what men absolutely cannot be underestimated. Changxiao's face froze. Men. Sacrifice. Sectmaster Huang isn't a fan of the unbeaten East, is he? Self-directed and self-acted, Changxiao turned to give his opponent a thumbs up. You're a ruthless person. Huang Quan then spoke up. Although we are opposed, I still admire sect leader Jun very much. But he immediately changed his face. To think that it takes a sect master like me to take action, just to save a little face for the sect. He rushed up like a storm with a savage laugh. But your arrogance will end here before anything else. The two closed in on each other. Huang Quan's steel fist unleashed powerfully. Changxiao gently pushed himself back. Two pythons emerged from Huang Quan's magic. One snake craned its neck towards Changxiao with its fangs bared wide. He quickly used tail breath barrier, immediately creating a protective circle for himself. Huang Quan sneered. Not bad reaction speed. This defensive martial skill is not bad either. Able to block my attack. Changxiao was a little worried. Sweat dripped down. This thing of yours isn't forest dragon. You're a mobile snake pit. Huang Quan smiled lightly as an answer. Then he began to unleash even more powerfully. Dragon poison travel, distant army attack, forest dragon subduing fist that I have reformed, can unleash its most powerful force. The next second, he also began to transform into a snake. His eyes narrowed up. Then he circled around Changxiao. Just as he said, he was indeed a mobile snake pit. The whole crowd surrounded Changxiao at the same time. He lightly judged 2 words. Lowly people, daring to act recklessly in front of me. Changxiao walked in the surging source of spiritual energy. Come here, beasts. He frowned and stared straight at his opponent. Fight me. Huang Quan was unconsciously suppressed by the killing intent from him. Slightly stunned, he began to feel a little flustered when he realized. This is spirit energy. This crushing feeling is even a level higher than me. Huang Quan had to quickly consider carefully. Originally thought to teach you a lesson with bare hands, but didn't expect you to possess spirit energy. It seems that Huang Mu shouldn't hide his skills. He immediately summoned a new technique. Holy Spring Sect's treasure, Town Mountain Mirror. Immediately the treasure he had just taken out shone brightly. Mirror World Mountain. Suddenly a mountain was floating in midair. Mini Changxiao appeared and marveled. Wow, didn't expect a peak martial sect powerhouse to be so terrifying. Second brother, can we beat him? Huang Quan on the opposite side immediately shouted over. How about it, sect leader Jun? It's still not too late to admit defeat now. He tensed up and said threateningly, Town Mountain Mirror can perfectly integrate our sect's 2 great secret martial arts. Unimaginable power. Even I have never dared to unleash my full strength. From the misty smoke appeared black snakeskin. A large python was circling around the mountain. It opened its mouth full of venomous fangs to hiss at the opponent. Mini Changxiao looked clearly bored. Second brother, the power of this thing is at least 600k. He gently muttered 2 words. Chu Chang, mini version of him startled, turned the blade-bearer human form. Chu Chang, General Chu. He calmly ordered Zhao Kang to bring Guan's red hair over. Yes, sir. Zhao Kang immediately obeyed. Green flames slowly spread in the air before instantly transforming into a majestic red steed. Huang Quan's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? The moment that horse appeared, his aura skyrocketed. Crap! Gotta strike before he hits his peak. So he hastily activated his treasure. Demonic energy erupted from Huang Quan's body, empowering his serpent. Changxiao remained unfazed. In Guan's life, 1 man, 1 horse, 1 blade. My red hair has charged through the world. No one has ever withstood a single strike. He emphasized to Huang Quan. You won't be an exception. Red hair stomped the ground, then charged forward. It soared like the wind. Its body curved along the cliff face, launching straight up Huang Quan's mountain. Changxiao's blade also swung. A flash of light appeared. Changxiao's blade grazed the serpent's thick hide. He then rotated his weapon slightly, and loudly declared, 1 strike! Behead! The small light from before was replaced by a blinding, overwhelming radiance. Huang Quan was unwilling to accept it. How is this possible? He quickly raised his hands to defend. Mountain suppressing mirror. Defend! The next second, it's unclear if he blocked it or not, only that a massive explosion appeared, obscuring the area. The weapon in Huang Quan's hand shattered in 2, and fell to the ground with a thud. Huang Quan couldn't hold on any longer. Changxiao appeared before him, grumbling, I'm not a killer. His blade was right above his head. Seeing as you just attacked, and couldn't even scratch me. His voice was light as a feather. Guan only used 50% of his power. Consider this a small punishment for your insolence. Sect leader Huang, sort yourself out. Huang Quan trembled. I'll never mess with Bone Piercer again. It's unclear how Changxiao reacted, but he was sweating bullets. I'm dead. Donglin sighed in dismay, while the others had blank expressions. Huang Quan's face flushed when Changxiao revealed his bald head. The wig was sliced off. Min Changxiao commented. So, the terrifying price of Serpent Fist is hair loss. Sect leader Huang is truly too ruthless with himself. A booming voice echoed, "Kid, take back your staff." The blade shot straight into the ground, embedding itself deeply. Changxiao laughed at the sight. As expected of Huaxia's martial saint, that strike was brutal. Probably hit 700,000 attack power? Zhao Kang stared straight at Changxiao and smiled. The title of martial saint means nothing to me. The only reason I was willing to summon Red Hair to help you fight today is because of your respect for my sworn brother. Changxiao was startled. It's the first time I've seen second brother smile. He respectfully clasped his hands. This one understands. Zhao Kang then said kindly, "When the time is right, I will definitely reunite second brother and Uncle Liu with General Yide." With that, he chuckled heartily. Then Guanan will wait for the day my brothers are reunited. As Yushang vanished, someone yelled, "Big bro! Third bro!" Dong Lin landed next to Changxiao. He bowed his head to the sword spirit and said, "Young friend Jun, your chi spirit is incredibly powerful. I can't even fathom the upper limits of his strength." Changxiao smirked. "Then my second bro is invincible. It's just that my power is too weak, holding him back from going all out." Before he could finish, someone chimed in. "Young friend Jun doesn't understand." Dong Lin elaborated. "Spiritual artifacts with chi spirits are rare enough, let alone top-tier weapons with such immense power. Your sect's challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect has caused quite a stir. Someone might be eyeing that Azure Dragon Crescent Blade." "Crap, no one told me that. This is gonna leave a mark." Changxiao's face began to pale. "Martial sects aren't scary, but if I attract martial emperors," the system instantly popped up, comforting him. "Host, don't worry, I'm here to save you." After completing the corpse disposal mission, the system has refreshed with many powerful tools, and your contribution points are over 1,700. Even if a martial king shows up, you can stand tall. Changxiao, relieved, grinned. "System, since I have your support, I'll flirt with death a little." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. "Everyone, listen up!" he announced to the contestants. "Through this competition, you've surely gained a direct understanding of the strength of my Ironbone Sect disciples." Everyone listened intently, some definitely thinking, "How can they possibly get so strong?" Murmurs began to rise. "Did you ever imagine my disciples would be so strong, so resilient, so capable of overcoming challenges? I have a bad feeling about this." Changxiao stood tall and declared, "My Ironbone Sect is now recruiting talents, expanding admissions. We welcome geniuses from all sects to register. My Ironbone Sect will help you level up." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Some were so happy they got a nosebleed. Someone grumbled, annoyed. "This kid is too arrogant." Huang Quan quickly donned a new wig and cursed loudly. "He's plotting something right in front of us." The opposition protested in unison. "Absolutely not." Back at the Ironbone Sect, Changxiao returned to his chambers. He sighed. This journey back was terrifying. I was worried someone would try to steal the blade. Ordinary people are innocent, but talented people who achieve greatness are guilty. Sitting down, he leaned back wearily. Luckily, Elder Wang Donglin became an ally of our sect and personally escorted us. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. He snapped his fingers and ordered, "Little system, bring forth the latest shopping mall." "You little brat, you got a little cocky after completing the corpse disposal mission?" The system popped up. "Whatever, the shopping mall is open. Such a joyful occasion, I won't hold it against you." Immediately, the system displayed a series of small screens for Changxiao to choose from. He rejoiced, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Outside the Ironbone Sect, Changxiao stood on the rooftop, focusing on physical training. He roared to energize himself. "Bala Energy Shield!" Instantly, faint golden-orange spiritual energy appeared around the estate. The system also gently announced, "Mid-grade Sect Protection Formation activated." After use, you can deploy multiple layers of mid-grade defensive formations within the sect, preventing non-sect members from entering. Activation costs 1,000 contribution points, and the formation will remain active by default after successful deployment, costing 10 contribution points per day. Changxiao's face froze. "I understand the logic. It can block martial sects, even martial kings. But this description..." He covered his face and zoomed away. "So embarrassing." Xiao Mo and Xing Chen looked up, mortified. The dude shouting, "Bala Energy," or whatever up there, that's the sect leader. That's him. After he yelled, the quality of the sect protection formation increased a lot. Changxiao flew straight to the forest ahead. Before the disciples forget that embarrassing scene, I'm not going back. Minihim wondered, "Didn't you just buy an alchemist recipe? Now's the perfect time to get some ingredients from the AI family?" He replied, "That's right, with the Martial Master Pill, disciples at the peak of Martial Apprentice can advance to Martial Master in one step." A wicked smile